Chapter 141 The Willow Leaves of Ancestor Sacrifice Spirits. Very good. Since no one bids again, then this super large fairy source mine belongs to this fairy friend. Half a day later, in Panwang City, true immortal Panya raised one hand, sent a blazing luminous body to the divine leaf where Feng Lai was, and said with a smile, that luminous object was exactly what he said was the super large immortal mineral vein. This thing was only over 3 feet tall. At first glance, it looked like a small mountain model. In fact, it was the immortal king himself who took action to build it. Compressed to this size, the glow is bright. That is the light of the fairy source. Holding up the 3-foot-high super-large immortal mineral vein with one hand, Feng Lai nodded slightly, and set a large piece of 5 elements immortal gold to the true immortal Panjiao, and then began to seriously look at the newly acquired super-large Xianyuan mine. Xianyuan mineral vein comes. Immortal source. This is a very high-level energy crystal. The mana contained in it is extremely pure, which is good for practice, and can even greatly reduce the time required for supreme practice. This is different from the fairy source in the future, when the world is over, and the immortality material has been exhausted. The fairy source bred in the fairyland truly contains a huge amount of immortality matter. Just a small piece is enough to extend the life of the supreme power for thousands of years. Above, Feng Lai can be sure that the immortal source liquid bred in this immortal source mineral vein will definitely have the ability to perfectly seal the supreme. In the future, part of the forbidden life zone in the Zetian era may be the remaining immortal source containing immortal substances. It has the effect of helping the Forbidden City Supreme to live forever. Such a large Xianyuan mine is almost enough for the supreme boys of my lineage to practice for 100,000 years. However, it does suit your status. If you establish a Taoist tradition, there are 2 such super large Xianyuan mines, which can be regarded as very impressive. Seeing Feng Lai carefully looking at his newly obtained Xianyuan mineral vein, Jin Sheng also came over and smiled at Feng Lai. In his eyes, Feng Lai is likely to establish an Taoist lineage. Whether it is buying Xianling Long, purchasing several immortal medicines, or purchasing this super large immortal source mineral vein, they are all like preparations before establishing a Taoist lineage. In the future, when my sect comes to the immortal realm, I will definitely invite you, the Golden Crow Patriarch, to preach. Feng Lai smiled, put away the immortal gold mine, and said, there are many reasons for him to buy this immortal mineral vein. This thing actually has many uses in today's era. Just saying that it can speed up the Supreme's cultivation speed is already very worthwhile. Ha ha ha! It can definitely be done. Even if I become king in the future, I can often come to your church to preach. Jin Sheng said with a smile. Okay. Next, please appreciate the last and most precious artifact in this auction. While the two were chatting, the voice of the true immortal in the distance sounded again. This time, he swept away his usual dull expression and sent something to the sky with great care. Everyone looked at it intently and found that it was actually a piece of green. The divine leaf burst out with green light that filled the sky as soon as it appeared. It was really just a leaf. The leaves were slender and slender, showing a vivid and full green color. They were sealed in a fairy source more than 1 foot thick, as if they had just been picked from a supreme fairy tree. Wow! As soon as this leaf-like treasure appeared, many true immortals present were in an uproar. Even Feng Lai was slightly stunned and stood up involuntarily. It seems that many fellow Taoists have seen the origin of this fairy leaf. Yes, this is the most precious treasure of practitioners of the spirit sacrifice Tao. It is a fairy leaf used by the supreme powerhouse, who spanned several eras, and the ancestor of the unparalleled giant to sacrifice his soul. The reaction of everyone present obviously made Panjiao Jinxian very satisfied. A faint smile soon appeared on his face, and he introduced loudly. Master Ancestor Sacrifice Spirit has astonishing cultivation. He does not belong to the immortal realm, but is a powerful existence in another ancient realm. However, his reputation must be familiar to everyone. After all, there are still many Taoist friends who practice his spirit sacrifice method. Hard work and study. This immortal leaf is the old body that the ancestral sacrificial spirit shed at a certain point in the last era. Although it is just a leaf, it is still intertwined with the Tao patterns of the immortal king giant level, which can help living beings walk. Taking the spirit sacrifice path can even help those who become true immortals, and it can also help fellow immortals who take the spirit sacrifice path go further. It can be said to have endless magical uses. At this point, Panjiao Jinxian's voice also became louder. The immortal leaves of the supreme ancestor sacrifice. Please bid on them. I am willing to give you a drop of the blood of the immortal king. It also comes from the previous era, and the talion will never dissipate. I will produce a picture of immortal gold, obtained from the immortal pit, intertwined with the patterns of heaven and earth. I will give you a ball of golden crow king yen, which is obtained from the current golden crow immortal king. Obviously, even in the immortal realm, the reputation of ancestor worship spirits is very great. It is just a leaf that fell off in the last era. It instantly triggered a heated discussion in the circle of true immortals. Even the one who has been lying on the top half of the peach leaf Jin Xingdu, who was half asleep, stood up, took out a ball of golden crow fire from his body, and bid for the leaf. You practice the Tao of the Sun. What do you want with these soul sacrifice leaves? Feng Lai looked at Jin Sheng, who looked solemn, rather speechlessly, and said through a message, one way to become Wan Daosheng. You obviously don't understand how powerful the ancestor sacrifice spirit is. If you knew the difference between the ancestor sacrifice spirit and the ordinary immortal king, you would not think so. Jin Sheng looked at it with a serious face. That fairy leaf said solemnly, if I can integrate part of the Tao of the ancestor sacrificial spirits, I might be able to become an immortal king. Maybe. Feng Lai did not deny that it is instinctive behavior for the weak to pursue the legacy of the strong. There are not many giants and strong men on the bright side of the immortal realm nowadays. It can be said that it is difficult for ordinary true immortals to get in touch with things at that level. More difficult. However, Feng Lai himself has no intention of bidding for this fairy leaf. The water is deep in the sky and the earth. It is not difficult for him to get in touch with things at the level of giants. In the near future, he will even have the opportunity to get in touch with living ancestors. Sacrifice to the spirits does not require a willow leaf to guide you. As for using this piece of willow leaf to help the ancestral sacrificial spirit recover its state, that is even more unnecessary. The practice of the ancestor sacrificial spirit emphasizes withering and glory and nirvana. Every time the old body is shed, it represents a transcendence, and the way of the old body is no longer needed at all. Therefore, Feng Lai just sat there in the cross-legged position, watching the price of the willow leaf for ancestral sacrifices being raised again and again. Finally, Jin Sheng beside him pocketed the willow leaf with 3 golden crow king yens. What level is your immortal king great-grandfather now? Feng Lai asked as he watched Jin Sheng carefully put away the willow leaves. Of course, he is the ultimate immortal king who is not inferior to Pan King. Jin Sheng said proudly. 3 supreme immortal king fires are exchanged for 1 giant immortal leaf, and you have made a profit. Feng Lai joked. Whether I make money or not depends on how much I can learn from this fairy leaf. Jin Sheng shook his head and said, the fairy fire he sent was not an ordinary thing. Each ball of fairy fire can help human beings completely reborn, and for they lead the way and easily create a true immortal. Although the strength may not be strong, it is a true immortal after all. Chapter 142. What is lacking in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? This true immortal level auction really made Feng Lai deeply aware of the gap between the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the immortal realm. But at the same time, it also made him understand what the practitioners of the 9 heavens and 10 earths need now. Is there a lack of practice in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Of course there is no shortage. As the state after the collapse of the original ancient world, although the 9 heavens and 10 earths are far from being as vast as the immortal domain, the density of true immortals in the 9 heavens and 10 earths back then was higher than that of the immortal domain today. You must know that even Sanqian Daozhou, one of the 10 places, has produced many true immortals. In addition to the Taoist traditions of the residual immortals, other famous sects actually have some traces of ancient true immortals, and even immortal kings inherit the shadow. A very typical example is the Western religion. Strictly speaking, that Taoist tradition is the descendant of the ancient immortal monk king. That person is not comparable to ordinary immortal kings. He is at least at the level of a top immortal king, and may even be close to a giant. Are the 9 heavens and 10 earths lacking high-level cultivation resources? Of course there is no shortage. The same is the case of Sanqian Daozhou. Many Dini cultivators there can equip themselves with a weapon made of immortal gold. That thing is a real immortal level material. In the immortal realm, a base in size the 5 elements immortal gold is enough to make real immortals jealous. But it seems a bit excessive in 9 heavens and 10 earths. What Jiutian lacks now is actually more complete and stable rules of heaven and earth, as well as the resources of mid to high level practitioners after the Void Dao realm and before becoming immortals. There is really nothing Feng Lai can do to help with the incomplete rules of heaven and earth. Not to mention him. Even the ancestral sacrificial spirits and the real dragons have to scratch their heads. It is relatively easy to break this realm. If you want to repair the broken laws and realm, it will be difficult. It's just too difficult. Everything can only wait until the end of the Dharma age comes. Therefore, Phone Lai could only work on the cultivation resources of these middle and upper level practitioners. In the past, when the practice method was incomplete, many people were stuck in the escape realm. Now, the problem of practice method has been solved by the immortal kings of the original imperial city. What remains is how to let the talented and qualified people practice. The problem is that players can quickly realize their talents. The super large Sinyuan mineral veins and elixirs that Phone Lai bought at the auction this time were to solve this problem. Immortal Source is this kind of treasure that can greatly improve the efficiency of supreme practice. The magic power contained in it is much softer than the essence contained in supreme flesh and blood, or even immortal flesh and blood. The rules in it can also supplement the laws of this world to a certain extent. Indeed, it is quite a good thing. Relatively speaking, Immortal King level materials are somewhat unattractive to Phone Lai. If he wants Immortal King level items, he doesn't need to put in much effort at all. He can also get the Immortal King weapons from Yanhuang Emperor Pass at any time. Yes, the map of the 10 realms is in Phone Lai's hand. Okay. The willow leaves used to sacrifice the ancestors have been obtained by Immortal Jin Sheng. In this case, this auction in our Panwang city is a complete success. You immortals can barter as you please, and exchange for what you need. Good. At this time, the words of true immortal Pan now sounded. This powerful man whose cultivation had almost reached the limit among true immortals looked at Phone Lai, smiled and said, "Let me start by asking if there is anything related to the immortal king of the foreign land in Tai Tsong War immortal. Whether it is blood and bones, scriptures, ancient methods, or weapons. I want it." Phone Lai narrowed his eyes. He was not surprised that Immortal Panya knew his identity. After all, he had fought many battles in the universe ruled by King Pan, so it was inevitable that he would be known. It can be seen that Panjan Immortal is indeed very interested in things related to the Immortal King. This makes him a little confused. How can the parent and son of the Jew Immortal King be so interested in things related to the Immortal King in a foreign land? Pan Yen has been stuck at the level of the true Immortal for almost 2 epochs. He is trying to break through to the Immortal King but cannot. Now he should try to refer to the cultivation methods of other realms, and try to draw parallels. He is the son of the Immortal King, and will not fall into darkness. Possible. Beside him, Jin Sheng seemed to see Phone Lai's hesitation, thinking that Phone Lai was worried about the situation of Pan Sha True Immortal. So he put a hand on his shoulder, and secretly transmitted the message. We can discuss this matter in private later. After all, it is something related to the enemy's territory. Phone Lai nodded slightly, and said to True Immortal Pan Zhao. Of course, he also had his own ideas, hoping to contact King Pan through Pan Zhao. That Supreme King was a close friend of the Immortal King Wu Ending of the primitive ancient realm, and was one of the Immortal Kings who was most considerate to the primitive ancient realm in the entire Immortal Realm. If Phone Lai was asked to choose to contact an Immortal King of the Immortal Realm, King Pan would undoubtedly be at the top, even ahead of the Immortal King of Hun Yuan. Okay, wait over there after the auction, and I will host a banquet in honor of Tai Tsong War Immortal, Phone Lai suggested, and Pan Zhao Immortal was naturally willing, nodding. In this case, I want some immortal gold, and void gold is the best. Are you immortal friends willing to part with it? Seeing that Pan Yin and Phone Lai had finished chatting, someone spoke on another leaf to continue the Yibao process. Is it possible to use zodiac gold? I have half of it, and I want to change it to an immortal vein or formation. As soon as the words fell, someone immediately spoke. I have void gold, but only 1/8 of it. I need a finished immortal weapon. For a time, the atmosphere in this cave gradually became warm. At least those who came to participate in the auction and Yibao meeting were all true immortals. Most of them had lived for a long time, and time had allowed them to accumulate quite a lot of money. Less wealth, flawless Tao seeds, various eccentric fairy scriptures, rare fairy materials, precious medicines left over from several epochs ago, fairy veins cultivated by heaven and earth. And some people are even auctioning their own treasures that they just entered a few years ago. The Lord's ancient universe. In general, the things that appeared at the Immortals Yibao conference were more diverse than the magical materials produced by Pan Zhao Jinxian. Although the good and bad were mixed, it was still an opportunity to expand one's horizons. Of course Phone Lai didn't want to miss such a conference. He also had fairy gold on his body, as well as many various body parts related to immortality in foreign lands, such as the time horn of the golden sheep, the throat bone of the golden magic bird, and the void king, animal fur. These things are all genuine byproducts of immortality. Very practical and very popular here. Therefore, when this Ibao meeting ended, Feng Lai once again had a lot of things in his hands, including a huge amount of fairy source liquid and fairy source, a fairy medicine, a Qilin mountain-shaped fairy vein, and 2 perfect pieces, the perfect seed of immortality. Well, you are quite concerned about your orthodoxy. Do you want to consider attaching your orthodoxy to our Golden Crow clan? In the future, even if you provoke Hun Yuan, Taisher and other immortal kings, I can try to help you settle things, Jin Sheng said, as he watched Feng Lai take the radiant Qilin Mountain's fairy veins into his eyebrows. It's not needed at the moment. Feng Lai refused, playing with the 2 perfect immortal Tao seeds in his hand with a sigh. Facts have proved that the flawless Tao seed is also a treasure in the immortal realm. The 2 in his hands are named Guishu Tao seed and the initial light of the universe. The former is an immortal Tao seed bred in a dangerous place deep in the immortal realm, and the latter is the first rays of light conceived when a large ancient universe was born somewhere are all wonderful objects that can plant the supreme foundation for living beings. Chapter 143 Transaction. The true immortal auction ended, and when Zhu Chan left, Feng Lai saw clearly the number of true immortals participating in the auction. There were actually 177 true immortals from all races. These are not 177 ordinary practitioners, but 177 genuine immortals. When these powerful people reach such a number, they have reached an absolutely terrifying level, enough to cause a huge ripple. Scope of war. It's just a small gathering before the Peach event. By the time the event begins, at least nearly 1,000 true immortals will attend. My father will preach every time the Peach event is held. Such opportunities are great for true immortals. It's commendable. Panjiao Hall. Another huge and magnificent palace. Pandao True Immortal and Feng Lai sat opposite each other. Poured Feng Lai a cup of immortal brew. Looked at the many true immortals leaving one after another in the distance, and said with a smile, "The immortal domain is too vast. In today's peaceful era, it is too difficult for thousands of true immortals to gather together. Only an immortal king like King Pan can have such appeal." Feng Lai nodded lightly. As soon as the auction ended, he was invited by true immortal Panjiao to the central hall of Panjiao Palace to discuss the items related to the immortal king in Feng Lai's hands. As for Jin Sheng, who has been walking with Feng Lai, that Xianwu wants to go back to the ancestral land of the Jinwu tribe. The willow leaves used to worship ancestors were left by the giant, and they are something that even the immortal kings of their tribe are interested in. Jin Sheng understands I definitely have to go back. Indeed, if you don't become an immortal king, you will never be able to see the broader scenery. If you are wasting your time at the level of a true immortal, you cannot see the future. Panjiao True Immortal sat cross-legged on the futon inside. You may not know that Immortal Tai Tsang does not have the blood of the immortal king. In our circle of descendants of the immortal king, Jin Sheng is one of the most envied people. He broke free from the shackles of his bloodline. This is what many immortal kings have done in ancient times. Only a very few descendants can do it. This is the truth. The benefits brought by the blood of the immortal king are huge. But it does not mean that you can break free. Just like the real immortal Pan Chao himself. His combat power is much stronger than Jin Sheng. But in Pan Wang we have gone too far on the old road, and it is difficult to return. Relatively speaking, although Jin Sheng is not the strongest in this circle, he has finally transcended. It is equivalent to not only perfectly obtaining all the benefits brought by the bloodline of the immortal king, but also getting rid of the shackles brought by the bloodline. The immortal king there is a road. So, fellow Taoist Pan Zhao is interested in things related to the immortal king. He wants to refer to and compare his ways to find the possibility of defying heaven and becoming a king. Feng Lai said with great interest. Not bad. But more than that. Immortal Pan Chung shook his head. He waved his hand, and clusters of dark or vast fairy lights appeared in front of him. Among them were broken war spears, decayed thrones, pierced skulls, etc. Each cluster of light, they all contain extremely terrifying power. And their power is suffocating. I am the eldest son of the immortal king, and my father can provide me with many things. Now, I have understood the paths of many practitioners of different systems, and I have seen a lot of things related to the king. Feng Lai glanced at these things related to the immortal king, and couldn't help but nod. True immortal Pan Zhao did have a good father. Some of these remnant soldiers and bodies came from the immortal king. Some from the buried king. and some were abnormal. It's so obscure that even Feng Lai can't see through it. It probably comes from some kings in the world sea. In this case, fellow Taoist Pan Zhao must be careful. Whether it is the immortal king or the buried king, the nature of their paths cannot be said to be clean. So be careful of contamination. After a moment, Feng Lai looked away from those things. His eyes flashed with green gold light. He glanced at Pan Zhao and saw that there was no darkness or ominous aura on him before he spoke to warn him. The origins of the burial realm and the foreign realm essentially come from darkness. This darkness and ominousness have already invaded their spiritual path. Even if the burial realm has transcended, it is only a little better than the situation of the foreign realm that completely fell into darkness. I understand this. I am just learning from them, and will not completely follow their path of cultivation. Pan Zhao Xinxian said. He secretly guessed that Feng Lai might have inherited everything from a certain ancient immortal king who participated in the end of the last era. There were not many people in the immortal realm who knew so many secrets about foreign lands and burial realms. Well, let's take a look at it. Fellow Taoist Pan Zhao. Feng Lai nodded, without hesitation, and directly took out a jet black orb glowing with blood from his body. It was only the size of a human head, but it made Pan Zhao Immortal feel like he was facing a vast ocean intertwined with darkness and bloody light. In the depths of the ocean, there was a slender black dragon tumbling, and the rich darkness and murderous intent suffocated the true immortal. This is the immortal king's armament? After several breaths, Pan Zhao finally regained his composure and stared at the dark orb intertwined with blood and light. There was no flaw in this orb. It was obviously extremely precious. Strictly speaking, it is the dragon ball of a certain dark demon dragon king in a foreign land. Although its owner has died, the dragon soul has dispersed, and the dragon energy has disappeared. The immortal king Daoyun in it has been preserved. It should be enough for fellow Taoists to participate. Enlightenment. Feng Lai said, there are creatures walking in the dragon path in all realms, and there are naturally local dragon path creatures in foreign lands. This dragon ball is a certain dragon king from the foreign realm. In the last years of his life, the demon dragon Xiangu led an army to invade the primitive ancient world, and was eventually defeated. No. 2 in the world beheaded him, and this dragon ball was given to Feng Lai by No. 2 in the world. It is indeed a treasure. Pan Zhao was slightly stunned, and took the dragon ball from Feng Lai's hand with great care. Of course, this thing had been processed by the world's second best. All the darkness and dragon soul in it were erased, and what was left was pure dragon. Dao lions are of extraordinary value. The only problem is that the owner of this dragon ball does not seem to have reached the ultimate level during his lifetime. If it were a dragon ball belonging to the ultimate immortal king, its value would undoubtedly be higher. I want to get this immortal dragon ball. Please ask fellow Taoist friends to give me a price. There is no shortage of immortal king-level things in our Panwang city. After a moment, Pan Zhao pushed the immortal dragon ball back into Feng Lai's hand and said confidently, the family of the top immortal king naturally has the confidence of the top immortal king. King Pan is now focused on cultivation and rarely interferes with worldly matters. This makes Pan Zhao, the eldest son of the immortal king, very powerful. It is not a problem to mobilize some resources at the level of the immortal king. If you make an offer, seeing the other party's determined look, Feng Lai also had a smile on his face. His green gold eyes looked into the eyes of immortal Pan Zhao, and he slowly said, I would like to ask fellow Taoist Pan Zhao to introduce me to the Supreme King Pan. He had already prepared in his mind, and now it was time to get in touch with King Pan. If he wanted to connect the past and present, he always needed the help of the local immortal king, and King Pan was the best choice. Okay, the Peach Blossom Festival is coming, and my father will not be in seclusion during this period. I think my father would also be willing to meet such a hero as Taitsong immortal friend. To Feng Lai's surprise, Pan Zhao Xinxian actually agreed. Chapter 144 King Pan. Panwang Immortal Mansion, said to be a mansion, is actually larger than the giant cities where many real immortals are stationed in the outside world. It is rooted in the most essence of the magnificent universe, and it is emitting fairy clouds every moment. When Feng Lai followed Pan Yin to the front of Panwang's mansion, he was shocked by the hugeness of the mansion, because the front of Panwang's mansion was not an ordinary gate at all, but 2 million foot high immortal ancient sacred mountains, standing in the misty glow. As expected of the immortal king's cave, it is truly extraordinary. He was a little speechless for a moment. Each of the 2 ancient sacred mountains is an incredible fairy vein. which is no less sacred than the Tianan volcano at the previous auction. Even the mist floating on the two mountains is comparable to the pure energy of the immortal source. After all, the immortal king also wants to save face. Panwang City has ruled the universe for thousands of years. To convince the people below, you must have some respect. Beside him, Pan Yin was leading the way. They passed through two fairy mountains that served as gates and arrived at a vast and unusual continent. This place is like a fairyland. Both the vitality of heaven and earth, and the matter of immortality in the void are much richer than the outside world. The plants and trees are all psychic. The ants and insects are all enlightened. And there are even many stones rolling on the ground. As if to salute them, Panwang Mansion is the place where my lineage, King Pan, now practices. Whether it is the descendants of me and my many younger brothers and sisters, or the inheritance of many of my father's disciples, some of the most talented people will come here to practice. After all, it is a treasured land. To practice here the speed will be much faster. Pan Yin led Feng Lai along the way and met many cultivators on the road. Most of them were descendants of Pan Wang's bloodline. All of them had advanced cultivation and extraordinary bearing. They were powerful enough to suppress any party in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Bye! Feng Lai followed Pan Chao forward, and soon came to the center of the Panwang Mansion continent. This was an unusually vast oasis, with gorgeous mountain flowers and luxuriant grasses, making the place look beautiful and transcendent. Huh? Feng Lai just took one more look at a beautiful flower on the side of the road, and then his attention was attracted by the stamens, because he found that dozens of flowers on the ground were all magic medicine, which was enough to be used as a medicine in the Jiutian Chansheng family. The hidden magical medicine was actually treated as a small flower on the roadside and allowed to grow. Tai Song War Immortal seems to like vegetation very much. Panya stopped. Ever since the auction just started, he had realized Feng Lai's actions. No matter whether it was fairy scriptures, fairy weapons, fairy gold, etc., it seemed that they couldn't attract Feng Lai's attention. Interested, but only the elixir can make this war immortal stunned. I was born to love life. Feng Lai was talking nonsense, but he sighed in his heart. The current situation of Jiutian Tendi, which has incomplete rules, is not good. There is a shortage of elixirs and magical medicines. In his impression, there are not many elixirs and magical medicines in Jiutian Tendi. Of course, it's rare nowadays. Ha ha ha! That's easy to handle. I'll make the decision. I'll give the War Immortal a few hundred magical elixirs, and give you a few tips for refining the elixir. The War Immortal can figure it out on his own and pass the time. Pan Yin was generous. Road. Thank you. The closer we get to the center of Panwang Mansion, the scenery here becomes more and more refined. Not only can we occasionally see 1 or 2 elixir plants hiding behind stones to observe quietly on the roadside, but there are also many stone carvings and celestial monuments on the roadside, each of which is flowing immortal light. Feng Lai stared at it, and found that at least these inscriptions were left by powerful true immortals. Some of them were even inscribed by the immortal king himself. Each of them was worth a lot to the outside world, and could be exchanged for incredible divine objects. Everything here reflects the antiquity, power and prosperity of Panwang Mansion, which makes Feng Lai's mood gradually become more and more exciting. In this way, the two of them marched on this oasis for a long time, until they came to a stone monument more than 3 feet high, and finally stopped. It was a stone tablet cut out of an unknown rock. The long years of wind and rain had made its edges no longer sharp, but instead appeared rounded and simple. However, the traces and words carved on the stone tablet were still clear. Those words are not from any era in historical records. Every word is like a big bell of chaos, and every scratch is like a long river of time, accompanied by the power of time. Complex and mysterious. No end, beginning. Feng Lai frowned. There was an element of time in his path, and he carefully identified the words on the stone tablet. However, after analyzing part of the content, his pupils trembled because he obviously knew who left the stone tablet. Is this the stone tablet left by the immortal King Wu ending of the original ancient world? After a moment, he moved his eyes away from the stone tablet and said to Pan Zhao, "Yes, it is indeed the stone tablet left by the immortal King Wujiu." However, it was not Pan Chai who answered Feng Lai, but another voice that was somewhat similar to Pan Chai. In the past, he helped me refine this stone. Feng Yushu's mountain and river seal left behind this monument after it was completed. Looking back, it seems that nearly 2 eras have passed. Foam Lai turned around and found that the person who spoke was a middle-aged man with gray temples. His appearance was very similar to Pan Chai, although he only wore coarse linen clothes and was far less noble than Pan Chai. His eyes and aura were, it is more profound and vicissitudes of life than Pan Zhao. Father! Seeing this person's face clearly, Pan Zhao's face was slightly solemn, but he did not show an overly nervous expression. He just bowed slightly. Greetings to King Pan. Foam Lai's eyes also focused. When they met for the first time, he naturally did not hesitate and bowed to King Pan. Young man, you are very good. You have traveled very far on the road of time. You must know that even my son only saw the word beginning left by Wuzu in the past tens of millions of years. King Pan obviously didn't care about etiquette. He just patted Foam Lai on the shoulder like an ordinary old man and asked calmly, "May I have your name?" "War Immortal Tai Song," King Pan asked. And Foam Lai immediately responded, "Tai Song? I remember this name. I haven't met a descendant who walked through time in many years, and I haven't seen a war immortal in many years." King Pan chewed Foam Lai's name before turning to look at Pan Yin and said, "I know all about your deal with him. Bring the Dragon Ball of the Dark Dragon King to show your father." "Yes, father!" Pan Jin nodded and flipped his palm. And the Dragon Ball, which was the size of a human head and glowed with dark and blood-colored ripples, appeared and flew to King Pan. The Dragon Path is really an interesting path. It doesn't have any obvious appearance, but there are creatures in every world and every era who have walked on this path one after another. It's really magical. After holding the Dragon Ball and looking at it for a moment, King Pan gently weighed the Dark Dragon's life essence a few times and threw it into Pan Chao's hand. It is indeed a good thing, and you can learn from it. But you should not go too deep into the path of cultivation in a foreign land. Otherwise, even if you become a king in the future, you will be entangled by darkness when you step into the Sea of Realm, and you will have a lot of trouble. Father! Don't worry. I know, Panya said seriously. Nodding slightly, King Pan turned to Foam Lai. His eyes immediately became complicated and sighing. As for you, a young man from the land of my dear friend, what do you want? Chapter 145, Desire to Connect the Past and the Present. Pan Wang's words obviously stunned the two great immortals Foam Lai and Pan Lai. Pan Lai obviously never thought that his biological father actually had such a relationship with Foam Lai. He couldn't help but guess that the close friend Pan Wang mentioned was who? Pan Wang has great wisdom. Does it mean that just because I am proficient in the Avenue of Time, do you think that I and the immortal King Wu Ending are from the same hometown? Foam Lai did sigh in his heart, but he did not hide it. He cupped his hand to King Pan again and asked, "Of course not. Your way of time is different from that of the everlasting immortal king, so you must not be his descendant." King Pan shook his head, but he held the Dark Dragon Ball and said, "Although the original ancient world and the immortal realm have the same origin and their cultivation methods are very similar, they are two great realms that have been separated for countless years. As an immortal king who has often traveled between the two great realms, I can naturally feel the difference between them. The nature of creatures bred by rules is completely different." No wonder. King Pan's words were firm, which made Foam Lai smile bitterly. But he was not nervous because of King Pan's words. That also proves that the first immortal king I met after coming to the immortal realm was Pan. King, you are indeed the right choice. This is undeniable. Since the last battle in the primitive ancient world, basically all the immortal kings who have good intentions towards you have been blocked in Jiotian. Now looking at this world, there are only me, Han Yuan, and a very few these are the immortal kings. King Pan nodded gently, and after carefully looking at Foam Lai for a moment, he continued, "I remember that after the collapse of the original ancient world, the part of becoming an immortal in the rules of heaven and earth should have been discontinued. I guess you are also a creature who has continued the path of becoming an immortal and becoming a war immortal. It is not easy." After saying this, the supreme immortal king who had been alive for several epochs raised his hand, and Foam Lai felt that the world was turning upside down under his feet. When he reappeared, he was already in a courtyard. The essence of heaven and earth here was more majestic than the outside world. Thousands of celestial lights rose up, filling every inch of space. Then, tell me, after the Jedi heavenly power, what happened to your 9 heavens and 10 earths? Has the ancestral sacrificial spirit achieved a breakthrough? Has the talented 10 fierce Quinping become an immortal king? The 7 elders in the original imperial city, how many friends are left? The so-called Jedi heavenly power is actually a term from the immortal realm. In the past, before the influence of darkness completely enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the immortal realm completely sealed off the passage between the two worlds, and the living beings were separated. Even the immortal kings of the immortal realm have no hope of returning. Therefore, even if King Pan is the ultimate immortal king, with the kings supervising and restricting each other, he has no idea about the current situation of the 9 heavens and 10 earths after that era, and the information is completely blocked. Not very optimistic. Feng Lai sighed softly, and it could be seen that King Pan really cared about 9 heavens and 10 earths. He sat down in King Pan's cave and told the king of the immortal domain in detail everything that happened after the passage between the two worlds was closed. Feng Lai knew a lot about the secrets of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He and Pan Wang asked and answered questions. After half a day, the Ju Jing finally understood everything he wanted to know. Is that so? Darkness has blocked the road to becoming an immortal. Kuenping died, and the life and death of the ancestor sacrifices are uncertain. The original imperial city was isolated for half an era. All 7 kings were killed, and their descendants were also wronged. After knowing everything that had happened in this era, even King Pan clenched his fists. After summarizing what had happened in these years, he could only sigh heavily, then unclench his fists without saying anything more. Feng Lai also understood that even if King Pan was really related to 9 heavens and 10 earths, he was the king of the immortal realm after all. Some people who did disgraceful things came from the immortal realm, and he couldn't say anything more. But fortunately, after I became an immortal, I awakened the existence of the No. 2 immortal king in the world and the immortal gold Taoist, and I opened the path to immortality. So everything gradually got better. Feng Lai didn't say anything more, and the topic changed, and talked about what happened after he was born. Are those 2 supreme kings resurrected? No wonder you got that dark dragon ball. I remember that the dark evil dragon once fought against the second Taoist friend in the world. King Pan nodded. He knew Taoist immortal gold and the second best person in the world. In the past, when the primitive ancient world and the immortal realm were still connected, these top immortal kings basically knew each other. Later, the 2 immortal kings and I went to the original imperial city. We once again connected the imperial city to the rear passage, controlled Tianyuan, and completely stabilized the current situation. Feng Lai continued to tell. Oh, the heavenly abyss is indeed still there. How is it now? Is it still usable? Upon hearing the heavenly abyss, Pan Wang's eyes suddenly burst out with a light. He seemed to know the heavenly abyss very well and asked. Of course, it is easy to use. Even if I am a true immortal, I am confident that I can contain the immortal king with the power of Tianyuan. Now that Tianyuan is controlled by Taoist immortal gold, it can play a huge role. Feng Lai said. That's good. When the Tianyuan was built, it should be able to run for several epochs. Although it consumes a lot of money, it is also very powerful. It is a very precious trump card. King Pan nodded. Tianyuan was established by the immortal kings of the immortal realm and the primitive ancient world. He was one of the ancient immortal kings who built Tianyuan back then. Now his layout in the past can still be used. This is a good thing for King Pan. Something to be happy about. What about you? Latecomer. How has your rise been? I haven't felt any darkness or ominousness in you. How did you avoid the erosion of darkness? After a while, King Pan turned his attention to Feng Lai. Said, I am a born spirit. All the paths are unified. And I am walking on the path of a warrior immortal. Although I boast about myself, I can indeed be called an extraordinary talent. The road to becoming an immortal is pretty smooth for the time being. Feng Lai replied. As for the darkness, I am familiar with the No. 2 Taoists in the world and immortal gold. Before I became an immortal, I fought against the dark immortals in the false god realm. I learned the 10 evil true phoenix treasure techniques and controlled the immortal fire that can restrain darkness. He didn't hide much about his past. He told King Pan. No wonder. There are not many things in this world that can restrain darkness. True phoenix fire is one. And so is your Thunder Emperor. One of the 10 most ferocious. You are really lucky to get one of them. King Pan carefully stared at Feng Lai, the later true immortal with extraordinary talent, and continued to speak after a moment. So, you came to the fairyland this time, and came to find me again. But what do you want? I do have a merciless request. Feng Lai nodded and said, please ask the immortal king to take me to the place that connects the past and the present. Time is running out. I want to borrow time from the sky and become stronger as quickly as possible. A place that connects the past and present? What Feng Lai said obviously surprised King Pan. The ancient king stared at Feng Lai closely. How do you know about the existence of that place? Even in the fairyland. This is a big secret. People who know it don't know it. Many. Destiny may have happened. Feng Lai recalled without changing his expression. I once met the immortal King Wu ending in the long river of time, and heard him mention that mysterious place. Chapter 146 The Birth of the Female Holy Spirit. The so-called place that connects the past and the present in Feng Lai's mouth is an extremely mysterious place in the fairyland. Some people say that it is an ancient place that allows people to live reincarnation. Some say that it is a dojo that can borrow time from heaven and earth to practice. And some say that it is a place that connects the past and the present, allowing practitioners to go back to the past and feel the glory of past eras, connecting the sky, the earth, the past and the present. It is a mysterious place that even giants, like the immortal King Wujiu, who follow the path of time cannot understand. Even in the entire immortal realm, it is one of the most mysterious places. If you want to go, I can take you to see it. Regarding Feng Lai's request to go to a place that connects the past and the present, King Pan didn't show much expression. He just looked at Feng Lai and nodded gently after a moment. Thank you, King Pan. Feng Lai saluted seriously. I'm just taking you to have a look. Seeing Feng Lai's solemn look, King Pan sighed and continued. That ancient land is not accessible casually. It requires the blood of the immortal king to be sacrificed. And even if it is sacrificed, even if you succeed, you may not be able to get in. He explained to Feng Lai that the place that connects the sky and the earth to the past and present is very mysterious. Not many people have been able to enter it in the past and present. Its existence is not a big secret to the immortal domain itself. Many immortal kings have tried it. However, there are close to 100 immortal kings in this world, and the number of people who have actually entered the ancient and modern place is no more than 5 fingers. That's worth a try. I have some insights into the avenue of time, and maybe I can become one of those few people. Feng Lai naturally knew that going to the place that connects the past and the present requires the blood sacrifice of the immortal king. There are 4 drops of immortal king's essence and blood sealed, one from the second in the world and one from the immortal gold Taoist. Then just wait for 1,000 years in my Prince Pan's mansion. After the Peach Festival, I will give you a drop of the immortal king's blood and take you to see that ancient land. Prince Pan nodded and said, Okay. Thank you. Feng Lai handed over his hand again and thought for a moment, but still did not reject the drop of the immortal king's essence and blood that King Pan said. It was the first time he met the other party. There was no harm in accepting this drop of essence and blood. On the contrary, it would bring him closer to the ancient immortal king. Distance. Then let's do it. You can practice in the house. When you have time, you can go and see my flat peach tree. It is the spiritual root of the immortal king, which is not common. Seeing that Feng Lai did not refuse, King Pan showed a faint smile. He waved, and a pure white crane immediately stepped towards the door of the cave. Tonger. Find a place for Tai Tsang War Immortal to live. This is my honored guest. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai He nodded seriously. This is a real immortal crane. He is a boy and a waiter under the throne of King Pan. His cultivation is quite advanced, far beyond the comparison of ordinary true immortals. A few hours later, Feng Lai temporarily stayed in a cave quite close to the center of Pan Wang's mansion. It is said to be a cave, but it is actually a cave world attached to Pan Wang Mansion. There is a very extraordinary immortal vein in it, which makes the essence of heaven and earth in this cave very strong. And even the immortal material is far superior to the outside world. It's good. With such a place to stay, I also have time to sort out the gains over the years. Feng Lai sat cross-legged in a magnificent palace above the cave's sky. A virtual image of a great treasure bottle appeared in the center of his eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of light flew out from the mouth of the bottle. Unknowingly, it has been nearly 20,000 years since he came to the immortal realm. During these 20,000 years, his gains have been considerable. In the auction just a few days ago, he obtained 5 large-scale fairy sources, not to mention their future output. The massive amount of fairy sources currently contained in them is definitely enough for all the real treasures of the original imperial city. Practitioners below the level of immortal spend hundreds of thousands of years, coupled with many fairy medicines, Tao seeds, etc. The resources in Feng Lai's hands alone are enough to create several supreme masters. Unfortunately, these things have no effect on me now. Feng Lai just looked at these Tao seeds, elixirs, etc. for a moment with the eyes of looking at works of art, and then put them all back into the vase. He himself walked to a strange stone and sat down cross-legged. This strange stone is the most anticipated harvest in Feng Lai's hands. Within the stone is a fairy exquisite. This thing is just a natural musical instrument with a little charm in the future era of the end of heaven and earth. However, this is the fairyland, with a huge amount of longevity matter. With nourishment, this exquisite piece of immortality will give birth to the most amazing immortal scripture in the world. Ding dong. Thinking of this, Feng Lai raised his hand to make a knife. Just as he was about to cut open this strange rock, he suddenly felt something touching him. He turned around and saw that it was a Tao seed shrouded in black and yellow mother energy. At this moment, the Xianwang Qi was transformed into a long and slender hand, gently pulling at the corner of Feng Lai's clothes. What? Do you want to open this fairyland with me? Feng Lai was a little surprised, and he held this heaven and earth seed in his hand. This was the divine fetus that gave birth to the female Holy Spirit. After coming to the fairyland, the perfect rules of heaven and earth allowed it to prolong the process of pregnancy and transformation again. Crack! As soon as he finished speaking, the soft palm transformed from the black and yellow mother energy dispersed. And then, the void in front of the Tao seed roared, and a door emitting a dim black and yellow light appeared, and a slender beautiful leg poked out from it. Barefoot Ryu stepped directly on Feng Lai's palm. Feng Lai smiled, his brows twinkling, and the Tao treasure vase soared into the air, instantly becoming 100 feet in size. It attracted the entire cave's vast amount of heaven and earth essence, immortal rules, and immortal matter, all of which were poured into the door and the figure behind it. Then, he gently held the soft bare foot, and with a little force, a tall female figure walked out of the door. She was truly a flawlessly beautiful woman. She was tall, slender, and extremely delicate in appearance. Her waist-length purple hair was like a waterfall, and every strand of hair was shining with brilliant light. Greetings, brother. The newly born female Holy Spirit stepped on Feng Lai's palm. Her long purple eyebrows on her temples were raised lightly, gracefully like a spiritual butterfly, and she saluted Feng Lai. After another 20,000 years of transformation in the fairyland, you are finally born. Hearing this, brother, the smile on Feng Lai's face became even brighter. He placed the female Holy Spirit in his hand on the ground, waved with one hand, and the light of the avenue, a long dress with wide sleeves, was woven together, covering her flawless body. After doing all this, Feng Lai asked his unrelated sister to sit next to him and asked, since she has been born, she needs a name. How should she be called? Brush. Hearing this, the purple-haired woman moved her long eyebrows, and the Xianwang Dao seed that gave birth to her Dao body and soul flew into her smooth eyebrows. She said without hesitation, my name is Qianli. My Taoism is Xianwang. I feel the thoughts of heaven and earth. I control the life and death of all spirits. I control all living things. Gonli? It's a good name. Feng Lai carefully sensed Qianli's aura and power, and it was true that he had transformed in the immortal realm for another 20,000 years. His sister had the cultivation of a true immortal as soon as she was born, and her aura was extraordinary, far exceeding that of ordinary true immortals. Chapter 147, A Fairy Tale. Come on. Come with me to open this fairy exquisite, and see what kind of treasures this treasure that only exists in the fairyland can breed. Of course Feng Lai was happy when Qianli was born. This female Holy Spirit, who was born from the womb of heaven and earth, had the same background as him in this life, and was a true kinsman. In addition, Feng Lai had the kindness to guide and protect her, so she was born to be the most trustworthy. Own people, the two of them came side by side to the strange rock that was pregnant with immortals. Qianli took action. His slender fingers came together, and turned into an indestructible black and yellow fairy sword in the void, and slashed at the strange rock with one sword. When the fairy sword came into contact, and for a moment, a chiming sound like a chime bell and an orchestral symphony sounded. A fairy cocoon intertwined with 9 colors of divine light was only 3 inches long. After the stone skin cracked, it rushed out of the stone debris on its own. Go out. Return. Seeing this scene, Qianli's sharp long eyebrows stood up, and he spit out 2 syllables. The next moment, the 3-inch fairy cocoon seemed to be pulled by the Tao, turned around in the void, and flew directly into Qianli's hands. Ling Ling Fa? This move made Feng Lai a little more interested and asked, yes, brother, I am Xianwang. But when I was practicing in the womb of the gods, I also understood the Tao of cause and effect from Xianwang. This spiritual method is only an application of the Tao of cause and effect. Qianli opens his mouth. Different Tao types and different heaven and earth environments will bring different Dharma to the Holy Spirit. Feng Lai has mature Tao fruits in his previous life. Naturally, he will not be distracted from practicing other ways in the Tao type. Qianli has different. She used the Great Road in Taoism as the foundation and extended the path of cause and effect. Cause and effect. It's so difficult. Feng Lai nodded. He knew nothing about cause and effect, but only at a very superficial level. This avenue may not be good at fighting, but its auxiliary effect is very strong. There are not many strong people who practice this path. Feng Lai is looking forward to the future. Qianli's achievements. Brother's path is much more difficult than the path of cause and effect. I just don't want to be distracted. Qianli smiled. She was born as an immortal and had natural fairy eyes. Naturally, she could see that Feng Lai was good, even though she was also a Tao spirit. Her brother of the same race was much stronger than him. This kind of strength comes from many aspects, and Qianli can't see through Feng Lai's foundation. After saying that, she drew her fingertips on the 9-color fairy cocoon in her hand. In an instant, extremely dazzling 9-color divine light burst out from the cocoon. These divine lights turned into 9 talismans that suppressed the universe in the void. What is more dazzling than the sun? The two of them stared at the 9 runes together, and found that they were not words belonging to any period of history at all. They were complex and obscure, as if they were traces left after countless years of fire burning, water invasion, thunder falling, and skylight shining. 9 immortal inscriptions. A scripture. But Feng Lai and Qianli looked at each other, and then blurted out in unison. They couldn't understand the meaning of the 9 obscure words, but the instinct of the perfect Holy Spirit told them that it was the immortal text and the Bible. Silent magical power. Thinking of this, 3 Tao sounds flowed out of Qianli Cherry's small mouth, and the spirit magic reappeared. Her voice seemed to seal all the rules of the vast void, making the 9 immortal inscriptions dim, and the glow finally merged into one place. Fell into Qianli's hands. Ding dong. Feng Lai came over to observe and found that the 9 immortal inscriptions had been gathered together and turned into a 3-inch high 9-color exquisite jade with 9 holes. When the breeze blew, it made an intoxicating tinkling sound, just like an immortal. It's fun and can't stop. Xian Linglong is truly a miraculous creation. Feng Lai took the 3-inch immortal exquisite from Qianli's hand and found that the 9 immortal words were in the 9 holes, like 9 immortal weapons standing high above, and like 9-headed beasts with various postures. It also looks like 9 Taoist ancestors sitting cross-legged in the sky, giving lectures. He understood that if someone could thoroughly understand these 9 immortal texts and compile them into a volume of scripture, it would be a Taoist scripture that surpassed many immortal kings' scriptures, and it would not be impossible to create a true immortal. After all, it is an immortal treasure that is rare in the entire immortal realm. Since ancient times, what can be called a sutra? Which one is simple? Qianli leaned against Feng Lai very intimately and studied the 9 immortal words with him. Both of them were true immortals. After a while, he really saw some differences in these obscure words. The Holy Spirit is born to know it. At the moment of birth, Qianli's true spirit is connected to the immortal realm, and can reach the level of knowing everything in the world in almost an instant. There is naturally something about the immortals. It's indeed very interesting. If you thoroughly understand the 9 immortals, you may be able to get a sutra that will make even the immortal king's heart beat. Feng Lai nodded. I don't know. What do you think? Brother, if you give this immortal Linglong to your little sister? My little sister has just been born and wants to solidify her foundation and practice all the ways. This immortal Linglong is a very useful thing. At this time, Qianli suddenly spoke. She was tall and tall, with long eyebrows and a heroic spirit that ordinary women did not have. At this time, she was a little bit coquettish, which was pitiful. Then after the Pan Peach Festival in Prince Pan's mansion is over, this immortal Linglong will be placed by your side. In the past 1,000 years, you and I will study together. Feng Lai nodded. He is not the 9 pieces of Xian Linglong's precious thing. It cannot be burned. So the 9-aperture immortal Linglong itself can be given to Qianli. Thank you, brother. My little sister will definitely be rewarded in the future. Qianli took the 9-aperture immortal exquisite and bowed slightly. You and I are brothers and sisters of the same race, born relatives and friends. There is no need to say so many polite words, Feng Lai said with a smile, not caring much, to be honest, compared to the ancient scripture brought by this immortal exquisite. He is more looking forward to the sky and the earth connecting the ancient and modern places in 1,000 years. If he can gain millions of years of hard work from the years, it will be better than any immortal scripture. More useful. Come! Let me first tell you about this great world where you and I are, and where we will go in the future. Seeing that Qianli didn't say anything, Feng Lai thought about it, and then evolved a vast starry sky from the void. This is the current star map of the immortal realm. Feng Lai pointed out to Qianli the Panwang city where his brother and sister were, and for she talks about her many plans in the fairyland. In other words, we will stay in this great world for hundreds of thousands of years, and then we will return to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Qianli is a born Holy Spirit and is naturally smart. He quickly understood what Feng Lai meant and thought about it. He nodded. Yes. So these hundreds of thousands of years are very critical for you. Use the resources of the immortal realm as much as possible to improve yourself. Our homeland is not as generous as this world. But due to fate, we will eventually return. Feng Lai clearly explained the pros and cons for Qianli. He did not want this born Holy Spirit to feel alienated from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the future, that will be where his destiny belongs. Only by being tempered there can he grow up at the fastest speed. Chapter 148 Peach Festival. 700 years later, in Prince Pan's mansion, the Peach Festival was held as scheduled. God knows how many cultivators this grand event attracted. Not to mention the Panwang Immortal Mansion thousands of miles away. Even the vast Panwang city was extremely prosperous and lively. On this day, there were too many real immortals and powerful men who entered Panwang's mansion on auspicious clouds and dharma. Occasionally, real immortal kings came stepping on the stars. The power of the immortal kings made the entire Panwang city look solemn and majestic. Twitter. Roar. In Prince Pan's mansion, there were long roars and roars from time to time, causing the mountains in the distance to shake slightly. Upon closer inspection, one can see that young supremes from various major immortal clans are dueling. As the faces of these great immortal clans, their cultivation levels are all real supremes, and each one of them is a strong one among them. Well, this young man from the Chaos tribe has something. He no longer simply controls chaos. He almost has the aura to integrate with all the ways and control the world. This little guy from the Golden Crow clan, who has returned to his ancestral bloodline, is not bad. He has practiced for 100,000 years, and has almost the purity of the bloodline of the 8th or 9th generation grandson of the Golden Crow Immortal King. If he grows up in the future, he will be of great use. But it's even less interesting than the young supreme of the Peacock clan. Although he doesn't have the blood of the Immortal King, his combat power is not inferior to many talents who have the blood of the Immortal King. He has completely blazed his own path. I'm looking forward to it even more. His growth. But not far away from these young supreme beings, a group of true immortals were sitting opposite each other in small groups. While they were drinking and chatting, they were casually observing and commenting on these young supreme beings. In the eyes of ordinary true immortals, this is a manifestation of the heritage and potential of a large clan. If these young supremes can become immortals, they can stand side by side with them and become truly powerful men who rule the immortal realm together. But on the other side, in the small circle that belongs to the perfect immortal or even higher level, many powerful people really only regard the battles of these young supremes as entertainment. This generation of little guys can't do it. Beside the stone table made of chaotic strange stones, Jin Sheng of the Golden Crow tribe stared down for a long time before exhaling and shaking his head. It's really not possible. The most powerful immortals are basically finished. They will almost never reach the level of perfection in their lifetime. Beside him, the eldest son of King Pan nodded his head and agreed with Jin Sheng's statement. In the eyes of the truly powerful among these true immortals, these supreme beings of various races, who are enough to stir up troubles in any great domain or ancient universe, are like a group of crickets fighting with each other in a box. For a true immortal, it is just an adjustment for the long years of practice. Indeed, most of them can't even sustain 1.5 of the true immortals' moves. Far from it. Feng Lai was naturally also in the top circle of true immortals. He looked down at the immortal realm supremes in the distance and felt a little uninterested. In his original understanding, the parents and children of true immortals should be at least close to the level of Jida at the supreme level. But the parents and children of true immortals in the fairyland are obviously not that powerful, which is inconsistent with his stereotype of the fairyland. Not every era can hope to produce creatures of your level in mind. You should always be more tolerant to young people. There were 6 or 7 people at their table, all of them beings who had reached the true immortal level or even higher. Naturally, Qianli was also there. Although her combat power had not yet reached that level, her potential was recognized by many true immortals present. Recognized? Indeed. I think back on when I was supreme. I fought against a true immortal. Although it was dangerous, it was not impossible to fight. Pan Chao True Immortal nodded. This supreme immortal king's parent and son shared his record as a supreme to the new and old friends present. He had fought against several true immortals at the supreme level, and every time there was at least a tie, and there were many wins. Field. Brother Dao is Lord Panwang's biological son. If he doesn't have such a record at that level, it would be Lord Panwang who should be worried. Jin Sheng said speechlessly. Ha ha ha. All the true immortals present smiled. They had to admit that being strong is inertia. And the combat power at the peak of humanity is indeed very revealing. I'm very curious about how powerful a fighter like Tai Tsong Zhan Xian was at the peak of humanity. All the true immortals were having a drink. And the true immortal who looked like a black unicorn suddenly stood up and offered a toast to Feng Lai. Bringing the topic to Feng Lai, the newly rising war immortal. I can barely compete with a true immortal. I was born supreme. But I didn't stay at that level for a long time. So I didn't leave any decent achievements. Feng Lai was modest. He had zero record in the immortal realm when he was a human being. Naturally, he couldn't bring up his record of killing a large group of dark immortals in the prison of the Void God realm. That would scare away many of the friends here. Oh! I have noticed for a long time that the auras of Taitsong War Fairy and Fairy Qianli are very similar. Could it be that you, War Fairy, are also born as gods? A woman shrouded in the chaotic starlight spoke, her eyes looking at Feng Lai. He chilly glanced at him and asked with a smile. Of course. My brother and I are both holy spirits conceived in the womb of God. So it's normal for our auras to be similar. Qianli said without waiting for Feng Lai to respond. It turns out you are really born sacred. I just said that you don't look like an ordinary human being. Jin Sheng suddenly realized that his cultivation and combat power were not as good as Feng Lai's. He had always been curious about the true nature of his new Taoist friends. But now, he realized of course. It's really hard to find the immortal spirits born in the womb of gods. Taitsong War Immortal and Fairy Qianli may have more hope of becoming kings than we do, Pan Chao Xinqian said. After saying this, Pan Chao Xinqian stood up directly, raised his glass to the two of them, and said, This peach fair is a good day. I get to know two fellow Taitsong War Immortals and Fairy Qianli. I will give you both an Immortal King Immortality fruit. I hope we will have a long journey in the future and live forever together. After saying this, the Immortal King's son waved gently, and a gentle and graceful female fairy came from a distance, holding a jade plate with a golden fairy fruit in her hand, and came to Feng Lai and Qianli. This is different from the flat peach that many supreme beings are fighting for below, but one of the highest level among the many longevity fruits on the flat peach tree. Hundreds of thousands of years of refinement of the Immortal King's principles have made this fairy peach effective even for the Immortal King. Thank you. My brother and sister just want to protect themselves in this world. Feng Lai looked around at all the true immortals present, and found that the expressions on their faces had not changed. He also understood that this was a way to control the Immortal King's son and win over people's hearts. The others must have eaten this magical fruit. So they did not hesitate, and directly he accepted the Immortal King fruit and nodded. In the immortal realm, King Pan was his most trustworthy person. And now there was no harm in being on good terms with the king's son. I heard from my father that after the Peach Festival, the Taitsong War Immortal will go to a place that connects the past and the present. I only hope that the War Immortal will have good luck and be recognized and favored by that ancient place. Panya sat down and said to him again. Feng Lai smiled and said, Brother Pan Chao has been there too. Feng Lai was confused, and soon realized that the other party was the biological son of an immortal king. Although the place connecting the past and the present is mysterious, King Pan would not be stingy with his son. Been there. Not just you. Almost everyone present has been there. Panya sighed lightly. It's a pity that no one can step in there after consuming a lot of Immortal King's blood. Chapter 149. Through the Past and Present. The Land of Heaven. The Land of Creation. The Strange Land. Only 100 years after the Peach Festival ended, King Pan fulfilled his promise to Feng Lai, broke through time and space with the body of the Immortal King, led Feng Lai and Qianli through countless universes, and came to a deserted and lonely star. Ahead. This was originally a very large living planet, larger than an ordinary fairy city. But now it is completely dead and inconspicuous in this depleted starry sky. But King Pan didn't dare to be careless at all. He brought Feng Lai and the two of them to this ancient star, and stood on the desert that had been silent for countless years, speechless for a long time. Since I was born, many people have been here. Among them are immortal kings, their descendants, and unparalleled true immortals. But none of them can enter. After a long time, King Pan turned his eyes to Feng Lai. He spoke softly. Going to the land that connects the past and the present requires a drop of the blood essence of the immortal king as a ticket. This thing is very precious in the immortal realm. But in the eyes of the immortal kings, it is completely affordable. Therefore, throughout the ages, countless people have come to try this place that connects the sky and the earth to connect the past and the present. But they have all come back without success. I have to give it a try. Feng Lai didn't say much. This ancient land could bring so many benefits to practitioners that he was unwilling to give up. Okay. King Pan nodded, stretched out his hand, and tapped it in the void. A drop of bright red blood immediately flew out from his fingertips, steaming with immeasurable rays of light, and soared into the sky with vitality and majesty like the ocean. Immortal King Essence and Blood Sacrifice. Boom! Accompanied by King Pan's low roar, which sounded like a dragon's roar. The drop of bright red blood of the Immortal King exploded, turning into dots of light and blending into the void. The Immortal King's Essence and Blood Sacrifice not only sacrifices the Immortal King's mana, but also the supreme principles, and even the soul of the Immortal King. But for the real Immortal King, these are renewable resources. Although precious, they are not irreproducible. Soon, the essence in the drop of the Immortal King's blood was completely burned away, and the bright light gradually dimmed. Finally, only a ray of star-like light remained, tiny but eye-catching, shining quietly in the void. Is this a success? But it seems different from Wu Ending. King Pan frowned. He was acquainted with the immortal king Wu Ending. The ancient primitive immortal king of the ancient realm was a strong man who had entered the land of ancient times and the present. The ancient immortal king had led him into this place. Everyone is always different. Feng Lai shook his head. Without hesitation, he strode to the front of the ray of light. He reached out with one hand and grabbed the dazzling light. Brush! The moment his fingers touched the ball of light, his figure disappeared into the desolate stars, like a wisp of smoke that never came or went. Brother! Xianli's purple hair was flying, and he followed without hesitation. He also disappeared in place the moment he came into contact with the radiance. Brush! King Pan was stunned for a moment, and the next moment he stepped into the glow. The three immortal beings were walking in the transmission of light. They seemed to be walking in an ancient cave, with nothingness under their feet and an infinite starry sky receding behind them. But who are these three people? They were never confused, but strode forward on this illusory ancient road. I don't know how long it took before this sense of Tao that was separated from the entire era dissipated, and I felt down to earth. Sure enough, it is a place that reaches the sky. A place of creation. A strange place. Xianli sighed. The place they were in was an ancient cave shrouded in chaos and mist. It was filled with the essence of chaos, the mother of black and yellow, and the immortal light, which spread out and enveloped the entire cave. Right here. King Pan also sighed. The 2 times he came to this ancient cave, he came with others, which made this supreme immortal king feel a little bitter in his heart. Well, there is no one else. Feng Lai listened carefully and looked at the cave before he nodded. The place connecting the past and the present. No one has come in since Wu End. And of course, there will be no other people. King Pan gave Feng Lai a strange look and shook his head. There are a lot of qualified people. Maybe we just haven't seen them. Feng Lai remembered that when Shihao came to the land of ancient and modern times in the future, it could be said to be quite lively. On the one hand, Lei Ling mourned that the Thunder Emperor was unable to return. And on the other hand, the dog of the immortal king Wu Ji howled for the death of that immortal king, considering that there are still hundreds of thousands of years left until the end of this era. Today's thunder spirits may still be looking for straw mats to wrap the body of the Thunder Emperor, and the dog of the everlasting immortal king will still be sleeping. It's also difficult to meet in the same era. King Pan shook his head. He had come to a place that connects the past and the present, and led Feng Lai through the cave shrouded in fairy light. After a long time, he came to the deepest part of the cave. There was a stone room, only 1 foot long. It was very simple, just a small space. There were no tables, chairs, or accessories. What was there was just the chaotic light and yellowish air that continued to diffuse. It was so empty that it was suffocating. But when they approached the stone chamber, both Feng Lai and Qianli felt a sense of crisis that was all over their bodies. Even King Pan stopped, as if he had thought of many things and stopped moving forward. Is that the truth about a place that connects the sky and the earth? connecting the past and the present? Feng Lai frowned. He could see from a distance that in the small space of only 1 foot, there was a rough stone wall, and nothing could be seen on it. Yes, that is the most mysterious truth of this ancient land. It is a place that connects the past and the present, and even the end cannot be seen through. King Pan nodded and told Feng Lai about the past that he knew. In the past, when immortal King Wuji came to this place, he had already become an immortal king. He once talked to me that it was very strange there. Once you enter, you may disappear and be lost in the past forever. Go back to the past, then go through all the time, and then come to the present? Feng Lai asked. It's not that simple. King Pan shook his head. There is a legend among the immortal kings that this place connects the past and present, as well as the future. Most of those who set foot in it have no chance of returning. He bluntly told Feng Lai that his understanding of this place was not that deep, and he would not prevent Feng Lai from entering. His only advice was that he should remember himself and the era he lived in, and never get lost. Okay, I will go through everything in it, and I will definitely come back. Listening to King Pan's advice, Feng Lai's eyes gradually became firmer. He knew the original work and remembered that the Lord of the Forbidden Zone in the lower realm once said that the place connecting the past and the present has the terrifying power to reincarnate people alive. The immortal body of Feng Lai is immortal, and there is a high probability that he will experience time when he enters. Boom! His thoughts moved slightly, and the Dao treasure vase instantly appeared above his head. Light flowed from the blue gold fairy gold bottle, and billions of fairy lights were shed, protecting Feng Lai in the center. Crash! At the same time, the sound of the rushing river sounded behind him, and the long river of time appeared, intertwined into an immortal spear of time in Feng Lai's hands, which he carried on his shoulders and strode towards the stone room. Crash! At the same time, as if responding to Feng Lai's mighty force of time, the sound of waves also sounded in the narrow stone chamber 1 foot high, and another vaster river appeared, the moment Feng Lai stepped into the stone chamber. Then it swallowed him up. Chapter 150 Going against the flow of time. Crash! The sound of the waves is shaking, and the river is surging over time. Each wave carries the power of time like the ocean, representing a once glorious era. Although this mysterious and majestic power of time was only limited to a stone room of more than 1 foot, this power still amazed King Pan. This ancient supreme immortal king rushed far away with Qianli in an instant, for fear of being affected. Don't be careless. The time there is rioting almost crazily. You and I are not destined people. If you are involved in it, I am afraid it will be difficult to find the way back. King Pan spoke in a low voice. He could clearly feel that the long river of time was rejecting him. If she stepped into it, he would probably be taken away from this era. Although this was not fatal to the immortal king, neither was eternal exile. King Pan is willing to accept it. What about my brother? Qianli naturally understood the importance of it, but she was still uneasy and asked as she stared at the long river of time in the distance that was gradually becoming illusory. He is a truly destined person. This place connects the past and the present. He has escaped from the reincarnation of this era. King Pan pointed at the upper and middle wall of the 1 foot long stone chamber with deep eyes and explained. She, as he opened his mouth. In an instant, the image of the endless river of time disappeared, and the chaotic light, black and yellow air and fairy mist in the stone chamber became more and more intense. These fairy substances were intertwined in the void, and they were actually in the stone chamber, left traces on the walls. Is that, brother? Qianli stared at the ancient and rough stone carvings. His eyes flashed with a mysterious light, and he could clearly see what was carved on the stone wall. It was a scene that seemed to be carved out of the roughest stone. An invisible and unsearchable river of time was rushing. Its breadth was vast, exactly the same as the feeling that the long river of time gave her just now. And in the surging river, there was a green gold treasure vase that was rising and falling in the vast years. Under the vase stood a vague figure. He was holding a war spear, splitting the years, and going upstream against the long river. Superior. It's him. King Pan nodded, staring at the blurry scene in the stone carvings, and sighed. After all, he is a creature who is proficient in the path of time. He is borrowing the power of connecting ancient and modern places to move towards a longer past. How long is it? Qianli looked at the figure holding a war spear in the stone carvings and swimming upstream. Naturally, she felt a little worried and helpless in her heart. She felt that she was so far away from Feng Lai. So far away that she felt as if she were standing in today's era and staring at it. Eons ago. It was difficult to grasp. It depends on his ability. King Pan shook his head. The power of connecting the past and the present has its limit after all. He may be able to fight for tens of millions of years in that long river. Or he may only be able to fight for millions. Year. We just have to wait. Having said this, King Pan felt it for a moment. And then he took Chinli and strode outside the stone house. The small stone house seemed to have lost all its magic at this time, leaving only the stone carvings on the walls glowing with rich brilliance. Changed little by little. Feng naturally also knew that the power of connecting ancient and modern places was limited. He deeply understands how difficult it is to go against the long river of time. In his impression, the only creatures that can disturb the years are the strong men with the word emperor, and the Red King from the foreign land next door. He, a little true immortal, would probably be swallowed up in an instant and die in the infinite years if he didn't have the power to connect the past and the present. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless at all and continue to stride against the long river of time. The long river of time is not as flat as ordinary people think. Every once in a while, you can see the turning and bifurcation of this long river. Feng understands that that is a node that will occur when there are huge changes in the history of many great worlds. It was like at a certain historical node belonging to the primitive ancient world. The long river of time had a major twist. Feng could see that there were many dry branches near this node. He took a quick glance and understood that this was the point of the war between the primitive ancient world and the foreign world at the end of the last era. In that battle, the primitive ancient world was almost defeated. The entire world fell apart, and countless historical possibilities were reversed here. As for the dry branches of this great river, they naturally represent other possibilities of history. If the primitive ancient world wins a great victory with the help of the immortal realm and successfully repels the alien world, what will be the development of history? If the war between the primitive ancient world and the foreign land ends in a draw, and the primitive ancient world does not fall apart, and the two start at tens of millions of years of tug-of-war, what will history be like? If the original ancient world is completely defeated, foreign lands invade the ancient world, and this world is completely infected by darkness and uncertainty, how will the era develop? What if again, if the primitive ancient world takes the initiative to devote itself to darkness, joins forces with foreign lands, and attacks the fairyland? With just a quick glance, Feng saw at least dozens of dry possibilities. Some were the general trend. Some were changed due to the decision of a certain big man. And some were just because of a small character, overturning the entire era. Well, in the end, Feng did not choose to stop in this era. He just sighed heavily, turned around, and strode towards a more distant era. It must be admitted that every prosperous era is the only one passed down among countless possibilities, and the development of history is always inevitable. On the retrograde road, Feng had seen too many time nodes, large and small, ranging from the birth of an ordinary immortal king to the rise of the original imperial city in the primitive ancient world. These are all nodes in history, and every one of them changes will cause disturbances to the times and destiny, changing the direction. But these nodes did not stop Feng. He continued to move forward and gradually saw historical nodes with more far-reaching influence. I don't know how many epochs ago, a majestic ancient heavenly palace rose from the ground. There were many strong men with vast auras standing in it. Each of them had the cultivation level of the immortal king. The dozen or so people at the front were the only ones in ancient times who were powerful. To infinity, the ancient heavenly palace rushed towards the boundary sea, and the many immortal kings on it were eager to fight, as if they were looking forward to defeating the most terrifying creatures. Feng shook his head. He knew ancient history, and naturally knew that this was the past where many supreme giants, including the ancestors of the Butcher Immortal King and the founder of the Golden Crow clan, and even the Emperor Light Immortal King, established heavenly court and conquered the boundary sea. That was an ending, the destined war. He continued to move forward, towards the more ancient past, and saw the rise of a creature holding a butcher's knife. That man was extremely powerful. He killed the immortal king like a pig and a sheep, and was called a butcher by the world. Further forward, Feng saw one after another roaring creatures that were no less than butchers. Some of them were like the sky sun and golden fire burning immortals. Some were holding spears and killing endlessly, and some were lording over the world and claiming the title Respect the World. Those are the creators of the ancient heaven behind the emperor. Each of them has heaven-defying qualifications. Each of them surpasses the giants, spans the world sea, and is extremely powerful. It was only then that Feng stopped. He looked ahead and saw an endless embankment at the top of his gaze. A vague figure was moving forward. leaving only a line of shallow footprints behind. That's it. Looking at the shallow line of footprints in the distance, Feng Lai nodded, stopped his relationship with the long river of time, and threw himself into this era alone. Chapter 151, Fighting an Emperor Luo. At the same time, in the land of ancient and modern times, the rough and clumsy stone carvings in the 1-foot-long stone chamber shrouded in rich chaotic fairy light changed. The long river of time is gone, and the figure representing Feng Lai is standing in front of the wilderness. He has a green gold vase on his head, holding the war spear of time in his hand, and there is infinite imperial light flowing in front of him. The years he stayed in were the era of the emperor's fall. King Pan carefully observed the rough stone carvings. After a long time, he sighed softly and spoke slowly. As the immortal king who has dominated the immortal realm for endless years, how could he not know about the old events of the emperor's fall era? He understood that it was an extremely cruel period that was almost lost in ancient history. Di Luo? Beside him, Qianli was also staring at Feng Lai's back, chewing on those two heavy words, and repeated, "Yes, there are old rumors that there was an emperor who existed in the world, fought for tens of millions of years, and then fell. After his fall and liquidation, all the spirits resurrected, and the years when everything was revived were called the Age of Emperor's Fall." King Pan's whisper made Qianli change his color. It was hard to imagine how old a creature that this ancient immortal king could call an old man was. Just look at it. Those were more cruel years than the world-destroying war of the previous era. The creatures that rose up in that era, those who survived were strong enough to overthrow the entire fairyland. Seeing Qianli speechless, Pan the king once again shifted his gaze to the rough and blurry stone carvings. As King Pan said, Feng Lai is in the era of emperor decline. The emperor's fall era was an extremely prosperous era after the death of the unknown quasi-immortal emperor. That era lasted far more than one era. Whether it was the butcher lineage, the strongest men of the Golden Crow tribe, or several strongest men who shocked the ages, they all rose up in this long and prosperous time. The only pity is that Feng Lai does not know how to transform himself into the Dafa. He cannot fully integrate into the Emperor Luo like Shi Hao. After all, his true body belongs to the chaotic ancient times. This is a bit of a fatal question. Not belonging to this era means that Feng Lai cannot interact with the creatures of the Emperor's fall era. History is not something that can be changed casually. Taking action rashly will lead to huge consequences. In other words, even if Feng Lai only kills one supreme being in this era, it may cause the birth of an immortal king in the future. But the good news is that Feng Lai came through the power of a place that connects ancient and modern times. This mysterious ancient place has inexplicable power and solved Feng Lai's problem in a reasonable but unexpected way. That is to let Feng Lai's fate intersect with the fate of some powerful people in the Emperor's fall era, allowing him to briefly integrate into this era. This not only allows Feng Lai to temporarily borrow the names of these powerful men, but also allows him to blend in with the fate of these creatures. Even if he kills some creatures, the cause and effect in future will not be disturbed. Therefore, through the inevitability of certain fate, Feng Lai began to borrow some creatures that existed in Emperor Luo to enter this prosperous and powerful era. He suddenly remembered what the Lord of the Forbidden Zone said in the original work, that the place connecting the past and the present is a place where people can be reincarnated. And he felt that he had carried out a living reincarnation. In his first life, Feng Lai chose a Dzogchen true immortal from the Qiongqi tribe. After beheading him and seizing his destiny with the power of connecting ancient and modern lands, he began his journey in the Emperor's fall era. Qiongqi. This clan has been known as the Supreme Fierce for a long time. In this life, Feng Lai chose to practice the avenue of nirvana. When the sky-breaking demon wings were swaying, the immeasurable immortal light of nirvana surged, which can be compared with the true immortals. Zhongzong. This was a warlike and crazy creature. Following the fate of this ferocious beast, Feng Lai ran wildly across the land of the fallen emperor, constantly fighting against many powerful men. Tao Thai, Soaring Snake, and Baiwen. With the identity of the supreme true immortal of the Qiongqi tribe, Feng Lai unleashed the Tao of annihilation in his heart wantonly. Too many true immortals died in his hands. Even several true immortals who were so powerful that they were almost immortal kings died in Feng Lai's hands. Everything is impermanent. Everything that lives must die. There is no life in the great silence. All dharmas are like this. The years as Qiongqi lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, which was longer than the time Feng Lai had experienced in several lifetimes combined. This caused his avenue of annihilation to continue to settle, and to settle into annihilation. It gained life. It settled to the point where Feng Lai almost glimpsed the possibility of becoming a king from this long period of silence. However, the fate of Qiongqi's body in this life came to an end more than 1.6 million years later. According to the original fate of this Qiongqi true immortal, it died at the hands of an angry immortal king, and Feng Lai returned. Qiongqi's fate was met with death, but he himself was freed from this fate. In the second life, Feng Lai chose an invincible true immortal named Shangtian. After a battle with him in the Ten Realms map, Feng Lai killed the true immortal, who almost had the body of an immortal king, and took away the fate of the true immortal of God. The Shangsong clan is an ethnic group that belongs exclusively to the Emperor's Fall era. It has long been invisible in the chaotic ancient times, but it is also a famous bloodline in the Emperor's Fall era. Feng Lai discovered that this true immortal of heaven was a creature that was very much in line with his own heavenly Tao. Feng Lai easily understood all of its Tao and Dharma, opened up the lineage of heaven during the Emperor's fall, and once again started the years of struggle for hegemony. God is heaven, and the way of God is not tangible avenues such as earth, fire, wind, water, lunar sun, etc. Practitioners of the way of heaven obtain the way from heaven, dominate the world, dominate all things, and control the origin of all sentient and merciless things. Originally, the combat power of the true immortal of heaven was already close to that of Feng Lai in his heyday, and the people he came into contact with were naturally the rare and powerful ones among the true immortals. In this life, Feng Lai was able to fight against thousands of true immortals, who had surpassed the true immortals of perfection. Every battle was hardy, and every battle made Feng Lai deepen his understanding of God. To represent the power of heaven, to wield the power of heaven, to carry out heaven's punishment, to send heaven's blessings. Now, I have seen the path of the immortal king. In the second life, the fate of the true immortal of heaven ended around 1.8 million years after Feng Lai replaced him. According to the original history, this true immortal of heaven caused a catastrophe far beyond his ability to bear. Feng Lai responded to the calamity with his dead body, and also escaped from his previous body. In the third life, Feng Lai killed a giant willow tree of time that was also extremely powerful. This was a true immortal of the time path, specializing in the way of time. When the willow leaves were fluttering, he could activate the power of time. Feng Lai used the 10 realms to control the willow tree figure, so that the war did not spread too far. At this time, Gu Lu was almost the strongest true immortal that Feng Lai had ever encountered since his debut. He was so strong that he didn't look like a true immortal at all, even though Feng Lai had been practicing in this era for more than 3 million years. He still used all his methods to defeat the Xian Lu beheaded him, and took away his destiny. In this life, when he was walking outside, he naturally chose to practice the avenue of time. This avenue has been walked by many people in the past and present, and many people have even used it to become immortal kings. Several immortal kings such as Wu Ending and Red King have chosen it. Take this path. Feng Lai himself is naturally proficient in the avenue of time. This path has many branches, and its applications are even more unpredictable. However, it took him more than 2 million years to practice the avenue of time to the limit. I will become an immortal king in this way. Chapter 152 Seeing Without End. Look, immortal king. The stone carvings on the wall have changed again. 3,000 years after Feng Lai set foot in that stone chamber, Qianli, who had been paying attention to the changes in the stone carvings in the 1-foot-long stone chamber, suddenly opened his eyes and spoke to King Pan, who was not far away. Hearing this, King Pan immediately opened his eyes and saw that on the stone wall, the simple and majestic stone carvings had changed again. A fairy willow that had been connected for hundreds of millions of years occupied almost all the space on the stone carvings, even if it was just a stone carving. However, he could also feel the power of time coming from the giant willow. This is the third time since my brother left in the long river of time. The patterns on the stone carvings have changed 3 times. I still haven't seen my brother. Is there something wrong? Qianli stared at the words on the stone carvings. The giant willow tree asked with a sad face. The strange and unknown true immortal in human form, plus the giant willow tree of time that appears now. Each of them has nothing to do with Feng Lai. In Qianli's eyes, it's like Feng Lai is no longer there, and the stone carvings are describing other living beings. Fate. He belongs to this world, and has never belonged to the Emperor's Fall era. Naturally, there will be no trace of him on the stone carvings of this Emperor's Fall era. King Pan also stared at the vague, but majestic stone carvings. After a moment, he sighed softly and said in a deep voice, according to the theories of some ancient immortal kings, He may have reincarnated in that era, borrowing the identities of the ancestors of the Cheongchi clan, the true immortal of heaven, and the immortal Lu of time to reincarnate and be active in the era of those powerful creatures. Is the creature on the stone carving my brother, or the original creature? Qianli asked. Of course it's Tai Tsong, King Pan said. In reincarnation, the thing that cannot be lost the most is I. This is something that everyone who chooses reincarnation must stick to. If you forget it, you will be lost forever, and it will be difficult to come back. Having said this, King Pan's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly saw the carvings on the stone wall changing again. Not far from the majestic immortal willow of time, a more terrifying humanoid creature suddenly appeared. This humanoid creature was holding a pair of giant purple gold symbols in its hands, aiming it at the time immortal willow. What is recorded in it? Did he challenge the immortal king at the level of a true immortal? The immortal light in King Pan's eyes was bright. He kept deducing, and after a while, he understood the scene in the stone carving. The immortal willow tree of time, which represented the wind and fierceness, was challenging an immortal king with the body of a true immortal. Yes, at the end of Feng Lai's third life, he followed the fate of the immortal willow of time and faced a real immortal king in the body of a true immortal. In this life, he has been practicing the great way of time for more than 4 million years, which is longer than the time he spent practicing nirvana and God in his previous 2 lives combined. In terms of time alone, he has completely touched the threshold of the immortal king. It is difficult to find an opponent among the true immortals, but even so powerful. When Feng Lai faced a real immortal king with the body of an immortal willow, he still fell into a hard fight at the beginning of the battle. Feng Lai, or in other words, this immortal willow of time chose the wrong opponent. And the pair of purple and gold, the owner of the giant symbol, is an absolutely supreme immortal king. You must know that the gap between each level of the powerful immortal king is absolute. The gap between the ultimate and ordinary immortal king, between the giant and the ultimate immortal king, between the supreme giant and the ordinary immortal king is big enough. Let the true immortal be silent. The giant purple and gold symbols collided, shattering time and space. The absolute difference in strength made Feng Lai feel such a huge sense of powerlessness for the first time. After Feng Lai defeated this supreme immortal king with 3 moves, he decisively disconnected himself from the world. The entanglement of the fate of the fairy willow over the years is out of this era. The ultimate immortal king. It's too much to try to defeat him with the power of a mere true immortal. At the moment when he was separated from the fate of Zhiliu, in the long river of time, Feng Lai opened his eyes, and used the body of a true immortal to defeat the 3 moves of the supreme immortal king. Even though he had practiced more than 7 million in the era of Emperor Luo years ago, there was still a sense of powerlessness about mortality. Indeed, at your current level, although you have reached the threshold of meeting the king, you have not yet taken that step. However, if you want to defeat the supreme immortal king, you are still far away. Suddenly, a mellow male voice sounded next to Feng Lai, as if it came from an eternity ago and spanned endless years before reaching his ears. Boom! Feng Lai felt his scalp tingle at the sight. He stood up with a roar. He was not a creature from the Emperor's Fall era. Unless he was strong enough to surpass the limit, it would be impossible for anyone to talk to him across these endless years. Could it be that he was noticed by a certain supreme giant from the Emperor's Fall era, or even the immortal king of Emperor Light? Thinking of this, the vast light from Feng Lai's body flashed from the land of ancient times to the present. And he wanted to escape from this time by flowing down the long river. Don't be nervous. Just like you, I have also relied on the power of ancient and modern times. And I also do not belong to this era of imperial decline. Unfortunately, Feng Lai's steps across the long river of time did not let that supreme will recede at all. He soon stood in front of Feng Lai's footsteps, like a giant crossing the long river of time, blocking Feng Lai's way forward. You also come from a place that connects the past and the present? Feng Lai was vigilant, knowing in his heart that he had encountered a tough opponent this time. If the opponent could easily block his way forward, he might have already become a king, or he might even be further along the road ahead. My name has no end. The powerful voice standing in front of Feng Lai easily separated an independent space in the vast river of time, and his figure also appeared in front of Feng Lai. Crash! In the dim light of the years, there is a heroic and tall middle-aged man. His black hair is tied up, and his appearance is hazy and invisible. Only his temples are gray, and he has experienced too many vicissitudes and changes over the years. Above its head, there is a simple and heavy bell that is rising and falling quietly. Massive time patterns are flowing, intertwined into the illusory word no and end. carrying the majesty that shakes the world. Are you, the immortal king of everlasting death? After seeing the man and the big bell clearly, even Feng Lai couldn't help but froze on the spot. After a moment, he came back to his senses and spoke in a deep voice. He couldn't react, now that he was using the power of the ancient and modern land to train in the Emperor's Fall era. He actually met one of the strongest kings in the primitive ancient world. It's me. It seems that you are indeed a true immortal in our world. Not only have you come to the place where the past and present are connected, but you also know that I, an old immortal who is destined to die, will die. Immortal King Wuzhong stared at Feng Lai seriously, and after a moment, the corner of his mouth revealed he nodded with a smile. Why did I meet you? Feng Lai sighed softly. There was a lot of information in the words of Immortal King Wuzhong. He calmed down a little before asking seriously. You came from the ancient and modern places. And so do I. You come from the primitive ancient world. And so do I. This is fate. I followed this fate and found you. The immortal King Wu Ending stood with his hands behind his back. The power of time flowed through his fingertips, turning into a set of desks. And he said, Don't be impatient. Let's talk slowly. This is almost the era of the rise of the butcher immortal king. We have plenty of time. Chapter 153 No End and No Beginning. Amid the roaring torrent of time, Feng Lai sat cross-legged on an illusory futon. Opposite him, the everlasting immortal king also sat cross-legged and quietly. The two of them were less than a foot apart. But Feng Lai felt that there was too much distance between them. After all, they were separated by eternity, and were not in the same time at all. What is your current state? After an unknown amount of time, Feng Lai straightened his body slightly, looked at the immortal King Wu Ending who was sitting across from him holding a clock, and asked. In the history he was familiar with, the everlasting immortal king had long since disappeared, and his true body fell outside the wilderness at the end of the era, and returned wrapped in horse leather. Nature is in a state of perfection. Now I have stepped into the giants. Together with my old friend Pan Wang, I have set foot on the place that connects the past and the present. Then I entered the stone chamber and traveled against the long river of time to this era. Hearing this, a smile seemed to appear on the hazy face of immortal King Wuzu, and his eyes like the vast galaxy seemed to see through what was in Feng Lai's heart. And he spoke softly. Is that so? Such words naturally made Feng Lai stunned and speechless for a moment, because he also set foot on the land of ancient and modern times together with King Pan. After entering the stone chamber, he went against the long river of time and came to this era. You mean that every living being who crosses the river of time with the help of the ancient and modern land can meet each other on this road? After a little analysis, he felt that he had grasped the key point and asked, rather than having a chance to meet you, it's better to say that I found you. Feng Lai's words made Wujio immortal king shake his head. Understanding the ancient and modern places has obviously made this ancient giant immortal king gain a lot. Just like the look in his eyes when he looks at Feng Lai now. With calmness. Expect? Us? Feng Lai was slightly startled. Of course he knew that there were far more than one creature that had entered the land of ancient and modern times. But if these creatures from different eras could come together, it would certainly not be simple. Yes, but most of the powerful people who come here don't understand the avenue of time. You are the only one who can sit with me. The immortal King Wu inside. Speaking of this, the immortal king pointed to the upper reaches of the long river of time, where 2 or 3 figures shrouded in the ancient and modern places were walking and visiting in the shadow of the history of the Emperor's fall. While practicing seriously, he was comprehending this place. All things in nature in the universe. Feng Lai did not recognize most of them. But there was a man shrouded in thunder that caught his eye. He was not a very powerful creature. He had not even become an immortal yet. But he seemed to dominate the thunder path in the world. Drow extraordinary. Thunder Emperor? He indeed entered the land of ancient and modern times when he was young. Feng Lai narrowed his eyes slightly, and quickly guessed the identity of that person. There were not many beings who had controlled thunder, and were so powerful in ancient times. If he wanted to connect with the ancient and modern land again, he would probably be the only one named Thunder Emperor. So he's called Thunder Emperor? He is indeed an extraordinary young man. If he continues to grow up smoothly, he may have hope of working side by side with me. Immortal King Wuzhong followed Feng Lai's gaze, and nodded in approval. Immortal King? You don't know him? Feng Lai asked with some confusion. Oh! In your impression, he lived in the same era as me? What Feng Lai? A man from the future, said naturally aroused the interest of the immortal King Wu Ending and asked. Yes, maybe in your present time. He has not yet been born, or has not yet risen. Feng Lai nodded. The 10 fierce Thunder Emperors and the infinite Immortal King both fell in the last years of the Immortal Ancient Period. But they obviously did not rise in the same era. At least the infinite Immortal King, who has stepped into the land of ancient and modern times, has never been with the Thunder Emperor. Meet. Then I'm interested in giving him some advice. But it's a pity that his Tao doesn't know much about time. Otherwise, I could have brought him here to have a chat with you and me. The Immortal King Wu Ending said regretfully. Forget it. He hasn't grown up yet. And human cultivators can't withstand the years. Feng Lai shook his head and said. Although the Thunder Emperor at the human level is not far from the immortal path, he is still far from reaching its peak. In comparison, what I am more worried about is actually your condition. After chatting for a few more words with the everlasting Immortal King, Feng Lai suddenly looked at the Ancient King. He hesitated to speak, knowing that the everlasting Immortal King future, but don't know how to speak. This is really helpless. My future self died in some accident. Is that right? Immortal King Wuxing naturally knew the emotions contained in Feng Lai's words. But this ancient Immortal King didn't seem to care. He spoke slowly, as if telling a trivial matter. With great ease. As he spoke, a drop of bright red immortal blood and several broken ancient bell fragments appeared in the hands of this powerful Immortal King. His aura was exactly the same as that of the Immortal King Wu Ending in front of him, and the Immortal King Bell in his hand, which made Feng Lai's pupils. The sudden contraction was very unexpected. You don't have to be like this. This is something that was sent by someone in a certain era. It is my blood essence and my fairy bell. There is no doubt that it comes from myself, who has long since fallen in the future. The everlasting Immortal King gently rubbed the fragment of the immortal bell in his hand. Beside him, the complete everlasting bell also transformed into a god. He stared at the drop of Immortal King's blood and the fragment of the immortal bell. Finally, they both sighed softly and slowly speak slowly. That is to say, do you really have any hope of returning? Feng Lai looked at the calm-looking Immortal King of the Endless and the Bell of the Endless, and asked in astonishment. He naturally understood that the drop of the Immortal King's blood and the fragment of the immortal bell were the things that the puppy raised by the future infinite Immortal King sent to the land connecting the past and the present. What he expected was naturally for the past infinite Immortal King to return with this. At least serve as a warning. And then change history. Maybe. After a moment, the Immortal King Wu Ending shook his head slightly in despair. He looked at the god of his immortal bell, and then smiled at the same time. In front of Feng Lai, a ray of light burst out from the complete endless bell, and the Immortal King's essence and blood and the immortal bell fragments were all pushed to the lower reaches of the long river of time. But you must also know that throughout my life, I have always pursued something more important than life. Something more important? Feng Lai frowned. Yes, seeking the Tao. That to me is something more important than life. The Immortal King No Ending nodded. After saying this, the ancient Immortal King's eyes seemed to have passed through tens of millions of years, and he looked deeply at Feng Lai, and then slowly said, Since you come from the future and from our homeland, you should know the story of my quest for beginning. Right? You know, the ancient books say that the end is not your perfect path. You still need a beginning to achieve perfection. Feng Lai nodded. Not only had he heard the concept of the Immortal King without end once, but he also knew that the future would be without beginning. Yes, my path seeks end. Although this path has supported me to become a giant. Countless deductions, countless experiments, and all the results have proven that my path is wrong. And the endless destiny is inevitable. Beginningless can carry everything. Looking at the drop of Immortal King's blood and the fragments of the immortal bell sinking into the downstream of the long river of time, Immortal King Wu's face was complicated. But in the end he smiled and said, I know roughly who the creature who sent that drop of blood is like, connecting the past and the present. And I would like you to tell it. After thousands of lives, we will still have a chance to meet again. I understand. Feng Lai responded seriously. As for you, who is so talented and has a destiny with me. Finally, Immortal King Wu Zhong looked at Feng Lai. I will do my best to give you a chance to go further. Chapter 154. Tempering through the years. When? In the long river of time, the endless bell is gently swaying in the rushing waves. This is the important tool of time in Yongjin. Even if the long river of time rushes, it cannot leave the slightest trace on the clock. Driven by the Immortal King's Titan-level magic power, it swept away the clock waves that spanned eternity, broke through everything, and brought Feng Lai to a place that had never been before. Huh? One foot stepped on the unimaginably thick ground of this world, and Feng Lai frowned. It was not that this vast ancient world was so extraordinary, but that he felt that the destiny of this world was extremely weak, even compared to that of 9 heavens and 10 earths. Rather, it's like a dead world without any hope. Why did the immortal king bring me here? He turned to look at the immortal king Wu Ending next to him and asked, You are a war immortal. Fighting is to give you better training. So I brought you here. The immortal king Wu Zhong stood with the immortal bell in his hand and said, But this is obviously not the era of you and me. Taking action rashly will definitely lead to great consequences. Feng Lai corrected him. But he suddenly remembered that the man in front of him was a giant of the immortal king on the Avenue of Time. How could he not notice this? That's for a normal era. Immortal King Wu Ending shook his head and said, But if it's an era where destiny is about to die, and it must completely disappear, what you do or don't do has no impact at all. An era that is bound to die. Feng Lai was shocked and asked in a deep voice. Yes, said the immortal King Wu Zhong. Every change and fork in the long river of time is a major change in history. Even though there are many possibilities for this long river, in the end there can only be one result. This you should be able to understand. Right? The only thing in history is that no matter how twists and turns it is, what is supposed to happen will eventually happen. Feng Lai nodded. He himself was proficient in the Avenue of Time and naturally understood these phenomena. Yes, and the same is true for this era. No matter what happens, no matter how many causes and effects there is only one ending in this world, and that is destruction. Completely disappearing in the years. Wu Ending Immortal King said, Can't you save the creatures of this era? Feng Lai frowned. There is a big problem with their practice method, which completely integrates the fate of the practitioners with the destiny. The world is born and the world is born, and the world dies and dies. Immortal King Wu Ending shook his head and said, The destiny will die, which was born in this era. The Taoist hearts of all the kings are about to be destroyed. What can we do to save the world? As he spoke, Immortal King Wuzhu motioned Feng Lai to look into the distance. In the eyes of the two immortal creatures, the state of all the creatures was very strange. Their destiny was about to die, and the hearts of the strong seemed to be dead. Even those at the immortal and king levels. The same goes for living beings. Only death remains in their hearts. This is an era buried in the depths of history. It was very short-lived, and was completely buried after its destruction. It did not leave a mark in history at all. The immortal King Wu Ending said, If you look at it this way, it is still very important for all Dharma to return to one's own body. Feng Lai sighed as he looked at the many creatures in this world who were closely connected to their destiny. That's natural. But I didn't bring you here to see these things. Immortal King Wuxi smiled. And he confessed to Feng Lai that an era without a future would naturally not produce any cause and effect. And Feng Lai could enjoy himself in this world. In battle. Thank you very much. Feng Lai nodded. The immortal King Wuzu had indeed chosen a good place for him. The essence of the battle immortal lies in fighting. And there was nothing more suitable for his practice than fighting. Then you have to be careful, and go back by yourself after the practice is over. The immortal King of Infinity smiled. He tapped with one hand, and a stream of light instantly fell on Feng Lai's eyebrows, leaving a small immortal bell imprint directly on the Avenue treasure vase deep in his eyebrows, which was the imprint of the immortal bell. Image. This mark is left to you as an agreement with the future. Remember what I said? Death is not eternal silence. After millions of reincarnations, I will return and renew my life. Understand? When Wuxia is born in the future, I will personally guide him. Feng Lai looked solemn and saluted this ancient immortal king who was separated by several epochs. See you in reincarnation. The immortal king of endlessness nodded, holding the endless bell in his hand. He broke through the void in an instant and jumped into the depths of the long river of time. See you in reincarnation. Feng Lai also nodded. He knew the future and understood that Wuji Immortal King would definitely succeed. But for Wuji Immortal King himself, this was a big gamble. Bet that after millions of lives, he could reincarnate and awaken, and realize clearly everything. Afterwards, Feng Lai calmed down his mind, and his eyes quickly became calm. A treasure vase of the avenue appeared above his head, and the immortal spear of time also appeared in his hands. The true immortal power that was close to that of an immortal king burst out, drowning countless millions of miles. Universe. Who dares to fight with me? Since it was an era destined to have no future, Feng Lai no longer concealed the fighting spirit in his heart. The immortal light of Tai Tsong shrouded the void, attracting the attention of countless living beings. Roar! Roar! Uh-huh. The next moment, dazzling fairy lights rose up one after another in the billions of miles of void. 5 splendid fairy lights suddenly appeared and quickly came to Feng Lai. Sure enough, this is an era that is bound to die out. Not to mention that the world is sinking into its twilight years. Even the practitioners are going crazy. Feng Lai's eyes swept across the many true immortals in this world. And he couldn't help but shake his head. The state of these 5 true immortals was all wrong. He had been destined by fate, but had no way to change it. There was really nothing more despairing than this. Fortunately, all I want is a big fight. No matter what. It's enough. But he didn't hesitate at all. With a roar, he strode forward directly with the immortal spear of time. The spear tip was filled with the light of silence and time, and instantly pierced the chest of a Pegasus immortal. Roar! In this way, Feng Lai embarked on the road of war. In this era of dying destiny and extreme depression and despair, all living beings have a deep-rooted madness in their hearts. And wars are endless and never end. Here, Feng Lai no longer suppresses the surging fighting spirit in his heart. All the creatures in this world are so desperate and crazy. He is not afraid of death, and joins the most brutal battles again and again. Find your opponent. Fight. Kill the enemy. Take a nap. And continue to find your opponent. Feng Lai enjoys such a monotonous and dangerous life. In this era, he can fight without reservation. Almost every time. He fights several or even dozens of true immortals alone. Until the sky collapses and the earth turns upside down. Such years lasted for more than 5 million years. In the self-destruction at the end of this era, Feng Lai participated in too many battles. He even fought against the immortal king more than once. 5 million years later, this era at the bottom of the ages that was destined to be deeply buried completely perished. Only then did Feng Lai come back to his senses, and use the power of connecting the past and the present to come to the long river of time. The road to fighting immortals is really magical. After 5 million years of fierce fighting, Feng Lai's body was already covered with scars, and his shirt had been soaked countless times with the blood of true immortals and even immortal kings. But his eyes remained firm and never lost. Chapter 155, Walking Through the Ancient Immortals. That is when Feng Lai fought fiercely for 5 million years in that era that was destined to disappear and return to the long river of time. He suddenly realized that it had been more than 12 million years since he set foot in the land that connects the past and the present. Compared with Feng Lai's training years of only tens of thousands of years, more than 12 million years is really too long. It is so long that Feng Lai's memory of the 9 heavens and 10 earths is a little blurry. Just like an old man recalling everything when he was a child. They are all so distant and intimate. It's time to go back. But Feng Lai understands that these more than 12 million years are ultimately just the process of his own life. He is the Taitsong immortal of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And his fate is involved there. His clan, friends and disciples are all there. The times are far away, waiting for their return. Boom! Thinking of this, Feng Lai was running his mysterious skills in this vast river of time. At this moment, his whole body seemed to have turned into a heavy and vast universe. With the ocean-like Tao Chi steaming from his body, interpreting all the principles. After 12 million years of practice, his own cultivation, Tao, soul, and body have been accumulated to the extreme. If he chooses to become a king now, it may only take tens of thousands of years to reach the peak of the immortal king, side by side with King Pan and the second best in the world. But Feng Lai didn't do this. He just felt the power he had now for a moment, then gathered his mind and walked away. Now he has a deeper understanding of the avenue of time. He has been traveling down the long river of time, and every step he has taken is at the juncture of history and time. Too many major events that shocked the world passed by him. But Feng Lai never stopped. It wasn't until he came to the ancient immortal era that Feng Lai stopped and entered the primitive ancient world of this era. In the primitive ancient world of this era, the war between this world and foreign lands has not yet begun. The sky is very high and far away. The earth is very thick and heavy. The laws are perfect, and the avenues are exceptionally magnificent. In the sky, there is a sun transformed into a fairy crow galloping across the sky. On the earth, there are practitioners with vast aura running in the wilderness. The mountain flowers have aura. The water plants are also sentimental. And everything is directed toward the Tao. Feng Lai is like an aimless traveler in this ancient world. He is full of curiosity about everything. Even the spiritual flowers on the roadside can make him stop. Smell its fragrance. He did not come into contact with anyone, but witnessed the final glory of the primitive ancient world with his eyes. He has been to the ancient land where the spirit sacrifice road flourished, and looked at the fairy willow that supports the 3,000 divine kingdom in the distance. He has also been to the sky, and looked at a 9-leaf fairy grass, which is really a creature with extraordinary talents. In this era, the strange woman from the Kwimping tribe has not yet become an immortal. She is still settling in the supreme level. She has no pressure to push the supremes in this world, and even the immortal realm. She is said to be on par with the true dragons in her youth. In this era, the world is still praising the names of the original imperial pass and the 7 frontier kings, which is an unparalleled glory. Every day, hundreds of millions of living beings worship the 7 frontier kings with devotion and are grateful for everything they have done to protect this world. Everywhere he goes, Feng Lai will stop for a long time. He does not want to interfere with history. This is quite taboo. If he does it rashly, there is a high probability that it will shake history and make it worse. It wasn't until 70,000 years later that Feng Lai stopped on a strange desert. This desert was shining with too much cyan light. It was the tribulation light of God. Even in the primitive ancient world, it was a treasure. At this time, it gathered into the vast ocean. At the same time, the immeasurable light from the sky also gathered on this desert. This light permeated the land for hundreds of millions of miles. I don't know how many spiritual beings count out in this direction to pay homage to this sacred scene. Is this the process of the birth of my divine fetus? Feng Lai quietly stared at the vast desert. With his eyesight, he could naturally see clearly in the center of the blue ocean. A cyan tau seed the size of a fist was slowly shrinking and expanding. And the rich light of heaven was puffing in and out, vaguely transformed into a humanoid creature. Oh! That's it. That's it. Suddenly, a mellow male voice, with a hint of vicissitudes of life, sounded from behind Feng Lai. At some point, a middle-aged man with gray temples stood next to Feng Lai, looking at the divine fetus with him and smiling. The endless immortal king. Feng Lai just turned his head and looked around, but was not nervous, because the person who came was the winding immortal king, who lived in the last years of this immortal age. No wonder you recognize me in the long river of time. If you insist on calculating, we are also living beings of the same era. The immortal King Wuji stretched out his hand, and the big hand stained with the power of time spanned the era and patted Feng Lai shoulder, smiling. You are serious? I am a junior after all. Feng Lai naturally would not resist, and allowed the big hand of the immortal King Wu Zhong to squeeze his shoulders hard, and said with the same smile, you are going to become a king, which is good. It seems that the trip to the ancient and modern places will be useful to you. After a while, the immortal King Wu Zhong took back his hand. He observed Feng Lai's aura and said with satisfaction, yes, before I become king, I came to see my homeland and my past self. Feng Lai nodded and didn't say much. Well, the journey of these years should indeed have a beginning and an end like this. Immortal King Wu Ending didn't say much, and just waved his hand towards Feng Lai. Goodbye. Goodbye. Feng Lai nodded vigorously, but did not return to the long river of time. Instead, he quickly came to the immortal realm along a familiar road, passed through countless ancient and vast universes, and came to the familiar but unfamiliar desolate ancient star. He took out a drop of the blood of the Dragon King, the second best in the world, sacrificed it, and entered the place connecting the past and the present in this era before finally stopping. In the empty grotto, the black and yellow mother energy, the brilliant auspicious light, etc., flowed quietly and unchanged for hundreds of millions of years. Except for Feng Lai from another era, there are no traces of other living things in the entire grotto. And Feng Lai himself did not hesitate. He strode forward in the grotto, and after a while, he arrived at the deepest part. There, the 1-foot-long stone chamber remained unchanged forever, flowing with inexplicable and vast power. Feng Lai took a deep breath and stepped into the stone chamber. As he thought, there was no strange phenomenon in this stone chamber. It just seemed to welcome a child who traveled far away and contained Feng Lai in it. This journey begins here and ends here. Gently brushing the rough stone wall of a stone chamber with one hand, Feng Lai murmured, and then sat cross-legged in the stone chamber, eyes closed, and instantly fell into a deep level of enlightenment and practice. It was at this time that the black and yellow mother energy, the vast fairy light, the chaotic mist, etc., that were wandering aimlessly in the grotto all gathered together. They were like a cocoon illuminated by the glow, completely wrapping Feng Lai. After a long time, the glowing fairy cocoon dissipated, and the wind inside it was no longer there. There was only a fist-sized blue gold avenue seed, which flew into the stone wall of the 1-foot-long stone chamber. Chapter 156 Return and Become King. 5,000 years later. In the chaos of ancient times, the immortal realm is a place connecting the past and the present. Pan Wang and Qianli, the two great immortal figures, seemed to be rooted in front of this stone chamber. While they were comprehending the fluctuations of time that often emitted from this place that connects the sky and the earth, connecting ancient and modern times, they also stared at the carvings on the stone wall, paying attention to every detail, the tiniest hint of change. During these 5,000 years, the stone carvings in the stone chamber have undergone many changes. There are scenes of fairy bells and treasure vases standing side by side on the turbulent river. There are scenes of men with spears fighting immortals in the sea of blood in the dim ancient world. There are also scenes of tall men with vague figures looking at a tree in the distance, the back of the giant willow. King Pan and Qianli understood that what was recorded on the stone carvings were Feng Lai's experiences over the years. Although the simple stone carvings could not explain much, the two immortal masters were not mortals. With a little deduction, they could roughly know Feng Lai experienced what in which era. Crash! On this day, the sound of rushing waves suddenly sounded in the 1-foot-long stone room. Faintly, a great river originating from infinity and ending in infinity appeared in the misty chaotic light and black and yellow mother energy, carrying the power of the years. I woke up. Qianli and Pan Wang. Coming back. Looking at the green gold hazy Tao seed that was vaguely manifested in the long river of time. King Pan showed a smile. His face was peaceful. After the power of the vast long river of time disappeared, he stood up and looked to the side. Qianli Qingsheng said, "Brother." Qianli also stood up. Under his slender purple eyebrows, a dark and yellow light flowed in his deep eyes. In her eyes, the green gold Taoism that appeared in the long river of time was too familiar, even if she hadn't seen it for thousands of years. So familiar and friendly. Soon, the infinite light of years completely dissipated. In the 1-foot-long stone chamber, the fairy light and chaotic mist dissipated, and the scenes and all the stone carvings were blurred. Only the Tao seed was left in the place, with the green gold sun flowing, the light of blue. Boom! After a moment, as if feeling the changes of the years, the Tao seed suddenly trembled slightly. In the entire cave connecting ancient and modern times, all the fairy light, dark yellow light, chaotic light, etc., gathered together, and the Tao seed formed in front of it. It forms a whirlpool and flows like a river of stars. Immediately afterwards, in the center of the whirlpool formed by light, Feng Lai's tall figure appeared, and every inch of his flesh and blood shone. It belonged to the power of annihilation, creation, time and God. These represent the principles of heaven and earth, rules and power entangled around Feng Lai. And the most perfect result was the Tide Song Immortal Light. I'm back. It wasn't until the unfathomable Tide Song Immortal Light reached its peak that Feng Lai let out a clear whistle. This was the joy of returning home for a wanderer who had wandered for tens of millions of years. Feng Lai felt the wave of joy coming from the sense of tolerance and fit with the times. With a smile on his face. Congratulations. This time you can connect the sky and the earth to connect the past and the present. You must have gained a lot. On the other side, King Pan and Qianli also strode forward to greet them. King Pan, who was walking in front, patted Feng Lai heavily on the shoulder and sighed. Naturally, time is the most silent, but it is also the greatest force in the world. Feng Lai nodded. Tens of millions of years of wandering in the long river of time made his eyes full of vicissitudes. King Pan had already seen it in Feng Lai's eyes. The fighting spirit and arrogance rooted in the instinct of the war immortal are missing. Brother. Before King Pan could say anything more, Qianli's voice came, causing a smile to appear on Feng Lai's face. He and Qianli looked at each other, and a ray of spiritual light burst out from between their eyebrows. Tide Song Immortal Light nourishes Xin Wang Dao Light, making Qianli's eyebrows brighter and brighter. After a moment, the two rays of soul separated, and Qianli returned to Feng Lai. The eyes he looked at his brother still had the same everlasting yearning and desire. I have met the immortal King Wu Ending. He was the immortal King Wu Ending who came with you to the land of ancient and modern times. At this time, Feng Lai turned his gaze to King Pan again and spoke softly. I guessed it when I just entered this ancient cave with you. King Pan was stunned, and a look of nostalgia appeared on his face. Thinking about the scene when he met the immortal King Wu Ending, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Death is not eternal silence. Looking back now, maybe he knew his own demise when he came out of the place connecting the past and the present. He has never been afraid or regretful. Feng Lai said with a slight nod of his head. The King of Immortal Wushu only taught me to tell you old friends that we will meet again in reincarnation millions of lives later. See you again in reincarnation? He told me this a long time ago. It was just a joke at the time. But now it has become an ambition. As soon as these words came out, the emotion in King Pan's eyes became more profound and sad. After being silent for a long time, he sighed. After millions of lives, he may become Wuji. But I don't know what I will be like in reincarnation at that time. Pan Wang also believes in reincarnation? Feng Lai took advantage of the situation and asked if, according to the saying that in the future era of covering the sky, one immortal medicine corresponds to one immortal king, King Pan probably corresponds to the ancient flat peach tree in the future. That old tree was once controlled by the mother of the beginningless Emperor Shi. To some extent, it can be regarded as a continuation of the friendship between King Pan and King Wu Ending. Of course I believe it. Both Wu Ending and the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Immortal King in your realm are leaders in this field. I am a close friend of Wu Ending, and have also met with the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Immortal King and listened to him talk about reincarnation. Wei. King Pan raised his hand and evolved a rune in the void, as if a treasure plate telling the 6 Paths of Reincarnation was telling the world about the way of reincarnation. Then when I become the queen, I can talk to King Pan about the way of reincarnation. Feng Lai stared at the phantom of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation treasure plate. Naturally, he also believed in reincarnation and reincarnation in 3 lives. He also had some knowledge in this aspect. Experience. Are you going to be a king? But King Pan's focus was obviously not on the minutiae. He narrowed his eyes at Feng Lai and asked seriously. You could have become a king at any time many thousands of years ago. Feng Lai had no intention of hiding anything about this immortal king who had a good relationship with him, and said, this is the truth. As early as after the 5 million year war, Feng Lai was already on the threshold of becoming a king. As long as he was willing to take that step, he would soon become an immortal king, with his talent and strength. After becoming a queen, it only takes tens of thousands of years to reach the top. However, Feng Lai obviously will not be satisfied with the power of the supreme immortal king. Although this level is very strong, it can only be on par with Lan and Yutuo from the foreign land. It can be regarded as the backbone among the immortal kings, but it is far from being able to support the core strength. Therefore, Feng Lai returned to immortal ancient times, looking for the time when he was born in this life, to achieve nirvana and precipitation in that era when everything began, and to accumulate even more majestic power. In other words, after wandering for more than 10 million years, Feng Lai turned into an immortal seed and settled in the place connecting the past and the present for nearly an era. Now, everything about him is complete, and he can achieve it with just a thought. King, let's go! I'm here to invite fellow Taoists to watch the ceremony and watch me become a king. Chapter 157 Half-Step Giant. Tai Tsong Immortal King. Nowadays, the development of fairyland is in a virtuous cycle like a snowball. This ancient world with perfect rules and boundless richness has given birth to too many strong men. When these strong men reach a certain level, they will take the initiative to expand the territory of the immortal realm in the hope that it will be more stable and more fertile, can carry and breed more strong people. Therefore, since these eras, the immortal realm has been continuously integrating one foreign ancient universe after another. This has made the area of the immortal realm larger and larger. Not only can the existing immortals and kings gain a wider territory, but it can also provide opportunities for future generations. The strongmen opened up frontiers. Therefore, there are too many ancient universes integrated by the immortal realm in the sky of the immortal realm. They are like planets revolving around the stars, making the scope of the immortal realm's power spread even wider. Boom! But today, outside the immortal realm itself, in a void that is so vast that it is unimaginable, an unusually large ancient universe suddenly appeared, shining brightly and vastly across the sky of the immortal realm. This universe is so perfect. Every star exudes the spiritual light of the immortal way, and every galaxy is flowing with brilliant light. They are constantly merging, converging, and interweaving, as if they are the patterns of the way engraved in the universe, interpreting the most primitive and original principles in the world. Such a magical ancient universe exerting its power wantonly in the sky above the immortal realm, of course, could not be hidden from the eyes of many truly powerful people in the immortal realm. However, in just half a day, many immortal kings came to look at this universe from a distance. Fellow Pan Wang, which old friend is coming back? Soon! An immortal king discovered Pan Wang sitting cross-legged near this universe and asked loudly. With the eyesight and knowledge at the immortal king level, of course he knows that it is not a simple universe at all, but a powerful being. The power of this universe is constantly expanding. And now it is no less than most of the top immortal kings. Fellow Taoist, just watch. King Pan shook his head solemnly. At this time, there was a square treasure seal above his head. On it, there seemed to be the supreme universe that was constantly roaring and reincarnating. Majestic and heavy. The ancient universe worthy of King Pan's personal protection was naturally transformed by Feng Lai's true form. His accumulation and understanding had already reached its peak. After leaving the land of connecting ancient and modern times, he started the evolution of the Immortal King's road without any hesitation. His way has long been determined. It is the way of Tai Tsung, which was born from the combination of the four great forces of annihilation: creation, time and heaven. This way is the only one in the ages. Under the deduction of Feng Lai, it is constantly moving towards a more powerful one. Take a step on the road. And this Immortal King universe is a manifestation of Feng Lai's practice method. His path draws on the secret realm method of the human body of the future Huangtian Emperor Shi Hao. But it is born out of the ancient practice path, taking blood moving, cave heaven, and spirit transformation. Wait for the essence of all Dharma to bring all kinds of magical powers to itself and evolve the universe of living beings. After all, Feng Lai did not take the path of taking the seed from his body. He took the path of returning all Dharma to his own body. But he also had his own path to the great road. He proved his own way. But he did not taboo the law. Heaven and earth, the human body, and the universe. Law is his final choice. In this way, a long time passed. As the vast cosmic aura of Feng Lai's incarnation became more profound and powerful, more and more immortal kings were attracted by it, and came to the vicinity of this Immortal King's universe to observe and witness Feng Lai. The Immortal King rode. Rumble. 100 years after the Immortal King's universe appeared. On this day, the boundless mighty power of chaos in the void gathered and turned into a chaotic thunder even greater than the starry sky. The 10,000 rhythms contained in it suddenly penetrated through Feng Lai's transformation. The majestic universe. That's a calamity of creation. The world-destroying calamity has naturally attracted the attention of many immortal kings. This calamity creation is very particular. Only by opening up an unprecedented practice system can this calamity light containing vitality and hope be attracted. Obviously, Feng Lai's practice method has reached this point, and the tribulations are adding up. The practice method he created is more of a kind of tempering. Only the practice method that has been polished by years and tribulations can continue to make progress. Boom, boom, boom. When all the chaotic thunder dissipated, all the immortal kings present heard a firm and majestic sound coming from the majestic depths of the universe in the distance. It was the heartbeat of a living being, as if it came from endless years. In the past, even the eternity of time could not erase it. Visible to the naked eye, the aura of the distant universe is rising again, and every galaxy in it is becoming more and more dazzling. Compared to the entire universe, they are too small. But they are like Tao patterns engraved on the human body, echoing and intertwining with each other. Contains incredible power. The stars have their own charm, and their birth and death are destined to be immortal. Such a wonderful sight made the expressions of many immortal kings present become more solemn. They all have vision far beyond that of ordinary creatures. And they understand that this immortal king who incarnates into the universe is definitely not simple. In just a few hundred years, his aura has reached the level of the ultimate immortal king. The level, and there is no stopping trend, is still rising slowly but surely. 100 years later, when the power of the immortal king's universe reached its limit, the posture of the entire universe changed again. It continued to twist and flow, and slowly transformed into a humanoid creature. This creature sits cross-legged, like a god opening the sky. Every hair is like a string of stars, and every breath shakes the sea of chaos. Soon after, the god, who was as big as the ancient universe, slowly opened his eyes. They were a pair of eyes that contained the life and death of 3,000 worlds. As soon as he opened them, the immortal king who was looking at him in the distance retreated hundreds of millions of miles, and his face became serious and fearful. Although they were all prepared in their hearts, they still couldn't hide their shock when Feng Lai turned into a human form and no longer concealed his aura. Because Feng Lai's aura was too powerful and exceeded the limits of many top immortal kings present. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. The immortal realm has added a supreme immortal king. This is our great fortune. After a long time, when Feng Lai's universe-like image of the immortal king shrank rapidly and turned into the size of an ordinary person, a middle-aged man with a far-reaching Taoism, like a chaotic ocean, stepped forward and cupped his hands to Feng Lai from a distance. How polite. Fellow Taoist. Hearing this, Feng Lai, who was sitting cross-legged in nothingness, slowly stood up. He took a step forward and came to King Pan not far away, nodding to the immortal king whose aura was chaotic and profound. This is the Hun Yuan immortal king. King Pan was naturally very happy that Feng Lai was willing to continue to be with him. He looked at the chaotic ocean-like immortal king and introduced Feng Lai. I have heard the name of Hun Yuan immortal king a long time ago. My name is Tai Song. I am the newly promoted king. I hope fellow Taoists can give me some advice. Feng Lai nodded. Of course, he has heard of the name of Hun Yuan immortal king. He is also a person who is full of goodwill towards the primitive ancient world. Feng Lai's impression of the ancient king was not bad. Those who have achieved first come first. I, who have wasted several epochs, am not as good as immortal king Tai Song. However, immortal king Hun Yuan sighed. His attitude towards Feng Lai, the new immortal king, was very good. He was even polite, with some fear. This politeness was reasonable, because even for the newly promoted immortal king, the aura erupting from Feng Lai exceeded the limit of the Hun Yuan immortal king. The top of the mountain, in front of the giants, as old friends who have known each other for several epochs. Hun Yuan immortal king and Pan Wang next to Feng Lai looked at each other from a distance, and then each nodded and confirmed their evaluation of Feng Lai's current level. Chapter 158 Kings. Feng Lai became king and attracted more than 20 real powerful immortal kings. Most of them thought that Feng Lai was the rebirth of an ancient immortal king. But in the end, he turned out to be an unimaginable powerful one. The new immortal king. For a time, more than a dozen ordinary immortal kings looked at each other, looking at Feng Lai, King Pan and Hun Yuan immortal king, who were all smiling and bowing to each other. They didn't know what expressions to make. Wu Jin immortal king. What do you think? This Tai Song Taoist brother. Could it be that he has reached the level of a giant as soon as he becomes a king? An ordinary king who looked like a green unicorn turned to a female immortal not far away, who was surrounded by fairy fire. King, said in a low voice. It shouldn't be here yet. Although Tai Song immortal king is strong, he still doesn't have the power to overturn the world like my master. He may have half-stepped into the giant level, but he has not taken that step in the end. Hearing this, the female fairy king named Wu Jin frowned. She was wearing a long dress burning with blazing fairy flames, and her long red hair reached her waist. After pondering for a moment, she shook her head slightly. The immortal king Wu Jin who spoke was also an ordinary immortal king. But when her words fell, she attracted the recognition of all the immortal kings present. Because this immortal king had an unusual origin, and was one of the few in the entire immortal realm. The eldest disciple of immortal king Qiyu. One of several giants. 2 immortal kings of one lineage. This is a rare sight in the immortal realm in recent eras. In ancient times, except for the Golden Crow clan, the Butcher lineage and other supreme clans, few people can compare with it. Immortal King Wu Jin's comments obviously made many ordinary immortal kings present envious and speechless. Just after he was promoted to immortal king, he attracted the top Hun Yuan immortal king to feel ashamed. What is this concept? This shows that even if the Tai Song immortal king has not yet become a giant, he is already at the top of the supreme immortal kings. He has the power to overwhelm hundreds of realms. You must know that even if you look at the immortal realm today, the number of immortal kings is close to 100. And the top immortal kings are only about 20. They are all capable of suppressing the strongest of an era. And they are the leaders of the historical direction of the immortal realm today. It is not something that ordinary fairy kings can compare with. My name is Wu Jin Ming. I am a disciple of the giant immortal king Qiyu. And I pay my respects to immortal king Tai Song. Soon, the slender and gorgeous immortal king Wu Jin walked to the side of the small circle of Feng Lai, Hun Yuan and King Pan, and saluted the 3 top immortal kings here, especially Feng Lai Yingying. I am the living soul Mountain Yulin, and I pay my respects to the immortal king Tai Song. Jiuyo days. My name is Yuan Wang, and I would like to pay my respects to the immortal king Tai Song. Following immortal king Wu Jin, many ordinary immortal kings stepped forward to salute Feng Lai one by one, with a very respectful and polite attitude, congratulating Feng Lai, the newly promoted immortal king. Hello everyone. We all became kings in this world. This is fate. Just call me Tai Song. Feng Lai didn't put on any airs towards this group of ordinary immortal kings. After all, we are all immortal kings. It would be great if we could have some friendship. Good. We look at the treasure of Tai Song immortal king. Could it be that the immortal king comes from the primitive ancient world polluted by darkness? Just as a group of ordinary immortal kings were getting acquainted with Feng Lai, A deep male voice suddenly came out of nowhere in the void not far away, causing many ordinary immortal kings to stop their actions. And even King Pan's expression changed. He paused for a moment, then turned his eyes slightly unhappily to the direction of the sound. I saw two figures wearing royal robes there. They both looked like young and middle-aged men. Their auras were ancient, majestic and profound. At first glance, they looked like Pan Wang and Hun Yuan. They were the most powerful immortal kings. What this immortal king said is true. I am indeed from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I wonder if my two fellow Taoists can give me any advice. Feng Lai did not know these two immortal kings. But since the two top immortal kings had no good intentions, Feng Lai would naturally not be polite. A wisp of the power of the immortal king that was close to that of a giant flowed through him, making the two top immortal kings frowning. His face turned ugly. Tai Tsong Immortal King is unparalleled in cultivation, and we are not the same. Naturally, we dare not give any advice. I just hope that Immortal King knows that this place is isolated from darkness. The immortal realm is vast, but it is not a place where people with darkness should come. The two immortal kings were obviously wary of Feng Lai's power. Although they harbored ill intentions toward the primitive ancient world behind Feng Lai, they did not dare to say anything more in person. They only said a few words, and then turned to Feng Lai and Hun Yuan. The immortal king and Pan King cupped their hands, then turned around and disappeared into the distance without looking back. The immortal realm is indeed vast, but I can't be driven away just by you. Looking at the direction in which the two people were leaving, Feng Lai sneered, but didn't say much. He just waved his immortal robe and walked side by side with King Pan and immortal King Hun Yuan, along with a dozen ordinary immortal kings who were willing to follow, came to Panwang City. Those two are the two immortal kings of Taisha and Yuanshu. They have formed an alliance with Aosheng Immortal Realm and other forces. They have 3 supreme immortals and more than a dozen ordinary immortal kings. They are one of the main controllers of the historical direction of the immortal realm today. After all the powerful immortal kings sat down, King Pan and Feng Lai talked about the origins and identities of the two immortal kings just now, and spoke. Taisha and Yuanshu, together with Aosheng, were one of the kings who ordered the Jedi heavenly power to completely cut off the connection between the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the immortal realm. Of course Feng Lai was familiar with the names of these immortal kings. He raised his head and looked at King Pan and asked seriously. Yes, it is true that they directly ordered the Jedi heavenly power to isolate the darkness, all to solve the problem of darkness. King Pan nodded. Really? Then if we are destined to meet in the Boundary Sea in the future, I should entertain those immortal kings well. Feng Lai nodded. With all due respect, I don't think you should be so dissatisfied. Tai Tsong, after all, forcibly cutting off the road between 9 heavens and 10 earths and the immortal realm is not only their choice, but also the choice of the entire immortal realm. After Feng Lai finished speaking, Immortal King Hun Yuan knew that the Immortal King Tai Tsong in front of him had a wrong attitude towards Aosheng, Taisha and the immortal kings at the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. So he quickly tried to persuade him. Darkness invaded. The situation at that time was too urgent. We had no way to completely solve the darkness. Cutting off the passage between the two worlds seemed to be a once and for all solution at that time. It has nothing to do with that matter. Feng Lai shook his head and said, at that time, the immortal realm helped the 9 heavens and 10 earths to establish Tianyuan, and also sent many true immortals and immortal kings to help. This was a favor. If it was just unilateral, then I would like to say a few sighs, and I will be polite to them if we meet again. But the ill will of those immortal kings towards 9 heavens and 10 earths is much stronger than you think. The few true immortals they specially stayed in 9 heavens and 10 earths have harmed many people. This account will have to be settled sooner or later. Immortal Palace, Sword Valley, Fire Cloud Cave, Demonic Dragon Gate. Feng Lai captured alive the remnant souls of the 4 great remnant immortals. There is no unprovoked good in the world, but there is also no unprovoked evil. The 4 true immortals all have backgrounds in the immortal realm, and they are loyal to it as Aosheng, Taisha and other immortal kings who want to limit the rise of 9 heavens and 10 earths to the greatest extent. After all, they are the top of my immortal domain. Even if it is a life and death feud, I would like to ask Immortal King Tai Tsong to give my master a face, and not to fall out in the immortal territory itself. This is not conducive to the unity of the immortal territory, and is not good for you. Immortal King, established in the immortal realm. Everyone present could clearly feel the anger and murderous intent in Feng Lai's heart. But at this moment, Immortal King Wujin suddenly stood up, looked at Feng Lai with his beautiful eyes, and spoke softly. Okay. I will give Big Chiyu this face. Feng Lai nodded. Chapter 159 Immortal King Chiyu. The Giant of Immortal Realm. With the support of King Pan and many ordinary immortal kings, Feng Lai temporarily stayed in Pan Wang's mansion again. When he first became the Immortal King, he really felt that he should spend thousands of years consolidating his cultivation before returning to 9 heavens and 10 earths. He also hoped to buy some more treasures at the level of true immortals, and even immortal kings, to add some foundation to the cultivators of 9 heavens. Moreover, what surprised Feng Lai was that the ordinary immortal kings, who followed him to Panwang City, also had a very special attitude towards him. There was a hint of respect that was not in line with their status as immortal kings. A sense of hospitality. Yes. Among the dozen or so ordinary immortal kings, there were 3 or 5 who were very enthusiastic about Feng Lai. After getting to know each other, they visited several times in the next 2,000 years. Not only did they chat with Feng Lai, he also brought many gifts at the immortal king level. This attitude naturally makes Feng Lai a little puzzled. At the moment, he has just become a king, and he does not think that he, the newly promoted immortal king from 9 heavens and 10 earths, can bring any substantial benefits to these kings of the immortal realm. Therefore, this issue was mentioned during a discussion and chat with King Pan. But it caused King Pan to sigh slightly. You are thinking too complicated. Immortal kings are also sentient beings. Those weaker ordinary immortal kings may not reach the top within 1 or 2 epochs. They are optimistic about the future of your powerful existence and want to find a safe haven. That's it. Simple. But they are immortal kings after all. Will they be willing to bow their heads and follow me, who is also an immortal king? Feng Lai still couldn't understand. The strong are proud. This is a concept he has firmly believed in since he started practicing. Then you think of the immortal king too simply. King Pan shook his head and said, flaws, ordinary, top, giants, and even stronger levels of supreme giants, and even higher levels. These powerful people are all immortal king. Are they all on the same level? You have to know that it only takes 100 moves for a top immortal king like me to defeat an ordinary immortal king. But if a giant wants to kill a top immortal king like me, it can be accomplished within 1,000 moves. By analogy, the giant, how big is the difference between it and the ordinary immortal king? Not to mention the difference between the light of the stars and the ordinary wildfire. It is almost the same. As for you, as soon as you became an immortal king, you surpassed me, Han Yuan, Taisher and other top immortal kings, and became a giant almost instantly. Isn't it worth following the ordinary immortal kings? There is a consensus in the immortal realm that as long as there are no obvious shortcomings in the path and origin of those who can become immortal kings, becoming an immortal king is actually just hard work. Some people can reach this point in millions of years, and some people need to spend 3 or 4 epochs. The result is always the same. But the level of a giant is beyond the scope of watermill effort. This is the end point that requires truly supreme talent. Stepping into a giant means that this creature's path has reached a terrifying limit. Looking at the current immortal realm, foreign realm and burial realm, and even the 9 heavens and 10 earths are added in, there are definitely many top immortal kings, burial kings and immortal kings. But how many giants can there be? Even if it is as prosperous as the immortal realm and the foreign realm, the total number of giants stationed on both sides does not exceed 10 fingers. It can be seen that Pan Wang is somewhat envious and helpless towards Feng Lai. Less than 10,000 years ago, the other party was still a little true immortal who needed his protection. Just 10,000 years later, Feng Lai has the power to surpass him, and even Hope Giant. This time is really hard to accept. So that's how it is. Feng Lai sighed with emotion. So, don't worry too much. The choice is yours. In the future, if you become a giant, it is not surprising to have a few followers at the level of ordinary immortal king. King Pan concluded. Whether it is Kundi, Wushang, Pu Demon King in the foreign land, or Chiyu in the fairyland, there are immortal kings under you. When you reach the level of giants, you don't need to do many things yourself. You only need to issue decrees. And some creatures are willing to become the executor of his supreme will. I haven't become a giant yet, and they have already started to take sides. Feng Lai said amusedly. What? Do you think you can't become a giant in this life? King Pan glanced at Feng Lai with a half smile and asked. That's impossible. When I first became king, I touched the threshold of a giant. It doesn't take too long to take that step. Feng Lai said. For a creature like you who can step into the land of ancient and modern times, it is really reasonable for you to become a giant. Just like a talented person like Wu Ending, if he had not taken the wrong path. he might be able to reach the level of the ancient butcher Immortal King and the Golden Crow ancestor. Maybe? King Pan sighed. Brush. As he spoke, a token suddenly flew out of King Pan's hand, turned into a stream of light, and quickly fell into Feng Lai's hand. Which Immortal King's token is this? Feng Lai raised his eyebrows, and realized that this was an ancient order made of pure void immortal gold. It was engraved with a symbol of a sky-shielding umbrella. It was definitely a weapon beyond imagination. Even if it was just a symbol, Feng Lai felt it. A sense of fear. This is the token of the Immortal Realm Giant. Immortal King Qiyu. He is one of the few giants stationed in the Immortal Realm today. A few years ago, his disciple Wujin Immortal King personally sent an invitation, inviting you to come there. See you in the Immortal Mountain. King Pan said. Immortal King Qiyu? What kind of existence is that? This is not the first time Feng Lai has heard the name of the giant Qiyu in these years. But he has never been in contact with the ancient Immortal King. So he asked. Senior Qiyu is an extremely powerful and ancient elder, King Pan said seriously. In the entire Immortal Realm, King Pan is almost the oldest living being. It is conceivable that he can be called an elder and senior. And we know the longevity and power of the giant Qiyu. This is indeed the case. Immortal King Qiyu is a creature from the same era as Immortal King Kundi from the foreign land next door. The two are far away from each other, and have been competing for who knows how many years. Well, I'll go talk to that giant Qiyu. Feng Lai nodded. In his impression, Immortal King Qiyu was not a strong man who had a bad feeling towards Jyotian. In the original work, after Shi Hao entered the foreign land alone, he was besieged by many of the strongest immortal kings in the foreign land. It was this immortal realm the giant took action to stop Kundi. Otherwise Shi Hao might have problems. He did not hesitate. And just as he was about to follow the source of the aura on the token and head to the ancient place where Qiyu giant was located, he saw King Pan waving his hand in the distance. Soon, he heard footsteps in the distance, and a slim figure wearing a fairy fire dress stepped forward, like a ball of fierce flames. She came to the two immortal kings and faced King Pan. Feng Lai leaned forward and said, Thank you so much, King Pan, and thank you so much, Immortal King Taitsong. Ember Immortal King. Feng Lai naturally recognized this female immortal king. She was a disciple of the giant Qiyu, and she was a powerful creature who had practiced the individual fire path to the level of the Immortal King. Since Immortal King Taitsong is willing to meet my master, then I will personally take him to Yuxinghai. Immortal King Wujin lifted his flaming hair and said with a smile. Chapter 160, The Current Situation of All Walks of Life. Yuxinghai is an extremely mysterious place in the immortal domain. This place is very close to the living Jedi in the center of the immortal realm. The rules are weird and violent, and there are many dangers. Although it is not enough to threaten the Immortal King, it can easily make many true immortals lose their lives. But even so, Yuxinghai is still one of the most desirable places in the hearts of many practitioners in the immortal realm, because there are legends that have been circulated here for many eras. If any living being at the human level can go through hardships and dangers and come to the owner of Yuxinghai, then you can become a disciple of the Supreme Immortal King and receive inheritance and guidance. And this legend has been spreading throughout the immortal realm in recent years, because in the early years of this era, a highly talented humane man walked to the deepest part of Yuxinghai and became the disciple of the Immortal King. Then in millions of years before, when the disciple of the Immortal King came out of the mountain, he had already become a real Immortal King. Since then, the grand event of the two kings of the Yuxinghai lineage has become a good story throughout the immortal realm. The disciple who became the Immortal King is named Wujin, and his master is one of the pillars of the immortal realm today. Qiyu King. Today, Feng Lai, led by Immortal King Wujin, went deep into the Yuxing Sea and came to the territory belonging to Immortal King Qiyu, where a giant Immortal King lived. Yuxinghai, as its name suggests, is an ocean made up of countless stars. Here, the sun and the moon rotate, and the stars are vast. The entire sea of stars is like the Milky Way magnified countless times. From a distance, they are all spots of light. If you look closely, you will see that these stars are gathering fairy light and emitting the power of 10,000 ways, as expected of the place where giants live. Fairy Wujin's master. Even before we meet, we can see how extraordinary he is. Feng Lai looked at the sea of stars. The beings at the level of the Immortal King were already able to feed back their own universe. This was especially true for the giant-level Immortal King Qiyu. The sea of stars he was in was probably just an ordinary galaxy before, nourished by giants for more than 10 eras. It has surpassed most of the known Immortal King veins. Of course, Immortal King Taitsong. Please come with me. In front of you is the Immortal Mountain where my master is stationed. Immortal King Wujin smiled, and walked through the many stars with Feng Lai until the two Immortal Kings saw a huge mountain taller than the stars at the end of their sight, which was the center of the Yuxinghai. This is a fairy mountain that has never been seen before. Every rock on it seems to contain a great world. Any psychic fairy veins will only appear ordinary and dim in front of it. It is Feng Lai who is standing in front of this giant mountain. All have an inexplicable feeling of insignificance. Mountain of Taiyu. Inexplicably, Feng Lai naturally knew the true name of this giant mountain. In a daze, he seemed to see a white-haired old man on the giant mountain, holding up a fairy umbrella and holding up the entire mountain. Universe. This mountain was brought by me from the very depths of the Boundary Sea. It is a sacred mountain that has stood in the Boundary Sea for hundreds of millions of years. It is intertwined with thousands of patterns. It may be called the first sacred mountain in the immortal realm. Just as Feng Lai was in a trance, an old man with white hair tied up and wearing a bamboo had appeared in front of Feng Lai and Immortal King Wujin. He seemed to be satisfied with Feng Lai's expression on this sacred mountain and introduced it. Of course, all Immortal Kings know what the concept of the Boundary Sea is. It is a place where a single wave is enough to kill a true immortal. This sacred mountain is definitely much harder than the boundary membrane of the immortal realm. It is indeed rare in the world to be able to stand in the Boundary Sea for hundreds of millions of years. But a strong person who can move this mountain is undoubtedly more powerful. Feng Lai quickly came back to his senses. He raised his head and looked at the white-haired old man, slightly cupped his hands and said, "The latecomer, 9 heavens and 10 earths Taitsong, has met the giant Chiyu." From beginning to end, Feng Lai understood his position very well. After all, he was still the ultimate immortal king. Chiyu was a veteran powerhouse at the giant level for at least 10 epochs, and he had to respect him. Fellow Taoist Taitsong is so polite. Immortal King Chiyu smiled and nodded, stepped forward to help Feng Lai, and led him and his disciple Immortal King Wujin into the immortal mountain here. After a while, on the highest peak of Taiyu Mountain, a strong wind that could blow away the spirits of ordinary immortals was blowing. Feng Lai and Immortal King Chiyu sat opposite each other, while drinking the wine that Chiyu brought from the sea. Tea leaves, while looking at each other, feel each other's strength. From this point of view, Taoist Master Taotsong's sophistication seems to have accumulated over time. After a long time, Immortal King Chiyu put down his teacup and said, "According to my deduction, in the past few years, the ancient and modern places have been connected. There are some fluctuations. It seems that Taoist friends have practiced in it. In the eyes of the outside world, Feng Lai is too young, and his total training years definitely do not exceed 1,000,000 years. He has become a half-step giant immortal king in this short period of time. Such an achievement is simply unbelievable. But in the eyes of giants and powerful people, all effects must have causes. The deduction of a giant could not hide King Pan's original whereabouts. After all, I am a giant. My whereabouts cannot be concealed from the deductions of Immortal King Chiyu." Feng Lai was not surprised because the other party knew that he had been to the land of ancient and modern times. He went straight to the point. "I don't know what the Immortal King invited me to do." He understood that being invited by a giant of the Immortal King could not be just for tea. After all, his identity was somewhat sensitive, and he could not avoid the attention of the powerful giants of the immortal realm. Just treat it as acquaintance. Immortal King Chiyu sat cross-legged across from Feng Lai. He just smiled when he heard this, and turned his gaze to the vast sea of stars in the distance. The immortal realm has the same origin as the primitive ancient world. That is, the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Now that you have become the king in the immortal realm, the giants on your side have disappeared. As a forerunner, I naturally should talk to you about the current world from the perspective of a giant situation. You don't have to doubt my intentions. Nowadays, most of the giants in the immortal realm are in the Boundary Sea, and foreign lands are on the side. I need strong enough allies and helpers. You have already reached this point when you first became king. I have never doubted you. We can become giants in the future. So, if you want to know anything, just ask. The information on your side has been blocked for nearly an era. Even if the Immortal King is resurrected, the information known is quite limited." Immortal King Chiyu's words made Feng Lai secretly nod. After all, he was a giant in the immortal realm who was willing to stand up for Sure Hao. Immortal King Chiyu was obviously a faction that was friendly to the primitive ancient world. He had not yet become a giant, and the other party took the initiative to contact him. The wind is strong. Then I'm going to bother the giant Chiyu. Feng Lai pondered for a moment. Then started from the original question. I wonder, how many giants and powerful people are there in the immortal realm, the foreign realm, and the burial realm now? This question has always been on Feng Lai's mind. It won't be long before he can be promoted to a giant, before crossing the boundary sea and coming into contact with the big troublemakers there. The number of giants in each major domain is very important information. You must know that you have how many opponents. In terms of quantity, Feng Lai's question immediately made Immortal King Chiyu ponder. After thinking for a moment, he said, in this era, there are 4 or 5 people in the foreign realm, 2 or 3 people in the burial realm, 2 or 3 people in the fairy realm, plus the ancestor sacrifice spirits on your side who don't know whether they are alive or dead. The total number of giants from all walks of life today should be just over 10 fingers. Chapter 161. There are many foreign concubines. It seems that there are indeed many giants and masters in foreign lands. Feng Lai knew the original work. And of course he also knew that what Immortal King Chiyu said was indeed true. There were quite a few giants and powerful men in foreign lands. In addition to the 2 giants Kundi and Wushang who are lurking in the deepest part of the foreign land. There are also 2 giants at this stage, Chu Yin and Dao Wang. If the Red King forcibly interrupts his own nirvana, he will be able to die in a short time. The combat power of a giant is already the combat power of 5 giants. In comparison, the immortal domain and the burial domain are a bit inferior. In the immortal domain, except for Chiyu, there are only 1 or 2 giants who are permanently stationed in the mainland. The other giants and strong men have all gone to the boundary sea. The situation is similar in the burial domain. The strongest one is not here. Of course you have to know that this does not mean that there are fewer strong people in the immortal realm and the burial realm. On the contrary, the foundation of the immortal realm and the burial realm is much deeper than that of the foreign lands. Chiyu whispered as if he was afraid that Feng Lai would lose his confidence. Road. To put it bluntly, the history of the immortal realm and the burial realm is longer than that of the foreign realm. And there have been more powerful people. Not to mention the ancient supreme giants such as the Golden Crow ancestor and the Butcher ancestor who once traversed history. The living Butcher Immortal King alone is enough to kill through today's foreign land. The only pity is that the giants of the immortal realm, who have gone deep into the realm sea, have no way of knowing the current battle situation. In fact, those giants may not care about the survival of the so-called mother realm. For some people, setting foot in the realm sea is tantamount to cut off the past. They won't care about the past. But the fact is that now we can only rely on us to support us. Of course Feng Lai knew the glorious history Chiyu said. But to be honest, at this stage, the butchers, burial masters, counterfeit medicine sellers, and other people had no hope at all. If you don't get there, you have to rely on yourself to break the situation. I think so too. The catastrophe is coming. The darkness is coming. And the fairyland must face darkness and ominousness. Therefore, all current forces must be combined. Immortal King Chiyu said, it will be an important force for you to become a giant in the future. So I think the days of Jedi Tiantong are almost over. Immortal Realm and 9 Heavens and 10 Earths need closer cooperation. What Mr. Chi means is that you are going to open the barrier between the Immortal Realm and the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths again? Feng Lai frowned, then shook his head and said, if I had known this today, why did I do it in the first place? He always felt that many operations in the Immortal Realm were a bit confusing. At that time, he would rather give up several true immortals and immortal kings to be isolated from the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths at a huge price. Later, he had to accept the creatures of the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths on a large scale. All the good news has been taken up by them. The Immortal Realm is too big. Sometimes the leader changes, and the trend will change accordingly. Immortal King Chiyu shook his head and said, just like when Jedi Tiantong was established. Ao Sheng, Taisher and Yuan Song were the leaders at that time. They had old grudges spanning several epochs with certain powerful clans in the primitive ancient world. When given the opportunity, they would naturally be willing to suppress the primitive ancient world. If they can restrain Immortal King Chiyu, do those 3 people also have the backing of giants? Feng Lai narrowed his eyes and continued to ask. Of course, the giant behind them is named Lu Gu. That person is a strong man from the same era as me, Kundi, and others from the foreign land. So far, he has been deep into the world sea for many years. He expressed his regret and helplessness to Feng Lai. Even if he, Immortal King Chiyu, could pay a huge price and unite many immortal kings to build Tian Yuan for the primitive ancient world. Immortal King Lu Gu, who was also in the immortal domain, could also forcibly control the immortal domain and 9 heavens and 10 earths. Breaking off diplomatic relations. The immortal realm is not united, and the behavior of holding each other back is too common. So, this era will change to the trajectory of the era dominated by you. Immortal King Qi Yu? Feng Lai asked. Yes. The giant Qi Yu nodded and said, to put it bluntly, before you became the king, I might not have been willing to care about these worldly matters. But now that you have become the king, there will soon be a real giant in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I must showing sincerity is also to prevent you from completely breaking up with Xianyu because of a few idiots. His attitude is very real. He takes action in order for Feng Lai, a strong man who is destined to become a giant, to stand on his side. Every giant is a precious fighting force. If he is better with Feng Lai, then he will have another giant-level friend. On the contrary, there will be one more giant-level enemy. Qi Dajuan is really quick to talk. Feng Lai sighed softly. After all, destiny has long predicted that the Great Reckoning is coming. Darkness, boundary seas, foreign lands, there are many enemies to face. I need more powerful allies. It is unwise to push 9 heavens and 10 earths into the opposite direction. Qi King Yuxian spoke with a serious face, stretched out a hand to Feng Lai, and said, so, what is the attitude of fellow Taoist Taizong? Cooperate with me on behalf of 9 heavens and 10 earths? Or something else? My thoughts are the same as those of Qi Yu. I would rather have many friends than enemies. Feng Lai pondered for a moment, before holding his big hand on Immortal King Qi Yu's. But I still have to say ugly things in front of me. I won't be polite when I meet Ao Sheng, Taisher, Yuan Song and that Immortal King Lu Gu. As long as it's not in the immortal realm. As long as it's not under my nose. Feel free. Immortal King Qi Yu shook his head. Again, the immortal territory has never been monolithic. The conflicts within the immortal territory have become so intense that even when they jointly face the enemy, they can still point their weapons at the friendly side. But I don't suggest that you fall out with those people prematurely. Although you have the ability to be promoted to a giant in a short period of time. You are just a top figure now. If Rorga returns, you will still suffer. It seems that he is afraid. Feng Lai was too reckless. Immortal King Qi Yu warned again. I know this. If I don't become a giant, I won't easily find trouble with those people. Feng Lai nodded. I want to return to my hometown to stabilize the situation there. After I become a giant, I will discuss the follow-up with Qi Yu. Rather than killing the 3 immortal kings such as Ao Sheng and Taisher, he is now more willing to return to the 9 heavens and 10 earths and feed back his homeland with his almost giant power, which can at least make the overall strength of the practitioners of the 9 heavens and 10 earths stronger. Smart approach, Immortal King Qi Yu said with satisfaction. As far as you are concerned now, the 9 heavens and 10 earths are indeed the most stable and safe places. Foreign land wants to get a certain origin weapon from your ancient world. But the timing before it arrives, the important weapon related to the origin has not been born. And the foreign land will not be willing to waste its power in vain. Of course, Feng Lai knew what Immortal King Qi Yu meant by the weapon of origin. It was an inconspicuous rotten wooden box, and it contained something truly related to the Emperor. When this thing comes out in the future, it won't just be foreign lands that can't sit still. There will even be many immortal kings in the fairy realm who are interested in seizing the treasure. As for the artifact related to its origin, the giant Qi Yu is not interested. Thinking of this, Feng Lai smiled on his face, glanced at Qi Yu seemingly inadvertently, and asked, that is something related to the Emperor in the legend. If I am not moved, then I don't even believe it myself. Immortal King Qi Yu said with a flat smile, but I have lived for too long and know too many things. Compared to the illusory road to becoming an emperor is still more hopeful. Chapter 162. You don't have to look at me like this. Based on the years I have lived, if I had the ambition to become an emperor, I would have thrown myself into the world sea long ago. Why do I need to guard my homeland and not move for several epochs? Seeing that Feng Lai seemed a little doubtful about his words, Immortal King Qi Yu smiled calmly and whispered, Qi Dajuan Gaoi, I am overthinking it. Seeing this, Feng Lai could only nod. Immortal King Qi Yu's statement that he didn't care about the ancient artifact was not false. This ancient giant really didn't want to get too involved with that thing. It's just that the older you get, the more afraid of death you are. After living for so many years, I have seen many people who fell on the road ahead. And I know how difficult the road ahead of the giant immortal king is. Immortal King Chi Yu sighed. He told Feng Lai that many epochs ago, when he was still just a supreme immortal king, there was an almost invincible immortal king in the immortal realm. His cultivation was as deep as the abyss, almost to the level of crushing giants. He was known as traveling all over the world. It is difficult to find an opponent. Many people believe that the supreme giant is powerful enough to rival the most powerful people in the Emperor Luo era, and is worthy of being called the Emperor of Heaven. But the supreme giant of the immortal king failed at a certain historical point when he was improving his cultivation. He forcibly broke through. Both his physical body and his soul had major problems. He had to divide himself into 6 parts and transform into 6 immortal king. Great medicines are scattered across the realms and boundary seas. That man's real name has long been lost in history. But you may have heard of his nickname, Fake Medicine Seller. At the end of the sentence, Immortal King Chi Yu looked at Feng Lai and said, "It turned out to be him." Feng Lai nodded. The name of a counterfeit medicine seller was spread far across the entire world sea. Not to mention the immortal realm. That person rarely manifested in his true body, but instead manifested in 6 different human ancient medicines. In the world, it is very powerful. Yes, the world thinks that he transformed into 6 in order to break through himself. But only ancients like us know that this is a helpless move. There is a big problem between the physical body and the soul of the counterfeit medicine seller, and it is difficult to reunite. We could only create this kind of clone method. Immortal King Chi Yu lamented that the counterfeit medicine seller was too powerful. If he came in person, even giants like him would only be able to look up to him. But even such a creature fell down on the road to pursue the emperor. According to many people's deductions, there is almost no possibility of recovery for those who sell counterfeit medicine. Back then, one divided into 6 to protect his life. But there was no chance of recovery. With the help of experts, I'm afraid I won't be able to recover from this injury for a lifetime. In fact, there was definitely more than one supreme giant who attacked the Emperor realm in ancient times. Most of them died, and only a few survived. The Butcher Immortal King, one of the most powerful people in the ancient heaven. The Burial Master who dominated the endless years outside the burial domain. And many more beings hidden in the depths of history. Some of them had already died. Some managed to survive when they forcibly broke through the Emperor realm. And some gained some insights after being seriously injured. Although they were not emperors, they had the Emperor's light around them. Compared to the Immortal King, he is already stronger than the limit. The road ahead is bleak. I don't know what will happen to me when I break into the Emperor's realm in the future. Feng Lai sighed. But his mind became slightly more active. Because in his impression, there was a so-called first spiritual route in the 8 realms of the lower world, which was one of the places where counterfeit medicines were sold. If you can persuade the clone of the Supreme Giant, it must be an extremely powerful force. Don't have any ideas. Even if the counterfeit medicine seller is now divided into 6 parts. Don't provoke him easily. Even if those powerful people are in poor condition. Each of their avatars is enough to compete with the giants. Even I don't want to compete with them. The clone is contaminated with cause and effect. Immortal King Chi Yu seemed to have seen what Feng Lai was thinking, and warned in a deep voice. Such an ancient and terrifying ancient existence has already lost too many things over the years. Their camp, bloodline, and orthodoxy cannot restrain them. The only way forward is for me. Even the immortal king of the same camp. And they will not show any mercy. Understood? Feng Lai said clearly. In addition, there are many dangers on this side of the world sea. You must always be vigilant. Even if you become a giant, there are things in the world that will threaten you. Appreciate further details. Feng Lai understood that Immortal King Chi Yu was really teaching him. This ancient giant was really afraid that his new ally would have problems. So he really said a lot of things. For example, the origin ancient artifact belonging to a foreign land is likely to be a mother artifact that created most of the glory of the entire foreign land. It contains the ultimate darkness, enough to pollute the soul of the giant. Have you ever seen ancient artifacts of exotic origin? Feng Lai asked in surprise. Naturally. He also knew about the existence of ancient artifacts of exotic origin. It was a genuine emperor treasure, coming from an emperor that could dominate the past and present. Of course, I have fought with Kundi from a foreign land for too many years, and I have seen him manipulate ancient artifacts of origin. Shi Yu said. You still survive from Kundi, who manipulated the ancient artifact of origin? Feng Lai was surprised. He suspected that he had underestimated Immortal King Chi Yu from time to time. Although his performance in the original work was not outstanding, he seemed not to be weak either. Are you kidding me? Back then, I just saw Kuni contaminating a group of supreme kings from the world sea with the ancient artifact of origin. If my real body were to confront that ancient artifact, the probability of survival would not be more than 11. Immortal King Chiyu said. As he spoke, he evolved a strange dark power in front of Feng Lai. It had unparalleled powerful corrosive power, but it was extremely sacred. It was countless times purer than the Dark King in the lower realm of Void God. This kind of power makes us have to suspect that the foreign land may be one of the origins of darkness. The power that corrodes the giants. This would scare a large number of people to death in the Boundary Sea. Immortal King Chiyu lamented, and at the same time seriously warned Feng Lai that even if he became a giant, he must stay away from the ancient artifacts of origin. Otherwise darkness would fall, and even the strongest would become nothing more than a wedding dress. Of course, I understand this. Feng Lai nodded. Before he came into contact with the word emperor in his true body, he would never provoke an ancient artifact of foreign origin. In addition, foreign lands also have similar origins. Immortal King Chiyu nodded, dispersed the rich sacred dark light in his hand, and continued to introduce to Feng Lai the most dangerous thing in all worlds. The origin of ancient artifacts, ancient temples, foreign lands, and counterfeit medicine sellers. Even for giants, there are too many things to be wary of in this era. Immortal King Chiyu talked about it a lot. Until nearly 1,000 years later, the two giants the chatting stopped. Thank you, Mr. Chi, for your guidance. If you are invited in the future, I will do my best to help you. More than 900 years later, Feng Lai stood in front of Taiyu Mountain where Chiyu was the leader, and said goodbye to the ancient immortal king. It's easy to say. In the future, the two realms will help each other. I, an old man like me, may really have to rely on your strength. Immortal King Chiyu smiled, and just handed a token to Feng Lai's hand. Seeing the order is like seeing a person. This thing is in the fairyland. Have the highest credibility. Farewell. Farewell. The two said goodbye to each other again. And then Feng Lai turned into a brilliant fairy light, and left this vast Yuxinghai under the leadership of Immortal King Wujin. Chapter 163 Returning. Taisong Immortal King. Do you have any plans to establish a supreme Taoist lineage in our immortal domain? On the way across the Yuxinghai, the female immortal king named Wujin, the eldest disciple of Immortal King Chiyu, suddenly looked at Feng Lai for no reason and asked, Yes, but not now. When the immortal realm and Jyotian are connected in the future, my Taisong Immortal Palace will also spread its power to the immortal realm. Feng Lai replied that this is the truth. In the future, the world of immortal realm will usher in the end of Dharma. This is an inevitable event. Many Taoist traditions in the 9 heavens and 10 lands will relocate to the immortal realm. Feng Lai has never given up the idea of the land of immortal realm. Then if a king from the immortal realm comes to surrender, will Immortal King Taisong be willing to take him under his command? Immortal King Wujin continued to ask with a smile on his face. Oh, I am a foreign king, and there is actually an immortal king who is willing to join me. Feng Lai raised his eyebrows. The chat he had with King Pan before turned out to be true. There really was a powerful immortal king who took the initiative to join him, and was willing to join his command. They are all practicing the immortal way. How can there be any difference between the immortal realm and the 9 heavens? Those who have achieved it are the first. Immortal King Wujin shook his head and continued. I have a friend who was born at the end of the last era and became king in the 400th year, thousands of years ago. I was impressed by the power of the immortal King Taisong, and I was willing to join the immortal king's command and do whatever he wanted. Facts have proved that what King Pan said was not false. A strong man like Feng Lai who became half a giant after becoming a king is indeed a rare example in ancient times. Such a talent is worthy of being followed by ordinary kings. Okay. Then I'll ask Immortal King Wujin to take me to meet that king. If I have the same temperament, I will naturally not reject an immortal king. Feng Lai nodded. It doesn't have to be so troublesome. In fact, when Immortal King Taisong was talking to my teacher, fellow Taoist Mulan had already arrived. Immortal King Wujin led Feng Lai through the planetary sky and soon arrived on a deserted planet. The entire planet is extremely vast, and only a vast breath of life exists. Mu Lin of Shumling Mountain. It's a great honor to see Taisong Immortal King again. As soon as Feng Lai stood firm, a green fairy light rushed from a distance. This light turned into a large green unicorn filled with majesty and vitality, and bowed his head to Feng Lai distantly. Is the immortal King Mulin a king who is willing to serve under me? Feng Lai carefully looked at the immortal King Qilin and realized that he was an immortal king who originated from Muda and followed the path of life. He gave a little away. The Qi machine caused the entire nearby galaxy to change and evolve into a rich vitality. Yes, the road to the Immortal King is difficult. Mulan is willing to bring the Immortal Life Mountain to the Immortal King Taitsong and turn it into the claws and fangs of the Immortal King. The bright green Qilin King took a step forward and nodded seriously. Road. Although he is the Immortal King, he can only overwhelm the immortals. This Qilin King's talent is only average among the Immortal Kings. He has only been a king for a few million years. Now, although he is not the weakest Immortal King in the Immortal Domain, he is also about there. You will definitely reach the top in the future. But you are willing to join me. So you are not afraid that I will not be able to make any progress in the future and will be completely trapped in the top? Feng Lai stared at this unicorn, feeling that the other party's origin was perfect, and asked, "But Wu Jin and I believe that King Taitsong has a greater chance of becoming a giant in the future, or even becoming a supreme giant." Hearing this, Immortal King Mulan smiled in a low voice and shook his head. "Then I will stay in Jiotian for many years in the future, far away from your homeland. Are you willing?" Feng Lai continued. "As long as the road is long." "I am willing," Immortal King Mulan said. "Then just follow me. Although I can't guarantee much, there's no problem with me protecting you." Feng Lai nodded. "Thank you, Immortal King Taitsong." "No, thank you, Your Majesty." Immortal King Mulan bowed his head deeply, then took the initiative to walk behind Feng Lai and spoke out. "In other words, you went to Yushinghai and not only met Senior Qiyu, but also accepted a follower at the level of an Immortal King?" Decades later, deep in Pan Wang's mansion, under the flat peach tree that was only a dozen feet tall, but as sacred and majestic as a real dragon, Feng Lai and Pan Wang were sitting and drinking. Pan Wang was a little envious. Asked, "Yes, I talked with the giant Qiyu about some topics related to the world sea, the giants, and the worlds. As for Mulan, he was indeed just an accident." Feng Lai gently stroked King Pan's ancient flat peach tree with his fingertips. In his previous life, he had seen the future appearance of this tree in the divine ruins. Compared to that time, the flat peach tree today is undoubtedly more magical and extraordinary. That's really enviable. Although you haven't become a giant, you have already received treatment equivalent to that of a giant. King Pan sighed. In the future, when you become a giant, Immortal King Qi, you will undoubtedly be closer to you. With your majesty, more people will come to the Immortal King. Feng Lai's response was a little absent-minded. He suddenly had a question in his mind. Is the flat peach elixir he saw in the future the flat peach fairy tree in front of him, or the King Pan? That's too difficult. Some destiny has been destined for a long time. If you don't have it now, it will be difficult to have it in the future. Pan Wang laughed at himself. He knew his own strength. It was not completely impossible to become a giant, but it would take an unimaginably long time. Then you should continue to work hard in the years. If you fall into reincarnation in the future, I will take action to protect you. Feng Lai slightly cupped his hands to King Pan, then suddenly stood up and looked into the distance outside Panwang City, where the stars were shining. The sun and the moon were shining, and they were as bright as the endless starry sky that covered the sky in the era. I'm leaving. Thank you, King Pan, for your hospitality these years. In the future, when the gates of fairyland and foreign lands are opened again, I will invite you to be a guest in my Taitsong Fairy Palace. Won't you stay with me for a few more years? Seeing this, King Pan also stood up. Feng Lai didn't stay with him for a long time, but it did allow him to witness the rise of Feng Lai. A talented person. He was like the sun rising in the sky. The speed is really fast. If the world is peaceful, of course I would be willing to stay longer, and even occupy a few universes in the immortal realm as a dojo. Unfortunately, my hometown is in ruins and waiting for development, so obviously I cannot be so leisurely. Feng Lai whispered. Then bring something useful. The output of my flat peach tree is very useful to the Supreme Immortal King. King Pan waved his hand, and the ancient flat peach tree behind him immediately began to tremble. The 3 originally green fairy fruits quickly turned into gold, then fell off and flew into Feng Lai's hand. Then, King Pan took a fist-sized peach core from his immortal palace. It turned into an immortal, and had a dark golden color. It was completely natural, like a dragon ball, and he placed it in Feng Lai's palm. Thank you very much. I will give this peach core to my direct disciple Haoshin for cultivation. It will also be regarded as a symbol of friendship between our 2 lines. Feng Lai nodded. Immediately, he turned around, and Qianli came to him from a cave in the distance. The 2 of them turned into 2 rays of light. As soon as they walked out of Pan Wang's mansion, A huge blue unicorn with a height of 10,000 feet appeared outside the mansion. It picked up Feng Lai and the two of them, and ran straight towards the outside of the Fairyland universe. Chapter 164, Carrying an Ancient Universe. On the outskirts of the immortal realm, among the vast ancient universes, a 10,000-foot tall green unicorn is running in the void. Every step it takes in the void will cause the stars to shake and the universe to roar. After all, it is an auspicious beast of the immortal king. Although Mulan has become a king not long ago, he is still not ranked high in the circle of immortal kings. But his power has exceeded the limit that a true immortal can imagine. He can attract thousands of people with one call and one move. A movement that shakes the world is no boast. Feng Lai, on the other hand, maintained the size of an ordinary human being, sitting cross-legged between the two dragon horns on the head of immortal King Mulan, quietly admiring the vast wonders of the universe. Your Majesty, are we going directly to the immortal pass that connects the immortal realm and 9 heavens? Although it is closed, given the status of you and me, Your Majesty, the gatekeepers must not dare to say anything. Suddenly, the 10,000-foot tall blue-blooded unicorn spoke, with a rumbling voice, and his gaze seemed to reach across countless universes to the horizon, which was the direction of the immortal pass connecting the immortal realm and the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I have to admit that immortal King Mulan is very open-minded. Since he chose to follow Feng Lai, he simply decided to follow Feng Lai directly to Jiutian. There are rules in the immortal domain, and the immortal king's orthodoxy will be protected by the immortal king of the same level. No need. Now is not the time to open the immortal pass. We don't take that road. We went to Jintian Gate before. We take the Void Road and take a look at the Boundary Sea. Sitting cross-legged between the dragon horns of immortal King Mulan, Feng Lai opened his eyes, thought for a moment, and then spoke softly. Understood. Your Majesty. Hearing this, the green-blooded unicorn nodded solemnly, and the immortal king's light flickered under its 4 hooves, turning into an auspicious cloud of 5-color fairy clouds, carrying the Mulan immortal dynasty galloping far away. But within 3 to 5 days, they had already arriving in front of a huge city. Zenshunman. After all, the immortal realm is an extremely vast territory. In almost every era, a large number of powerful people will penetrate into the realm sea. Naturally, there cannot be only one immortal pass to connect with the outside world. In fact, there are a total of 10 huge fairy gates in the immortal realm, located in 10 directions of the immortal realm. Some lead to other large realms, and some lead to the boundless Boundary Sea. The Tianjin Gate that Feng Lai came to was one of the 10 immortal gates in the immortal realm. Although it was called Tianmen, it was actually an immortal city that was older and larger than Panwang City. It suppressed the past and present, and connected the inside and outside. With Feng Lai's current eyesight, he can tell at a glance that there is not only an immortal king guarding this place, but also a strange treasure similar to Tianyuan to suppress the world. Not to mention ordinary immortal kings. Even giants have to pay a huge price if they want to knock on the door. You must know that in the future. Sure Hao, as a giant, will not be able to break through such a city in a short period of time. He must burn the immortal king's true soul to completely break through such a city. It's a pity that, looking at the 9 heavens and 10 earths, only the original imperial city can have such power. He not only lamented that in today's 9 heavens and 10 earths, only the original imperial city could rival such a great city, but there were 10 such giant cities in the immortal realm. This was a gap in heritage that had to be acknowledged, whether it was in a foreign land or not. Neither Jiutian nor Jiutian can compare with immortal realm in terms of foundation. Roar! Immortal King Mulan's tall Qilin body stood in front of the immortal city. His kingly aura swayed, instantly alerting the gatekeeper immortal king of Jintian Gate. The gatekeeper originally wanted to dissuade immortal King Mulan from going to the Boundary Sea, but when he saw the figure of Feng Lai above Mulan's head clearly, he directly ordered the door to be opened, not wanting to embarrass Feng Lai, who had been in recent years a half-step giant who has risen to fame in the fairyland. I have a hunch that in the not-too-long years to come, the fairyland between the immortal realm and the old primitive world will be reconnected, and the young giant will become a force that can stand alongside us. Seeing the green-blooded unicorn walking away with majestic and powerful steps, the immortal king guarding Tianjin Gate stared into the distance with great interest and murmured to himself. In the circle of immortal kings, there is an analogy that if the Boundary Sea is a real ocean, we on this side of the Boundary Sea will live on the coastline, and the foreign lands, burial realms and fairy realms are cities forged by people. And these large and small worlds and universes between the realms are the gravel washed up by the waves of the Boundary Sea. More than 20,000 years later, in the vast void of the immortal realm and the primitive ancient world, a humanoid creature thousands of miles high is standing out of thin air. His voice is like a bell in thunder, and every syllable can shatter a broken world. With the universe. Then what is this ancient universe in your hands? Your Majesty? Is it a rock washed up from the sea? Not far away from this humanoid creature, a large green unicorn with the same height of tens of thousands of miles was walking half a step behind Feng Lai. Immortal King Mu Lin looked above Feng Lai's head from time to time. There, Feng Lai on top of the great Tao Aquarius. There is an ancient universe that is countless billions of miles in size, floating quietly in nothingness. This is a quite huge ancient universe. If compared, it is much wider than any of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Although the rules are a bit confusing and no living beings are born, the origin is very intact and can easily support several people. A true immortal. To describe it accurately, this is a very good stone. If it is integrated into Jiotian, it can at least add a lot of origin to my mother world. Hearing this, Feng Lai also looked up. He had always envied the immortal realm's method of constantly absorbing foreign universes to expand its scope. Now that he has become the immortal king, he simply found a quite huge universe in the void and wanted to carry it back to his hometown, integrated into the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The gap between Jiotian and immortal realm is really not small. According to Feng Lai's city theory, if the immortal realm is compared to a big city, then this city will have the ability to continuously send out strong people and constantly move in other ancient universes to expand the territory of the immortal realm, making it bigger and bigger, and its origin will naturally become stronger. Be strong and prosperous. In comparison, Jiotian City is just a village built on an ancient city. This village is very dilapidated. Even self-protection is a problem for the creatures in the village. There are constant external troubles and internal worries. Of course, no one has the energy to go to the outside world, move to the ancient universe, and repair the damage to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Your Majesty, you have really worked hard for the Mother Realm. When I was young, I went to the battlefields of the primitive ancient world and looked at a certain senior of the Qilin tribe in your ancient world. He was called one of the 10 evils. Although he did not become a king, looking back, I may not be his opponent now. Immortal King Yulin lamented that he had some understanding of the primitive ancient world. Although the ancient world that had the same origin as the immortal realm was not huge, there were many powerful people in it, such as the Supreme Ancestor Sacrificial Spirit, who it has a great influence on the current practice system of immortal realm. After all, they are the 10 evils. Every queen who becomes a queen is an extremely strong person. Unfortunately, most of the bloodlines of the 10 evils in our world have withered. Feng Lai nodded, staring at Mu Lin's tall and majestic back, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I remember that there is a pure-blooded immortal Qilin over there in our realm. You are also the immortal king of the Qilin lineage. If it can be found in the future, you may be needed to guide its practice. When your Majesty opens your mouth, I will definitely pay attention. Immortal King Mu Lin nodded and said, I dare not say anything else, but I am still 100% sure that it will become an immortal. Chapter 165 Return to 9 Heavens. Thinking back to the time when Feng Lai became an immortal, the Jiotian mainland once again got in touch with the original imperial city. This was undoubtedly a major historical node for the entire Jiotian and 10 lands. At that historical node, 2 supreme immortal kings took over the original imperial city. 9 heavenly beings came into contact with the real history, and then all the immortal kings worked together to deduce the supreme chapter of the law of this world. These were all major events that deeply affected the development of this world. Among them, the most far-reaching impact is undoubtedly the advent of the supreme chapter of the Dharma in this world. This is the simplest and most direct way to improve the overall strength of the creatures in the 9 heavens and 10 earths in a short period of time. Just like the current 3000 Daozhou, one of the 10 places that has long declined has now produced many supreme powerhouses, such as the 9 million-year-old old leader of the Butian sect, the founder of the Jetian sect, and the founder of the Jetian sect. Each of the sect members obtained the supreme chapter from the original imperial city and returned to their homeland, which indeed made these sects a lot stronger. The true immortal Tianzheng still has the means to control the supreme chapter in the original imperial city. Only those who have fought for enough years in the city are eligible to receive the inheritance. This is really helpful for the unity of 9 heavens and 10 earths. Today, in Tianyun State, on a pavilion deep in Tianyun Academy, 2 extremely powerful figures were sitting opposite each other. One of them, a middle-aged man with deep pupils and a scene of chaos and destruction, sighed, The rear of the 9 heavens and 10 earths is unstable. Senior Ming and the others are helpless. If the supreme dharma of this world is learned by someone with ulterior motives, it would be too bad. It would be tantamount to siding with the enemy. Opposite the middle-aged man, there is a young male wearing a silver imperial robe. He has stern eyes and a high crown on his head. Every movement has the majesty of a king. He is Feng Lai's chief disciple. The long-haired man. The leader of the Gongdu kingdom once fought against the powerful supreme Long Gongyan of the foreign royal family in front of the original imperial city. Fellow Taoist, are you talking about the immortality of the infinite heavenly king 30,000 years ago? That incident is indeed depressing. What Chom Gongyan said immediately made the face of the man opposite him look a little ugly. This was also a supreme person who had been promoted in the last 100,000 years. He was the founder of Tianyun Academy in Tianyun State. He stayed in the imperial pass after seclusion. After many thousands of years, he followed Ming Tianzheng to the original imperial city and became the supreme. Since Taoist immortal gold used the power of Tianyuan to cripple an immortal king tens of thousands of years ago, the attack on the original imperial city from foreign lands has begun to slow down. Although occasionally there are still a few immortal true bodies coming. But this is undoubtedly just training and testing. But what is unexpected is that only tens of thousands of years after the foreign troubles were resolved, a major internal trouble broke out. Wang Chansheng, the head of the immeasurable heavenly king family, had a great war with Ming Tianzheng, the #1 true immortal in the imperial city. In that battle, Wang Chansheng used all his strength to cleanse the heavens with the immortal sword of peace. The power of the Yuanshan sword was unparalleled in the world. Ming Tianjing did not hold back at all. He fired the demon-slaying Big Bao and knocked down countless stars. Few people know the process of that battle. They only know that the result was Wang Changxing's death and his soul scattered. Ming Tianzheng was also crippled, and his spirit was pierced by the immortal sword of peace. Without the help of the king in the imperial city, Ming Tianzheng would have been hard-pressed to survive. Come down. Yes, even today, there are many wealthy families in the 9 heavens and 10 lands who are ready to invest on both sides. They collude with foreign lands and are equivalent to unstable enemies. We cannot do anything to capitalize on the enemy, Chong Gongyan said seriously. As a direct descendant of Feng Lai, he knew a lot about the battle between Ming Tianzheng and Wang Chansheng. It was an event that Ming Tianzheng had planned for a long time. There were problems with Wang Chansheng and even the Wang family where he lived, and he no longer had the original intention to bring chaos to the Wang family. What Lord Longong said is absolutely true. The founder of Tianyun Academy nodded and said, I am an ordinary supreme being who is used to following the crowd. After all, I am not as good as a new generation genius like you. Compared with the wars in the borderlands and the turmoil in Jyotian these years, the prosperity of the spiritual world is undoubtedly a very happy thing. Although the supreme chapter of this world's dharma is only spread within the scope of the original imperial city, the supreme chapter created by it is far beyond anyone's imagination. The interruption of the practice method has caused too many strong people to get stuck in the truncation of the great perfection of the escape realm. This has led to the explosive growth of the 9 heavens supreme in the 20 to 30,000 years since the advent of the supreme chapter. To this day, the number of supreme beings active in the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths definitely exceeds hundreds of thousands. Although the strength of these supreme beings may not be that high, the number is very satisfactory. During this explosion in numbers, several extremely talented experts stood out among the large number of new supremes, alarming many established experts. Just like Chom Gongyan in front of him, this person has been practicing for only 100,000 years, but his cultivation is ranked among the high-level supremes. His immortal skills are astonishing, and he is worthy of the name of the true immortal chief disciple. Fellow Taoist, what you said is an exaggeration. Compared with my junior sister, I am still far behind. The praise from the founder of Tianyun Academy made Chong Gongyan sigh. Facts have proved that Tianjiao needs comparison. Compared with his junior sister, he himself was obviously too gloomy. Fairy Yining? She is a genius who can fight against the most powerful bloodline in ancient times. She is not within the comparable range at all. The junior sister of Chong Gongyan, the second disciple of Tai Tsang Immortal, and now the most powerful person in Tai Tsang Immortal Palace. The double-eyed girl Yining is one of the most powerful talents rising in this era. That was a young man who was more than 20,000 years younger than Chong Gongyan. He was brought from the lower world by Feng Lai. His talent far exceeded that of Chong Gongyan. 9 days after Feng Lai left, Yining's performance was even more impressive. King's attention. Nowadays, Yi Ning's cultivation and combat power have far surpassed Chang Gongyan, who is at the high-level supreme level. According to what was said during a discussion, Yi Ning's combat power is already close to that of Wang Chansheng and Ming before they became immortals. Tianzheng and Fenglai barely reached the level of Ji Dao. She has been practicing for less than 100,000 years. But she has almost touched the threshold of what Senior Ming has achieved after practicing for hundreds, or even tens of millions of years. Even the king who suppressed Tian Yuan said that my junior sister will definitely not lose to the true dragon's parent and child. He really has the qualifications to become a king. Chang Gongyan sighed. Rumble. The founder of Tianyan Academy wanted to say something more. But suddenly, he heard a loud noise from above the sky. This noise came from the extremely distant sky, shaking the world, shaking the universe. And the entire 3,000 states shook slightly. Something has changed. What happened? With such a change, Chang Gongyan and the founder of Tianyan Academy looked at each other and stood up with a roar. They turned into two brilliant rays of light and rushed up to the sky in the blink of an eye. Following the guidance of the Great Road, they soon arrived. We arrived near the boundary membrane of Sanqian Daozhou. I saw that outside the world membrane, there were illusory shadows reflected from the world membrane. It was like planets colliding. Mortal creatures could only see the shadow of world destruction. The long bow was reflected in the shadow. He felt a sense of near-death fear. If the shadow directly collided with Jiutian, it would be the most terrifying disaster. Stay away from all those below the true immortal level. The two universes are about to merge. Different 10,000 ways will collide. And the powerful force that will burst out will tear you into pieces. At this time, outside the conjunctiva, a roar that shocked the 9 heavens suddenly came. A green-haired giant thousands of miles tall was sitting on a blue-blooded unicorn that was also thousands of miles tall, and suddenly passed through the boundary membrane. 9 days away walked in. They are two extremely terrifying beings. Their immortal power far exceeds that of true immortals. Their Dharma appearance is astonishing. Every time they exhale or breathe, they overwhelm the world. And their immortal power is unparalleled. However, the arrival of such a powerful man did not attract the rejection of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. On the contrary, Chang Gongyan could clearly feel that the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths 10,000 rules cheered. Master? The next moment, when he saw the face of the supreme giant clearly, Chang Gongyan felt that his entire scalp was numb. It was as if he had returned to the time when he met Fenglai for the first time, and his heart was filled with ecstasy and shock. Chapter 166 Today's 9 Heavens. The contact between the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the ancient universe brought about by Fenglai was not like a great collision of heaven and earth as imagined. The process of the intersection of the two great worlds seemed extremely natural. Just like two water droplets, one large and one small, meeting. A huge hole tens of millions of miles wide opened in the void of the 9 heavens and 10 earths in an instant. It was the fusion of the boundary membranes of the two domains. One side was the 9 heavens, and the other side was the ancient universe. Boom! But in the eyes of many supreme beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, such a scene is undoubtedly extremely majestic and dangerous. The moment two completely different rules of the law collide, the power emanating from them can definitely hurt a true immortal. Roar! Just when all the supreme beings were about to retreat again, the supreme being from across the realm suddenly stood up. The green-blooded unicorn under its seat roared, and the soft but infinitely majestic Emu Xianwang poured out from the center of its eyebrows, covering it. The sky is hundreds of millions of miles away. Soon, the writing rules between the two worlds became peaceful under the light of Emu Immortal. This was the rule of the different universes that was forcibly suppressed by the power of the Immortal King, allowing the 9 heavens and 10 earths to integrate the ancient universe faster. Origin. Such a scene is not uncommon in the immortal realm. After all, every few million years, there will be an ancient universe attracted by the rules of the immortal realm, or directly moved by the immortal king to expand the territory of the immortal realm and enhance the power of that realm. Origin. But the Supremes of Jiutian had obviously never seen such a spectacle, and they froze in place for a moment, both horrified by the spectacle of the merging of the two universes, and also fearful of the majesty of the two immortal kings Fenglai and Yulin. Clank. At this moment, the sound of a piano that cleansed the world suddenly came from the sky. At the end of the line of sight, a 9-string ancient chain was hundreds of thousands of feet long, flying from a distance. Its strings vibrated on their own, emitting Taoist sounds. A stunning song, like a phoenix bathed in fairy fire. This fairy heart quickly flew not far away from the intersection of the two universes, making immortal King Yulin look slightly sideways. but said nothing. Feng Wu Immortal Qin. It's Bianhuang Jin Immortal True Immortal here. Meet the Immortal Immortal. When the sound of the piano reached their ears, many of the lost 9 Heaven Supremes came to their senses. They seemed to have finally found their backbone, and bowed to the figure standing above the immortal piano. At the top of the fairy harp, a slender figure, wearing a gorgeous golden fairy skirt, was sitting cross-legged. She was a woman who looked to be in her 40s, with skin as smooth as gelatin and eyebrows like lying silkworms. She frowned and smiled. She is mature and charming, but has a majesty that cannot be blasphemed. This is actually Feng Lai's acquaintance, the former Yutian Jin Taijun, now the Bianhuang Jin Chansheng True Immortal. Jin Chansheng stood up on the Immortal Qin, but did not pay attention to these supreme beings. He just cupped his hands to Feng Lai and the true Immortal Mu Lin beside him from afar. His almond-shaped eyes as passionate as autumn water looked down at the many supreme beings below and scolded. A bunch of stupid people. They haven't seen each other for tens of thousands of years. But they don't recognize Bianhuang Taitsong Immortal? What? As soon as Jin Chansheng finished speaking, there was a burst of exclamation from many supreme beings. Until this moment, many supreme beings dared to take a closer look at Feng Lai's face. After a moment, they confirmed that the face of the humanoid creature was indeed the Taitsong Immortal, who had fought countless immortals in the frontier wilderness. Master! Soon! A man wearing silver imperial robes rose into the sky. It was Chan Gongyan. The resolute and majestic face of the powerful leader of the ancient Longdong Kingdom was a little trembling at this time. He rushed forward without hesitation and saluted Feng Lai. I thought you didn't want to recognize me as your master. At this moment, a smile appeared on Feng Lai's million-mile-long face. He instantly transformed into the size of an ordinary person and walked to Long Gongyan. He spoke. We haven't seen each other for tens of thousands of years. Master, you have changed so much that your disciples dare not recognize you for fear of recognizing the wrong person. Chan Gongyan replied honestly. Let us pay our respects to Immortal Taitsong. The supremely glorious Taitsong War Immortal. Chan Gongyan's appearance clearly confirmed Feng Lai's identity. For a time, many supreme beings present fell to their knees and shouted loudly. In today's Julian, most of the supreme powerhouses have seen Feng Lai in the original imperial city. They are all familiar with the name Taitsong and respect him very much. The breath has indeed changed too much. Not to mention you as a disciple. If the real dragon hadn't said anything, even I wouldn't have believed it was you who came back. When Feng Lai nodded to most of the familiar supremes, Jin Chansheng came from afar, holding a phoenix-like fairy harp in her arms, and smiled at Feng Lai. As a remnant soul of the former immortal king, Jin Chansheng undoubtedly has a high vision. She can see from Feng Lai's eyes and aura that Feng Lai, the first true immortal of the era, has experienced in just tens of thousands of years. The things are beyond imagination. But I didn't say much. What's even more surprising is that you, in just tens of thousands of years, have broken through to become a true immortal, and even controlled the Feng Wu Immortal Qin. It's incredible. Feng Lai was not surprised that Jin Chansheng came back to pick him up. The immortal kings in the imperial city could see all of the 9 heavens and 10 earths now. If he brought such a large universe, it would be strange for them not to know about the real dragon and the second best person in the world. Staring at Jin Chansheng seriously, he found that the immortal harp in his arms was the immortal king's soldier from Bianhuang Emperor Pass. Now it had obviously been repaired, which surprised him a little. What surprised him even more was that the immortal king, who was resurrected by Jin Taijun, did have some abilities. He became a true immortal in Jiotian within tens of thousands of years. And he did not appear to be corroded by darkness. The Qin was given to me by Talis brother Xianjin after he repaired it. A few years ago, the 2 Talis brother in the world and the immortal Jin Talis brother made the decision and gave each true immortal an immortal king weapon. So I was assigned as Phoenix Clan immortal weapon. King's weapon. Jin Chongqing's immortal body was flawless and plump. Hearing this, he gently touched the Feng Wu Immortal Qin in his arms and said with a smile, As for me becoming a true immortal, I just don't want to waste time. With my power, even if the human realm changes, it will be in vain. It is better to become an immortal as soon as possible. It makes sense. Feng Lai nodded, and glanced at the many supreme beings below before saying, In the tens of thousands of years since I have been away, how many true immortals have emerged here? Go to Bianhuang and talk slowly. The second best people in the world are still waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Jin Chansheng glanced at immortal King Mu Lin unintentionally and chuckled. Okay. Feng Lai nodded. then turned to look at the big green-blooded unicorn that was crawling on the edge of the ancient universe, carefully sorting out the rules of the universe, and ordered from afar, "Mulin, I'll leave the integration of this ancient universe to you. I'll go visit my hometown and introduce you to the kings of the 9 heavens later." "Understood, Your Majesty." Immortal King Mulin nodded. "I'm sorry for you, Immortal King Mulin." Jin Chansheng rolled his eyes, and said to Immortal King Mulin from afar. This Immortal King's shout was addressed to the many supreme beings present. Tai Song True Immortal left for tens of thousands of years, and when he returned, his mounts were already immortal kings. Naturally, there is no need to say much about his own strength. There is no doubt that Jin Chansheng is a smart man. Of course, Feng Lai, the current king, does not need to personally promote this kind of thing. She is willing to do it for her. "Let's go! Go and see the imperial city." Feng Lai nodded slightly, and the void in front of him opened in an instant, and a door appeared. He took Jin Chansheng and Chang Longyan and strode in. Chapter 167. Compared with the years when the original imperial town was in the wilderness, tens of thousands of years were like a breath, leaving no trace on this ancient modeled city wall. But there is no doubt that everything Feng Lai did in the original imperial city in the past few years has made this time pass very long. In just tens of thousands of years, many events have happened. Really? You have actually entered a place that connects the past and the present. No wonder your aura is thousands of years older than before. Today, in the deepest part of the original imperial city, Feng Lai is sitting cross-legged on the altar that controls Tianyuan. Under the altar, the second best Taoist in the world, Immortal Gold Taoist, and the real dragon with illusory breath are standing side by side. The phantom of the real dragon among them is staring at Feng Lai. After looking at it for a long time, he spoke. The real dragon also knows that place that connects the past and the present? Feng Lai allowed the Tianyuan altar to continuously swallow up his power, but looked at the real dragon in surprise and asked. Not seen for tens of thousands of years. The aura of the real dragon has undoubtedly become more solid again. If he was just a psychic mark before, now he can be regarded as a remnant. Although there are still many missing parts, at least there are the hope of resurrection. Of course we know. Not only do we know about it, we have even been there ourselves. Before the real dragon could speak, the second best man in the world shook his thick giant tail and shook his head. It's a pity that we have no chance to go there. Over the years, the primitive ancient only the immortal King Wu Ending and the Thunder Emperor have entered it. As far as the history of the primitive ancient world is concerned, you should be the third person who has a predestined relationship there. Taoist Immortal Gold on the other side also said. Even if we look at all the worlds, the circle of the immortal king is not very big. The place that connects the past and the present is a fate that everyone in this circle knows. Not only the Immortal Gold Taoist, but also the kings of the original ancient world. Been there all. That place is indeed very special. After traveling through the long river of the world and passing through the years, without that place, I would not be able to achieve such power. Feng Lai nodded, but did not say much about his experience in the land of ancient and modern times. He just mentioned it casually and continued. How was the frontier during my absence? How was the rear? How are you? It's only been tens of thousands of years. It's just the blink of an eye. Of course, everything is fine with us. Taoist Tianjin glanced at the few old acquaintances present and shook his head. This is the truth. The immortal king's cultivation can easily take millions of years. A mere tens of thousands of years can only give the kings a little sense. There is no problem in the border wilderness. With Tianyuan here, foreign lands can only send a few immortals occasionally. The real immortals here are not weak, including Jin Chansheng, who became an immortal 20,000 to 30,000 years ago. They are all able to the existence of guarding one side. Having said this, a sneer appeared on the golden face of Taoist Immortal Gold. It's just that there are constant small things behind the Imperial Pass. After the supreme chapter of the law of this world came out, some immortal clans used their brains, and some people actually wanted to play shuffle under our noses. Replace Meng Tianzheng and take charge of this city. Oh, Wang Chansheng has become an immortal. After hearing this, Feng Lai suddenly became interested and guessed. In this day and age, if anyone could possibly pull down Meng Tianzheng, who has now emerged, it would be Wang Chansheng. However, Feng Lai felt that something was a little strange. Wang Chansheng did not seem to be such a reckless person. Yes, Xiao Ming has long discovered that there is something wrong with the Wang family. He went through some tricks to let the world know the truth about the Wang family and forced this generation of Wang family heads to fall out. Taoist Xianjin said casually. Yes. How glorious were the ancestors of the Wang family in the Ping Chaos Ju. I didn't expect that the family head of this generation was very ambitious. He bet on both our side and foreign lands. The second best person in the world shook his head and said, Didn't you find anything wrong with Wang Changsheng? Feng Lai asked. He didn't believe that these immortal kings couldn't see Wang Changsheng's true nature. After all, the essence of that man's soul was that of a supreme immortal king. And it was impossible to hide it. It's all handled by immortal Xiaoming. Apart from giving him a drop of immortal king's blood to save his life, we didn't take part in that matter at all. Taoist Immortal Gold shook his head. He had never even seen Wang Changsheng with his own eyes. After all, the ancestors of the Wang family had been dead for many years. Even if Wang Changsheng was known as one of the strongest supreme beings back then, it would be difficult for him to attract a group of immortal kings to do it himself. Forget about it. Feng Lai shook his head. After becoming the queen, he originally thought he would kill Wang Changsheng himself when he had time. But since Meng Tianjing took action in advance, it didn't matter. The overall situation is stable. So the second Taoist friend in the world has been very diligent these years. He has been wandering around behind the Imperial Pass for tens of thousands of years, continuing your previous ideas and looking for old friends on the ruins. The real dragon beside him said with a smile. What's the gain? Hearing this, Feng Lai suddenly became interested and asked. You know, the second best person in the world is a truly supreme immortal king. And he participated in the battle at the end of the era. And his efficiency in finding old friends is much higher than that of Feng Lai. It has been confirmed that many old friends have been completely extinct. Be it the immortal monk king, the 10 fierce Kirans, or the skyhorned ants. There is no hope of resurrection. The no. 2 under heaven sighed. There is no hope for the 10 vicious skyhorned ants? Feng Lai asked in a deep voice. No. As long as there is half a shred of life, my blood of the immortal king can help it resurrect. Unfortunately, the true form of the sky-horned ant disappeared at the beginning of this era. The second best person in the world shook his head and said, like a true dragon, he cares too much about bloodline inheritance. He could have sustained millions more or even longer. But he exhausted his essence and blood for his heirs. There is no hope even if the giant comes. As both immortal kings, the number 2 under heaven could not understand the choice of the true dragon and the sky-horned ant. They would rather give the hope of survival to their heirs than leave it to themselves. This was not wise in the eyes of the number 2 under heaven. You have lived for several epochs and have no heirs. You will not understand our thoughts. Jinlong shook his head gently. Only those who have truly experienced life and death can understand his lonely mood at that time. Well, the good news is that the parents and children of the 10 fierce sky-horned ants are still alive. Although they are very weak, the bloodline is real. Not only has the bloodline of the sky-horned ants been passed down, but the complete Dharma has also been passed down. The second best dragon in the world did not refute the true dragon. The depths of its huge eyes shone with light. You could see a small insect egg stirring slightly in the chaos. It was the parent child of the 10 ferocious skyhorned ants. The skyhorned ant. Die for it. The Dharma of the skyhorned ant clan is very special. In addition to the ancient scripture that their clan has the most powerful power, there is also an immortal book. It is said that it has a great background, and was also placed in that city by the 10 fierce skyhorned ants. Has this little guy inherited everything? Feng Lai asked with great interest. Of course. After all, he is the descendant of the ancient 10 evil spirits, who fought hard to save. So he naturally carries everything. Taoist Immortal Gold said. Then when will this little alicorn ant that carries everything be born? Feng Lai continued. What he saw was just a shadow. And he couldn't see the origin of the egg. According to what I've seen about the origin of life, it's about 70 or 80,000 years old. The second person in the world said. Really? That's interesting. Feng Lai nodded. If he had calculated the time and cause and effect correctly, it would still be 70,000 to 80,000 years before Emperor Huang Tian was born in the future. Chapter 168. The Next Generation of Supreme. Talented people have emerged from generation to generation, and each has been leading the way for 100,000 years. In today's age of immortality, this sentence undoubtedly carries considerable weight, especially after the Supreme Chapter was handed down from the original Imperial City. Talented and powerful people have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. I'm very curious. Since the Supreme Chapter was handed down to the present day, how many more Supremes have there been in the 9 heavens and 10 earths in 100,000 years? After bidding farewell to the queens in the Imperial City, Feng Lai came to the mansion belonging to Meng Tianzheng in the original imperial city. This imperial gate watchman was the first supreme person that Feng Lai met after coming to this world. Now that the two meet each other, there is naturally a lot to learn about. Something to talk about. I haven't counted them in detail, but I conservatively estimate that there are at least more than 300,000 Supremes created by the Supreme Chapter of the original imperial city. In 100,000 years, Meng Tianzheng had taken a big step forward at the level of true immortal. But he found that the gap between himself and Feng Lai had been widened. He felt sighing and unwilling. But he also found that the gap between himself and Feng Lai had widened. He didn't say much. He just thought it was an old friend meeting again, and smiled casually. The relationship is so good that an average of 3 Supremes are born every year. This is an incredible development no matter what era it is placed in. Feng Lai sighed. It can only be said that in these years, there have been too many strong ones who escaped from the first realm. The chapter of Supreme Dharma in this world has come out. And many ancient strong ones who escaped from the first realm have broken through the divine source. After 100,000 years of blowout, it is almost the same now. Meng Tianzheng brought Feng Lai to the top of the city wall of the original imperial city. There were quite a few extremely powerful men who were originally quite rare in the city, not to mention everywhere, although most of them were beginner to intermediate level. Considering that a matter of time, these people have a bright future. Is there anyone who is particularly eye-catching? If you have the talent to become an immortal, it is worth cultivating. Feng Lai glanced at the many supreme beings present and asked after a moment. The particularly eye-catching ones have achieved supreme status many years ago. If they can be stuck on the road to escape to the supreme level, it shows that they themselves are not that eye-catching. Therefore, the top supreme beings of this era must come from this era, and the old people have long been eliminated. Having said this, Meng Tianzheng turned his head and glanced at Feng Lai before continuing. In the past 100,000 years, there have been 2 top supreme experts. One is your second disciple, the little girl who was born with double pupils, and the other is your second disciple. One is Lord True Dragon's biological son, a young true dragon named Gugu. Oh, the young true dragon has also grown up? Of course Feng Lai knew about the red true dragon named Gugu. The 3 eggs of the true dragon back then were brought by Feng Lai from the lower world, and Gugu came from the life force, the strongest one. Feng Lai remembered that in the original world line, the baby dragon was born decades after Shihao was born. The true dragon parent and his son still achieved quite good results in practicing the true phoenix treasure technique. This life is obviously completely different from the original work. Gugu, the true dragon's son, has received the attention of many immortals and kings in the original imperial city, and has been able to receive the most top battles and resources. Of course, that is the bloodline of Lord True Dragon's closest relative. Even if he has not followed the path of Lord True Dragon, he is still extremely powerful. When he first became a supreme, he could sweep away a large number of powerful people of the same level. Now he is even more powerful. Feng Lai nodded to express his understanding. He remembered that when Gugu was born, he failed to inherit the innate magic of the true dragon. Therefore, driven by the second best in the world, the true dragon's son embarked on a more difficult path. That is, Xingzhu Dragon Road. Develop your own dragon path and bloodline. Comparatively speaking, your second disciple, Missy Ning, is even more amazing. She does not have the blood of the immortal king. She has a pair of double pupils, and her own talent is incredible. She is comparable to the immortal king's own son. This is the most amazing talent. Meng Tianzheng shook his head. In the eyes of many strong men in the imperial city, if the rise of Gugu Shi, the true dragon son, is destined, then Yi Ning is surprising. I remember that when she first came to the original imperial city, she was just a small Void Dao realm monk, needing the protection of windy wings. But in this short period of 100,000 years, Yi Ning has grown into the backbone of the original imperial city. In the past tens of thousands of years, she has even competed with the real dragon son Gugu several times. And each time there was no winner. The immortals were shocked. Jida? Listening to Meng Tianzheng sigh, Feng Lai didn't say much. He just stared into his old friend's eyes and asked, "It's hard to say. At least not comparable to when you and I fought. But I heard from the second most powerful person in the world that their level can barely be considered the pinnacle of humanity." Meng Tianzheng said, "It's already very difficult to reach that point." Feng Lai sighed softly and had to lament the talent of his own disciples. You must know that today's 9 heavens and 10 earths do not have the imprint of Tianqin like the future Zetian era. The concept of alternative enlightenment is almost already a concept in the theory of human beings. It's the limit. It's hard to go any further. Feng Lai can possess power at the supreme level that is not weaker than that of the powerful Tianzi generation in later generations. This is because he has felt the mark of Tianqin in the Zhetian era. And coupled with the accumulation of years in the Taoist immortal womb in this life, he has reached this level. That level. As for the other two Ji Dao, Meng Tianzheng and Wang Chansheng, in addition to their extraordinary talents, the accumulation and precipitation of tens of millions of years are also indispensable. I told him about this. But your apprentice and Gugu are obviously unwilling to accept it. They want to step into the level that you and I have stepped on at that time, and then jump to immortality. Meng Tianzheng said. That is indeed difficult. Unless there is a big change in the future, there may be an opportunity. Feng Lai sighed softly. After thinking for a moment, he continued, well, I have time to teach them about Tianqin Dao. If they can understand it, they may be able to truly reach the top of the ultimate path. If not, let them concentrate on practicing. In fact, Yi Ning and Gugu live in a very good era. Now it is not far away that the 9 heavens and 10 earths will merge into one, and the Tianqin mark will be born. By then, both of them will be powerful enough to be supreme. When they merge with Tianqin, there will be a big improvement. Today's world is not peaceful, and it is far from the case that 1 or 2 extreme Dao Supremes can change the situation of the war. Only by ascending to the immortal path, or even becoming a king as soon as possible, can we stabilize in such a great world. As the most powerful person of the era who once attained enlightenment in the Zhetian era and personally mastered the Tianqin seal, Feng Lai understands how precious the Tianqin seal is. As for whether Gugu or Yi Ning can achieve enlightenment in the next 70 or 80,000 years, there is no doubt that Feng Lai will be very happy. After all, it is difficult to find creatures that have become immortals in 1,780,000 years due to his own greatness. There have been only a few in ancient times, and Feng Lai himself is one of them. That's naturally the best. You, the true immortal king, will definitely gain a lot from your sermon. I will have several talented little guys come to listen. You won't have any objections, right? Meng Tianzheng stroked his palm, smiled. Under Yi Ning and Gugu, there are of course many less powerful, but equally stunning supremes, including Feng Lai's first disciple Chang Gongyin, Chi Daolin, the last descendant of the Supreme Hall, and Chu Shanhe, who has recently become famous all over the world. Of course I'm relieved about the strongman you called. Feng Lai naturally didn't care about Meng Tianzheng's request and said casually, Chapter 169 Immortals. I heard from the immortal kings that you killed Wang Chansheng. As old friends who have known each other for tens of thousands of years, Feng Lai and Meng Tianzheng obviously have a lot of topics in common. Many things have happened in these tens of thousands of years, and Feng Lai is interested in many of them. Death. He has problems for a day or two. Ever since I became an immortal, the Wang family has been making small moves in the rear. Once, they even broke the wall that suppressed the Qi Tian, and almost put dozens of immortals into Jiutian. When Wang Chansheng was mentioned, Meng Tianzheng had some disgust on his face. After all, he was the supreme being who had existed as long as himself. Meng Tianzheng chose to take root in Jiutian, but Wang Chansheng didn't think so at all. He hedged his bets. Although he was in Jiutian, the continuity with foreign lands has never been broken. Oh, is there anything like this? Feng Lai was shocked and confused. The border gate that suppressed the Qi Tian was breached. This should have happened in Shihao's era more than 80,000 years later. Unexpectedly, because of his existence, this matter was brought forward. After all, the Wang family of Ping Chaos Sword Technique has a very high status in the ancient immortal era. Wang Chansheng is the leader of the family and knows many secrets of Jiutian. He even secretly destroyed some of the borders of Daqishan. We didn't know about it before. Even Meng Tianzheng had to admit that Wang Chansheng was indeed very capable. With the prestige of the head of the Wang family and the supreme being in the world, he was able to flourish in Jiutian and Ten Earths. And with his dark nature and Jiutian identity, he was able to thrive in foreign lands. It also has quite a status there, and has received many benefits from foreign lands over the years. Then you forced him to become an immortal and then killed him? Feng Lai nodded and said, It is indeed better for this kind of person to die. It was indeed the result of my coercion. After all, Wang Chansheng had a hard time after I became an immortal. At that time, he should have planned to escape to a foreign land. When I took action, he went crazy and became an immortal. and even beheaded a supreme being named Mu Changsheng. Having said this, Meng Tianzheng touched the center of his eyebrows with some fear, where Wang Chongqing's immortal sword for peace had penetrated there. If the immortal king of the imperial city had not given the immortal king's blood in advance, he and Wang Chongqing would have perished together long ago. He had to admit Wang Chongqing's power. The man who became an immortal was even stronger than the current 7-color immortal gold holy spirit Qingdao, and definitely surpassed many direct lineages of the foreign imperial clan. What about Qin Changsheng from Sanjian Daoshou? Feng Lai frowned slightly and asked. I seem to have heard of this man. He said he was sent by you to guard the original imperial city. He should still be in the city now. Meng Tianzheng pondered for a moment before speaking. Feng Lai raised his eyebrows, and immediately stretched out his hand in the void, evolving into a treasure mirror. The blue-gold light swept across the entire primitive imperial city in an instant, and traces of Qin Changsheng were soon found in the city. Sure enough, the Dao bone is still there, and he didn't have time to recover the part of the bone. In the scene, Qin Changsheng still looked like a handsome young man. His aura was extremely deep and unusual, and he had already achieved supreme status. There was a light on his chest, which was helping Qin Changsheng become stronger every moment. What? Is this person related to Wang Chongqing? Meng Tianzheng asked. I just heard a story. Feng Lai didn't hide anything, telling Meng Tianzheng the past of the 3 musketeers of immortality, and told the truth that their essence was probably the reconstruction of a dark immortal king. Soul, blood, and bones. Wang Chongqing killed Mu Changsheng. It turned out that he recovered the power of the immortal king's blood. Meng Tianzheng nodded. If Wang Chongqing is a dark immortal king who has recultivated, then many strange things about this person can indeed be explained. But it doesn't matter now. Not to mention a mere Wang Chongqing. Even if he returns in his true form as the immortal king, I still have the power to make him completely dead. Feng Lai said with a smile. Indeed, you have become a king, and have the confidence and means to solve all problems. Meng Tianzheng raised his head. With his eyesight, he could naturally see the ancient universe brought by Feng Lai and the Qilin Dharma of immortal King Mulan in it. He sighed. In comparison, we true immortals are still far behind. We have a long way to go to become a king. I don't know how many more years it will take. His tone was a little lonely, but if you listened carefully to what he said, you could feel Meng Tianzheng's self-confidence that was so strong that it penetrated into the bones of his bones. He had never doubted that he could become the immortal king, but he was just worried that the time to become a king would be behind the times. I am in a special situation. From ancient times to the present, few people can copy my path to becoming a king. If you follow the steps, one day you will rule the world. Feng Lai said with a smile. The one he least worried about was Meng Tianzheng. This man was incredible. He was top-notch in terms of will, state of mind, and talent. In the original work, even though he was swallowed by darkness, he still retained a trace of aura. His body was eroded, but his heart could hold on to everything. With Feng Lai's intervention, Meng Tianzheng has overcome the dark calamity, and his talents will be perfectly unleashed. It will be easy to become an immortal king, and it is not impossible to even become a giant. Brush! Brush! While the two were talking, several bright rays of light suddenly flashed in the sky, and in a blink of an eye, they were in front of Feng Lai. They were the last Stone King, Qingdao, the colorful immortal golden man, and Qin Changsheng, who were originally stationed in the original imperial city. Brother! Feng Lai waved his hand, and Qianli, who had been placed in the Aquarius heaven and earth by him, also stepped out of the void. She already knew the identities of everyone. After saying H, lo to Feng Lai, she also said H, lo to the immortals. That's it. All the true immortals from the 9 heavens and 10 earths have arrived. Qingdao's colorful eyes swept across the people present, and he said with a smile on his lips, Today, the issues regarding the immortal Tao of 9 heavens and 10 earths have been stabilized. The original imperial city is guarded by at least 1 true immortal and 1 immortal king all year round. In their free time, other true immortals travel and practice abroad, and some are taking care of their own Taoism. The situation is considered peaceful. The next task is to wait for the next supreme beings to become immortals. It doesn't matter how strong they are, as long as they can successfully ascend to the immortal path in this life. That is the best. Qin Changsheng hugged Fengwu immortal Qin and stood up. There, he nodded slightly. Today's Jyotian does not ask for another true immortal like Meng Tianzheng. It only hopes that someone can go through the catastrophe of becoming an immortal step by step. Only those supreme immortals, who are not so talented and defy the heavens. Can the immortality in this world be considered gained hope? Taitsong, immortal king, has been away for tens of thousands of years. But do you still have the idea of leaving this world again, to go out for adventure and practice? The last Stone King looked at Feng Lai and said, King Stone, please be at ease. I should not leave Jyotian again in the past few 100,000 years. Feng Lai smiled at the last Stone King. In the future, my life will be teaching disciples and preaching, and guarding the frontiers. The end of the era is coming. The immortal king is very likely to come, and I will take action myself. Of course he won't leave. It's not far away from the time when the ancestor sacrifice spirit fell to the lower world, and Sure Hao was born. Feng Lai certainly understands that the changes caused by the fluttering wings of his butterfly are not small. He feels that he needs to guard hundreds of thousands of people in his homeland. Years, guiding the direction of history. Chapter 170, Infinite Heaven. Taitsong Immortal Palace. A small battle for 500 years. A big battle for 3,000 years. And a life and death battle for 12,000 years. There will be no immortal king in foreign lands. And the abyss will not be used in 9 days. This is the strange tacit understanding formed between the foreign land and the original imperial city in the past tens of thousands of years. It is like military training. In this way, both sides are constantly consuming the other side's living power below the immortal level of true immortals. Obviously, the origin ancient artifacts here have not yet been born. And the immortal kings of foreign lands are not willing to easily confront the original imperial city guarded by the supreme immortal king and blessed by Tian Yuan in person. This is absolutely fatal to the immortal kings. And this situation is what the original imperial city wants to see. There are many new supremes behind the imperial city who need time to digest and become familiar with their own power. It would be a pity if they were wasted in vain. Therefore, Feng Lai did not encounter any big battles in the original imperial city. He stayed in this huge city for a few months. Then bid farewell to Meng Tianzheng and brought his eldest disciple Chang Gongyan to Wuliangshan. In recent years, as the number of supreme beings has increased, the Taoist structure of 9 heavens and 10 earths has also undergone considerable changes. Among them, the patterns of the 2 heavens, Wuliangshan and Yuyushan, have changed the most. Yuyutian's former master, the Jin family, had already moved the main body of the family to Bianhuangdiguan nearly 100,000 years ago under the leadership of Jin Taijun, who was renamed Jin Chasheng. This happened almost overnight. Now, this fat piece of land has the vast fertile land has no new owner yet. And many supreme orthodoxy reluctantly carve up this land. The situation of Wuliangshan, who once belonged to the Wang family of the Chansheng clan, was in a similar situation. With the death of Wang Chansheng and the execution of many powerful people who had colluded with foreign lands, the Chansheng Wang family also declined instantly. It was during that time that Feng Lai's Taitsong Immortal Palace moved to the core and richest place in infinite sky under Meng Tianjing's initiative. This fairyland is called Taishang Sea of Clouds. From a distance, it looks like a group of clouds and mist that stretches thousands of miles. In fact, it is a wonder formed by the gathering of massive amounts of heaven and earth essence. Each cloud is the embodiment of 10,000 rules. And it is rich in longevity substances, much richer than other heavens. And above the sea of clouds, there is a huge floating island suspended with thousands of undulating mountains. Like a real dragon coiling around and a phoenix bird striking the sky. There is a gorgeous multicolored ray of light rising from it, illuminating the entire sea of clouds. This is the immortal vein that Feng Lai moved from the 3000 Daozhou life forbidden zone back then. This is a 5 elements immortal gold mine. And the veins are so full of energy that it is unimaginable. Taisong Immortal Palace is the holy land guarded by the sea of clouds and the immortal mountains. The green gold majestic ancient palace slowly rises and rises in the rushing glow. And the Tao Yun is better than the sky. Lao Ming, please give me face. When the infinite sky comes out, the place with the most abundant vitality of heaven and earth will be given to my Taisong Palace first. When Feng Lai came down to the top of Taisong Palace under the guidance of Chang Gongyin, he stared at the sky. Yun Hai couldn't help but laugh inside. In the past, Senior Ming used his great magic power to move the immortal palace and immortal veins here together, above the sea of clouds. It is indeed much more majestic than before, and it is even more in line with your illustrious immortal power. Master, Chang Gongyan stood in the wind. Behind Lai, he spoke. The impact of a fairy land on the Taoism is really not small, and Chang Gongyan takes it seriously. Over the years, he has often sent the descendants of the Long Gong ancient kingdom to practice in the 5 elements immortal veins where the immortal palace is located. Even the Yinglong god in the ancient country, the medicine was delivered and it took root here. It's just a favor. Feng Lai sighed lightly, but didn't say much. He waved one hand, and 4 rays of fairy light flew out from his sleeves. These rays of light quickly expanded in the void, turning into a handful of soil, a ball of flame, a drop of heavenly water, and a stream of fairy wind were constantly rotating around Feng Lai. These are all the magical veins of the immortal Tao that Feng Lai obtained from the immortal realm. Each immortal vein can support a huge true immortal Tao system. Now it has been refined by the immortal king's magic power into the origin of the 4 Tao, and is integrated into the immortal veins below. Master, this is... Chong Gongyin behind Feng Lai has been completely shocked. His knowledge is considered good among the supreme ones. The 4 things his master just took out are not inferior to the 5 elements immortal gold mine below. He couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart and said, "Boom! Soon!" The strong men in Taitsong Immortal Palace below were also alerted. The chaotic light of the sky rushed out and turned into a young woman with a transcendent expression. After seeing the appearance of Feng Lai and Chong Gongyin, soon he came to the 2 of them. "Master, senior brother, long time no see. Don't be surprised. These are all immortal veins obtained from the immortal realm. I have become a king as a teacher. Of course, the place where I will settle must be able to support my status." Feeling the fluctuation of Yin Ning's body, that is almost an alternative to enlightenment, Feng Lai Qing, he nodded lightly and smiled. As he spoke, he raised his sleeves slightly, and 15 incomparable fairy medicines flew out from it, with more than 100 magic medicines. Some of these fairy medicines were obtained from Panwang City, and some were from the immortals visited by Queen Feng Laicheng. As a gift from the king, I saved a lot. These immortal medicines and magical medicines were trembling with fear, but they all calmed down when they saw Feng Lai. They all kowtowed to Feng Lai, then turned around and flew into the vast immortal veins below. These elixirs will be taken care of by you from now on. When the immortals come here, each person can find a destined elixir to take away. The immortal soil will nourish the great elixirs, and these elixirs can feed back the 9 heavens. Feng Lai looked at it. The figures from the backs of those little elixirs turned their heads, and gave orders to Yi Ningyi Chong Gongyin. Disciple understands? Chong Gongyin and Yi Ning looked at each other, and knew that their master wanted to increase the foundation of the entire Jyotian. So they both saluted seriously. For at least 100,000 years in the future, my master will always be stationed in this immortal palace. Yi Ning, you don't have to work so hard to stay in the palace all the time. But like your senior brother, you can wander around when you have nothing to do. The world is very big, and you can't just practice cultivation. Feng Lai spoke to decide the tone of the future. It is difficult for him to make a big breakthrough in his practice in a short period of time. Becoming a giant cannot be achieved by spending time. Maybe Feng Lai will become a giant if he has enlightenment tomorrow. Disciple understands. Yi Ning nodded. In addition, Immortal King Mu Lin, there is a follower that my master has collected in the immortal realm. Go back and ask him if he needs anything. If he is in a good mood, he may be able to give you some advice. He is also an immortal king. Don't be disrespectful. Feng Lai turned around and took his 2 disciples to look at the place where the 2 universes merged in the endless distance. At the same time, the green-blooded Qilin was lying in the void and taking a nap. Immortal King Mu Lin raised his head and looked at Feng Lai. He bowed his head. Your Majesty. Thank you, Master. Chong Gongyin and Yi Ning nodded. Of course, they did not dare to look down on a real immortal king. In all heavens and worlds, in any great world and in any era, the immortal king can be respected as the ancestor and suppress the past, present and future. The strongest. Practice well. Yi Ning and Long Gong. If nothing goes wrong, after the fairy flower of 3,000 Daozhou blooms for the 3,000th time, I will give you an opportunity that even the real immortals will not envy. Feng Lai said with a smile. When the Tianqin mark first appeared, many immortal kings in the immortal domain called it the Immortal King Foundation. Although those who later fused Tianqin would most likely not have such heaven-defying effects, it could still bring huge benefits to the strong. Again, the Tianqin seal is a very fundamental thing. Chapter 171 People who look into the future. Facts have proved that Meng Tian is a very attentive person. When Feng Lai was sitting in the main hall of Taitsong Immortal Palace, and the fluctuations of his spiritual thoughts swept across Wuliang Tian at will, he discovered that in addition to his immortal palace, Wuliang Tian's remaining quite large place where luck gathered had also been demarcated. Come out and give it specifically to the descendants of the 7 kings who retreated from the original imperial city. In the past 100,000 years, the lives of these heroes of the old era and their descendants must have been better than when they were in the imperial city. Time is the thing that can best heal pain. After these years of cultivation, the descendants of the seven kings are no longer what they used to be. Weariness and emptiness are many in the Supreme Being. Now, they have established a large country in Wuliangshan, with those strong men who survived the imperial city sitting in charge. This country belonging to the descendants of the seven kings can already be called the largest orthodoxy among the true immortals. Feng Lai ordered Yi Ning to visit the descendants of the seven kings for him, and gave them a true immortal great vein. He believed that the next true immortal in the 9 heavens and 10 earths would probably come from the descendants of the seven kings, because several supreme beings who had fought fiercely for millions of years in the original imperial city were still alive today, and their accumulation had long been enough to become immortals. Master, there is someone outside the immortal palace asking to see you. He is an old man I have never seen before. His aura is very strange. He seems to be an immortal but not an immortal. Just as the 4 Feng Lais dispersed, Chang Gongyan strode from outside the hall and saluted Feng Lai. There was a hint of vigilance in his voice. After all, his master had just returned to infinite heaven, and someone came to pay homage in a hurry. No matter from which angle you looked at it, something was wrong. They must have come with a purpose. No problem. Just invite him in. But Feng Lai doesn't care. He has already become a half-step giant. There are very few people in the 9 heavens and 10 earths who can compete with him. Even the ancient immortals from the restricted area of life have to shout Tai Song when they see Feng Lai. Grown-ups. Yes. Chang Gongyan took the order. And soon, he brought an old man with withered and yellow hair. This old man was thin and small, and his eyes were dim and a little blurry. It wasn't until he came thousands of feet in front of Feng Lai that his eyes burst out. With a flash of light, he stopped where he was, cupped his hands to Feng Lai and said, "The old man's surname is Duan, also known as the Old Fool. He is Chao Yushing's future master. I pay my respects to the immortal King Tai Song." The old man's voice was dry and hoarse, but he looked full of energy, which made Chang Gongyan frown. He felt that there was something wrong with the mental state of this old man, who looked like an immortal but not an immortal. When others registered their names, they all stated their inheritance. But this old man mentioned his disciples, and even his future disciples. This was really strange. "Really? Fellow Taoist fellow. Please take a seat. Chang Gong. And you go outside for a walk. I have something to talk to Mr. Duan." But what surprised Chang Gongyan was that the name Chao Yushing seemed to have magic power. When Feng Lai heard it, the expression on his face changed a little. But he didn't ask any more questions. He just bowed slightly and retreated. Of course Feng Lai knew who Chao Yushing was. He was a powerful man of the same generation as Shi Hao. He was the tribulation-transcending heavenly lord and the Hades emperor of the future Zetian era. Feng Lai had even seen his portrait in the Zetian era. Chao Yushing's master in this life was an extremely mysterious and evil strongman. He actually calculated that Chao Yushing would be buried by his close friends after his death. After experiencing several lives and deaths, he became immortal. You must know that Chao Yushing is a strongman who has a close relationship with the invincible Huangtian emperor. This old man can see his destiny in the Zetian era from the ancient times. Not to mention the supreme. Even the true immortals who specialize in divination may not be able to see clearly. Moreover, in the original work, this old fool still believed that some powerful people in the future would travel across time and seek help from a very powerful person. Divination at that level is even more outrageous. I wonder why fellow Taoist Duan came here this time. With this thought in his mind, Feng Lai waved his hand, and a group of blue fairy clouds flew from the sea of clouds below the immortal palace, turned into a cloud chair, and invited the old man named Duan to take a seat. "If you can't be a Taoist friend of Master Tai Song, just call me old and confused. A few years ago, when you returned from the immortal realm, I boldly calculated your fate. I thought it was a little strange, so I came over to take a look." The self-proclaimed old man, the confused old man, handed it over. "Oh, what did Mr. Duan calculate? Can you tell me about it?" After hearing what the old man said, Feng Lai suddenly became interested and asked, "This is Chao Yushing's future master. He can see a lot of Shi Hao's fate. It is the fate of a powerful creature. But this strong man who claims to be an old fool can calculate it. It is really unbelievable. The old fool's way of divination does not predict the past, nor the present, but only looks at the future." The old fool's eyes flashed. He first looked up at Feng Lai and said hesitantly, "I saw that Tai Song Immortal King was invincible along the way. He once stood side by side with the woman holding the treasure vase. Met the man stepping on the cauldron. Fought against the ominous creatures until he was on the verge of death. But survived. Then the years changed. And you finally became the supreme being of the Great Way. The old fool's voice was full of energy at first. But when it came to the changes of the years, his confidence was not enough. Even he himself felt that he was doing nothing this time. An immortal king was invincible all the way. And finally broke through the limit and became the ultimate, the supreme Tao? Awesome. Really awesome. But after hearing this, Old Mumbo found that Feng Lai on the high seat actually laughed. This laughter sounded too harsh to Old Mumbo. And it was simply mocking him. The ancient diviner. Of course, Feng Lai didn't mean to be sarcastic. He just lamented how powerful the old fortune teller was. He could even understand what happened in his previous life. I don't understand the truth. Tai Tsong Immortal King can just listen to it, and don't worry about it. The old fool said tremblingly. Of course I won't mind. Fellow Taoist. My state of mind is clear after this calculation. Feng Lai smiled. The blue-gold fairy light flickering in his eyes. He stared at the old man for a long time. But he could not see the other person's nature and limits. In contrast, what I am more concerned about is the identity of fellow Taoist. Looking at your destiny, you will definitely live for more than one era. And you can be counted as the destiny of an immortal king. I am afraid that ordinary immortal kings who specialize in divination may not be able to make it this far. This is the truth. Feng Lai knows who the man who stepped on the cauldron and the woman holding the vase mentioned by the old fool are. Being able to stand side by side with them shows that Feng Lai can reach a very high level in the future, surpassing the limit of the immortal king. With such a fate, a top immortal king who specializes in divination would make him vomit blood just by looking at him. However, this old man with an aura that is not as supreme as the Supreme One can see through it. This is really too evil. I don't know about this problem myself. With Master Tai Tsong's immortal power, I may be able to know about it in the future. The old fool shook his head and said, saying that a diviner like him only cares about destiny and human life, not himself. Okay, but since fellow Taoists came to me in person, I would also like to ask you to see where the ancestral sacrificial spirits from the immortal ancient era are now. Seeing this, Feng Lai no longer hesitated, but started talking. Another thing? Asked. Master Ancestor Sacrifice Spirit? The old fool nodded. His eyes flickered strangely, becoming deep and blurred. After a while, he pressed his forehead and sighed. Master Ancestor Sacrifice Spirit is seeking death, but he is also seeking life. Looking for nirvana between life and death. Chapter 172, 80,000 years in the blink of an eye. Long Gong. When you see this so-called old fool in the future, you must be polite. There is a big secret in this old guy, and it is far from what you see in the eyes. After a long time, watching the old fool leave Tai Tsong Immortal Palace, Feng Lai suddenly turned to Chong Gong Yin and whispered instructions. Understood, Master. Chong Gong Yin nodded without hesitation. He hesitated for a moment and asked again. Is that old and confused senior a true immortal? True immortal? Even a true immortal who specializes in divination has absolutely no ability to tell fortunes for immortal kings like me and the Ancestor Sacrifice Spirit. Feng Lai chuckled twice and guessed casually. Perhaps it was the immortal king of divination who was a giant or even stronger in the past. His cultivation and memory are gone, but his ability to divine is still there. There is no need to go into details. The other party has no malicious intentions or ambitions. We can just pretend that he does not exist. In the original world line of Feng Lai's impression, Chao Yuxing's master has always been on Chao Yuxing's lips, but has never made a move. Feng Lai can't see through him, so he is not prepared to interfere. As long as the other party has no malice or ambition, there is no need to influence. Okay, that's it for now. Finish these things I told you, and then you can do whatever you want. 2 or 3,000 years later, Meng Tianzheng will ask me to preach to the Supremes. You can bring a few friends over later. Feng Lai waved his hand. Disciple. Resign. As a result, the years passed by unconsciously. For ordinary creatures, 10,000 years is enough time for many things to happen. But for the immortal king, it is really nothing. Sometimes, hundreds of thousands of years can pass by just one meditation or retreat. 3,000 years after Feng Lai returned from the immortal realm, Meng Tianzheng brought many supremely talented men to gather in the sea of clouds in the infinite heaven to listen to Feng Lai's talk about the limits of human nature and the method of becoming an immortal. The most powerful people in the world. Gugu, the true dragon son, Yin Ning, the girl with double pupils, Chan Gongyan, Qi Daolin, and others who were inferior to them all came in person. Although there were no real true dragons among them like Meng Tianzheng and Wang Chansheng back then. Extreme, but still powerful. He is the leader of the era. At that grand event, Feng Lai personally told the supreme beings about and evolved the path and power of the ultimate supreme being. Unfortunately, this world has not yet formed the mark of Tianqin. Even though Feng Lai is the immortal king, he is unable to pinch out the destiny for them out of thin air. Afterwards, in the 14,000th year after Feng Lai returned from the immortal realm, Yin Ning and Gugu both found a way out under Feng Lai's guidance, and once again made progress on the path of the Supreme. Unfortunately, they were still alternatively enlightened. The level has not yet broken into the Emperor realm. In those few hundred years, the ancient universe brought by Feng Lai was completely included in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everyone in this world felt that the rules of the 9 heavens had been improved a lot, and the broken Tao was effectively supplemented. The practitioners, the road is much smoother. After this incident, the follower Mulan immortal king brought back from the immortal realm was idle. The immortal king's Taoist creature mountain rose hundreds of millions of miles away from Taicang immortal palace, alarming a large number of practitioners in Jiutian. This ordinary immortal king is indeed young and weak, but that is only within the circle of immortal kings. From the perspective of Taoism, which is lacking in real immortals such as 9 heavens and 10 earths, Mu Lin immortal king is a Qilin immortal ancestor who can suppress countless generations. Attracting, he won the surrender and loyalty of many Qilin clans. Feng Lai was naturally happy to hear this. Immortal King Mu Lin was a valuable living resource to the current Jiutian. He wished that this ancestral Qilin could absorb more ethnic groups and increase the strength of the entire Jiutian Qilin clan. In the 39,000th year when Feng Lai returned from the immortal realm, the immortal tribulation shook the heavens. The Suzaku tribulation burned away the darkness, and a true immortal was added to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As many people expected, the person who became an immortal this time was a descendant of the 7 kings who retreated from the original imperial city. He was a descendant of King Suzaku, one of the 7 kings. After hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation and tranquility, he broke into the real world. Immortal level. The birth of the true immortal Suzaku made the descendants of the 7 kings reappear in the sight of all living beings. In today's Jiutian, the word sin and blood is no longer in the mouths of practitioners. People praise the great achievements of the descendants of the 7 kings and are filled with enthusiasm for the king's mark that shines so brightly into the sky. Respect and courtesy. In the 55,000th year when Feng Lai returned from the immortal realm, Qin Chansheng performed extraordinary feats on the battlefield of the original imperial city, and was appreciated by Qingdao, the true immortal of the imperial city at that time. He led them to Taicang immortal palace and presented to Feng Lai the piece of immortal king bone related to Wang Chansheng. Since Wang Chansheng's death, Qin Chansheng has gradually become more courageous. He found that the subtle influence of the immortal bones has almost disappeared. Now he has become the supreme, and even has considerable weight among the supremes. Keep it for yourself. If you can become an immortal with this bone, it will be your destiny. Feng Lai did not collect Qin Chansheng's dark immortal king bone. According to his visual inspection, the owner of this bone was barely a top immortal king. The immortal soul had been destroyed, and he had no ability to return with this mere bone. For Qin Chansheng, a guy who is very good at judging situations, Feng Lai actually doesn't have any feelings for him. This person's ability to adapt to the wind is very powerful. But that's it. In the face of absolute power, all tricks are just small tricks. And more than 71,000 years after Feng Lai returned from the immortal realm, something big finally happened that forced Feng Lai to take action personally. A burial king came from the burial domain, came alone, and knocked on the original imperial gate. In that incident, Taoist immortal gold, number 2 in the world, and Feng Lai, the 3 great immortal kings, all arrived. None of the 3 were in a hurry to take action, because the burial domain was a large domain that had always maintained neutrality, and the burial king's arrival was really a big deal. Fortunately, the burial king named Hua Heng did not come to declare war. He came in person because he learned about the existence of Taicang immortal king from the immortal realm, and came here specifically to express his stance, saying that the burial realm would not be against the immortal realm. The outside world declares war. Both we and the foreign lands are created from the origin, but the paths we take are completely different. We will not invade the outside world. Please rest assured. The original kings. These are the original words of King Hua Heng. The number of cultivators in the burial realm is far less than that of the immortal realm and Jiutian. and they spend most of their time sleeping. There is no need to invade other major realms, or the conditions to start a realm war. Phonelai naturally understands this. As far as he knows, foreign lands are now the biggest threat to the burial territory. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, a certain immortal king giant, who controlled the Yellow Gourd, came to the burial territory in person, and almost shattered the burial territory. Small half of the burial soil. From this point of view, it is right for you to become an immortal king in the immortal realm. You will be a half-step giant at the beginning, and all the creatures in the big region will be afraid of you. After returning to the original imperial city, Jinlong also had to lament that the existence of Phonelai, a half-step giant with unlimited potential, the immortal king, was of great significance. Even if he had not yet fully become a giant, it still played a good role in deterring him. The reason why the burial territory is so polite to us is because the chicken king of their burial territory is not here. If he were still there, a mere Chu Han would have been whipped to death long ago. Phonelai shook his head. Chu Yin was the name of the immortal king giant, who controlled Huang Gourd hundreds of thousands of years ago. The reason why the other party dared to attack burial territory in such a big way was because burial territory was at a very weak historical point. Chapter 173 Immortal Willow Falls. Before everything begins, time flies. And so, more than 81,000 years have passed since Phonelai returned from the immortal realm. Today, outside Taitsong Immortal Palace, in a valley filled with flowers and the 5 elements immortal golden veins, Phonelai is sitting cross-legged on a warm jade bed. The light flows in his hand and turns into a rune, exuding incredible fortune, strength. In a daze, under the light of this rune, this vibrant valley is becoming strange. The world is reversed. The sun and the moon are reversed, and the lunar and sun are constantly intertwined and exchanged. How about it? I reversed the yin and yang in this style. Do you remember all the key points? After a while, the light of the runes dimmed. Phonelai dispersed the runes in his hand, looked at the 3 or 5 children below, and asked softly. He has not been idle for more than 80,000 years. In addition to normal practice, he also personally compiled the treasure technique and made the 36 transformations of Taitsong as a means to teach it to the practitioners under him. These Dharma names come from the 36 transformations of Tiangang in Phonelai's memory of his previous life. Phonelai created Dharma according to the names and created 36 sets of treasures, which are the 36 transformations of Taitsong. Reversal of yin and yang. Move stars to change buckets. Mend the sky and bathe in the sun. Master the 5 thunders. Dive into the abyss and shrink the earth. Although Phonelai has never seen these techniques before, with his vision of half a giant, he can easily create the corresponding techniques. Each technique is a technique that a true immortal must study hard after seeing it, and it directly leads to the perfection of the true immortal. It's not difficult. For example, the reversal of yin and yang that Phonelai just demonstrated is one of them. This method is not an illusion, but a real means of overturning yin and yang. If done thoroughly, it can make heaven and earth, men change into women, the Tian turn into the sun, and the pure land into the sun. Underworld. Another example is the method of mending the sky and bathing in the sun, which is a body-refining method created by Phonelai himself. Needless to say, its effect is not as powerful as the body-refining method of the Immortal Sutra and the Immortal Monk King, but it is as valuable as the body-refining method of the Immortal Monk King. The other 35 become a set, exerting a very powerful and comprehensive power. Theoretically, after mastering the 36 transformations of Taitsong, the Supreme Being who has just entered the extreme realm can fight against the true immortal. Unfortunately, Phonelai has yet to meet any practitioner who can perfectly understand his 36 transformations. Remember? Immortal Lord. Soon, a few crisp children's voices sounded in Phonelai's ears, and there were several fairy and magic medicine plants nodding in the distance, all showing expressions of great gains. Then go practice. There is not much time left for you. You must become strong enough. Phonelai nodded. These children are all the most outstanding young children in the past 10,000 years. Among them are Chang Gongyan's son, his disciples, and a young unicorn who has withstood the blood of immortal King Mulin. They are all outstandingly talented. Very extraordinary. Hearing this, these very talented children ran away one by one. They were all 7 or 8 years old, a time when their plasticity was strong. Master. A moment later, Yi Ning's figure came from afar. She naturally stood behind Phonelai and said softly, "How's it going? I've been guarding the original imperial city for more than 10,000 years. But it's still going smoothly?" Feng Lai glanced at his talented second disciple and asked softly. After 80,000 years of practice, her power has almost reached the peak of alternative enlightenment. Unfortunately, due to lack of opportunity and time accumulation, she cannot overcome that hurdle in a short time. Just like before, the war 900 years ago also met old opponents from foreign lands. There was no winner or loser. Yinning said softly. Just 80,000 years is too short for her cultivation path. It would take as long as Meng Tianzheng to step into the extreme realm by herself. It's okay. It's almost over. Feng Lai patted her shoulder gently and said with a smile. This year, more than 9,000 years have passed since the 2,999th opening of the fairy flower in the no-man's land of Sanqian Daozhou. As the immortal king native to the 9 heavens and 10 lands, he can feel a surge from a sense of urgency in heaven and earth. Destiny is gathering. Cause and effect are entangled. And now, several people with extraordinary talents have been born. For example, in the Changsheng Jin family, a baby was born a few years ago named Jin Zhan. This baby was born extraordinary. When he was just born, he received the Tribulation Cloud initiation. 5-colored lotus flowers were born from the void, and his talents defied the heavens. Later, Jin Changsheng, the true immortal of the Jin family, came forward in person and asked Feng Lai for a few drops of the blood of the true immortal of the immortal realm to refine the 9-blood elixir to help him achieve nirvana. Other immortal families are in a similar situation. In the past 20 or 30 years, extraordinary children have been born. These are considered to be the ones who are destined to suffer disaster. Although they cannot determine the direction of the times, they still have the opportunity to become the backbone of the times. Everything is developing in a direction that Feng Lai is familiar with. A certain figure who will profoundly affect history is about to be born. And the world is shaking. I feel it too. But what I foresee is a catastrophe that will destroy everything. Not the opportunity you mentioned. Master, Yinning said helplessly. That's because your level is not enough. There is always new life in destruction. And there is also a way to survive in catastrophe. As long as you are strong enough, nothing can stop you, Feng Lai said with a smile. In fact, more than 50,000 years after returning from the immortal realm, he had already made a breakthrough and completely entered the realm of the immortal king giant. For him, the invasion of foreign lands was no longer too fatal. As long as he did not forcefully rush into the hinterland of foreign lands, or face 3 or more giants, Feng Lai was confident of surviving. And when the heaven and earth change greatly, the 9 heavens and 10 earths are unified, and the end of heaven and earth comes, these supreme beings will be able to compete for the mark of Tianqin. It will be a very, very precious opportunity, rare to see in ancient times. Master, what can I do now? Yinning asked softly, seemingly unwilling to do so. Of course, it's about practice and waiting. This world will find the best answer on its own. Feng Lai's words were mysterious, and he smiled. Rumble. Just as he was saying this, a faint fluctuation of the avenue came from the sky along with the sound of rumbling thunder. This made Feng Lai stand up with a roar. A ray of fairy light enveloped Yinning, and in an instant he came to 9 heavens and 10 earths. The edge of, at the end of their sight, outside the realm, a willow tree that looked like it was holding up the heavens was rooted in the void, fighting against the immeasurable calamity that appeared out of thin air. The thunder and punishment surged in the void, and the calamity fire surged into the sky, splitting and burning countless broken universes. Only the fairy willow tree took root there, and its branches and leaves swayed, as if shaking the 3,000 divine kingdoms, resisting the terrible calamity. Ancestor Sacrifice Spirit? That's Master Ancestor Sacrifice Spirit. Soon, several exclamations came. An immortal gold Taoist stood on the immortal king's chariot and rushed over. Beside him, the incarnation of the second best person in the world, who was guarding Tian Yuan, and the phantom of the real dragon were also there. Mulan also followed closely behind the kings, including immortal King Mulan from the immortal realm. They all recognized the identity of the willow tree and the name of the ancestral sacrifice spirit. But it was alongside immortal King Wu Ending and 6 paths of reincarnation, and might even be older and more powerful than the 2 giant immortal kings. To infinity, it can be seen that Taoist Immortal Gold, the second best person in the world, is very excited. Nothing surprises them more than the reappearance of an ancient giant. But soon, they realized something was wrong, because the tribulation caused by the ancestral sacrificial spirit did not come from the outside world, but from the ancestral sacrificial spirit itself, which was rapidly weakening the aura of the ancestral sacrificial spirit. What is the ancestor sacrificial spirit doing? Immortal King Mu Lin frowned. He noticed that the ancestor sacrificial spirit did not seem to be in nirvana, but was self-destructing, erasing all his cultivation and Taoist achievements, seeking death, and then seeking to survive in death, to live a stronger self. The real dragon also frowned for a long time before saying in a deep voice. Chapter 170 for the inevitability of fate. Boom! 9 heavens and 10 places away. The tribulation thunder fell like a waterfall. The tribulation fire surged into the sky like ocean waves. The immeasurable rime of destruction spread, and more than a few remnants of the ancient universe exploded, impacting the void. As for the true form of the ancestral sacrifice spirit, the fairy willow tree stands between the countless tribulation lights. Thousands of willow branches are like chains transformed from the great avenue of heaven and earth, constantly confronting these tribulation lights with a shocking power. And the remnant souls of Feng Lai, Taoist immortal gold? No. 2 in the world. And true dragon stood outside the boundary membrane of Jyotian. The rime of destruction caused by the catastrophe was too strong. Even Taoist immortal gold and no. 2 in the world frowned. I have to marvel at the power of this catastrophe. The ancestral sacrificial spirit has been missing for nearly an era. What we see now is that all the old injuries suffered at the end of the era should have been recovered. What is this calamity? Could it be the means left by the giant of the immortal king who secretly plotted against the ancestral sacrificial spirit? The light in the eyes of immortal gold Taoist is flowing. With his extremely powerful body, although he cannot see through the foundation of the giant immortal king, he can still learn a lot of information. The current state of the ancestor sacrifice spirit is not very good. The calamity fire is burning the world, and it is also burning the ancestors. The origin of spiritual sacrifice. No. These calamities were caused by himself. The thunder and fire all come from the ancestor sacrifice spirit itself, which consumes everything and seeks death. The real dragon shook his head. Although he was in poor condition, his vision was still there, and he understood that the ancestor sacrifice spirit did not have a problem with his cultivation, but was actively carrying out the reincarnation of withered glory in order to complete a stronger transformation. It has been passed down from ancient times that the rise of the ancestor sacrificial spirit is an earth-shattering legend. His starting point is not high, but he finds nirvana and transformation between life and death and prosperity. He bids farewell to his original self again and again, and becomes better and better every time. Powerful. As a creator of magic, ancestral sacrifice spirit is undoubtedly the #1 person on the path of sacrifice spirit. This can be seen from his title. The ancestor of all sacrifice spirits has a majesty that far exceeds that of ordinary immortal kings. Then what can we do to worship the ancestors? Is it just watching? The second incarnation in the world's eyes flickered, looking at the fairy willow tree where the light on the branches and leaves gradually became dim, and couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "You don't have to do anything." After nirvana, the ancestral sacrificial spirits can usually return within a short period of time. It can take as little as hundreds of years or as long as 1,000 years. We can afford to wait for this time. After the real dragon pondered for a moment, he shook his head and said, "Then set up a large formation to guard the ancestral sacrificial spirit outside Bianhuangdi Pass to protect its true spirit and Taoist body until it returns after nirvana." Taoist Xianjin suggested. "This is a way. Then let's." The remnant soul of the real dragon nodded hesitantly. In his opinion, this is indeed the best way to protect the return of ancestor sacrifice spirits. On the other side, Feng Lai was also hesitant. He wanted to persuade the 3 kings not to do this. The bond between the ancestor sacrifice spirit and Sure Hao was very important to the growth of Huantian Emperor, and he didn't want to cut off this bond in advance. My dear immortal kings, you don't have to be so troublesome. Your destiny will develop in its own way. Just follow the fate of the ancestral sacrifice spirit. But just when Feng Lai was about to speak, an old voice came from within the distant boundary membrane. It was a green-gray dragon pattern shield. Now it revived on its own, protecting a haggard and thin old man, and came to the immortal king's notoriety. Far away. "Old fool? Why are you here?" Feng Lai narrowed his eyes slightly. The thin old man turned out to be an old fool whom he had only met more than 80,000 years ago. This ancient practitioner who looked like an immortal but not an immortal actually came here to observe the catastrophe of ancestor worship. Master Ancestral Sacrifice Spirit will definitely appear here. I just chose the right place and the right time to advise all the immortal kings. The old fool was not confused at this time. He was holding a swaddle in his arms, among which was a chubby baby boy. The fairy light was flowing around his body, which was very extraordinary. What are you advising? Advise us not to interfere in the nirvana of the ancestor sacrifice spirits? The second best person in the world frowned. Yes, I have seen the future. The fate of the ancestral sacrificial spirit is destined to be wonderful. Immortal kings do not need to interfere too much. Otherwise it may affect the future. The old fool said to the second best person in the world. This fellow Taoist's aura looks familiar. But is he the Xuanwu immortal king from the ancient immortal era? But at this moment, the true dragon's remnant soul's eyes flashed. He looked directly at the old fool's soul and asked. Xuanwu immortal king is also an ancient king who spans the entire immortal era. Although he is not well known in the immortal king circle, those who know him understand how powerful this ancient immortal king is. There are rumors that this immortal king has extraordinary talent in the art of divination. Although his combat power can only be said to be average among the immortal kings, his achievements in the art of divination are rare and quite powerful. There is a secret that once outside the imperial city, the immortal kings and immortal kings chose each other's opponents using the tortoise SHL hexagram. Using the remains of the Xuanwu immortal king, the true dragon king is really discerning. I thought I would just disappear into my destiny. But I didn't expect that I was still recognized. The true dragon's words made the original trembling expression on the old fool's face gradually calm down. He once again handed over to the true dragon and several other kings, and said with a smile, he made it clear to all the immortal kings that he had also experienced an incredible war in the last years of the immortal ancient period. His true body had been completely destroyed, and his remaining Yuan Shen was extremely weak, with almost all of his combat power gone. In that case, the immortal kings of the original imperial city have been suppressed for nearly 200,000 years. Why didn't you come to us? Taoist Immortal Gold frowned. The place where my real body is connected to a source of darkness. The soul has been infected by darkness for nearly an era. There is no way to save it. It's better to be an old fool and use the last remaining heat. Old fool. No. Xuanwu Immortal Wang shook his head. He obviously didn't want to say more about his own affairs, but looked at the ancestor sacrificial spirits in the distance and said, although my cultivation is no longer, my true body has been destroyed, and my soul has been dusted by darkness, my ability to divination is still there. The future of Master Ancestral Sacrificial Spirit involves a certain historical necessity. I would like to ask a few fellow Taoists to disperse. Don't interfere with his future. For some reason, the creatures that Xuanwu Immortal King can now predict are extremely powerful, and the places and things he can calculate are also extremely far away. His reckless deductions over the years have naturally allowed him to calculate certain inevitable events in the history of this world. Well, since Immortal King Xuanwu has spoken, I agree to follow the history in your mouth. What does Immortal King Taitsong think? After a moment, the real dragon took a deep look at the ancestor sacrifice spirit in the distance and Xuanwu not far away. The Immortal King glanced at Feng Lai and said, I believe in fate and reincarnation, and I have no objection to this matter. Feng Lai was naturally happy and didn't care about anything, and said with a smile, well, in the next few years, Immortal King Lao Tai Tsan will pay attention to the ancestor sacrifice spirit. This matter involves our ancient giants in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. So please be careful. The real dragon finally said, I understand. Feng Lai naturally had no reason to refuse, and said with a smile. Therefore, under the attention of the 5 immortal kings present, the ancestral sacrificial spirit finally exhausted all its vitality and essence in the void. Under the baptism of thunder and fire, only a blackened wooden stake was left, which merged into the boundary membrane in the middle, and then fell naturally. After half a month, the willow stake traveled an unknown distance and crossed many worlds, before finally falling into a lush wilderness. The location where the ancestral sacrificial spirit fell was a small mountain village. On the edge of the mountain village, there was a huge stone that was about the size of a cave. He opened his eyes and stared blankly at the dark, charred wood pile, speechless for a long time. Chapter 175, The One with Double Eyes. Decades later, the sky and the earth are dark and yellow, and the universe is primitive. The 8 realms of the lower realm, this small world that echoes the false god realm, has existed for nearly an era. It has always been difficult to connect with the 9 heavens and 10 earths, living an isolated life, and almost forming its own civilization. But in fact, this world has been firmly controlled by some Taoist traditions of the 3000 Daozhou for most of the first half of the era. They regard many local Taoisms in the 8 domains as medicinal fields and pick them regularly, both for harvest and to limit them. the development of certain sinners. This situation did not end until Feng Lai personally punished Bulation, Western sect and other great sects more than 100,000 years ago, and rectified the names of the descendants of the 7 queens in the upper realm. Now, the 8 regions have been at peace for hundreds of thousands of years. In these hundreds of thousands of years, a lot of things have happened in the entire 8 realms. The most obvious of which is the improvement in the overall strength of the Taoism in this world. You must know that in the past years, the upper world would launch a great purge every 10,000 years, plundering the powerful locals in this world. From the venerable to the divine fire realm, all would be captured and forcibly taken away to the upper world. In recent years, there have been no similar problems. This has allowed many venerables in this world to survive and develop in a stable environment. And naturally there have been many more creatures igniting the divine fire realm. Even within this short period of hundreds of thousands of years, several of the top orthodox traditions have had gifted beings become true gods. Of course, the strong men in the 8 realms of the lower realm also have the opportunity to enter the upper realm. In fact, the vast majority of the strong men in the 8 realms will voluntarily leave their homeland after breaking through to the divine fire realm. This realm is too small for the strong, and the world is barren. There is little opportunity for progress. But there are also those who are powerful in the divine fire realm, and even true gods, who choose to stay in the 8 realms where the laws are incomplete, and the world is barren. The true gods are already powerful enough to suppress the glory of a Taoism that has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, the Stone Kingdom in the wilderness is a powerful ancient country suppressed by a living true god. This powerful country rooted in the wilderness now occupies a territory that is undoubtedly more distant than hundreds of thousands of years ago. Many princes suppressed the wilderness and giant cities to defend the majesty of the Stone Kingdom. There are many reasons why the Stone Kingdom is so powerful. One of them, as we all know, is because this ancient country itself is one of the largest traditions in the wilderness. It has a rich heritage and many powerful people, so it is naturally extremely powerful. On the other hand, it was because several ancient countries, including the Stone Kingdom, recognized their ancestors more than 100,000 years ago and received support and resources from a huge orthodoxy in the upper world. Over the years, the Stone Kingdom has continued to develop in a vigorous and upward manner. Many weak Taoist orders in the wilderness have to declare allegiance and worship to it, and the 3,000 state sects such as Fu Laozhan and the Western sect have also joined forces. Make good friends and be willing to maintain the friendship with Shirgua. And in this year, the Stone Kingdom once again became the focus of attention of many major forces in the entire wilderness. The birth of a baby destined to become a hegemon attracted everyone's attention. The one with double pupils, Shi, when the news of the birth of this baby spread throughout the wilderness. Not to mention the local Taoism of the 8 realms. Even the many giant Taoism spokespersons from the upper world became excited. I don't know how many powerful men at the venerable level set out to visit Wuhan in person. The palace. In this era, those who dare to take root in the 8 realms are naturally familiar with the great power of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Not only do they know that the backgrounds of the 7 ancient countries in the 8 realms are so deep that they scare real immortals to death, but they also know the power of double pupils. After all, as more and more powerful people returned from the original imperial city, Yi Ning's reputation had already spread widely throughout the 9 heavens and 10 places. Many people know that there is a female supreme in the imperial city who also has double pupils. That strong person is not simple. She has almost reached the limit of human cultivation. She can fight with the imperial clan of foreign lands, and can stand shoulder to shoulder with the parents and children of real dragons. Strong presence. If the double pupil is counted as the first generation, it must be one of the top among all known first generations. Now, a person with double eyes, like the female supreme, was born. How could these powerful men of the orthodox not be excited? Therefore, in just half a year, the name of Shi, the double-pupiled son of Shi in the lower realm, spread to the upper realm at an extremely fast speed. Not only the 3,000 days, but also Feng Lai as far away as Wuliangshan heard about it. But the one with heavy pupils. The story that shocked the past and the present has finally begun its prelude. When he received the news of the birth of his son Shi, Feng Lai felt the reality that a big wave of history had finally hit him. He murmured, obviously full of expectations for the future. Master, I want to visit the lower world. I have been separated from my homeland for hundreds of thousands of years. And now a child with eyes like mine has been born. I am looking forward to it. The day after the news of Shiyi's birth came, Yi Ning came from the original imperial city. She was obviously in a good mood. Double pupils are a very powerful natural eye. But people with double pupils are in trouble. Meeting each other, and now meeting him once, is naturally very happy. That's a child of the Stone tribe. Have you told King Stone? Fonlai looked very indifferent, and asked softly. I told you. King Sure is very willing to let that child follow me in the future. Ning smiled. Her current status was extraordinary. She didn't have any immortal king blood in her body, but her combat power and talent were directly on par with Gugu, the son of the immortal king giant. If she said that it had nothing to do with those double pupils, then no one would believe it. Then go and have a look. By the way, take 2 drops of the blood of the fairy medicine to cut the pulse of the child with double eyes. After all, I have double eyes like you. I am also looking forward to it, Fonlai said with a smile. He understands the original work. And of course, he will not doubt the talent of Shuri, the son with double pupils. He is also a genius who has the ability to become a king. And he will be able to suppress the existence of the immortal king in a large world in the future. Disciple understands? Ning nodded. Suddenly a light flashed in his eyes, and he tried to ask, Master, I remember you once said that the Master Ancestral Sacrifice Spirit fell into the 8 realms of the lower world a few years ago. Do you need a disciple to look for the Master Ancestral Sacrifice Spirit on your behalf? She and Fonlai witnessed the fall of the Ancestral Sacrificial Spirit into the 8 realms. She was also one of the few powerful people besides many immortal kings who knew the whereabouts of the Ancestral Sacrificial Spirit. She was very curious about the supreme ancestor of the sacrificial spirit. When you go back to your hometown, just go back to your hometown honestly, and don't do unnecessary things. You are a little guy at the pinnacle of humanity. What will happen even if you find the ancestor sacrifice spirit? How many things can you see? Hearing this, Fonlai shook his head slightly and said, Just wait. In a few years, I will personally take you to see the fairy willow. Clear. After a while, Ning's back disappeared into the horizon, and the huge Taisong Palace became silent. Fonlai had long been accustomed to this peace and quiet, and he thought of a lot in his heart. Shuri was already born, which meant that there were still 3 years left before Shurhao was born. He felt that he really should go to the lower world to see what the creature destined to be arbitrary for eternity looked like when he was young. Chapter 176 Shuri's Fate. Maturity and precocious wisdom are the characteristics that almost every person with double pupils must possess. This kind of precocious wisdom is different from the state in which the Holy Spirit is born with the Tao in heaven and earth and knows it from birth. It is an extremely powerful insight and learning ability that allows people with double pupils to understand the world earlier than others. This point is vividly demonstrated by Shuri, the son of Shurgwa with double pupils. This human baby who was born with double pupils showed that he was different from other children soon after he was born. He learned to walk in a very short time after birth, and then quickly learned writing and language. This also led to the fact that when Shuri was nearly 1 year old, he had already read a lot of books in Prince Wu's mansion, and had a preliminary understanding of the Stone Kingdom, the Great Wilderness, and even the entire 8 realms of the lower realm. Such a smart child certainly made Prince Wu's mansion, and even the entire Shur Kingdom rejoice. Shur Yi's performance in just 1 year after his birth was already beyond everyone's imagination. The Stone Kingdom has always adhered to the principle of the strong ascending to the throne. Therefore, many princes speculated that the young master from Prince Wu's mansion might become the Stone Emperor in a few decades and rule this vast land. But for the leader of the Stone Kingdom, the true God who has lived for hundreds of thousands of people, he hopes that Shuri can get out of this small world and not be the emperor of a small Stone Kingdom, but run to a wider 9 days. Therefore, Shurgwa's attitude towards cultivating Shuri is quite positive. Although Shuri is not allowed to embark on the path of spiritual practice prematurely, he is also taking the initiative to contact many Taoist traditions from the upper world, such as Western Sect, Bulo Mountain, and Jie, Tianjiu, and others hope that these Taoist traditions that are connected to the upper world can send Shuri to the 9 heavens as soon as possible. In the eyes of this true God, who has been guarding the 8 realms for hundreds of thousands of years, only the upper realm can allow Shuri, a child with incredible talent, to receive the best training and fully unleash the potential in his body. But what surprised the ancestors of the Stone Kingdom was that Bulo Mountain, Jietian sect, and many other great Taoist leaders rooted in the 8 regions all rejected the request of the Stone Kingdom, saying that there was a supreme being in the upper realm who took a fancy to Chongtongzi and issued a decree. They were not allowed to send Shuri to Jietian prematurely. The attention of that supreme being naturally surprised the ancestor of the Shur Kingdom to the extreme. But he didn't understand why the being wanted Shuri, but didn't let Shuri set foot on Jietian too early. This problem finally became clear on Shiyi's first birthday. On this day, an unexpected guest came to Prince Wu's mansion in person to pay tribute to Shiyi. The person who came was not a human race, nor some fairy bird or ancient beast, but a green gourd, more than half a foot high. When Shiyi appeared, the entire Prince Wu's mansion shook slightly. Unexpectedly, I didn't expect that the worshipping spirits of Butian Pavilion would come in person. The arrival of this being even alarmed the true god of the Kingdom of Stone Kingdom, because the visitor was also a sacrifice spirit of the same level of existence of Butian Pavilion. Because of the existence of this true god-level gourd vine, Butian Pavilion was the same as in the wilderness now, a transcendent and powerful being. You're welcome, Lord of the Stone Kingdom. I was entrusted by a big shot to guide the way for you, the heavy-eyed son of the Stone Kingdom. The green gourd bloomed with golden light, and a pair of golden rock celestial eyes evolved above it, gesturing to the Lord of the Stone Kingdom to enter Prince Wu's mansion, explaining his intention. Guiding the way? Didn't you say that there is a decree from a big shot in the upper world that does not allow interference in the future of our clan ear? The leader of the Shiyi Kingdom was puzzled. Until now, no one from the 8 realms had dared to interfere with Shiyi's growth. Today, someone took the initiative to come. This really surprised him. Yes, that decree comes from the Supreme Master of my family. Even if all of you in the Stone Kingdom have amazing backgrounds in the upper world, no one is more suitable to be his master than my lord. The words of the Patriarch of the Stone Kingdom caused the blue gourd's spiritual thoughts to waver and let out a burst of deep laughter, and said bluntly, "Your Supreme Master? Why haven't you heard of it before?" Hearing this, the Patriarch of the Stone Kingdom frowned. In the past 100,000 years, he had never heard that there was an adult from the upper world behind the Butian Pavilion. To be called an adult by a true god must be extremely extreme. A powerful presence. We will discuss this matter later. I wonder if Patriarch Shiyi may have brought the Chongtongzi. I have something in my hand. I believe that after Chongtongzi sees it, everything will be clear. But the sacrifice spirit of Butian Pavilion did not want to say too much. Just said vocal channel. Okay. The Patriarch of the Shiyi Kingdom did not hesitate. He personally invited the Butian Pavilion sacrificial spirit into Prince Wu's mansion. Soon, several men, women, and children came quickly. The leader is an old man whose cultivation has reached the great perfection of the Array realm, and is about to enter the level of the Venerable. He is the contemporary king of Marshall, a powerful king with profound cultivation, who rules the extremely vast territory of the Stone Kingdom. Behind him, there is a pair of men and women who look to be in their 20s. The man is brave, and the woman is beautiful. They both have the cultivation level of the Inscription realm. In the Stone Kingdom, they can already support a marginal prince's mansion. Just between the man and woman, there was a small figure stepping forward. After all, he was only 1 year old. Very young. But he was not held in the arms of his parents. Instead, he had to walk alone without relying on help. Shiyi, the child with double pupils. Indeed, this child also has such a pair of celestial eyes. After seeing the child, before King Wu and the man and woman behind him could speak, the incarnation of the gourd in the Butian Pavilion to worship the spirit laughed. It seemed to have seen that many years ago, when the woman who was like a god came, she also had such a look. Eyes. Senior, do you say yes? As soon as the Butian Pavilion priest finished speaking, he saw the small figure below him stopping in front of him. He cupped his hands to Qing Gourd in a decent manner, and asked in a clear voice, "This child is Shiyi. He is 1 year old, and has not yet been exposed to spiritual practice. His double pupils do not show much majesty. They are crystal clear, but they are extremely deep, although they are bright and energetic. They are so mature that they are not like the eyes of a 1 year old child. Little guy, I don't dare to be your senior. As for the word ye, I know a woman who also has a pair of eyes like yours." Butian Pavilion sacrifice spirit made a sound, and you can clearly hear it. Smile. As soon as these words came out, King Wu and others standing behind Shiyi immediately showed expressions of surprise, and Shiyi's crystal eyes flashed with light, saying, "Another person with double eyes? Where is she? Can she come to Prince Wu's mansion to meet me?" Hee hee. When the Butian Pavilion sacrifice spirit heard this, he just smiled. The gourd's body flashed with light, and a simple token appeared from it. This token was carved from the 8 treasures divine jade, and with a flash of light. Then he fell in front of Shiyi. "She didn't come today, but she asked me to send something so I can show it to you." Shiyi nodded, stretched out a soft little hand, and gently pressed on the sacred jade token. The next moment, a pair of dark double eyes opened in the void. These eyes were like the bottomless abyss of the Guishu abyss. As soon as they appeared, all the creatures present felt a majesty that seemed to come from the sky. However, a smile appeared on the corner of Shiyi's mouth, and his double pupil shone even more. She is very strong and has gone further than you on the road to Chontong. So it is you, a latecomer, who has to go and pay homage to her. But Yin Pavilion's sacrifice spirit was obviously very satisfied with the performance of everyone present and said to Shiyi, "How do I pay my respects?" After a long time, Shiyi regained his composure and said softly, "On the day when you are 3 years old, come to Yin Pavilion to find me and accept the test. If you succeed, you will be her disciple." Yin Pavilion offered sacrifices to the spirit. Chapter 177, the third generation of Taizong's lineage. I don't agree with your leaving Prince Wu's mansion at the age of 3. After a long time, after the sacrifices at Yin Pavilion and the ancestors of the Shi Kingdom had all left, a low and clear female voice with some reluctance came from Prince Wu's mansion and other mansions of Shi Ziding's lineage. The person who spoke was none other than Shiyi's biological mother, Yuro, a powerful woman from the Yu clan, a royal family in the Shi Kingdom. Obviously, Shiyi's mother did not want to break up with Shiyi prematurely. After all, 3 years old was too young. Even many royal children had just begun to practice at that stage, not to mention becoming a weapon. It was difficult to protect themselves in this world. Da Huang man has the courage to stand alone when he is 7 or 8 years old. It is not surprising that he goes out on his own when he is 3 years old. Besides, with years' wisdom and talent, are you still afraid that he will get into trouble when he goes out? Opposite Shiyi's mother, Shiyi's biological father Shi Ziting shook his head. He did not agree with his wife's idea. The competition in this world is cruel, and all spirits compete for supremacy. Even if he is as talented as Shiyi, he must become strong as soon as possible. That's what the barbarians say. Why should my ear suffer such a crime? With his talent, it's not too late to go to Yin Pavilion after he succeeds in practice. Yuro turned her head, tears falling like pearls. Shiyi was too precocious. So precocious that sometimes she, the biological mother, would feel strange, which made her cherish the time spent with her own parents and children. But that was the decision of Yin Pavilion to worship the spirit and the patriarch. Ir must leave at that time. This is related to Ir's lifelong future. Shi Ziding sighed. As a father, he was unwilling to accept his own son leaving when he was 3 years old. But at the same time, he understood better that a loving mother often loses her son. If Shiyi was tied to him, it would undoubtedly be more harmful to Shiyi. But he's too young. Even when he's 5 years old. Mother, you don't need to say more. Yuro wanted to say more, but was suddenly interrupted by a childish voice at the door. Shiyi is here. Even though he is just 1 year old now, his voice is extremely childish. But there is an extremely firm and decisive tone in his tone. His eyes shine. And Shi Ziding and Yuro immediately turn around and look at this young child. After a while, Yuro hurriedly activated her magic power to evaporate the tears on her face. But as soon as she saw her proud son, her tears couldn't help but fall again. She hugged Shiyi tightly and burst into tears. Mother, I understand your worries. But practicing and becoming stronger is also a process that I must go through. Shiyi did not shed tears. He just patted Yuro's back and comforted her. He is so mature. Since he was half a year old, Shi Ziding and his wife have never seen Shiyi cry. Nor have they seen him angry or sad. The occasional smile is enough to make Shi Ziding and his wife happy for several days. My ear. Shiyi's overmature performance made Yuro's cries even more sad and grateful. In front of Shiyi, it was really difficult for her to feel the existence of family affection, even though she understood that Shiyi cared about his relatives. This kind of feeling was extremely very rarely show it. Don't worry, Mother. When I succeed in my practice, I will come back often to visit. Regarding his own mother, Shiyi, a 1-year-old child, really didn't know how to persuade her, so he could only pat Yuro's back and whisper. Shiyi's future path is determined in Yin Pavilion. Many powerful people in the top ranks of the Shi Kingdom have also stabilized their minds. Shiyi, the 1-year-old child with double pupils, is destined to be the future of the entire ancient country in their hearts. Strong. In view of the particularity of Shiyi's situation, they decided to teach Shiyi the most basic runes since he was 2 years old. Although he has not yet come into contact with cultivation, viewing these runes is conducive to cultivating the Tao and is very helpful for cultivation. Soon, 2 years later, it will be the day when Shiyi is 3 years old and it is time to go to Butian Pavilion. On this day, a large banquet was held in Prince Wu's palace to entertain all the heroes to celebrate the third birthday of Shuri, the sun with double pupils. At this banquet, not only many princes from the Shur kingdom came, but also many important figures from the lower realm branch of the upper realm. Many people traveled thousands of miles across the wilderness just to see Shuri, the son of the Chung pupil. And at this banquet, Shuri's performance did not disappoint them. Although he is only 3 years old, he is really an amazing child. He has not yet set foot in the realm of moving blood, but he has already begun to touch runes. His small figure activates the runes, and 5 colors of light flicker under his feet, like a young fairy. Qilin. Walk on Qilin's steps. This performance made the banquet even more lively. Shur Ziting and his wife became the protagonists of the banquet. Beside them, many brothers and sisters from Prince Wu's mansion stood side by side to witness Shuri's power. Xiling, do you think our child can be as strong as Eir? Among them, a beautiful woman with a good face leaned on her husband, caressing her pregnant belly, and asked, as my sister-in-law said, you and Ziling's children will definitely be as good as my Eir. Before the man named Shur Xiling could say anything, Euro walked over and said with a smile, is that your chosen disciple? Chontong, your lineage is really powerful. It was on this day that, tens of millions of miles away, in the deepest part of the Butian Pavilion, where the Taoist order was held, in the main hall of the Butian Holy Courtyard, a young man and woman were drinking together. The man among them had deep eyes, and seemed to see something far away. The child from Shurgwa commented, yes, he has the same eyes as mine, and he was born after me, so he naturally has to be his guide. This is my destiny and his. Opposite the man, Yi Ning was also looking at Shuri in an extremely distant place, and spoke softly. Road. That's good. The 2 major bloodlines of Tai Tsong Immortal King and brother Cha Gong have long since blossomed. As for your bloodline, you have been yourself since I can remember, and you are still yourself until now. The man opposite Yi Ning smiled. He was a man wearing a red true dragon robe, with a wild and unruly look in his heroic eyes. A huge amount of blood steamed behind him, transforming into a red-blooded true dragon. This person's identity is naturally that of the true dragon's son, and he is also the other supreme Gugu, who has been as famous as Yi Ning for 100,000 years. I've been staying in the original imperial city for a long time. You don't know that the strong men there have already been established. How can there be a chance to pass on the tradition? Yi Ning glanced at Gugu, shook her head and smiled. What's more, even if they both have double pupils, the child will still have to accept my test. If he fails, I will send him to the ancient country of the 7 kings of the infinite heaven. Maybe the Fire Chi True Immortal will be happy to accept the child who is a descendant of the 7 kings. The True Immortal Hui Chi is the descendant of the 7 kings who became a true immortal tens of thousands of years ago. The True Immortal's surname is Hui, and he is a descendant of the Suzaku King. You are too proud. Rather than saying that you want to recruit a disciple, you want to recruit a comrade. The road to becoming a strong man is so difficult. I don't think it is necessary. Gugu sighed lightly, and shook his head as well. This is what we people with double pupils are like, Yi Ning said. Chapter 178. Then, why did you come to the lower realm in person this time? As a majestic true dragon parent, do you want to come to the lower realm to spread your blood? The chat between Yi Ning and Gugu is still going on. They have a war almost every 2,000 years. They are rivals at the supreme level for 100,000 years. But they are also old friends, who have been side by side for many years. They are familiar with each other. Very connected. It's not just Yi Ning who is alone so far. Gugu has also been practicing Xing alone for 100,000 years. In this world, only the second best person in the world and the real dragon are his closest relatives. Other than that, he has no ties. Accepting the instructions from my father and immortal King Tai Tsong, I came to the lower world to guide a child who is destined to the ancestor sacrifice spirit. This is what they said. Yi Ning's question made Gugu sigh deeply. His eyes glanced at the vast wilderness again, and he spoke. The oral instructions of my master and Master Jinlong? Who is that child? Why haven't I heard of it? Yi Ning was confused. She even specifically asked Feng Lai about ancestor sacrifices. But she didn't expect that Feng Lai had already as expected. Gugu was sent down. How do I know that the existence of senior ancestor sacrifice spirit itself deceives the heavens? I don't even know where that senior is. Where can I find the child who is destined to him? Gugu was speechless. The mission he accepted this time involved 3 immortal king giants. It was already the highest standard in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He did not dare to be careless. However, the mission goals given by Feng Lai and Jinlong were too abstract. Gugu, there's no way to start. Wait a little longer. Beings at the level of my master and your father are definitely not just talking about it. Yin Ning comforted. Yes. My father said that the end of the era is coming. And many people with great luck will be born to save the world. Just like my younger brothers and sisters. They will all be born in the last 2 or 3 years. Gugu nodded. Really? The child in those 2 real dragon eggs is about to be born? As soon as these words came out, Yin Ning was slightly startled and said, well, the dragon eggs were congenitally cursed by the immortal king of a foreign land. I originally thought that my 2 younger brothers and younger sisters would die young. But my second uncle has done a lot of things in recent years. And he was able to defy heaven and save them from death. Pulled back from the silence. The second uncle in Gugu's mouth was naturally the second in the world in the original imperial city. The old dragon treated several real dragon parents, including Gugu, as his own, and was no different from his closest relatives in Gugu's eyes. In a few decades, my younger brothers and sisters will be able to grow up. By then, if your disciples are good enough, there may be a chance for the Chong and the true dragon lineage to continue fighting. The great age is approaching, and talents will emerge in large numbers, Yin Ning said with a smile. I heard from my senior brother before that my uncle Mu Lin also found a white unicorn in a big city in the wilderness a few years ago. It was a little guy who was sealed from the ancient immortal era. It is said that his bloodline is very heaven-defying. Is it the Qilin that has been sealed since ancient times? Is it a sibling or descendant of the 10 fierce Kylans? Hearing this, Gugu couldn't help but get slightly excited and asked. His biological father, the true dragon immortal king, is the leader of the 10 evils of the ancient immortals. As a true dragon son, he naturally cares about the title of the 10 evils. He has cared about this group of people since his debut. To put it bluntly, he, Gugu, wants to reshape the 10 evil bloodlines and let the bloodlines of those 10 supreme beings spread throughout the 9 heavens again. I don't know. I just know that Uncle Mulin attaches great importance to the young white unicorn. But that little guy seems to have a problem with his mind. Uncle Mulin personally broke away the demons in his heart, Yin Ning said, with that Qilin king personally leading the way. If he is really a member of the same clan or even a descendant of the 10 fierce Kylans, the glory of that clan will be guaranteed. The immortal king of the zodiac said that in recent years, the golden eggs left by another 10 fierce alicorn ants will also be broken open. That little alicorn ant with extraordinary talent will be born soon. I am also looking forward to it. Hearing this, Gugu felt a little excited. After all, before him, there was only one Kunpengzi in the entire lineage of the 10 evils of immortal ancient times. The parent and son of the 10 evils were in such poor condition that they had been in seclusion for 70,000 years and have not yet recovered. Exit. If this is the case, the next few decades are really worth looking forward to. The world is destined to be wonderful. Yin Ning thought that in the next few decades, when the 2 young sons of the true dragon, the white unicorn, and the parents of the horned ants had successfully cultivated, they would all be extremely powerful. As she spoke, she looked into the distance with her eyes as deep as the abyss, where there were scenes of the continuous birth and destruction of 3,600 heavens. At this time, she looked at Shuri, who was only 3 years old, heading towards Badian Pavilion, smiled and said, "But our Chotong lineage is no joke. My disciples will definitely be able to stand at the forefront of the times, shoulder to shoulder with the most powerful heroes. Didn't you say that your disciples are going to be tested? Why have they changed again now?" Gugu glanced at Yin Ning and said with a smile, "Just looking at him from a distance is enough. He is very similar to me when I was a child. That look is the sight that suits my heart." As she spoke, Yin Ning flipped her hands, and a jet-black seed as deep as an abyss appeared in her hand. As soon as that seed appeared, it was like a giant abyss swallowing the universe, and all tangible and intangible things were in front of it. In vain. There is no way to break away from its swallowing power. A perfect Dao seed? Did you prepare it for your disciples? Gugu took a fresh look at the Dao seed and said in surprise, "Guishu Tao seed. This is the seed of the immortal Tao that my master brought from the immortal realm. You have also seen its Tao, combined with the Guisu Tao. It is a pretty good Tao seed." As she spoke, Yin Ning turned her hand over, and another misty light of origin emerged in her hand. This was also a perfect avenue seed, the first ray of light from the birth of a certain great universe. After being conceived, it turned into such an immortal seed which was also extremely powerful. This is the light of the origin of the universe. It is also a very precious Tao seed. My master brought it from the immortal realm. Ning proudly waved the light of origin in front of Gugu. And immediately, another equally dazzling light flew out from the center of her eyebrows. There is also this Tao seed of the 8 desolations, which I also obtained from my master. The Tao combines with the 8 desolations, and rules over hundreds of thousands of heavens. I like this Tao seed very much. Gugu watched speechlessly as Ning enthusiastically introduced the 3 perfect avenue seeds. He couldn't help but look at Shi in the distance, and sighed that Ning had indeed prepared a lot for his first disciple. Have you brought all the inventory brought by Immortal King Taitsong from the immortal realm? So many immortal seeds are still very valuable. No way. My master has a lot of stock in hand. He has kept a lot of elixirs, immortal seeds, etc. over the years. If I ask for them, I should be able to get some more. Ning took the beam of light from the origin of the universe from Gugu's hand, admired the avenue seed as if it were a work of art, and said with a smile, "Yes, in the future, my true dragon lineage will grow stronger. If you need these Tao seeds, you can't be stingy." Gugu nodded. 9 heavens and 10 earths have suffered catastrophes. Such Tao seeds are no less than the seeds of the 10,000 Tao tree. Not much. Their true dragon lineage also needs it. That's natural, Ning said with a smile. My disciple is coming. Let's go and come with me. Chapter 179. Let us applaud Emperor Huangtian. As a person born with double eyes, a disciple of one of the 2 most powerful masters in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the disciple of the immortal king, Shi Yi's path of cultivation is not too special. Under certain circumstances, it can only be regarded as step by step. His talent and wisdom made it extremely difficult for him to have setbacks in his cultivation path. In just half a year after joining Ning's sect, he easily stepped into the threshold of the blood-moving realm and had a clear understanding of the cultivation itself. As Ning's founding disciple, he also received considerable attention and resources. Not only did he have many immortal-related treasures to support his practice, but he also had the occasional guidance from the Supreme and Powerful, making every step extremely steady. Ning arranged his cultivation path very well, but he was also very restrained. He only taught him the methods of controlling the golden light of the earth, and mending the sky and bathing the sun in the 36 transformations of Taitsong. These 2 changes. The vertical golden light is a very clever method of extreme speed. If you explain it carefully, you can turn into golden light with 1 leap and jump thousands of miles away in an instant. This is the extreme speed of 10,000 ways. Faster than imagined. The heaven-building bathing sun is an extremely powerful body-refining method. It can be used in parallel with the stages of practicing in the blood-moving realm to build the foundation and train the physical body. It can train the purest and most powerful physical body. In fact, if Ning is willing, she can give Shi more powerful means. With her status, she can teach the Stone King ancestral method, the True Phoenix method, Feng Lia's Taitsong method, and the Immortal King level Qilin treasure technique. But this stage is not necessary yet. Ning hopes that Shi can take the initiative to understand and develop the power of double pupils, which will help him control his own power and go further on the road of practice. On the other hand, as someone who has been on the road of Chongtong, Ning also attaches great importance to Shi Yi's tempering of character. Again, double pupil gives the owner extremely extraordinary wisdom and insight, which makes them precociously intelligent, but also easily affected by various evil thoughts of human nature in the early stages of life. After all, double pupil will not help those with double pupil to establish a correct outlook on life. It is just a tool. If this tool falls into the hands of a child who is like a blank sheet of paper, it is difficult to prevent this blank paper from being contaminated. Shi Yi in the previous life is a good example. In the original world line, when Shi Yi was more than 3 years old, Shi Hao's precious appearance of being born as a supreme Taoist bone was seen by him with his double eyes. He did not hesitate to tell his biological mother about this. And then, there was the incident where the innate supreme bone was dug out, and Shi Hao almost died. Many people only saw that Shi Yi's biological mother was greedy, but ignored the fact that Shi Yi's words revealed the secret. With Shi Yi's experience and early wisdom at that time, didn't he know how precious the supreme bone was? Of course he knows. In other words, Shi Yi instinctively became greedy for that bone at that time, and just used his mother's hand to snatch the bone away. Pursuing profit while ignoring others is the most unpleasant character flaw of Shi Yi in the original world line. Of course, this incident cannot be entirely blamed on Shi Yi. A large part of it is that the environment in which Shuri grew up in Prince Wu's mansion was really not good. Human nature is so evil that even adults will inevitably be changed. Not to mention that Shuri is just a human being. Just a 3-year-old child. Comparatively speaking, Ning's growing up environment was much better when she was a child. Compared with her tribe, her native family, which was rich and powerful, but had a sinister heart, was much more pure and united. However, even so, Ning's life and when I practiced to the point where I had to clearly understand my original mind, I discovered many problems with my character in Xinqing. As for Shuri in this life, at least before he was 1 year old, the environment in which Shuri lived was still problematic. Fortunately, Ning had guessed this a long time ago. The 8-treasure jade order she sent to the Tiange temple to worship the spirit contained part of her spiritual thoughts, which had a very good guiding effect on Shuri. In this way, my disciple has been clearly arranged by you whether he is practicing or cultivating his mind. 1 year after Ning accepted Shuri as his disciple, Feng Lai came from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He sat on the main seat of But-In Holy Courtyard, with Ning and Gugu standing next to him. The 3 of them were looking at a certain place in the distance. An incredibly vast wilderness. There, a little child of just over 3 years old was sitting cross-legged and practicing under the Wanzhong waterfall. Although he was very young, his body was like a young unicorn, full of explosive power, and even many ferocious beasts could not resist it, dare to look down upon. After all, he is a person walking on the same road. I have already gone through the scattered risks in his cultivation path. He is my disciple. There is no need to make these avoidable mistakes again. Ning said softly. Master, do you think he should suffer more? I support your idea. There is nothing wrong with people planting trees for people in the past to enjoy the shade. But you have to let them understand these things. Feng Lai said with a smile. Shuri, this is a very outstanding immortal seedling. He was born with double pupils, has unparalleled talents, and has the qualifications of an immortal king. Originally, Feng Lai was indifferent to this important latecomer in the original work. But since Ning had already accepted him as a disciple, he, as the master, was naturally willing to accept this disciple. Disciple understands, Ning said seriously. We can talk to your senior brother Cha Gong later about how to manage the disciples under him. He has a lot of trivial matters under his command. Since he can maintain it, it means he has the ability. Feng Lai glanced at his second disciple and reminded him. Road. After saying that, he stood up, patted Ning on the shoulder and said, in short, the apprentice is yours, and it is up to you how to train him. Anyway, you know the methods I created. If you are willing, you can pass it on to this young man. You can pass on the true dragon method and the dragon method of my second uncle's lineage. If it is only passed on to 1 or 2 people, I can still be the master. Gugu on the other side also smiled and said, Road. Thank you. Ning said. Okay. In that case, this child's future depends on you. Gugu and I are leaving to go see the ancestor sacrifice spirits. Feng Lai took one last look at Shuri and said with a smile, calculating the time. Shurhao should have been born at this time. He was 2 or 3 years younger than Shuri. Now that Shuri is 3.5 years old, Shurhao must have been born for a while. Feng Lai had a great impression of Shurhao and the future emperor Huangtian, who would be arbitrary for eternity. On the one hand, this man created the wonderful era of covering the sky. On the other hand, Shurhao's supreme treasure technique was also very similar to Feng Lai. Destined. At this stage, the Dharma name engraved on Shurhao's innate treasure bones is called God's Tribulation Light, which is a manifestation of the great way of God. Strictly speaking, Shurhao's heavenly tribulation light, like the hands of heaven, eyes of heaven, etc., in the upper world, are derivatives of Feng Lai's heavenly avenue, and are of course related to Master Feng. Understood. Ning nodded. It's exciting to finally meet senior ancestor sacrifice spirit. Gugu nodded slightly. Your mission is not just this. You have to teach the child who is destined to the ancestor sacrifice spirit. He is considered the disciple of the ancestor sacrifice spirit. But you still need to worry about some bits and pieces. Feng Lai said with a smile. Originally, on the world line, Shurhao guided the young Gugu. But now it is the other way around, with Gugu guiding Shurhao. This is cause and effect. And Feng Lai is very willing to see it. Chapter 180 Desolation and Unchanging Destiny. In this timeline, Shurhao was born 1 month after Shuri went to But-In Pavilion to seek enlightenment. Ning's unintentional move successfully allowed Shurhao to avoid the first major catastrophe in his life. which was to dig out bones. In fact, without the suffering caused by greed, Sherhao's baby years would have been happy and joyful, both in the original work and in the current world where Feng Lai is. His native family came from the same family as Shi and Prince Wu's mansion of the Shi Kingdom. His grandfather was known as the Great Demon God and was one of the strongest members of Prince Wu's mansion. Although he was relatively young in comparison, he was still in his 70s or 80s, already standing in front of the realm of the Venerable. He is extremely talented and very powerful. Sherhao is the direct grandson of this great demon god in a single line. Even if he is not born with the supreme bone, he can still be naturally loved and loved. He can have a stable life under the wings of such a powerful man who is famous in the entire Stone Kingdom. Future. What's more, Sherhao's original talent was amazing enough in the 8 realms of the lower realm. The supreme bone made him born with the Tao. He learned to walk and speak only half a year old after he was born. Although he was not proficient, his wisdom was no longer weak. Children of 4 or 5 years old. Therefore, when Feng Lai brought Gugu to Prince Wu's mansion, the half-year-old Sherhao had already become another little genius after Shi and Prince Wu's mansion. Although he was not as talented and intelligent as Shi, he was still a great little genius. Well, a first generation who seems to be much higher than the average level. The Tao marks engraved on his natural Tao bones seem to be the light of God and the hand of God. Is Taitsong Immortal King interested in such a little guy? This was Gugu's evaluation after taking his first look at Sherhao. In the eyes of Jinlongzi, who was almost at the top of humanity, a mere piece of the first-generation Taoist bone was completely invisible. Sherhao, and even the entire Prince Wu's mansion, everything about the pulse was taken into his eyes. The two of them stood about a few hundred miles above the capital of the Stone Kingdom. But with their cultivation, of course no one in the entire Stone Kingdom could see through. Gugu didn't connect Sherhao at all with the child Feng Lai said was destined to the ancestral sacrifice spirit. Because no matter how you look at it, Sherhao's first-generation bones were the Taitsong Immortal King, the lower level of Feng Lai Dao, who was born supreme and perfected the seed of heaven. It was conceived in 9 heavens and 10 earths, which is not a secret. Of course I'm interested. Otherwise, I wouldn't have personally come from the infinite heaven for him. Feng Lai looked seriously at Sherhao, who was staggering across a vast land in the distance, and then looked away after a moment and said with a smile, Sherhao's heavenly Dao bone is obviously not as powerful as double eyes, and it did not give Sherhao the ability to see into the world and understand all things. This made his youth clear and flawless, and he was born with thousands of favors and was very happy. Come all the way just for such a small first generation? Gugu frowned and turned his eyes to Sherhao again, observing seriously. A first generation is worthy of the strongest being in the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths coming here in person. This is obviously impossible. Not to mention the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even the first generations of the entire 3,000 Daozhou are like leaks after the rain. They will be born every tens of thousands of years. However, due to the incomplete rules of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, these the first generations are not considered to be against the heavens. 3 or 5 of the 10 first generations have grown to the void Dao realm, which is gratifying news. Don't just look at people on the surface. This child is different from what you think. What he possesses is not only the first generation talent, but also a vast sea of potential hidden deep in his body. Even if there are thousands of disasters, he can achieve enlightenment. In the world, Feng Lai shook his head. As Gugu said, the divine calamity light engraved on Sherhao's first supreme bone is not really powerful. Feng Lai also knows this. He is born with this kind of calamity. But when he fought with Meng Tianzheng at the supreme level, it only had the effect of raising the momentum a little. Apart from dazzling Meng Tianzheng's divine eyes, it was basically pure air. But Sherhao is different. The future boss Shi, Emperor of the Wild Sky, is not powerful just because of a bone. The powerful one has always been himself. Even if Sherhao obtains the 3rd supreme bone after Nirvana in the future, it will still be the same. This is a kind of pure power. Even if Sherhao is born in a mortal body, he can still embark on the strongest path. The perspective of the Immortal King is indeed not accessible to me now. Feng Lai's words made Gugu nod thoughtfully. He couldn't see anything particularly extraordinary about Sherhao, but he wouldn't question Feng Lai's vision. He just felt that Feng Lai's vision was too high and beyond him. This later imagination. Immortal King, do you need me to show up and talk to the child's ancestors? His mother seems to be from the immortal mountain of Qin Changsheng, and I must be able to bring the child out. Gugu asked. Given his status, It would be a bit of a loss to go down to find a group of little guys from the inscription realm to the true god realm. However, thinking that Sure Hao was probably a child who was destined to be related to the two giants Feng Lai and ancestral sacrifice spirit, he dismissed these things. The idea was to pick up Sure Hao in person. The time has not come yet. He is too young and needs a relatively complete family and affection. Feng Lai smiled. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and he looked into the distance and said, "Since you are coming to the lower world, I will first take you to meet someone. An old friend." Brush. Hearing this, Gugu seemed to have noticed something. He turned around suddenly, and saw at the end of his sight a very small, but extremely brilliant white light rising into the sky, as if he had traveled through endless time and space in an instant, and came to the wind, in front of the two Lai men. Friend Taoist Tower. Long time no see. Looking at the light coming from the sky, a smile appeared on Feng Lai's face. He put his hands behind his back, and spoke to the thing. Long time no see. He should be called Tide Song Immortal King now. Opposite Feng Lai, there is a small bone tower half a foot tall. It is glowing at this time, and the waves of the avenue are rippling out of it, which makes Gugu stunned for a moment. In place, this small crystal tower only has 4 floors, but it seems to have interpreted the true meaning of billions of avenues. Each floor is more powerful than an ancient universe, which is too terrifying. As luck would have it, my foundation is not as good as that of fellow Taoists. Even though the 4-story pagoda body is already powerful, it can already exert some of its might as it was in its heyday. Feng Lai nodded. This was the ancient pagoda that was closely tied to Sure Hao's fate. Feng Lai accidentally awakened this small pagoda when he killed Demon King Pu on Baiduan Mountain. This small tower is very extraordinary. It is not the weapon of an ancient immortal king, but an independent creature. It was very famous in the ancient immortal era, and suppressed the whole sky. Feng Lai looked at this small tower. After seeing it for hundreds of thousands of years, the aura of this guy was already very powerful, and he was still holding it back in the lower realm, and was reluctant to leave. That's ridiculous. Thanks to you for helping me recover early, I have regained a lot of strength in this lower realm. Xiaotao looked very polite and cautious towards Feng Lai, the immortal king who couldn't see through it at all, and said softly, "Why did immortal King Tide Song come to the lower realm this time? I'm here for a certain child who is destined to be with you." Feng Lai looked down, looking at Sure Hao who was rolling in a muddy field, and said with a smile, Chapter 181 Gugu. Sure Hao will be left to you. The child who is destined to me. How come I don't know that I am destined to him? Following Feng Lai's gaze, 2 deep eyes seemed to open deep in the 4-story tower, looking at the child who was only half a year old. After a moment, he hesitated and spoke. He knew Feng Lai and knew that this young strongman should not deceive him. So he looked at Sure Hao seriously, but he still couldn't see anything. I have been to the land of ancient and modern times, and I have seen many things about the past, present and future. There are some things that cannot be said in detail. You will understand in the future. Feng Lai smiled. He found that the land of ancient and modern times was a very versatile reason. Can very well hide the fact that he knows the plot of the original work. Is that so? No wonder you became a king in only 100,000 years. You have been to a place that connects the past and the present. Xiaotao understood clearly and stared at Sure Hao seriously. After a moment, he said, "What are you going to do with this child? This is the descendant of King Shi, one of the 7 kings of the original imperial city. Therefore, I plan to wait until he is 1 or 2 years old and send him to the ancestral land of their stone clan." Feng Lai said, "Well, I think it's okay. I can take this with me to the upper realm in the future. After staying in the lower realm for hundreds of thousands of years, it's time to go to the 9 heavens and 10 earths to have a look." Xiaotao glanced at Gugu, the true dragon's son, and said in his voice, he seemed to be smiling a little more, and said loudly, "Hundreds of thousands of years of hard training is not a long time for the immortal king, but it is enough for the small tower. Its tower body has now accumulated enough power, and it only needs to go to the upper world to replenish a few more layers of the tower body. Can restore the immortal king's combat power. Okay. No. 2 under heaven, and they are all in Jiokin. They are all acquaintances, and we can catch up on old times." The 2 powerful immortal kings chatted and discussed Taoism, and more than half a year passed in the blink of an eye. When Sure Hao was nearly 1.5 years old, Gugu took action. The son of the true dragon came to the imperial capital of the Stone Kingdom in person to speak about himself. He took a fancy to the talent of Prince Wu Sure Hao and wanted to accept him as his personal disciple. A supreme being who was almost at the pinnacle of human nature came to the Stone Kingdom, where only the true gods were the strongest. Even if Gugu only showed 1/millionth of his power, it was enough to silence the entire Stone Kingdom. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for Shirhao's factors, the mere true god wouldn't even be qualified to meet Gugu. Now that this invincible supreme has come to Shir Kingdom in a friendly manner, the strong men in the country naturally don't dare to say anything. Dare I ask about the name of the Supreme Lord? My mother's home is the Bureau Mountain in the 3000 Dao Prefecture and the 5 Elements Prefecture. The Immortal Lord is my ancestor. After looking through the Stone Kingdom, only Shirhao's biological mother Qin Yining dared to say a few words to Gugu. She had a special status. She was a saint from the Bureau Mountain. Although she married into the Stone Kingdom, she was also a member of the Bureau Mountain. Feel confident. What's more, today's Qin Changsheng is no longer what he used to be. The ancestor of Bureau Mountain returned to Sanqian Daozhou from the original imperial city tens of thousands of years ago, and has become a supreme being. And it is not an ordinary supreme. Today's Sanqian in the state, except for Qi Daolin, a loose cultivator and the leader of the ancient Longong Kingdom. No one was Qin Changsheng's opponent. The name of the Immortal Lord is still a resounding sign in Senqianzu. Oh, so there is such a relationship? Gugu nodded, stood in Prince Wu's palace with his hands behind his hands, and said with a smile, "My name is Gugu. You only need to tell Qin Changsheng my name, and he will understand everything. This junior understands, and will inform our ancestors." Qin Yining said. Well, Gugu didn't look at the others, but walked slowly to the little Shirhao, knelt down and asked, "Then, my child, are you willing to leave this country with me, and go to a distant place to find the way?" "Hey! Do you want to leave my father, mother, grandfather, and Amon?" The little Shirhao tilted his head. After all, he was only 1.5 years old. He had no double pupils, and his mind was far less mature than Shiri of the same age. He just looked at Gugu seriously, and spoke innocently after a moment. "To leave, the road is lonely. In most cases, you have to walk it alone." Gugu was also very patient with this child who was favored by Feng Lai. With a wave of his red dragon robe, many dragon shadows appeared out of thin air, including real dragons, horned dragons, she dragons, ing dragons. More than 20 different kinds of red dragons circled around Shirhao. Giggle. Shirhao's eyes were immediately attracted by these subtle, but extremely real dragon shadows. And he chuckled. He kept stretching out his little hands to catch these real dragons, having a great time. But many accomplished monks present looked serious, because every dragon shadow released by this invincible man named Gugu was too real. It not only had its shape, but also its dragon soul and spirit. The dragon soul caused a roar in the void every time it flew. They even suspected that these dragon shadows might be stronger than the natal treasures of pure-blooded heaven-level ferocious beasts. Because even the national treasures that Shirguo was proud of did not have such charm. "Uncle Gugu, if I leave, how long will it take for me to come back to see my father, mother, grandpa, and Amon?" After a long time, Shirhao finally got tired of playing. His crystal eyes looked at Gugu. His expression became serious, but he still asked in a sweet voice, "Maybe the next time we meet will be when you are 7 or 8 years old. After that, as you become stronger and stronger, the frequency of meetings with your parents and relatives will become longer and longer," Gugu said after thinking for a moment. "But relatively, as you become stronger, you will gradually have the power to protect them and make your parents, grandfather and others happier." Gugu said a lot to Shirhao. It can be seen that Prince Wu's mansion protected Shirhao very well, and did not let him start practice prematurely, or let him come into contact with complicated things prematurely. Finally, Shirhao's little face became more determined. His eyes were crystal clear, and an extraordinary bone on his chest was shining, interweaving a complex and difficult rune, and manifesting 2 inches above Shirhao's chest. "I'm going. I want to go out to practice and gain the power to protect my mother and Aman." "Very good," Gugu nodded, and with a thought in his mind, a red divine cloud immediately appeared under his feet. There seemed to be 50 dragon shadows tumbling in it, protecting the little Shirhao in the center. "Very good." At the same time, high in the sky, Feng Lai, who was standing side by side with Xiaota and looking at what was happening in the distance, also had a smile on his face. He didn't sigh with emotion until Gugu came to him. "Taisong, Immortal King, where should we go next? To the ancestral land of the Stone Clan, or to find our ancestors and ancestors?" Gugu held the divine cloud that carried Shirhao in his hand. And Feng Lai held it in his hand. Asked, "That's right. I'll take you to the ancestral land of the Stone Kingdom. When we get there, everything will be clear." Feng Lai pointed his fingertips. And a blue divine bridge spread out from his fingertips. And a massive amount of tribulation light surged from the sky, making sure how the runes on the chest are a little brighter. "Uncle, your bridge is so powerful and familiar. It's a feeling I've never experienced before." Sure Hao lay on the edge of the clouds in Gugu, stretched out his little hand to reach for the rich tribulation light of the sky, and looked at the bridge. His eyes became somewhat friendly. Chapter 182 Ancestor Sacrifice Spirit. The vast wilderness is endless. This is really a primitive and wild soil. Although it is cruel and dangerous, it does support many ancient relics and tribes, large and small. All creatures rely on the unique cruelty of this land to survive and prosper. It is hard to imagine that the birthplace of the majestic Stone Kingdom, which is thousands of miles away, has lived in this wilderness for an extremely long time. Now it has declined to the extreme, and can only struggle to survive in this wilderness. The process of sending young Sure Hao to Stone Village was naturally quite smooth. As a place like Novice Village, the creatures in this wilderness are certainly not too strong. And the strongest among them are just a few divine fire realms hidden deep in the wilderness. Just pure-blooded creatures. To the luxurious team composed of Feng Lai, Xiao Ta and Gugu, such a little guy was not even worth a glance. Finally, they arrived at a very small mountain village in the wilderness. This was a rather fragile and small human settlement, with a population of only a few hundred people. They gathered together to face the dangers and turmoil in the wilderness. In front of this small village, a charred wooden pile stood alone, like an ordinary lightning-struck log. It seemed to have been burned by thunder and fire, and it was suppressed there calmly and silently. Only one willow tree was charred black. The branches protrude from the branches, adding a bit of vitality to the willow tree. "Hey! That willow tree is so powerful. It has experienced thunder and fire, and it can even give birth to new willow branches." As soon as he saw the tree stump like a lightning strike, the little Sure Hao suddenly shouted. He was attracted by the buds pulled out of the willow tree. This tenacity that breathes vitality in the silence made the young Sure Hao very touched. "Do you like it? This village is called Shurtsuan, and that willow tree is the sacrifice to the spirit of Stone Village today. This is where you will practice in the future." Feng Lai looked at the willow tree carefully, then turned to Sure Hao and spoke softly. "Sacrifice to spirits? Is Lushu the same existence as Master Ancestral Stone?" Sure Hao asked innocently. The Master Ancestral Stone in his mouth was the contemporary sacrifice spirit of their Stone Kingdom. A man who was at the peak of the divine fire realm and had awakened the Fen God Stone. The extraordinary existence of bloodline. It's too far apart. Comparing your family's sacrifice to a willow tree is like comparing a stone to the entire sky. The difference is beyond your imagination. The small tower more than half a foot high also sent out a spiritual thought with a smile. "Fluctuating?" He smiled. Just these 3 words of ancestral sacrifice spirit can explain the problem very well. The ancestor of hundreds of millions of spiritual sacrifice practitioners in the world. Not to mention these weak little sacrifice spirits in the 8 realms. Even the immortal sacrifice spirits in the immortal realm. See, those who worship ancestors must also kowtow honestly. "Let's go. Let's take you to the village. This will be the place where you live and grow." Gugu further calmed down his aura and carried the young Sure Hao on his shoulders. He strode towards the distant place. Ishimura walked away. However, Feng Lai and Xiaota did not follow. One person and one tower went straight to the entrance of the stone village. They came to the big black willow tree and bowed their hands slightly. Xiaota even shed a ball of shining white light, integrated into the charred and dry willow wood. Crack, click, click. Although his status has fallen, Xiaota's essence is after all the ancient immortal king who has traversed the ancient immortality. This shining immortal light shines on the wooden pile where the ancestors worship the spirits. And suddenly the willow tree that is almost extinct vibrates slightly. After a moment, 2 brilliant willow branches stretched out from the charred old body, each one emitting a faint fluorescent light, exactly the same as the fairy light emitted by the small tower itself. "Fellow ancestor sacrifice spirit, farewell to the immortals. Are you still well?" Seeing this, Xiaota also had a bit of a smile in his voice. Although there were many immortal kings in the ancient immortal era, the entire immortal realm plus 9 heavens and 10 earths only had more than 100 people. With the memory of the immortal king level, remember more than 100 people are too simple. It turns out it was you who survived. After a long time, the sacred and peaceful fluorescence dissipated, and the two new willow branches and the original one simultaneously emitted faint fluctuations of spiritual thoughts. Soft and peaceful, and seemed to have a bit of joy. It's me who survived many catastrophes and sufferings by luck. In comparison, the condition of the ancestor sacrifice spirits seems to be much better than mine. The small tower is flashing with subtle fluorescence. On the surface, it seems that it has returned to a very high level and is much more powerful than the current ancestor sacrifice spirit. However, this is the result of hundreds of thousands of years of hard work. In essence, the small tower is, after all, it is flawed and must regain its old body in order to gradually become stronger. In contrast, the ancestor sacrifice spirit does not have so many restrictions. As long as the time comes, it can quickly restore the power of the immortal king level. Just like just now, the fluorescence shed by the small tower was enough to restore the ancestral sacrificial spirit to the supreme level. But the ancestral sacrificial spirit only absorbed the most essential part and pulled out only 2 buds. This obviously came from the confidence and pride of the ancestral sacrificial spirit. After an era of practice, I have not taken the supreme step. I can only choose to reach nirvana again in the withered glory. It makes old friends and new Taoist friends laugh. Outside the remains of the big black willow tree, the 3 green willow branches once again emitted fluctuations of spiritual thoughts. It seemed that there was a figure standing among the 3,000 divine kingdoms, and he bowed his hands to Feng Lai and Xiota. The ancestor sacrifice spirit is very talented. If it can become a supreme giant, it will have an extremely significant impact on the situation. Hearing this, Feng Lai returned the favor to the ancestral sacrificial spirit. They were both giants. Now he was on an equal footing with the ancestral sacrificial spirit. But he still showed respect for this ancient and powerful existence. The level of the supreme giant is already the top level in the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths. The burial realm, the immortal realm, and the foreign realm. Even in the boundary sea, he is still a super strong person who has the ability to stir up big waves. If the ancestor sacrifice spirit can take that step, it can punch Qiyu and kick Chu Yin. Even if the Dandelion King is resurrected, the true dragon returns to its full glory, and Feng Lai strikes hard. It will be difficult to defeat a supreme giant. He hesitated for a moment, then shed a touch of celestial light on the ancestor sacrificial spirit. Among it was the shadow of Tao with a human body and a snake tail. This figure turned into billions of light feathers, and was also integrated into the Tao body of the ancestor sacrificial spirit. Crack, click, click. The willow body of the ancestral sacrificial spirit integrated the windy tide song fairy light into its body. After a moment, 4 green gold willow sticks poked out from the dark tree stump. The 4 green gold willow branches seemed to be intertwined with the wind. Strong back. But soon, the shadow of the windy avenue dissipated, and the willow god of the ancestral sacrificial spirit once again turned into a tender green color. But there was still a faint green light on it. Obviously, they were both giants. Even if the ancestral sacrificial spirit capital, it is difficult to digest the windy avenue. Thank you, 2 fellow Taoists. This time, the figure transformed by the ancestral sacrificial spirit became much clearer. It seemed to be an extremely holy woman, standing high above the 10,000 ways, surrounded by 3,000 gods and kingdoms worshipping her, and surrounded by hundreds of millions of sacrificial spirits. She was extremely powerful, beyond imagination. The words of the ancestor sacrifice spirit are true. I am a latecomer, and we are in the same camp. We still need to support each other in the future, Feng Lai said with a smile. Chapter 183 Sure How is full. Chapter 183 Sure How is full. Fellow Taoist Tide Song is saying that that child may be a creature who left his name in the Emperor's fall era. Naturally, the ancestral sacrificial spirit had no objection to Sure Hao staying in Stone Village. He chose to take root in Stone Village, and was naturally willing to protect the villagers of Stone Village. Sure Hao also had the surname Sure, which was no problem for him. But when he heard Feng Lai's analysis of Sure Hao's identity, the voice of the ancient ancestor of the spirit sacrifices couldn't help but be a little surprised. And he asked softly, "Yes, when I was wandering in the Emperor's fall era, I once saw such a creature. It left a great reputation in that era. And that creature had exactly the same posture as this child when he grew up." Feng Lai nodded. The ancestral sacrifice spirit had never been to the land of ancient and modern, and was far from proficient in the great path of time. Therefore, he could easily attribute the reason why he valued Sure Hao to the land of ancient and modern. Do you suspect that this child is a creature from the Emperor's fall era? The tender green willow branches of the ancestral sacrificial spirit swayed gently in the wind. He seemed to be staring at Sure Hao in the distance with interest, and said again, I think that is impossible. Tai Song, immortal king. You should understand the rules of the era better than us. If you are not inferior to this era, it is impossible to leave a name in that era. This is something that even you, and Wu and immortal king cannot break. The Iron Law. How could that child? The small tower on the other side made a sound. But it was also staring at Shihao. Various evidences showed that Feng Lai's attainments on the Avenue of Time may have been close to the level of the everlasting immortal king. Such a giant, who is proficient in the Avenue of Time, must speak. Pay attention to. Perhaps, in the future, his level will be high enough to leave a name in the Emperor's Fall era. Feng Lai shook his head. He transformed the eternal Dharma, which was so powerful that it was so miraculous that it surpassed the imagination of the immortal king. It left his name in ancient history, which was not difficult for him to transform into the great Dharma of freedom. So, you want to be his guide? After a moment, the ancestral sacrificial spirit moved his eyes away from Shihao, and several of his willow branches turned towards Feng Lai. Just like the beautiful woman looking at him. Asked? No. Feng Lai shook his head and said, in terms of some mysterious destiny, I am not suitable to train him. You, fellow Taoist ancestral sacrifice spirit, are his destiny. Feng Lai shook his head and said, destiny? Did fellow Taoist see the future? The ancestor sacrifice spirit was stunned. For the immortal king, something as illusory as destiny is actually of great reference value. There are several cultivators in the world who are close to destiny. Feng Lai, who has understood the Avenue of Time, is obviously very friendly. Destiny. Yes and no. Feng Lai glanced at Shihao in the distance, considered his words, and said, I have always believed that your way of glory and nirvana, ancestral sacrifice spirit, is very suitable for him. Nirvana and withered glory? Are you referring to his first-generation bone? The ancestor sacrificial spirit asked after hesitating for a moment. Yes. If he takes the path of heaven, it would be best for him to join my sect. But a truly strong man never relies on a piece of bone. I hope that his strength can be attributed to himself and break away from the shackles of the so-called first-generation bones. Feng Lai said, the ancestral sacrificial spirit has very much in common with Shihao from the original world line. When they met, they were both withered. Both Shihao and the ancestral sacrificial spirit struggled to survive in the desolation, looking for their own glory. The supreme bone regenerates again and again in the withering glory. These are not important things. The most important thing is that Shihao can become stronger and find his own path in this withering glory. In this life, Shihao has not suffered from the difficulty of digging out bones. But Feng Lai still hopes that he can embark on this glorious road of glory, cutting off the most essential parts again and again, and then be reborn to make himself stronger. My path involves great pain every time it is up and down. It is a very difficult and dangerous path for anyone. You are very optimistic about him. But are you sure you want him to go on that path? Hearing this, the ancestor sacrificial spirit also understood what Feng Lai meant. He hoped that Shihao could cut off the first-generation bone, and then undergo nirvana and rebirth, making himself stronger. So, this kind of nirvana needs to be controlled by you, Taoist friend, regardless of the timing or practice. I feel relieved when I have the ancestor-worshipping spirit Taoist friend watching over me, Feng Lai said with satisfaction. Now Shihao's identity is completely different from the original timeline, not to mention anything else. Just being a descendant of the 7 kings can give him a pretty good status in the 8 realms and 3,000 states. Many disasters that were originally caused by sin will no longer exist. Although most of these disasters are meaningless, some do promote Shihao's progress. If they are completely erased, it will indeed be detrimental to Shihao's practice and progress. Therefore, Feng Lai decided to create difficulties for Shihao without any difficulty, and guided him by himself, allowing Shihao to embark on a path that was strong enough. Okay, when he is 2 years old, I will have a good talk with him about this matter. If he is willing to take the risk, I will cut off the first-generation bones before he practices. It will be very dangerous, but it will also be harmful to him. It's very beneficial. After thinking for a while, the ancestor sacrifice spirit said, then let me stay too. I like this child. When he grows up, I will take him to the 9 heavens and 10 places to train. Xiaotao was obviously a little surprised, and was willing to stay and watch Shihao's active nirvana road. Aren't you in a hurry to go to 9 heavens and 10 earths to retrieve your lost towers? Feng Lai glanced at the bone tower and said, at least we have to wait for the ancestor sacrifice spirit to recover for a while. There will always be immortal beings paying attention to the prison in the virtual god world. I have been guarding it for hundreds of thousands of years. In a few years, it will be time to hand over this class. Over the years, Shiata has been guarding the false god realm. This guy is not as ignorant as the second best person in the world and the immortal gold Taoist. On the contrary, it is extremely courageous. In these years, it has killed a sealed creature. The Dark Immortal King has done them a lot of good. You are free to do as you like. I have asked Gugu to stay. After all, he is the son of a true dragon at the supreme level. He can always help you. When he is strong enough, he can go to the 9 heavens. That is the broadest stage. In the era created by the immortals and kings, he will definitely be able to find the strongest opponent. Today's era is much more powerful than the original timeline. By the time Shihao goes to the upper realm, there must be a large number of supreme disciples competing in the 9 heavens and 10 places. Only the true immortals can rule the roost in this circle. As for the top group, in just the past 2 years, many powerful bloodlines have been born, such as the young sons and daughters of the true dragon, the pure-blooded white unicorn of immortal Gu, and the parents and children of the sky-horned ant. These people who are born with great luck, it is almost certain that the little guys will become immortals. When they were young, they were naturally the most powerful geniuses, coupled with the 10-crown emperor, the banished immortal, and Master Feng's great son Shi, who were originally preparing to compete for supremacy in this life. It is conceivable that the struggle in this life must be very exciting. Chapter 184, Refining Heaven and Earth Again. The lower realm is actually a very suitable place for practitioners to start. The broken rules are more suitable for tempering the avenue. If you can understand the extreme realm from such a world's rules, you will naturally become stronger when you go to the upper realm, where the rules are more complete. Regarding Shihao's growth, Feng Lai gave full authority to the ancestral sacrificial spirit and Shiata. These two are powerful and experienced immortal kings. They are the most rare guides in the world today. With them, there is no need to worry about Shihao's future. As for the broken rules of the 8 realms, it is naturally nothing to Feng Lai. The immortal kings are feeding back this world, and the rules of the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths are gradually becoming complete. And there may not be a possibility of complete restoration in the future. You don't have to worry about it. You only need to take him to practice for more than 10 years. This child is very extraordinary. It is not difficult to become a venerable. When he goes to the upper world, you can let him go. Feng Lai told Gugu Dao said that he had called the real dragon son by name. Although Shihao and Gugu did have a master-disciple relationship, they had no intersection on this timeline. And Feng Lai did not want Gugu to mind. The immortal king's words are serious. It's only been more than 10 years. It's nothing to me. Yi Ning is cultivating students with heavy pupils. I, as a disciple, will definitely compete with her disciples in the future. Gugu shook his head. Shihao was favored by the immortal king because he was naturally the uncut jade. Gugu was very willing to participate in the carving of Shihao's beautiful jade. He felt that he and Shihao were also destined, and this was something worth cherishing. Well, Feng Lai nodded, patted Gugu's shoulder, and then turned into a brilliant light in an instant, leaving Shurtsuan and flying into the endless distance. The time when Shihao rose to power basically coincided with the time when the end of the era came. A few dozen or even 100 years was really nothing to the giant immortal king, and Feng Lai had no plans to go into seclusion in a short period of time. His true body temporarily lived in the Baiyan holy courtyard, while watching the young Shuri grow up step by step under Yi Ning's guidance. He also understood the world and understood every subtle change in this world. Soon, more than 2 years passed, just as the 6-year-old Shuri was fighting a fierce white tiger in the wilderness. An unexpected thing flew from the North Sea and stopped outside the Baiyan holy courtyard, requesting a visit. Taitsong Immortal King. The person who came was a Fong Tian painted halberd wrapped in chaotic light. It looked perfect, but in fact it was defective. There were 2 obvious cracks on the originally strong halberd, although it was connected together perfectly. In the end it has been broken, and the weakness is obvious. Tian Wang? You are still in the lower realm? Feng Lai was surprised because he had seen this painted halberd more than once. It was the weapon of Kunpeng, the 10 evils of the ancient immortals. This halberd, which is almost the weapon of the immortal king, accompanied Kunpeng in the 8 wastelands in the last years of the immortal age. He once faced off against the powerful immortal king of a foreign land. In the end, Kunpeng was seriously injured and nearly died, and the world was cut into 3 pieces. It's hard to regain the glory of the past. Today, Kunpeng's lineage basically has nothing to do with the lower world. In addition to a complete inheritance in Kunpeng's nest, Kunpeng's true body has been buried. Kunpengzi has long been in Jiotian, and Tian Wang has also left the lower world earlier. Feng Lai didn't expect to meet it again in the 8 realms. Rumble. The sky trembled slightly, bursting out with a burst of black and gold light. These Kunping Daoguang combined into a heroic woman, wearing golden feathers and black scale armor. She saluted Feng Lai and said, "I came from above the 9 heavens, and found something on the battlefield where Kunping fought. So I asked Immortal King Tai Tsong to help Kunping. Brush." As he spoke, the heroic woman transformed from the spirit of the immortal weapon, waved her hand, and the Tian Wang war halberd evolved into a small world. In the center, a faint light of the soul appeared from the void, faintly reflecting a sleeping figure. The appearance of the woman is none other than Kunping, one of the 10 evil spirits. This is Kunping's remnant spirit? Feng Lai squinted his eyes. Of course he knew the light of the soul that evolved from the Tian Wang war halberd. When he wandered through ancient history through the ancient and modern places, he had seen Kunping, and knew about this most amazing woman in the ancient immortality. The breath and appearance. Yes, for the past hundreds of thousands of years, I have been running on the battlefields where Kunping fought to the death with powerful enemies, and I found a few traces of her residual spirit. Although it is very weak, it is indeed Kunping's original power. The Tian Wang war halberd spoke with some anxiety in its tone. It was far from familiar with Feng Lai. And now the other party was the current immortal king, which made it quite cautious. "It's hard for you." Feng Lai sighed softly. Tian Wang Zhangji was indeed deeply passionate about Kunping, and he did not hesitate to spend a lot of time traveling to the places where Kunping fought. This loyalty and nostalgia were not annoying to Feng Lai. But it has to be said that the remnant spirits of Kunping brought back by Tian Wang Ji are in very bad condition. These are the Yuan spirits that were shattered by the enemy's immortal king during a deadly battle on the battlefield. Although they were reluctantly gathered together, after all, it was so confusing that it was difficult to return. If she had become a king back then, she might have been able to come back with the help of these remnant spirits. But after all, she is still a true immortal, and there is a lot missing. Feng Lai sighed softly. Kunping had already become the immortal king in his physical body, but his soul was still unable to take the final step. Although these remaining spirits were not dispersed, their inherent weakness still made Feng Lai somewhat helpless. Of course, this state is already better than that of the true dragon back then. When Feng Lai first discovered the true dragon, it was just a wisp of soul imprint, not even a remnant. But the problem is that the true dragon is a real giant-level immortal king. But Kunping Yuanshan is one step behind. Therefore, resurrecting Kunping is much more difficult than resurrecting the true dragon. Let's conceive and raise these remnants first. In the future, I will think of ways to help these strong men who still have hope return. After Feng Lai pondered for a moment, he took out an immortal demonic abyss from the Dao treasure vase. This was also the immortal vein he brought back from the immortal realm. It could support the cultivation of several true immortals. And naturally it could also warm and nourish Kunping's remnant spirit, even if it couldn't be done for a short period of time. To bring it back, but also to make its origin gradually grow stronger. Afterwards, Feng Lai evolved the true meaning of Kunping's original method and re-refined the war halberd Tian Wang in the Butian Holy Courtyard. Repairing a weapon that is almost an immortal king's weapon is not difficult at all for a giant immortal king like Feng Lai. He not only repaired the Tian Wang war halberd that was broken into 3 parts, but also perfectly repaired the halberd that had been hard fought in the past. The broken original power. In the end, Feng Lai also sealed the immortal demon sea abyss into Tian Wang. This not only helped Tian Wang's weapon to independently exert the power of a true immortal level, but also better warmed up Kunping's remaining spirit. Thank you so much, Immortal King Tai Tsong. The reborn Tian Wang war halberd bowed to Feng Lai. Although it was just a weapon, after Feng Lai refining it, it no longer needed to be regarded as a weapon. The immortal power continuously provided by the immortal demon sea was completely enough to defeat the true immortal. Wasteful spending on the battlefield. Well, if there is another chance to revive Kunping in the future, I will look for you again, Feng Lai said. He suddenly thought that at his current level, he was already capable of refining some of the world's most advanced medicine, and it was time to resurrect some of the immortal kings. Chapter 185. We need the great medicine of the immortal king. In the eyes of today's practitioners, life and death have never been absolute concepts, different from the future Zhetian era. In this era where immortality still exists and immortality is possible, the civilization of cultivation has already developed to a very strong level. A pill can make a king resurrect from death. This is definitely not a boast. In Feng Lai's memory, there was such a kind of elixir circulated in the immortal realm. Sure, how refined it, and could make the soul of the know. Two immortal gold Taoists in the world return to his original position and resurrect himself from death. There are also some elixirs in foreign lands that have such effectiveness. They can bring back the giant dandelion king, the famous immortal king in all worlds, with just a drop of blood essence. It is also very powerful. Now, Feng Lai wants to refine a furnace of this ancient immortal king elixir to revive these dead strong men. Now, although the two Taoists in the world and immortal gold Taoist have been resurrected, True Dragon and Kunpeng are in really bad condition. Feng Lai is confident that such a blind elixir will definitely make them a fighting force that shakes the world again. Thinking of this, Feng Lai no longer hesitated. He tapped his fingertips, and a passage suddenly appeared on the membrane between the 8 realms of the lower realm and the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Feng Lai strode in, and quickly returned to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, above the original imperial city. Surprisingly, all the current immortal kings from 9 heavens and 10 earths are actually here. Taoist Xianjin, number 2 in the world, True Dragon, and immortal King Mulin all gathered together and look into the distance. What did you find? Feng Lai came over and found that they were looking at a secret place in the wilderness. It was a small hidden lake in a rocky mountain. It was very clear and pure, but it had the power to attract the soul of living beings. The reincarnation pond was one of the places that the ancient monks valued most. I thought that place had been destroyed along with Mount Sumeru. Unexpectedly, it was still there and had not completely collapsed. Taoist Xianjin was a little surprised by Feng Lai's move. He arrived suddenly, but he didn't say much. He just opened his mouth. All the immortal kings stared at the treasure pool together. With their cultivation and eyesight, they could naturally see that the water in the samsara pool was far from simple as it seemed. It was passed down from an extremely distant era by the lineage of ancient monks. Not simple. According to legend, in every generation of the ancient monk lineage, eminent monks and great virtues are born. Of course, there are also ancient monks who sit in the body, and their skins and bodies will be transformed into the pool of reincarnation, becoming the divine fluid and the foundation of the pool. Don't think that those who are transformed into this pool of water are all monks and Buddhas below the immortal path. Their lineage emphasizes annihilation and reincarnation. Even the monks, Buddhas, Arhats, and Bodhisattvas of the immortal path will choose to join the reincarnation and directly sitting. Furthermore, the immortal monk king is only the most outstanding strongman of the ancient monk lineage, and the pioneer. This ancient religion existed long before the immortal monk king was born. Therefore, the immortal monk king also baptized and taught in the samsara pool. Nirvana passed. Zhenlong added that as a giant of the generation, he knew many more secrets than others. Look at what you guys mean. Is there any hope for the immortal monk king to return? Doesn't the second best person in the world say it is difficult to return? Feng Lai asked doubtfully. I made a mistake. I went to Mount Sumeru back then. It was indeed completely destroyed. But since the samsara pond is still there is indeed hope for the immortal monk king to return. The second world under heaven smiled a little awkwardly. The samsara pond was actually not far from the forest of heavenly beasts where his true form was, but in the dark under the lamp. He ignored this important clue. Well, the samsara pond is the hope of the ancient monk's reincarnation. The immortal monk king once achieved nirvana in the samsara pond, and there must be fragments of his soul in it. If these fragments can be collected, the powerful ancient monk king may be able to return. Immortal King Mulin was also shaking his head. Although he became an immortal king not long ago, he came from a super race like Qilin after all, and he knew many secrets as early as when he was a true immortal. That's great. We have one more immortal king who is expected to return. When I make a furnace of supreme elixirs, I can also bring the immortal monk king back. After understanding that the immortal monk king also had hoped to return in full glory, the smile on Feng Lai's face became even brighter, and he spoke without intending to hide it from his old friends. What? You want to refine that heaven-defying elixir? Feng Lai expressed his thoughts. Not to mention young immortal kings like Nilan, who had not seen much of the world. Even the second best person in the world, and even the real dragon had some changes in their expressions, thinking that this matter was too difficult. Yes, the end of the era is coming, and greater disasters are still behind us. We need more power here. Feng Lai nodded seriously. Tian Wang brought the remnant spirit of Kunpeng. He felt that there were still many people on his side who could use such elixirs, especially the true dragon and the immortal monk king. One had a giant-level combat capability, and the other was at least as powerful. The ultimate immortal king is truly precious. But it will be very difficult to refine such a big medicine. And the materials required are incredible. What is needed are top Immortal King ancient medicines. Can you get these things in a short time? Immortal Gold Taoist asked. The refining conditions for the great medicine that can resurrect the Immortal King are extremely harsh. Some conditions are very difficult to meet, and non-tycoons cannot refine it. Feng Lai's cultivation has naturally reached the conditions, but his material foundation is somewhat lacking. Some things cannot be solved by combat power alone, but also require the accumulation of time. Have a clue? I know several strains of the best Immortal King medicine. I can find it within a few decades. Feng Lai said after pondering for a moment. The Immortal King medicine he was talking about was naturally at the level of the White Turtle to Immortal. It included Sansheng medicine, spiritual roots selling fake medicines, etc. But it was still best to find the White Gui to Immortal. This old medicine has always been rooted in the Immortal Ancient. The fairy flower will bloom for the 3,000th time in more than 10 years. Now that Feng Lai has become the king, he borrows a fruit from the old medicine to refine the precious medicine. It won't refuse either. As for the refining location, if there is no accident, Feng Lai will also go to the Immortal Realm to find the Hunyuan Immortal King. The ancient Immortal King is the Immortal King who has good relations with Jiutian. His Immortal King furnace is a rare defense and an important weapon for refining medicine. Feng Lai would not miss it. How are you going to survive the immeasurable death calamity after becoming a pill? After becoming a pill, you will be very weak. When the calamity comes, even if you are a giant, you must take action with all your strength. True Dragon warned. Catch a few Immortal Kings to die for them. Feng Lai said seriously. The method of surrogate death is actually not very advanced, and can be used by real immortals. The problem is that the consumables of this method are very particular. The stronger the surrogate for the deceased, the greater the effect this method can play. In the original timeline, Shihao used a Supreme Immortal King Yuanshin to replace the potion of worldly medicine, and the effect was outstanding. Feng Lai naturally thought of this method. Everyone, thinking of this, Feng Lai looked around at the Immortal Kings present and said with a smile, I think we need to find a way to kill a few Immortal Kings and use their blood, bones, and souls to refine the great medicine. Chapter 186 The Wealth of the Virtual God Realm. Feng Lai wanted to refine a furnace of supreme medicine before the chaos at the end of the era. Try to resurrect the immortal Monk King and Kunpeng, and help the true dragon restore its combat power to the level of a giant. By then, when the Origin Ancient artifact is born, there will be a plurality of Immortal King giants in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As long as they report to the group for stability, they will not easily end up being defeated by each one, like they did in the last years of the Immortal Ancient. As for the years to come, when the 9 heavens and 10 earths are unified, and the age of ending Dharma arrives, the 9 heavens and 10 earths will completely become a place where people dislike dogs. After all, after the fate of the sword, the matter of immortality will be exhausted, and neither the foreign world nor the darkness will be willing to touch it. 9 days. By that time, it will be a general trend for the practitioners of 9 heavens and 10 earths to go to the immortal realm. The combined power of the two parties is a result that both the immortal realm and the 9 heavens and 10 earths are willing to see. But as far as the current situation is concerned, it is really difficult to obtain the true souls of several immortal kings or immortal kings in the past 10 or 20 years. It is true that many immortal kings from foreign lands are eyeing the original imperial city. But in most cases, they just take a look. After all, the fact that there is an ancient immortal king in the imperial city has spread. And the Taisong immortal king who came from the immortal realm, the existence of the immortal kings makes them a little jealous. What's more, Jiutian's original ancient artifact has not yet been released, and everyone is waiting patiently, only by fully grasping the right time, place, people, and people can we hope to master Jiutian's original ancient artifact and become the final winner. Another way to obtain the soul of a king is to go to the Boundary Sea. That place is gestating a big storm. It is the time when all the kings gather together. Feng Lai wants to go and see it, but that place will take thousands of years. Even Feng Lai has a hard time grasping the time. How about I sneak into a foreign land and secretly kill a few immortal kings? Feng Lai was hesitant. Now was not the time to go to the immortal realm and kill Ao Sheng, Taisher and other immortal kings. He wanted to sneak into a foreign land to kill a few immortal kings and kill the Red King along with them. There is no need to take this risk. You don't have the power to suppress the foreign land on all fronts now. It is too dangerous to rush forward hastily. If you have an accident, it will be an unacceptable loss. True Dragon flatly refused. He knew better than anyone else that many immortal kings in the primitive ancient world died in foreign sieges in the past. There were many reasons for being besieged, and overconfidence was a very important one. Instead of going deep into the dangerous situation personally, it is better to release the dark immortal kings from the cage of the virtual god realm. Darkness can best nourish the soul, and their soul power must be quite powerful. Taoist Xianjin opened his mouth and found the problem from a tricky angle. A solution. The dark immortal king in the virtual god realm? Feng Lai was startled, and then realized that the virtual god realm did have such a group of guys sealed, and their souls were also quite powerful among the immortal kings. Yes, with your level. It's time to come into contact with the truth of that ancient world. But you haven't had the chance. Now it's time to tell you the origin of that spiritual space. The no. Two men in the world on the side also came back to his senses. Said, as they said, the kings of darkness suppressed in the spiritual space of the void god realm were all from the top of the fairyland. At the end of the last era, they chose to join the darkness, turned against them on the spot, and killed many of their own creatures. But after all, it was still a period of cooperation between the immortal realm and the primitive ancient realm. Those immortal kings who devoted themselves to darkness had contributed to the overall situation, so they were spared their lives. Their souls were only petrified and sealed in the cage of the virtual god realm. In fact, we suspected that they were dark creatures themselves. They did not fall into darkness at all. They just lived in the fairyland and chose a key node to defect. When it came to the creatures in the virtual god realm, the real dragon also sighed a little. He was one of the powerful people who participated in sealing those dark immortal kings back then, and he has some knowledge of this matter. If this is the case, we can indeed make use of the king of the virtual god realm. Feng Lai nodded and felt that he really needed to deal with these dark immortal kings. In the original timeline, these imprisoned dark powerful men were released and returned to the sea of the world. Although the strongest of these people were extremely immortal king, but the number of them exceeds 5 fingers. They are entangled together, and their combat power is also considerable. Then leave this matter to me and the ancestor sacrificial spirit. After he recovers, we will clear out the dark immortal king in the empty god world, leaving only those generals as the ones who have been trained for the future. Feng Lai finally made his decision. Road. Be careful. Darkness invades the soul, but it also nourishes the soul the most. The souls of those dark creatures are powerful beyond imagination. Don't overturn the boat. Taoist Immortal Gold warned. 2 giants are enough to deal with a few extremely poor players. Feng Lai nodded seriously, but then a smile appeared on his face. When a furnace of great elixirs is achieved, Jiotian's combat power will stabilize. Then the most terrible disaster will come, and we will have confidence. Yes, I urgently need to restore my combat strength now. Only when the recovery is complete can I have the confidence to protect those young children. The real dragon sighed softly. He looked at the place where the Heavenly Beast mountain range was originally. It had been slapped by the second best person in the world and turned into a large lake. In the lake, there were 2 young real dragons practicing. Both of the 2 real dragons were blue. It is the 2 young dragons that hatched from the true dragon eggs in these years. Feng Lai looked at Gugu's 2 younger brothers and sisters with great interest. Not only was he amazed, he was also a little curious. 3 true dragon sons. Why do Gugu and the 2 little guys have different colors? Everyone knows that Gugu is a red dragon, but his younger siblings are actually 2 green dragons. At first glance, it seems that Gugu is the outlier. The color of the scales is determined by the parents and ancestors. A true dragon is a true dragon. The color makes no difference to us. The true dragon glanced at Feng Lai and shook his head. But for the Qilin and the Phoenix clan, the color of the scales and wings is still very telling. Feng Lai nodded and couldn't help but take another look at his immortal king follower Mu Lin. Qilin has 5 virtues, and Mu Lin Kirin species that grow Xiantianimu Avenue are rare in Jiotian. Actually, there is no difference between us. Kailins in the world are one family, and the specific lineage cannot affect our unity. Mu Lin shook his big head, obviously also having reservations about Feng Lai's statement. In recent years, he has actually gathered a lot of Qilin clans from 9 heavens and 10 earths. Xian Qilin, White Qilin, Blue Qilin, Red Qilin come in various colors. But all the Qilin species recognize and respect Mu Lin, the Qilin king. How's that little white unicorn doing? I heard that it has some mental problems, and doesn't seem to like practicing? Feng Lai continued to ask. Fortunately, I was too obsessed with the past. I touched his heart, and it was still very effective. Immortal King Mulin pointed to the infinite sky in the endless distance. On the fairy mountain outside Taisong Immortal Palace, a young Bai Qilin is using the power of the immortal source to wash away the meridians and beat the body. And the results are quite good. Chapter 187 Ningchuan 6. The talents of the new era have begun to practice spiritual practice at an early age, which is something worth looking forward to. Because of the end of the era, the quality of the strong men who competed with Shi Hao at the same time was quite high. Not only true Dragon Son, White Qilin, Skyhorn Ant, etc., but also 10-crown King Tianzi, Banished Immortal, Shuri, etc. People are all beings who can become immortal kings in the future. These are the forces that will belong to the 9 heavens and 10 earths in the future. And Feng Lai values these young people very much. He bid farewell to the immortal kings and did not rush back to the lower realm. Instead, he took a stroll within the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Compared to the original timeline, this life undoubtedly made him look forward to it more. The number of supreme powerful men in the 9 heavens and 10 earths today has exceeded 300,000 as early as 80,000 years ago. Even if each supreme master only accepts 1 or 2 disciples. After so many years, the number of supreme successors is beyond imagination. The average of the entire world, all the fighting strength was drawn up. The Tianshan Academy, which was originally going to be established in a few decades, has also been established in the past 100 years. It is rooted in Yutian, where today's heroes are competing for hegemony. True immortal Ming Tian serves as the elder of the academy as before. What is different from the original world line is that the second elder is also a true immortal. Brother Taosong, come here. Our little Tianshan Academy will be full of glory. When Feng Lai arrived at Tianshan Academy, Jean Changsheng twisted her slender waist to greet him. She held the Feng Wu immortal Qin in her arms, surrounded by fairy spirit, and had a graceful and elegant yet transcendent demeanor. Elder Jean Heir, I didn't expect you to be interested in cultivating the younger generation. Feng Lai glanced at this old friend, who he had known for more than 100,000 years. The other person had now gone quite far in the level of true immortal. With Feng Wu immortal Qin in his possession, Feng Lai felt that she might be able to go further than her original path of becoming an immortal king. Further, Brother Xianjin Tao has said that we should be wary of young people in our world joining the darkness. So I am here, not only to help young people refine their hearts, but also to eliminate the spies of darkness. Jean Changsheng said with a dignified smile. Although she is only a true immortal, the essence of the immortal king allows her to see many things that true immortals cannot see. For example, Wang Changsheng had a dark aura on his body back then, which could be seen by Jean Changsheng. Thank you for your work. It seems that it was the right choice to ask the 3 of you to come out. Feng Lai is very satisfied with Jean Changsheng's current situation. Among the 3 ancient immortal king parts he brought out from Xiling realm, Jean Changsheng was the only one who killed all the way and quickly became an immortal. Now he is an indispensable member of 9 heavens and 10 earths. Indeed, Shanha has almost become a supreme master in the past few years. He should be able to become an immortal within hundreds of thousands of years. By then, Taoist brother Taisong will be a big help. Jean Changsheng nodded. The blood-stained eyeball of the iron triangle of Xiling realm back then was fused with the ancient genius Chu Shanha. He was a man with extraordinary talent. Now he has embarked on a very extraordinary road. If he can become an immortal, it will be much more than an ordinary true immortal. Well, as expected, how has that fellow Crystal Skull Taoist been doing over the years? Has he found a suitable partner? Feng Lai nodded and mentioned the last person in the iron triangle of Xiling realm. The talkative Crystal Skull had never found a suitable host. Feng Lai was a little concerned. Fellow Crystal Taoist? He succeeded a few years ago, and is now cultivating in Tianshan Academy. Jean Changsheng smiled and nodded. She tapped her fingertips, and a door suddenly appeared in the void. Soon, a tall figure appeared. It appeared from the opposite side of the door, and came to Feng Lai and Jean Changsheng, Cha-sheng, and Taoist brother Taisong. Long time no see. This man was an extraordinary man, with a majestic figure, eyes that were like cold lightning, and light flowing from his azure blue divine silkworm clothing. Although his cultivation was not at the level of a god, he naturally sat opposite Feng Lai and Jean Changsheng, cupping his fists. Your body is? Feng Lai squinted his eyes. The man opposite him was indeed unusual. He was carrying a sky map on his back, and had a unicorn pattern on his forehead. This was similar to someone Feng Lai knew. He couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Well, my current name is Ningchuan. This is the name of the young man I took away. He is the 6-time champion of 3000 Daozhou. It is very extraordinary. The man who called himself Ning Chuan laughed strangely, and tapped his head with his finger. Under the Qilin Dao pattern, his entire skull turned into crystal. It was obvious that Ning Chuan himself was no longer there, and the crystal skull occupied got this body. Interesting. You took him away? Feng Lai said with a smile. This is a young man who is related to darkness, and wants to destroy my will. This is simply a container delivered to my door. Of course he won't be polite, Ning Chuan said with a smile. It was only in the past 3 or 4 years that the crystal skull took Ning Chuan's body. At that time, the crystal skull accidentally saw the appearance of the heavenly map behind Ning Chuan's innate magic, and couldn't help but be shocked, because this Tiantu is not a god-given magic at all, but actually a famous son of a wealthy family in a foreign land. The crystal skull has been eyeing Ning Chuan since that day. After investigation, Crystal Skull discovered that this young man Ning Chuan is not a simple man. He is the 6th-crowned immortal king of Sanqian Daozhou, the owner of dual dark bloodlines, and has actively participated in the attack on the bloodline of the descendants of the 7 kings. He is also highly suspected of having connections with foreign lands. Such a young man with extraordinary talents, unclean origins, and unclean behavior immediately made the Crystal Skull very happy. After repeated confirmations, it deployed a few tricks to destroy Ning Chuan and replace him completely. Nowadays, the former 6-time champion Ning Chuan's talent has greatly improved. He came out of seclusion 3 years ago, and has made great progress all the way, breaking through to the stage of deity. Now he has entered Yu Tianshan Academy, and became the direct disciple of true immortal Jin Taijun, with unlimited power. Fellow Taoist is amazing. Feng Lai sighed. He knew the original work. The original 6-time champion Ning Chuan did meet the requirements of having some abilities, but limited. And there was a rebellion in the back of his head. Replacing this person with the Crystal Skull was the right choice. Ha ha! This young man has 2 different imperial bloodlines at the same time. Although they are thin, I like them very much. If I can understand them, it may help me on my path to the immortal king. Ning Chuan laughed. A little god behaved so boldly in front of an immortal king and a true immortal. Feng Lai and Jin Changsheng opposite him both looked happy. This scene was really weird. I'm looking forward to what the 2 fellow Taoists will look like when they become immortal kings in the future. Feng Lai smiled sincerely on his face. The Xiling Mountain Iron Triangle has a bright future. This good news is worth a few more drinks. Oh, by the way, Taoist fellow Changsheng and I have been studying the original true interpretation recently. Can that 10,000 spirits picture be found in Taoist brother Taizong? There is still room for improvement in my body. I need the 10,000 spirits diagram in the divine introduction of the original true interpretation. Ning Chuan laughed a few times, and suddenly spoke again. The 10,000 spirits picture he mentioned was the most important part of the original true interpretation Shen-Yin chapter. He was with them in Xiling Realm, and was later seen by Feng Lai and Xiaoda. That thing is at the small tower. It's still more than 10 years away from reaching the upper realm. You might be able to wait, Feng Lai said. Chapter 188 Immortal Tribulation Sword Technique. I once thought that in a certain era, there would be such a young man with outstanding qualifications, unparalleled understanding, and good luck in ancient and modern times. He would complete all chapters of the original true interpretation. When he reaches great perfection, he will be so powerful. To what extent? Ning Chuan sat cross-legged across from Feng Lai and Jin Changsheng, his pair of God-given eyes flashing with immeasurable light, full of desire for the original true solution. According to legend, the original true interpretation is a supreme scripture that has existed since the beginning of the world. It tells the most true and highest road in the world in the simplest and most popular symbols. It is something that all practitioners have longed for throughout the ages. The first one is called Shenin, and its inheritance has not been completely cut off. It is collected in many of the oldest religions in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. That chapter is naturally powerful. If a living being learns it, it can consolidate the most reliable foundation in the early stages of practice. Base. The Crystal Skull, who occupies Ning Chuan, has naturally mastered this chapter. He has guarded the 10,000 spirits diagram for many years. And now that he is re-editing it, he naturally wants to use the complete Shenin chapter to re-establish the foundation of Ning Chuan's Taoist body. He was once the immortal king, so he naturally had supreme ambitions. If he could really find the Transcendence chapter, or even the oldest and most powerful 3rd chapter, he would definitely be able to go further and higher. That is indeed difficult. The Divine Introduction chapter is okay. If I can get you the Transcendence chapter, You will definitely achieve great achievements in the realm of humanity and true immortality. Feng Lai said with a smile. He remembered that it required a series of troublesome operations to get the original true solution to the Transcendence chapter. Feng Lai had never had time to do it before. But now that he had time, he found that he had become a giant immortal king and could not use the Transcendence chapter at all. What Feng Lai is really coveted is the final chapter of the original true solution. That chapter is the most mysterious and profound part of the original true solution. It records the Tao of the quasi-immortal emperor level. If the immortal king can observe it, he will naturally gain transcendence. Unimaginable benefits. Unfortunately, the third chapter of the original true explanation is too difficult to obtain, because the bone tablet inscribed with the final chapter is in the deepest part of the ancient palace. If you want to get it, you must destroy the Yu Hongsong Iron Triangle at the end of the darkness, and then kill Mia. The old man of the world can only be considered successful if he penetrates the ancient palace of Jin. When Feng Lai reaches that level of achievement, the third part of the original true interpretation will have little meaning. Well, at least I have to get the Transcendence chapter. It's not easy to relearn it. In this life, I want to pursue something stronger. Ning Chuan nodded heavily. Then I'll keep an eye on it for you in the future. Feng Lai nodded, suddenly looked at the light of a lot of pure magic power in the Tianshan Academy, and asked, how come you are the only one with the same Taoist aura in this Tianshan Academy? Where is Meng Tianzheng? He is the elder of the academy. Why don't you see him? Tianzheng went on a trip. It is said that he found information about the Immortal Tribulation sword technique, one of the 3 great sword techniques in ancient times, and went to look for it in a dangerous place. Jin Chasheng said with a smile. Immortal Tribulation sword technique? As soon as the name of this sword art came out, Feng Lai was stunned on the spot. After taking a few breaths, he recalled that the Immortal Tribulation sword art was one of the 3 great sword art in ancient times. It was the same as the grass character sword art and Ping Chaos, which also suppressed an era. Ju comes from a similar era, and its name is the same, regardless of its superiority or inferiority. Yes, that lost sword technique seems to be mastered by some restricted area in the no-man's land of Senkienzu. After Tianzheng learned about it, he went to find that restricted area. Jin Changsheng laughed and said, he said that he will recruit a disciple who specializes in swordsmanship in the future. He will teach the tactics of calming chaos, the sword of immortal tribulation, and the sword of grass. He will be called the 3-sword heavenly lord, and he will compete with the best beings such as True Dragon Sun and Sky-horned Ant. The idea is quite good, Feng Lai commented. Meng Tianzheng did have the qualifications to collect the 3 major sword techniques. Wang Changsheng died in the hands of Lao Ming. Although the Wang family was not destroyed, he did not believe that Meng Tianzheng could not Feng Lai in the techniques to quell the chaos. Jui, the founder of the grass character sword technique Sword Grass, is one of the 10 evils, and 80% of the real dragons know that sword move. Plus the Immortal Tribulation sword technique. It is natural. It's just that Tianzheng hasn't thought about who will learn all 3 sword moves. Ning Chuan smiled. It's a pity that I already have my own way. Otherwise, if I could unify these 3 sword moves of the Immortal King, I would definitely be beyond imagination. Feng Lai nodded. This is indeed a problem. It is really difficult to find latecomers in the 9 heavens and 10 earths who can withstand these 3 sword techniques. After all, each set of the 3 sword techniques represents a supreme avenue. As for fellow practitioners, there is no one in the world. How many people can understand? At least it would take a genius like Ji Daolin, Cha Gongyan, or future Yuchan to do it. So, he said, in all these years since this Tianshan Academy was established, we haven't encountered any powerful geniuses who specialize in swordsmanship? Tianshan Academy, which literally means an academy where only powerful deities had the opportunity to worship. It was founded by the true immortal, and is extremely rich in resources. Naturally, it includes the most outstanding geniuses in the world, as well as famous sects such as the Immortal Academy, and the Holy Academy in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They are all their birthplaces. Although Feng Lai felt that he knew most of the most talented beings in the world, he was also worried that he had missed any truly talented beings. After all, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were too vast, and he would definitely not be able to know them all. No. After all, Tianshan Academy has just been established not long ago. Many extraordinary geniuses are still growing up. Among them, Jin Zhan of our Jin family and a young man known as the Purple Sun Heavenly Lord are a bit eye-catching, and may have the potential to be a true immortal. Although I am very qualified, it is difficult for me to catch my eye. Jin Chansheng shook his head. In Jiutian today, although there are many direct descendants of the Supreme Being, most of them are barely able to get by. The so-called Supreme Talent can really become a Supreme Being in today's era. But they may be able to become a Supreme Being after hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years of polishing the first level of escape. But such talent is difficult to even enter the eyes of a true immortal, let alone attracting Feng Lai's eyes. A true immortal's talent? Then forget it. Feng Lai shook his head. He also knew about Jin Zhan and Purple Sun Heavenly Lord. Jin Zhan was known as the best person in Jiutian's world, and Purple Sun Heavenly Lord combined the Hongming purple chi of the perfect Tao. He could indeed be called Tianju. But in the original work, the pair of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chicks are just SOSO. They can't even compete with the royal family of a foreign land in the frontier wilderness. Although this timeline has definitely been strengthened. It's really just like that. Let's wait until the last moment comes. There is a fairy flower over there in Sanqianzu. Under the test of the fairy flower, several powerful men were born. They are as strong as my original body. It is worth looking forward to. Ning Chuan smiled. Road. When that flower blooms, I will also go and see it. Feng Lai nodded. The fairy flower of Sanqian Daozhou is worth looking forward to. It itself represents a big historical node. And the strong people born from it, there are quite a few, including 10 crowned kings, emperors, and banished immortals, who are all talented people who can become immortal kings. What's more, Feng Lai also planned to invite the white turtle to immortal at that time to use the perfect immortal fruit and many immortal materials to refine a potion that could resurrect the immortal king. After chatting with Jin Chansheng for a long time, Feng Lai left this Tianshan Academy. This will be the place where the geniuses will fight in the future. But these geniuses are still growing, and on their way to becoming gods. Chapter 189 The Genius Shi and Shi Hao. Feng Lai wandered around many great religions, old sites, and restricted areas in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, saying goodbye to the 2 old allies of Tianshan Academy. He once came to a dark sealed place to visit the Xuanwu immortal king, who was in extremely poor condition. He also visited the restricted area of the afterlife in the uninhabited land of Sanqian State to reshape the true form of the owner of the forbidden area there. He is constantly visiting old friends and immortal level beings, and is also collecting some extremely rare elixirs and magical materials to prepare for the elixir refining more than 10 years later. For the immortal king, the flow of time is no longer as real as it was when Wei was young, and time has been unable to leave traces on them. In 10 years, Feng Lai only visited old friends and collected materials, which is really nothing. But for the lower realm, for those geniuses who started practicing from scratch, 10 years is enough to witness their growth. 10 years later, in the wilderness of the lower world, the Butian Holy Courtyard, compared with the excitement and splendor that Butian Pavilion has ushered in recent years after another large-scale recruitment of disciples. The Butian Holy Courtyard above Butian Pavilion is much deserted. This holy court is so transcendent that it is unimaginable. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, it has only recruited 1 disciple. But in the entire 8 regions, no one dares to underestimate Butian Holy Academy, because the disciple it recruited is named Shi. Shi, the boy with double pupils. Boom, boom, boom. Today, in the depths of Butian Holy Monastery, a tall young man is standing in the highest hall. He is heroic and powerful, holding a dark ruler to measure the sky, wearing a feather robe that is darker than the night sky, and full of blood, rushing, exuding suffocating power. This young man has a pair of deep eyes, born with double pupils, and his eyes carry frightening visions, such as the creation of the world, the birth of the universe, etc. Each vision is extremely real and all-encompassing. This young man is Shi, and he has been under Yi Ning's sect for 11 years now. These years are a long time for him. Long enough for a young boy to grow into a heroic young man who can stand alone. At this time, opposite Shi, a blue unicorn and a red Xiongqi, 2 feet long ferocious beasts were emitting sacred and blazing light. At this time, they all had injuries on their bodies, and they were licking their wounds, staring at Shi fiercely, full of murderous intent and wariness. Xiang Tianhua. Great life, great death, great annihilation. Suddenly, Shi put away the measuring ruler in his hand, and a green gold fairy light burst out from his double pupils. A phantom of a god with a human body and a snake tail and double pupils appeared from behind him. The light of death suddenly appeared, instantly making the space here twisted and shook, and the figures of Qilin and Qiongqi had no time to resist, and they fell completely into the deepest silence and death. Call. After doing all this, Shuri let out a long sigh of relief. The fierce battle and the excessive consumption of the Nirvana technique just now made his eyes blurred. He staggered on the spot and almost fell. Ha ha ha. Congratulations to Daozi. He was able to kill 2 pure-blooded creatures who were almost venerable when he entered the formation realm for the first time. It's really gratifying. At this moment, rumbling laughter came from this space, and a huge the green gourd approached from far away and congratulated Shuri. I just relied on my master's Tianhua Dharma and the Nirvana Dharma. The real strength is still far behind. Shuri took care of himself for a moment, then nodded to Qinggulu, the incarnation of Butyan Pavilion's sacrifice, and sighed softly. That's powerful enough. The master's method can be used in the array state. Even if there is only one move, it is enough to sweep the same level. Butyan Pavilion's sacrifice spirit shook his head. Shiyi's master, Yin Ning, is the most powerful supreme being in the world. Of course, he cannot be around to give guidance all the time. His usual guidance and practice fall on the Butyan Pavilion sacrifice spirit at the true god level. Therefore, this old gourd vine is almost I grew up watching Shuri. This child began to practice when he was 3 years old. In the same year, he entered the level of moving blood. When he was 6 years old, he achieved the ultimate realm of moving blood. When he was 9 years old, he understood the Dongtian Sutra of Tai Tsong's lineage and broke through the tenhole heavenly realm. At the age of 11, his spirit and body returned. 1. Break through the extreme realm of spirit transformation. At the age of 13, he can inscribe all phenomena in the world and break through the extreme realm of inscription. Now Shuri is 14 years old and is already a great master in the formation realm. In this vast wilderness, he is already a master in the formation realm. Even in the ancient and powerful Stone Kingdom, he can dominate an area and tear apart the earth to seal the king. As a Taoist priest who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, no one understands better than Shuri how powerful Shuri is. His double pupils defy the sky. This is not just due to his natural double pupils. It's far from it. Masters Tao and Dharma are too difficult. The Tianhua treasure technique and the Nirvana Dharma are only part of it. But if I can completely integrate these 2 Dharma and merge them into one with my heavy pupils, then it will be a big step in my life. Shuri sighed. The direct descendant of the Supreme Being and the disciple of the Immortal King. This status alone made Shuri's horizon so frightening that ordinary creatures could not discern it at all. Even the innate magic of pure-blood ferocious beasts was not that rare to Shuri. And Yin Ning's training of Shuri was also very strict. This resulted in Shuri not taking many shots in public view over the years. But every time he made a move, it was earth-shattering. When he was only in the spirit transformation realm, Shuri was sent to the famous battlefield of hundreds of tribes in the wilderness, where he fought with all kinds of powerful ancient relics and even pure-blood beasts. He often faced enemies across realms and killed monks in the inscription realm. When it comes to the inscription realm, Shuri is like a god of war. At the age of just 10 years old, he has defeated the weak and the strong and the small and the large many times, making a great name on the battlefield of hundreds of tribes. This made Shuri famous in the battlefield of hundreds of tribes. Shieling Beast Mountain, Demon Spirit Lake, Nanyu Mountain, etc. were all extremely afraid of him. The Shur Kingdom even named him the unparalleled Heavenly Marquis, believing that Shuri had the qualifications to be an emperor. That's too difficult. Even for me. It would take hundreds of thousands of years to achieve this step. Old Huluding was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. Really? But I have a hunch that this is not as difficult as imagined for the younger brother. Shuri said. That child is not typical. But Yin Pavilion's sacrificial spirit also spoke. Of course it knew that the younger brother Shuri mentioned was Shur Hao, who had become famous in recent years. Like Shuri, he came from the palace of Prince Wu of the Shur Kingdom. He was also taken away to practice by an unparalleled powerful man when he was very young. He was also at the age of 8 or 9. When he was born, he became famous all over the world at an extremely fast speed. Just 3 or 4 years ago, Shur Hao, who was only 7 or 8 years old, entered Baidu Mountain and showed great strength. He was invincible physically and had unparalleled magical power. He killed more than one young pure-blood creature. Later, Shur Hao even cultivated 10 holes in the sky and challenged heroes from all sides in a martial arts competition in the Fire Kingdom. At only 10 years old, he defeated more than one strong man in the spirit transformation realm and was called the youngest son-in-law of the Fire Emperor. Unparalleled in the limelight. It's nothing atypical. My brother is very strong. And the strong man behind him is no weaker than our Taitsong lineage. I have to stay tense at all times to continue to break through and leave him behind. Shuri clenched his fist and said, Yin Ning once told Shuri that Shi Hao was a child with great perseverance. When he was only 3 years old, he used a withering technique to shatter his supreme bones and turn them into nutrients to nourish his body. This kind of courage is something Shuri does not have at this stage. This year, Xiao Shiyi's 3-year-old Shi Hao is 11 years old and has already broken into the spirit realm for more than a year. It is said that he went to Beihai alone a few days ago to compete for the legendary Kunping treasure. When he returns, Shuri does not think that Shi Hao how much worse than myself. Chapter 190, The Prodigy. Now under the leadership of Yin Ning, Shi Yi's talent has been fully released. In the original work, although Shi Yi is known as a rare genius in the 8 realms, and has many powerful forces in the lower realms behind him, he is actually far inferior to Shi Hao, who has ancestor sacrifice spirits standing behind him. In fact, before Shi Yi in the original work met the double-eyed girl Yin Ning at that time, there was only a venerable level demon spider with ulterior motives behind him. Perhaps the venerable level can be compared with the transformation of the Zhetian era. If the dragon level is the same, how good can the resources it has access to be, thanks to the strong enough Chontong? And the fact that Shuri was very capable and clever at that time. He was able to make up for the many previous shortcomings step by step with the help of the sky mending technique, and reached a strong enough level. In this life, Shuri received the best guidance at the beginning of his practice. This is reflected in many aspects. For example, Shuri's practice in each realm can refer to Feng Lai's blood-moving sutra, Dantian Sutra, Hualing Sutra, etc. These are all sutras that directly point to the immortal way. Text. Even if Shuri has not practiced the human body universe system created by Feng Lai, this text is still extremely precious. For another example, Shuri was able to comprehend the most powerful treasures and divine forms in the early stages of his practice, including the Tianwan method created by Feng Lai, the Qilin method from the Fairyland, the Golden Crow method, and many other great methods. The Tao that Shuri has now comprehended has brought him huge benefits when he was in the Cave Heaven realm and the Spiritual Transformation realm. And he has already transcended the Extreme realm. What Yin Ning taught was not just magic and mind cultivation. Shi Yi's vision had also been greatly broadened compared to the previous life. Over the years, Yin Ning has occasionally taken him to some mysterious places, including but not limited to Kunping's Nest, the dark hall in the deepest part of the virtual god realm, the place where the iron triangle of the Xiling ancient realm slept, and some places with the immortal monk king, the location related to the 9-leaf sword grass. All the seemingly premature contact is just right for Shuri. This precocious young man now has a very intuitive impression of the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the primitive ancient world as a whole. This is what Yin Ning wants to see. Since Shi Hao's child has gone to Kunping's Nest, Daozi needs to go to Kunping's Nest to have a look. With your achievements in the spirit transformation realm, even if you suppress your strength, you are very sure to get Kunping's inheritance. And you can also experience it with your own hands. Looking forward to the power of Shi Hao's child, the Butian Pavilion Sacrifice Spirit suggested. It also has an impression of Shi Hao. The naughty boy joined Butian Pavilion when he was 7 or 8 years old and showed his unparalleled talent in thunder. He once comprehended it in the Sea of Destruction in the Thunder Sea when he was only in the Cave Heaven realm. To new strength. If the Butian Pavilion Sacrificial Spirit hadn't known about Shi Hao's extraordinary origins, and that his guide was a powerful person no less than Yin Ning, and there was also a supreme existence behind him, it would have even considered sending Shi Hao to the Butian Holy Academy. In fact, Gugu's attitude towards Shi Hao is mostly free-spirited, because of the existence of ancestral sacrificial spirits. Gugu, the nominal master, really has little effect, which makes Gugu very unfulfilled. Feeling, Shi Hao's practice method was very generous. Seeing that Shi Hao had a talent for thunder, he taught him the perfect magic skills of the Swan Inai and Lei Ling clans. Seeing that Shi Hao was talented in the Daping magic, he also gave him the magic skills of the Golden Wing Daping clan, striving to prevent the magic from being lost, blocking Shi Hao's progress. It's not necessary. I have already fought against my younger brother last month in the Fire Nation's Imperial City. His real body met my spiritual body. We had a battle in the Fire Nation's Imperial City. He chuckled. What's the result? This sentence made the Butian Pavilion Sacrificial Spirit shake slightly. No one knows the power of these two young supremes better than it. Not to mention now, even after seeing all the geniuses since the opening of the 8 realms, there may not be anyone as dazzling as these two young men. He asked. A month ago, Shuri was at about the peak level of the inscription realm. At that time, Shurhao was only at the spiritual transformation realm. But with Shuri's pride, since it was a fight, it must be a fair fight. While we were in the spirit transformation realm, he shattered my Qilin spirit body with 300 moves. He is good at many things, such as the golden wing pung magic and the thunder magic. They are both so powerful that it is difficult to find an opponent at the same level. There are also the second supreme bone that was born in the withered glory is not perfect, but it is really powerful. Shuri sighed lightly and shook his head. He actually suffered a bit of a loss in the battle at that time. The Qilin spirit body was at the peak of spirit transformation, slightly suppressing Shurhao by half. But it could only use the Qilin treasure technique and part of the power of the double pupil. And it was against many treasure techniques. With Shurhao at full power, that little bit of advancement in realm doesn't mean much. Dao Zigingshin. It's just a spiritual body. It is far from being able to exert your full strength. If you lose, you will lose. It will not affect your invincibility. But Yin Pavilion's sacrifice spirit comforted. Of course I know this. But I'm just feeling a little emotional about his talent. His original supreme bone was completely inferior to my double eyes. But 10 years later, he already has such terrifying power. This is really surprising. Shuri shook his head, with bright light shining in his double pupils. He had simulated it many times in his mind. If he faced the 11-year-old Shurhao when he was 11, he might be able to suppress it with the power of his double pupils. Come down to Shurhao. But what if Shurhao completes his second supreme bone? If Shurhao breaks the second supreme bone in the future and gives birth to the third supreme bone, how powerful will it be? I must find my path as soon as possible. My younger brother is as talented as me. As an older brother, I don't want to be overtaken by a child 3 years younger than me. This is Shuri's self-encouragement and pride. Even at the age of 11, Shurhao's potential made him feel threatened. He must continue to break through and improve in order to leave Shurhao behind. Thinking of this, Shuri's blood suddenly vibrated, and a hole, like a starry sky, spread out from behind him. There was a red gold rune glowing with fire, and the appearance of a handsome and vigorous golden crow could be vaguely seen in it. Tazi, what are you doing? But Yin Pavilion's sacrificial spirit was shocked. It knew the power of the golden crow magic practiced by Shuri. This was not comparable to those pure blood magic, but came from Shuri's master. The Immortal King Ancestor Tide Song is the most powerful treasure technique that the Immortal King obtained from the Immortal Realm. I'm going to fight, to train, and to find my own opportunities. Shuri held the pitch-black sky ruler in one hand, and in the other hand, a token intertwined with blue gold light appeared. The word sun was engraved on it, and every stroke was faintly burning. The light of the avenue. This is the token that Yi Ning personally gave to Shuri, leading to a secret ancient treasure world, which contains the remains of the golden crow, a sun god tree that has almost evolved into a world tree. And it is said that there are also people who have survived from the immortal ancient. The ancient golden crow is a huge opportunity for beings to follow this path. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the sun token glowed, and a door burning with heaven-burning immortal fire opened. Shuri strode in without hesitation. Chapter 191 Two Meridians. 2 years later, in a vast wilderness outside the Stone Kingdom, among the dense branches and vines, a vigorous figure was moving forward. Moving forward. This is a boy who looks to be no more than 13 or 14 years old. He has black hair, shawl, and bright eyes. Although he is not yet fully developed, he is still tall and straight. He is like a magic gun that can penetrate all illusions. Sometimes he transformed into a mighty thunder light from the sky, accompanied by a loud roar, running among the thick trees. Sometimes he transformed into a black and gold rock, which could fly thousands of miles away with a single flutter of its wings. On its shoulder, there is a small golden ape with an equally strong aura. Although its eyes are a little confused, it has the power to fight against the heaven and the earth. There is also a golden stone tied in the hair of this young man. It looks ordinary, but there is also surging blood in it, which is completely different from ordinary stones. This young man is none other than Shurhao, who had a fate with the ancestral sacrifice spirit back then. He has just returned from Kunping's nest after going through hardships, his eyes full of longing for home. Soon, he saw a simple small village in the wilderness. Outside the village, the willow tree called the Willow God by Shurhao, and the Shurtsuan people already had thousands of tender and magical branches, like divine chains of laws. Each root evolves into endless avenues. When Shurhao got closer, he suddenly discovered that not far from the altar where Lucian was, there were already two figures. a man and a woman, standing on the ground. Both of them had unusual auras, and they were looking at him from a distance. Uncle Gugu. Among the two, Shirhao recognized Gugu at a glance, who was wearing red armor. He couldn't help shouting, and soon came to the altar and saluted Gugu. Over the years, Gugu was undoubtedly one of the people who cared for Shirhao the most. Not only did he pass on many invincible treasures to Shirhao, but when Shirhao was young, Gugu also occasionally took him to wander in many mysterious and dangerous places. This made Shirhao's childhood was quite fulfilling and happy. Here you go. Come here. Let me introduce you. Seeing Shirhao's return, a heartfelt smile appeared on Gugu's face. He greeted Shirhao, asked him to look at the woman sitting next to him, and said with a smile, "This is your Aunt Yiming. She is the strongest creature in the realm of humanity, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. She has been fighting with me for hundreds of thousands of years. I am the son of a true dragon, but she has always been by my side. As you can imagine, it's awesome." "Hello, Aunt Yin." Shirhao, who looked 13 or 14 years old, listened to Gugu's introduction and understood the power and extraordinariness of the woman in front of him, and saluted seriously. "You may not know that Aunt Yin is one of the few people born with double pupils in the human race. She is the second disciple of Tai Tsong Immortal King. At the same time, your brother, Shuri, who has double pupils, is the master." Gugu patted Shirhao's face, shoulders, added, "Is brother Shuri's master?" This news obviously shocked Shirhao. He naturally knew about Tai Tsong Immortal King. He was the Immortal King achieved in this era, a peerless creature comparable to Lu Shen. In this world, few people dare to say that they must be better than Tai Tsong. The Immortal King is strong, but in comparison, Shirhao was obviously more surprised by Yining's identity as Shuri's master. He had always heard that Shuri's master was a powerful person who was not weaker than Gugu. When they meet today, only then did I realize that the other party was actually a woman. After being stunned for a moment, Shirhao suddenly noticed that Yining's eyes were very similar to Shuri's. Although there were no double pupils, the aura was exclusive to those with double pupils and could not be concealed. "It's me." Yining looked at Shirhao for a moment, especially at his sternum for several breaths, then turned her gaze to Gugu, nodded and said, "He is indeed an extraordinary child. He must have passed the test of senior Kunping, refined and obtained the perfect Kunping inheritance. Then, how do you think my disciple compares to yours? One is a double-eyed disciple with incredible aptitudes, and the other is a natural supreme being blessed by destiny." "There should always be strengths and weaknesses," Gugu said with a smile. "At this stage, Ear has reached the perfection of formation realm. Although you, a disciple, have gone far in the inscription realm, you still fall short of the realm." Yining shook his head. "It's just a small realm in the early stage. We will catch up one day. I am tens of thousands of years younger than you. Aren't you and I on the same page?" Gugu said with a smile. "I heard that these two people with double pupils I have been practicing in a mysterious small world for many years, and I must have gained a lot. Being in a realm that is close to the Supreme Tao, and always paying attention. Gugu naturally knows Shuri's movements, but the ancient treasure world where Shuri went is different, and Gugu can't see through it. That is the ancient world that my master found a few years ago. It was supposed to be a small world at the leader level, but my master valued it very much and specially used formation patterns to protect it." Yining said, "The cultivating creatures in that small world are quite different. It's quite satisfactory. And the strongest one is a golden crow at the divine fire level, which is in line with Ear's current level." "Is there anything that can attract Immortal King Tai Tsong?" Gugu's eyes flickered, and he was obviously interested in Yining's words as he asked. "My master said that the ancient treasure world is the place where a certain supreme immortal king fell many epochs ago. There is a sun tree in it that has almost evolved into a world tree. And there is also an orphan who is suspected to be the supreme immortal king. The bloodline is shocking," Yining said. She didn't have time to go to that ancient treasure world, and she didn't know the details about the supreme immortal king in it. She only knew a rough idea. Could it be related to the immortal Golden Crow King? Remember, my father said that the immortal king came from the immortal realm and was very powerful among the top kings. He just disappeared during the war at the end of the last era and was buried here." Gugu guessed. "I know about the ancient Golden Crow King, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Master said that the Golden Crow clan in the immortal realm was extremely glorious and had more than one immortal king. The one in that small world was the ancestral king who created the glory of the entire Golden Crow clan, Ning said. At this point, Ning raised her head and looked at Gugu, and found that the true dragon parent was also a little unsure, and didn't seem to know much about the king of the Golden Crow ancestor whom Feng Lai said. Perhaps we could ask Immortal King Tai Tsong to explain later. In the end, Gugu could only sigh. Cha-cha. At this time, in the sky above the vast wilderness, a loud crow suddenly sounded, along with the fire that burned the sky. A red gold divine bird, whose whole body was covered in the flames of the sun, flew from the sky. It has 3 legs, a slender body, and is strong and powerful. It does not look like a divine bird that controls the power of the sun at all. Instead, it looks like a real sun. Wherever it passes, many ancient relics escape, and there is no trace of it at all. Dare to fight with the Golden Crow, who can be king in the ancient country. The Golden Crow quickly crossed the wilderness, and it was not until 100 miles away from the stone village that it restrained its flames and transformed into a young man with disheveled black hair. Then, in golden light, it arrived at the edge of the stone village. Master Gu, I'm back. The person who came was none other than Shuri, the man with double pupils, and the Golden Crow was his spiritual body. At this time, his true form stopped at the edge of Shur village. He first saluted the ancestor spirits, and then he looked at Ning and Gugu and saluted. Chapter 192 The Law of the Emperor of Heaven. I haven't seen you for more than 2 years. It seems that you have indeed improved a lot. Ning stared at Shuri. This talented disciple of his was already 16 years old. He had a tall and straight figure, calm and deep eyes, black hair like ink, and every strand of hair was shining with crystal light. This is an age that is vigorous enough, but still inevitably immature. However, with Shuri's early wisdom, at this time, he has a calm restraint and maturity. Following the guidance of you and my master, I found the sun god tree. There was a chaos palace above it. I found a woman there. She was attracted by my Golden Crow magic and told me about my relationship with the immortal Golden Crow. The family is destined to teach me several techniques of the Heavenly Emperor. Shuri's voice was very calm, and he told Ning and others what he saw in the ancient treasure world. It was indeed a small world that was very suitable for him. A strong man in the formation realm. To fight. In it, he not only got the temper of blood and fire practice, and gained a lot of opportunities. The Heavenly Emperor's technique? Maybe my nephew can demonstrate 1.5 moves? Gugu was obviously attracted by the so-called Heavenly Emperor's technique in Shuri's mouth. He has been in the world for so many years, and he has never seen anyone with such a loud voice who dares to call himself the Emperor of Heaven. Shuri and his master looked at each other, nodded to each other, and then he activated his divine power. In an instant, a vast celestial sun fire burst out from his body. Cha-cha! This blazing fire burned into space, accompanied by the deafening sound of wind and thunder, and the neighing of the fairy crow, instantly covering the 5,000 miles of wilderness. If Ning and Gugu were not present, a large area nearby would be turned into a sea of fire. So strong. Shur Hao frowned. Shuri's move had surpassed the Swan and Eye treasure technique he had learned. The power Shuri could exert at the perfect formation level was too powerful for him now. But Shur Hao was unwilling to admit defeat. He gritted his teeth and held on without even taking a step back. But even with such power, it was just the initial move of Shuri's Heavenly Emperor technique. His palm slowly slid in the void, and blazing golden runes emerged one after another in his hands. These runes contain too much. The changes are like fairy fire, like weapons, and like real golden crows one after another. Their immortal power is shocking to the world. Doting the burning immortal. As Shuri chanted softly, all the hundreds of sun runes around him erupted. A surge of power far beyond the imagination of the creatures in the formation realm, enveloping the majesty of dominating the world, making people tens of thousands of miles away. The ferocious birds and ancient beasts all trembled and kowtowed in the direction of the fire. Standing in the center of this bright light, Shuri looks like the king of the sun immortal path, with his feet on the world and overlooking all living beings. Even standing behind Gugu, Shur Hao could feel a pressure coming from the depths of his soul. Shuri had obviously received an incredible inheritance. Even if the Kuimping inheritance he received was more complete, he could not find anyone with such power. A huge killing move. This made Shur Hao's fists clenched. After so many years of debut, he was used to hearing all the living beings praise his brother Shuri. He thought that hard training would make his strength gradually approach that of his brother, who was 3 years older than him. But he didn't. I think it's still a lot worse. In front of Shi Hao, Yi Ning and Gugu looked at each other again, and both saw the power of Shi Yi's immortal burning technique. This was definitely the Immortal King technique, and it was an extremely powerful Immortal King technique. If they could, Xuechuan is probably as good as the true Dragon Treasure technique. Well, at the same time, not far away from them, the big charred and dry willow tree seemed to be attracted by the Heavenly Emperor's law performed by Shi Yi. He sighed softly, representing the supreme will of the Ancestor Sacrifice Spirit, with some regrets and some feeling. Master Ancestor Sacrifice Spirit, do you know the origin of this method of burning immortals in the sky? Such a change made Gugu's eyes light up. He did not expect that this so-called Heavenly Emperor's method would attract the attention of the ancient giant ancestral sacrificial spirit. In addition, Taizong Immortal King attached great importance to that small world. These all made Gugu certain that the so-called Emperor of Heaven was definitely not simple. Crash! The gentle breeze caressed the charred wooden pile at the entrance of the village. Now, this fairy willow tree, which originally had only 7 or 8 willow branches, now has thousands of green willow branches. They are swaying in the wind. Everything is so natural and beautiful. I have heard Taizong talk about it before, and I have made speculations. But since it is Do Tian burning immortal, it is basically certain that the founder of the small world and the ancient cultivation method of immortals, the invincible person of the ancient heaven in the Emperor's fall era, the Golden Crow clan, is related to the ancestor of the Immortal King. The words of the ancestor worship spirit were very soft, like the willow branches swaying in the breeze, without much ups and downs. But the content of it made the two pairs of masters and disciples, including Yi Ning and Gugu, stunned in place. The founder of the ancient immortal cultivation method, the invincible man of the ancient heaven in the Emperor's fall era, the ancestor of the Golden Crow clan's Immortal King? Gugu chewed on the words of the ancestor sacrifice, turned around and glanced at Shi Yi, only to find that this heavy-eyed disciple also he didn't seem to know much about the Emperor of Heaven. To be precise, he is one of the founders of the ancient immortal method. There was more than one supreme immortal king in the ancient heaven during the Emperor's fall era. But even so, we cannot deny the power of the Golden Crow ancestor. The ancestor sacrifice spirit seemed. I also felt that what I just said was not comprehensive enough. After a moment of silence, I added again. This is a fact that has to be admitted. Even when the ancestor sacrificial spirit was the strongest in the ancient immortal era, it could not be the opponent of the ancestor of the Golden Crow. The Emperor of Heaven was too powerful. So powerful that it was difficult to find an opponent in the world sea. There are legends that the ancestor of the Golden Crow has reached such a high level that he can have the light of the Emperor around him. Such a powerful man is actually willing to accept Yi as his successor? Yi Ning pondered for a moment, and couldn't help but marvel at Shi Yi's talent and luck, and said, "It's not a successor. It's just a destined person who has learned a few techniques." The ancestral sacrificial spirit gently stroked a few willow sticks to disperse the blazing sunfire Dao aura in the void, and said, "The Golden Crow technique passed down by Taizong comes from the immortal domain. The Emperor of Heaven also comes from the immortal domain, and it is naturally fate to meet practitioners of the immortal domain in the 8 domains. If you have the opportunity to go to the immortal realm in the future, you can go and sit with the Golden Crow clan. That clan should welcome you very much." Finally, the ancestral sacrifice spirit turned his attention to Shi Yi and said, "Disciple understands?" Shi Yi said, "The Golden Crow clan in the immortal realm. I heard from my father that they are indeed a big clan, but I never thought there was such a connection." Gugu sighed. But then, he suddenly found that Shi Hao behind him was a little silent. But he still had a look of displeasure on his face, an expression of resignation. This made Gugu laugh. He put a big hand on Shi Hao's head, rubbed the young Supreme's hair vigorously, and said with a smile, "You don't have to do this. As far as you and Shi Yi are concerned, both are immortals. The standard configuration of Wang's son, Jiuqian, my younger brothers and sisters, and several of the 10 fierce descendants have similar resources to you." On the other side, Yi Ning also said similar words, warning Shi Yi not to be influenced by a few heavenly emperors' methods. No matter how powerful the method of the Golden Crow ancestor is, it only belongs to the Golden Crow tribe. Even if it is the ancestor sacrifice spirit and the perfect inheritance of your master, it is difficult to create an immortal king. You must walk the path of the immortal king or even a stronger path by yourself. Cultivation ultimately depends on your own ability. So, we are calling you here this time to watch a certain senior become an immortal king, which may inspire some powerful power in you. Gugu put his arm around Shirhao's shoulders and said with a smile, "Becoming an immortal king?" Gugu's words made Shir-Yi and Shirhao stunned on the spot. The concept of the immortal king seemed too far away in their realm. They could only get a small amount of information from Feng Lai and the ancestral sacrifice spirit. Now Gugu actually invited them to watch a strong man become an immortal king. This doesn't seem to be what they should be exposed to at this stage. Uncle Master, which senior is going to become the immortal king? Shir-Yi was mature and was the first to react and asked seriously. Ha ha ha. Of course, he is the immortal king of your stone clan. He has cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. That senior will return to the immortal king status in the near future. Gugu laughed. After saying that, he handed over the ancestral sacrificial spirit arch. Without looking at the shocked and incomprehensible expressions of Shir-Yi and Shirhao, and directly put the two brothers into his sleeves, and then sacrificed the immortal king's weapon of the 10 realms with Yin Ning. The hour was over in situ. Chapter 193 The Power of the Stone Clan. The last Stone King, who once stationed in the original imperial city and defended it for more than half an era, is about to return to the level of the immortal king. Boom! The 10-realm map soared in the void outside the 8 realms. It took more than half a day before it came to a void far away from the 8 realms and 9 heavens and 10 earths. Shir-Yi, Shirhao and the Supreme who brought them there. Only then did he see the creature that Gugu mentioned was returning to the level of the immortal king. That was a strong human being bathed in ocean like thunder. He was tens of millions of miles tall and majestic. Every inch of his flesh and blood contained explosive power. He was like an ancient god who created the world. Roaring and roaring. Fight against the thunder and calamity, and beat down your own cultivation. That was the last Stone King of the original imperial city. His hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation had brought him back to his peak state. He was currently training in the Sea of Thunder. This was not the tribulation of the immortal king, but the tribulation of chaos inspired by Feng Lai, able to adapt the body and soul of the last Stone King to this powerful power. Is that the ancestor of the Stone Clan? When they saw the towering and majestic man in the Sea of Tribulation, Shir-Yi and Shirhao both felt their blood boiling, and the billowing blood surged uncontrollably in their bodies, as if there was a magic power in the man, echoing their thoughts. Strength. This is incredible to them, because although the Stone Kingdom is very powerful, it is as weak as an ant in front of Yin Ning and Gugu. They never thought that the Stone Clan would have such a powerful ancestor. It's the Stone King. Although he is not the first-generation Stone King from the origin of his bloodline, he is still powerful enough. Your master asked us to bring you here in order to stimulate the power of the Stone Clan in you. Yin Ning looked at Shir-Yi and Shirhao, and suddenly activated the 10 realms map with all his strength, causing an unparalleled light to burst out from the entire Dao map. This dazzling light was very conspicuous in the dark void, and soon attracted people from far and wide. Here, the gaze of that towering man. Ha ha! You are here! After clearly seeing the 10 realms map and the few tiny figures on the map, the last Stone King let out a thunderous laugh. This laughter echoed in this extremely vast space, causing many broken cosmic battles to shake. Senior Stone King. These are the 2 children that Tai Tsong Immortal King mentioned. Gugu saluted the last Stone King and put his hands on the shoulders of Shir-Yi and Shirhao respectively, letting the last Stone King feel the blood of intimacy. Okay, son of the Stone Clan. See the great power of the Stone Clan in our borderlands. The last Stone King nodded. He put one hand on his eyebrows, and 2 streams of blood burst out from there, accurately covering Shir-Yi and Shirhao. Boom! As if echoing the light of the Stone King's blood, Shir-Yi and Shirhao also involuntarily surged with divine power, bursting out the power in their bodies. Although this was too weak compared to the Stone King, it was like 2 necessary keys. It opened the heavenly gates belonging to the Stone Clan's bloodline in Shir-Yi and Shirhao. Soon, 2 soaring rays of blood energy rose from their foreheads, outlining an extremely complex rune in the void, illuminating a small area of space. The blood of the 7 kings, the mark of glory, is really not simple. Yin Ning and Gugu were both staring at the domineering and mysterious symbol in the sky, and they both sighed in their hearts. After spending so many years in the original imperial city, they knew the profound meaning behind this symbol better than anyone else. Being able to be crowned a king in the primitive imperial city and obtain such a bloodline symbol is an honor enough for any big clan to be engraved in the memory of the clan. This means that the strong people from the source corresponding to the bloodline have made great contributions to the entire primitive ancient world. The unimaginable achievements are enough to be remembered and admired by the entire primitive ancient world. Obviously, the first Stone King of the Stone Kingdom was such an extremely glorious immortal king. This kind of glory is now reflected in Sher Hao and Sher Yi. Through the soaring Stone Clan symbols, they have received many things from the last Stone King, including the endless glorious past of the entire Stone Clan, including the scriptures and scriptures passed down by this ethnic group. These are enough for Sher Yi and Sher Hao to dig deeper into the power that their bloodline brings them. Thank you, ancestor. It took the two of them a long time to digest this information. After sorting out their memories, they saluted the last Stone King who was still going through the tribulation. Go, sons of the Stone Clan. I'm waiting for your arrival in the original Imperial City. The Stone King laughed boldly at them. He fired a ray of light and instantly enveloped the 10 realms map. Then the immortal map turned into a meteor and fell back into the distance of the 8 realms. Here comes King Lao Shi. After a long time, the Stone King completely survived the terrible chaos. At this time, Feng Lai also came from a distance and nodded to the Stone King. Those are the children of our lineage, inspiring their ancient blood and marks, and teaching them their inheritance are what I should do. King Shi also nodded to Feng Lai and said with a smile, his aura is a bit unstable. The kind of instability that is breaking through and becoming stronger. Because this is already his second visit to the Immortal King. 2 completely different human experiences have made the last Stone King make rapid progress. In the next 100,000 years, we might be able to reach the pinnacle of immortality. Most of what I can give them has already been given to them. Next, it's up to them to use their talents and abilities to see how far they can go. Feng Lai nodded. This is indeed the case. He asked Gugu and Sher Hao to lead the way. And he had already taught Sher Hao a lot of things. He had perfect Thunder Spirit technique and Swanee technique, as well as many precious Thunder Dao insights. And his growth rate was far faster than before. Sher Hao did not have the second supreme bone in his previous life, as well as the true dragon technique possessed by Gugu's own lineage. And Sher Yi has been greatly strengthened. Yi Ning is taking care of Choton Road. The Qilin method is inherited from Immortal King Mulin. The Golden Crow method is also obtained from friends of the Golden Crow tribe in the Immortal Domain. In addition, in the Sun God the Heavenly Emperor's method learned from Shu was not something that Sher Yi, the original writer, could have come into contact with in his early days. Now, with the help of Feng Lai, Sher Yi and Sher Hao have awakened the blood power and inheritance of the Stone Clan itself, which undoubtedly adds another choice and foundation for their future. It seems a bit too much. The inheritance of multiple Immortal King levels. I think more guidance is needed to help them find their own way. After all, they are just 2 children. Even if they make a wrong step, they will need to spend a lot of time to make up for it in the future. King Shi reminded. I have already told Gugu and the others about this. Of course my disciples, and True Dragon's parents and children, will also notice this problem. Recently, they have broken through to the level of the Venerable, and the path has gradually been determined. I believe them. Feng Lai smiled. Road. After Sher Yi and Sher Hao break through the Venerable, they can expand the range of the stocking to 9 heavens and 10 places. For Sher Yi and Sher Hao, that is undoubtedly a more exciting place. Chapter 194 Peerless Ancestor Sacrifice Spirit. There is no doubt that the ancient and glorious Stone Clan bloodline contains extremely powerful power. Although the 7 original kings who once stationed in the wilderness have never reached the level of giants such as Wu End, 6 Paths, and ancestral sacrifice spirits, their status in the primitive ancient world is irreplaceable and unquestionable. Their bloodline, he has been blessed and prayed by all spirits, and is extremely powerful. This also makes the blood power of the 7 kings clans, such as the Stone Clan and the Fire Clan, more powerful than most of the Immortal King families in the Fairyland, and the Immortal King Imperial Clan in foreign lands. The Imperial Clan's ability is comparable to the bloodline of the 7 kings of the Borderlands, with the last Stone King, the Immortal King of the same clan, stimulating the blood of Sher Yi and Sher Hao. The Stone Clan blood in these brothers has been stimulated to an unimaginable level, with the blessing of all spirits from the original ancient world. This power can make Sher Yi and Sher Hao's path to immortality quite smooth. But these 2 talented young men obviously have no idea of step-by-step promotion based on their bloodline. After so many years of practice, they have vaguely sensed their own avenue. The supreme bloodline of the Stone Clan can become part of their pursuit of the avenue, but it is absolutely not may determine their future. The Taisong method, the bloodline of the Stone Clan, the Sun Avenue of the Golden Crow Heavenly Emperor, the Qilin method, plus the double pupils that he originally possessed. These are the avenues that Sher Yi has mastered and is studying deeply. He is excellent, and every avenue is Sher Yi's. What he is proficient in, The True Dragon Method, Thunder Path, Stone Clan Bloodline, Kuenping Method, and the Supreme Bone that is constantly undergoing nirvana based on the ancestral sacrificial spirit of the dead body. This is a series of methods that Shi Hao has discovered since his debut that are most suitable for him. In other words, Shi Hao's talent was slightly stronger than Shi Yi's. Even though he practiced many great ways, he still didn't fall behind in any of them. After returning from the last Stone King, Shi Yi and Shi Hao soon embarked on their own paths of cultivation again. There were many inheritances they could obtain and many avenues they needed to comprehend. They needed to fight and practice hard. In the process of tempering, they polished the Dharma they possess, merge them, and return them to their own path. This is the reason why I don't want them to learn the true Phoenix technique too early. They all have their own paths. When the path is determined in the future, it would be good to use the true Phoenix technique as a reference. Half a month after Gugu, Yin Ning and other 2 pairs of masters and disciples left Shertsuan. Feng Lai walked out of the void next to the altar used to worship the ancestors and spirits in Shertsuan, and sat opposite the ancestors and said with a smile, "The true Phoenix technique has always been in the depths of the false god realm. In this era when darkness shrouds the road to immortality, this 10 evil treasure technique, which can restrain darkness to a certain extent, has spread to the highest levels of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As long as there is hope, those who become immortals will receive instructions to help them overcome darkness and ascend to the immortal path. Well, they are still far away from becoming immortals, so they are not in a hurry to teach this kind of technique." Beside the charred wooden pile, hundreds of soft and sacred willow branches swayed gently, and the voice of the ancestor worshipping spirit was transcendent and ethereal. "Road. On one of the willow branches, there is a drop of bright red precious blood flowing. This is the precious blood that the ancestral sacrificial spirit got from Shi Hao not long ago. With such precious blood of the immortal king, the ancestral sacrificial spirit is naturally willing to study it. Nature. It seems that you, ancestral sacrifice spirit, have learned a lot over the years, and have recovered your strength to a great extent." Feng Lai looked at the ancestral sacrificial spirit. Due to his participation, his path to regaining strength has become much smoother. He now has thousands of willow branches, each of which is like a divine chain of order, containing power that can threaten the immortal way. Moreover, there were many imperceptible cracks on the originally lifeless charred wooden pile, and a lot of fairy light representing vitality was flowing there. When the old body fades away, the ancestor sacrifice spirit will surely reappear, be reborn and become stronger. It's almost time. With your help, I will be reborn in the near future and regain the power of the immortal king level. This time, I am confident that I will become stronger." The ancestral sacrificial spirit spoke out, and among the thousands of wicker branches swaying like divine chains, a beautiful woman with a vague form seemed to appear, and she bowed seriously to Feng Lai and thanked her. In recent years, although the immortal kings above the 9 heavens have rarely been to the lower world, they have said many good things, including the immortal king's scriptures and dharma, as well as various rare treasures that are helpful in the practice of ancestor worship, which greatly promotes the recovery of ancestor sacrifice spirits. You're welcome. After all, you are one of us and an indispensable force in 9 heavens and 10 earths. It's just some resources and nothing. Feng Lai shook his head. He and the ancestral sacrificial spirit are at the same level of giants, so naturally he can see clearly what the other person looks like in human form without any effort. She is indeed a woman with unparalleled grace. Her figure and appearance are flawless. Her clothes are fluttering, and her temperament is ethereal. It was a kind of beauty that made people unable to feel the slightest sense of blasphemy. There were not many women at the immortal king level. Even Feng Lai stared at the woman transformed by the ancestral sacrifice spirit for a long time before he stopped looking. Furthermore, since you, fellow Taoist, are about to restore your power at the immortal king level, I will need your help then. Go to the virtual god realm with me to destroy the imprisoned dark immortal kings. This was the original plan. There were at least 7 or 8 sealed dark immortal kings in the void god realm. To be on the safe side, Feng Lai believed that only by working together with the ancestor sacrifice spirits could it be foolproof. Destroying those dark fairy kings is indeed an idea worth considering. Deep in the dim light of the immortal path, the beautiful woman transformed from the ancestral sacrifice spirit took a few breaths of thought, then nodded slightly and agreed. At the end of the immortal ancient world, the primitive ancient world needed the power of the immortal realm. Those immortal kings who came from the immortal realm and defected to the darkness before the battle were indeed a hot pot of yams. After many discussions, they had no choice but to come out of the virtual god realm and put them away. sealed but not killed. As the situation changes, the great liquidation is coming. By then, the 9 heavens and 10 earths may not be able to be saved. The best way to deal with the dark immortal kings and souls sealed in the virtual God realm is naturally to kill them all. Otherwise, wait until the virtual God realm collapses. To destroy is to add a group of enemies to oneself in vain. You can also call the tower Immortal King. It is also an important force. Fonlai continued. The nature of the small tower is undoubtedly powerful. Its towers are scattered in several ancient worlds. Instead of spending a lot of time looking for them, it is better to go back and give it an ancient elixir that can resurrect the Immortal King. There is a high probability that the elixir that can summon the true spirit can also cause the small tower to resonate with the main body of the deity in other places, helping its true body to be intact. He went to the upper realm a few years ago. He said that he felt the existence of the 2-story tower and wanted to complete part of his true body. The ancestor sacrifice spirit naturally would not reject Fonlai's proposal and said calmly. Chapter 195. In the eyes of Fonlai, ancestral sacrificial spirit and other powerful people, the rise of Shi and Shi Hao is inevitable. Not to mention the destiny that these two people originally possessed. Just the resources they devoted. Their rise is inevitable. But in the eyes of the outside world, the rise of the two brothers from the Stone Kingdom is truly unparalleled. It has been difficult for the entire wilderness. No, the entire 8 regions of the lower realm, to meet opponents who can match theirs in the past dozens or even millions of years. After receiving the inheritance of the Stone Clan's bloodline, Shi and Shi Hao's figures are rarely spread in the wilderness. In other words, it is difficult to find enemies at the same level in the wilderness today that can allow them to attack with all their strength. Especially Shi, who has perfected the formation realm and has found it difficult to find an opponent in the lower world. Ever since Shi used his formation realm cultivation to kill a demon spider master in Demon Spirit Lake when he was 17 years old, many people are sure that the divine fire it is difficult for creatures below the realm to control this unparalleled prince. Not even many old sages who have practiced for thousands of years. The same is true for Shi Hao. When he was only 13 years old, he suppressed countless veteran princes in the wilderness with his unparalleled fighting power. He was respected as the prince of the wilderness. He suppressed a pure land and maintained peace in the wilderness. They are all too powerful. Many so-called trials and crises in the wilderness are nothing to them. Most of them are just time. They are either meditating or in the areas of the void god realm that belong to the inscription realm or the array realm, where they accept the most demanding training, break the limits of their predecessors time and time again, and create new brilliance. In the 2nd year after the bloodline of the Stone Clan was inspired, Shi Hao made great progress and broke into the formation realm with all his strength. His practice of Thunder Method, Kuenping Method, and Supreme Bone all climbed to new heights. The wilderness was boiling. This he is a 14-year-old king. Throughout history, there have been few such powerful men. Many people believe that Huang Tianwang is so brave that after a few years of hard training, he might be able to compete with Shi, the unparalleled king, to decide who is the strongest genius of the time. But what is surprising is that just 1 year after Xiaoshi achieved the formation realm, the news that Shi became a venerable in Batian Pavilion came out, once again causing a sensation in the 8 realms. I don't know how many Taiku sacred mountains have numbscalps, because Shi is too young. At only 18 years old, he has broken through to the level of the venerable. This is the level where the rulers of the 8 realms are on the surface. Shi has actually reached this step, and Shi Hao refused to admit defeat. After many hardships and fighting again and again, 3 years later, Shi Hao finally broke through that limit and reached the level of a venerable. This year, Shi Hao was 18 years old and Shi was 21. The 2 young children and teenagers, who had once practiced in the wilderness, have fully grown up and reached a level that is enough to rule the 8 realms. It was also this year that the 2 brothers, who had been compared among the people of the world for more than 10 years, met in the imperial capital of the Stone Kingdom. This was the place where Shi and Shi Hao were born. Because of the blood of the Stone Clan, they all regard Shi Gua very seriously, and have never forgotten their roots. It seems that you are indeed much stronger than before. Although you are a newbie, your aura is strong enough, and you did not disappoint me. The 21-year-old Shi has long lost the last trace of childishness belonging to a young man. He wears a black robe made of sacred silk, with patterns of unicorns and golden crows finely embroidered on it. His eyes are deep and steady. At this time, he was looking at Shi Hao, his tone full of appreciation. In his hand, a jet black Tao seed the size of a fist, comparable to the depth of the abyss. was flowing with pure fairy light. It was densely covered with Tao runes, making those who saw it lose their minds, as if just one more look would submerge in this kind of Taoism. Brother Yi is serious. But to be honest, I think I am good enough to fight you now. Shi Hao also squinted his eyes and looked at Shi Yi. This brother of his has been at the level of the Venerable for 3 years, and his aura is so profound. It was scary, but Shi Hao still had confidence. As he spoke, a faint ray of light lit up from the limbs and bones of his body. The power of time and reincarnation flowed out of Shi Hao's body. The brilliance flowed and faintly locked onto Shi Yi. Oh! Your second first-generation bone is already fully formed. This strange power suddenly made Shi Yi's eyes become serious. Shi Hao had found the way to the second supreme bone since he was 7 or 8 years old. And now it was finally fully formed. This surprised him, and had to marvel at Shi Hao's talent. No. Hearing this, Shi Hao smiled. As early as when I was in the formation realm, that bone was perfected. I spent 3 years to melt away this bone, and let its original talisman culture be integrated into me, in the flesh. Otherwise, where would I have the courage to fight you, Brother Yi? Boom! With that said, Shi Hao finally exploded with his power at the level of the Venerable. He had completely transformed the magic of reincarnation, turning it into runes to nourish the body and spirit. This made Shi Hao undoubtedly powerful. Sharp! Seeing this, even Shi Yi had to sigh. Shi Hao really had great courage. Even Yi Ning had praised the reincarnation bone. Unexpectedly, it was still regarded as a stepping stone by Shi Hao. This courage and ambition are amazing. Shock! Boom! The next moment, Shi Yi no longer covered his aura. His magic power surged, and his blood energy, which was even more majestic than Shi Hao's today, instantly covered the sky. A dark ancient universe appeared behind Shi Yi, which included the Infinite Avenue. Everything Shi Yi practices is included in it. The dark Guisu Tao seed in Shi Yi's hand vibrated slightly, echoing the dark universe behind Shi Yi. The Golden Crow Heavenly Emperor Law, Shilin Law, Taisong Law, etc. were all manifested, which made Shi Hao frown. Some couldn't see through Shi Yi's power. Brother, after all, you are 3 years behind, and your understanding of the venerable level is not enough. At this step, finding your own path is the most important. You have obviously not reached this step yet. Shi Yi smiled. Then Brother Yi, why haven't you integrated the Tao seeds and taken the last step to become a god? Shi Hao sighed in his heart. He was still 1 step slower than Shi Yi this time, although he was confident that he could achieve as much as Shi Yi at the venerable level. Strength. But after all, he was born 3 years late and missed a lot of things. My master said that in the next few years, an incredible fairy flower will bloom in the uninhabited land of Sanqian Daozhou, and it will be accompanied by a group of top sages from the past and present in Sanqian Daozhou. I really want to see these. The power of the strongest master decided to stay at this level for 2 more years. Shi Yi said. His cultivation level has almost reached its peak at the venerable level. But instead of constantly making breakthroughs, he wants to see how powerful the strongest venerables in ancient times are. It has only been a year or 2. At this price, Shi Yi feels that he is still affordable. You mean immortal ancient? When Shi Hao heard this, he couldn't help but nodded slightly. He had also heard about a similar place from Gugu, so he couldn't help but be more interested in that place and said, yes, Immortal Gu. It is said to be the place where my ancestor was born. I'm looking forward to it, Shi Yi said with a smile. Chapter 196, The Prodigy of the Upper Realm. Obviously, for Shi Yi and Shi Hao, who have already entered the level of venerables, there is no need to continue to stay in the 8 realms of the lower realm. The superficial practice world in this small realm is really weak, and it is difficult to find decent people at the same level. Opponent. They understand that they are about to go to the 9 heavens and 10 lands to compete with more powerful geniuses and hone their own strength. This time is not much different from the original timeline, because in Sanqian Daozhou, a certain supreme fairy flower is about to bloom for the 3,000th time, and the immortal ancient is about to be opened for the last time. This represents that the time has come at an extremely important historical node. 3,000 flowers represent the 3,000 avenues. The flower blooms 3,000 times. Each of its blooms represents the advancement of time. When this flower blooms for the 3,000th time and fully blooms, it represents the future of history. Huge changes will occur, and many things will be completely rewritten. And at this critical juncture of historical destiny, there will be many powerful geniuses who will come to meet the destiny, not only to cope with the disaster, but also to sharpen the road. In the far north, one of the 3,000 states, at the bottom of a glacier that no one has set foot on for countless years, there is a pure land surrounded by icy cold aura. Millions of years of turmoil in the ground have not caused any change here. But today, there are many immortal source blocks scattered on this pure land. A man with strong blood and extraordinary momentum is sitting cross-legged in the center. He has obviously just broken through the immortal source and woke up from a long self-proclaimed life. I really didn't expect that so many things have happened in the millions of years since I last declared myself. After about half an hour, this man whose aura was only at the level of a venerable, but whose blood was already more intense than many powerful men in the divine fire realm, put down the ancient divine jade book in his hand and muttered to himself. Through this special ancient book, this self-proclaimed genius 10 times quickly understood the current era. The supreme road is unobstructed. The original imperial city appears, and many true immortals and immortal kings return one by one to lead the trend of the times. To put it bluntly, the changes in the past few decades are more shocking than anything that has happened in the past millions and millions of years. This supreme being, who has won the first place 10 times in the immortal ancient, everyone has the illusion of not keeping up with the times. Fortunately, all changes are okay. I have been able to rank first among the 3,000 states in 10 eras. In this life, I am also the strongest. But soon, the young man shook his head. After all, he was a 10-time champion and had been the strongest sage in 10 eras. He was confident that he could dominate in any era. Thinking of this, he stood up suddenly, and a vast force of blood rushed into the sky, shattering the glacier he was on, making many ice bears, seals, and low-level practitioners here who were not deeply cultivated tremble with fear. Worship where the blood bursts. The Emperor of the 10 Crowns ignored these creatures. He walked like a dragon and a tiger. 3 feet above his head, a sapling with 10 colors of rays of light appeared faintly. He just took a slight step and left this large state. On the other side, Tianluo Prefecture, one of the 3,000 prefectures, lies deep in the primitive and vast forest. It is unimaginable that the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths seem to have undergone earth-shaking changes due to the birth of a certain supreme being. In the quiet and deep valley, a young man holding a bone flute pressed one hand on a 7-color token, with the help of the creature on the opposite side of the token. He soon had a general understanding of the current era. This young man was very transcendent and handsome, with a flawless face, crystal clear skin, and exuding a holy radiance. At this moment, he was stunned in place, speechless for a long time. He was also shocked by the changes he had made over the years. That's it. Today's times have changed a lot. The son of the true dragon was born, and the legacy of Qilin and the Skyhorn Ant, one of the 10 evils, was also born. Even the immortal kings of the imperial city are cultivating their descendants. Even if I am very confident in you, but you may not be able to defeat those strongest ones. Opposite this man who looked like an immortal, an old man with an illusory figure and an aura that was considered extremely strong among the supreme spoke. Don't be afraid. The most indispensable thing for me as a genius is self-confidence. I will not lose to anyone. But in response to his master's warning, the immortal-like man showed a smile on his face. Such huge changes in the times are also a good thing for him. With his talent, he can dominate in any era. What's more, the methods I have planned for 6 or 7 lives in Immortal Ancient are about to explode. Through this, I will usher in the most powerful baptism and nirvana. When I return from Immortal Ancient, even the incomparably powerful 10-crowned king will. He will not be my opponent. As he said that, the vast blood energy rose from the body of the banished immortal. He just looked a little feminine. In fact, this man had been inherited from the Skyhorn Ant clan. Although he did not come from the 10 evil deities, he was also in the avenue of power. Has an extremely powerful achievement. Don't get too entangled in the battle at the venerable level. There's still a long way to go, and you still have many opponents to surpass. The old supreme leader opposite the banished immortal said. Clear. At the same time, deep inside Tianshan Academy, there is a fairy city buried deep underground. Boom, boom, boom. Immortal veins roared, and the giant city resounded. On a huge martial arts field in the immortal city, a blond boy who looked to be only 16 or 17 years old was performing boxing skills. He was not that tall, but there was a frightening spirit surging in his body. Light. Every seemingly light punch carries endless physical power. After a moment, The blond boy stopped what he was doing. He sat down directly on the vast martial arts field. Even if he didn't use his divine power, his body was emitting a golden light, which was an external manifestation of his body being trained to the extreme. Combined with the Immortal Sutra and my father's great way of power, I already have powerful power. It's time to be born. This blond boy is the last descendant of one of the 10 fierce ants. An ant whose bloodline is extremely powerful. He has now reached the pinnacle of the venerable level and possesses extremely powerful strength. The king's son, according to your agreement with the immortal king of the Yellow Path, is indeed ready to be born. Next to the little skyhorned ant, several veterans showed stiff smiles on their faces. They were the soldiers who followed the old skyhorned ant at the end of the era. In order to protect the offspring of the skyhorned ant, they transformed themselves into puppet-like existences. Very good. Then I'm leaving to defeat Brother Gugu's younger brothers and sisters. To defeat the immortal White Qilin. And to recreate the glory of my father's victory over the ages. The little skyhorned ant also had a smile on his face. He was carrying the honor of belonging to the 10 fierce skyhorned ants. As early as when he was born, he had made a great oath that he would cultivate to the extreme and reappear the majesty of the extreme state of power. With strength. Then where's your first stop? The veterans were obviously very satisfied with the fighting spirit of the little alicorn ant. And one of the soldiers with the strongest aura said, 3,000 Daozhou. The realm of the ancient immortals. According to Brother Gugu, the 2 descendants trained by the Taisong immortal king and the ancestral sacrificial spirit will participate there. My invincible path needs to be verified. So I might as well try those 2 immortal kings. The heirs wait. The little horned ant said confidently. Chapter 197 Kill the Dark Immortal King. As the flower of the avenue bloomed for the 3,000th time, countless hidden heroes and supreme geniuses were born. Not only those strong men who had won the immortal ancient many times, but also many supreme and even more powerful ones. Descendants of the strong. They gathered together to rush to this historical node. Not only to compete for opportunities, but also to catch up with the pace of the times as quickly as possible. This made the entire 3,000 Daozhou lively as never before, with venerable geniuses appearing almost every day. Originally among many big states, the ordinary first generation could be called a genius. The first generation with strong bones, and the guidance of the Supreme was even the younger generation who could dominate a big state. However, with these strong men who had won the ancient war, when they arrived, many geniuses were obviously shocked. After all, even a champion is the strongest sage who can sweep through 3,000 states in a certain era. Many people are extremely strong even without the guidance of the Supreme. Now that all the major roads have the Supreme, under the guidance of the Supreme, the progress is even more amazing. What's more, there are many outstanding figures such as double crown champions, triple crown champions, and even quadruple crown champions. The strength they have shown is enough to crush too many first generations. However, these things have nothing to do with Shi Yi and Shi Hao, who are in the lower realm for the time being. At this time, the 2 brothers, who have reached the level of venerables, are in the void god realm. Accepting the advice from Feng Lai, the ancestor sacrifice spirit and Xiaota. The last sermon. Be careful later. At your level, there are not many times where you can watch the 3 immortal kings in action. Many supreme beings don't have similar opportunities. You can learn as much as you can. In the virtual god realm, there are countless miles outside the dark cage. Under the thick and blazing darkness, the 10-realm map clattered. Ning stood under it and warned the 2 venerables behind him. Understood. Shi Yi and Shi Hao looked at the dark hall in the distance that was so deep that it seemed that their souls could be extinguished with shock on their faces, and nodded heavily. Darkness and uncertainty are our biggest enemies and hidden dangers. Don't be careless. Without the protection of the 10 realms map, the 2 of you would have been completely eroded by darkness the moment you entered this world. On the other side, Gugu also spoke. Road. Can't even the most powerful ones, like Lu Xun and Taisong Immortal King, completely solve the darkness? Shi Hao asked. Although it is a bit disrespectful, the fact is that even with the power of the ancestor sacrifice spirit, my father and the Taisong Immortal King, they cannot completely destroy the darkness. Even eradication is difficult to achieve. Gugu shook his head. Over the years, he would occasionally come to the false god realm and fight against the dark warriors of the dark ancient Immortal King. This allowed him to gradually adapt to the darkness, and at the same time, he also gained a lot of understanding of the horror of darkness. This time, we are just clearing out the 7 or 8 immortal kings who fell into darkness in the ancient palace. Ning sighed. But it made sure how even more shocked. The 7 or 8 dark immortal kings were just. And the true horror of darkness was simply beyond imagination. Silence! The ancestor sacrifice spirit and Tai Tsung immortal king are about to start. Suddenly, Gugu felt some subtle changes taking place in the illusory ancient world here. He looked up and saw 3 figures tearing open the sky above the dark hall hundreds of thousands of miles high. Standing in the sky, in front of the dark hall, the person in the center is naturally Feng Lai, who is full of aura. His aura is deep and profound. And there are hundreds of thousands of blue-gold fairy lights flashing behind him, which gather into the shape of a vase behind him, spewing out immeasurable fairy light. At the level of the immortal king, Mustard Seed Sumru is just a thought. Every bit of fairy light behind Feng Lai is an ancient universe, and the external manifestation of the cosmic law in Feng Lai's human body. To his left is an illusory and hazy figure in green clothes. Ordinary people cannot see his figure and appearance at all. Only creatures above the level of the immortal king are qualified to see his holiness and dignity. This is the ancestral sacrificial spirit. Behind him are 3,000 illusory divine kingdoms. In each divine kingdom, countless millions of creatures are worshipping a supreme fairy willow. On the right side of Feng Lai, there is a magnificent and splendid 9-story fairy tower, made of unknown Taoist bones. Just standing there, the universe and the black and yellow of heaven and earth are completely suppressed. And even the surge of darkness is suppressed. When it becomes stagnant, it is almost impossible to resist the power of the immortal tower. This is the true statue of the small pagoda. It is not the weapon of an ancient immortal king, but an independent immortal king. The 9-story pagoda suppresses all realms, and is so powerful that it is beyond imagination. But only a few immortal kings understood that the small tower had not completely restored the true deity. The 9-story bone tower found 2 floors in the upper world. In total, only 6 floors were the original body. The other 3 floors were all small towers. Although the one refined in the past year also has the essence of the immortal king, it is far less powerful than its true form. Crash! The 3 immortal kings are extremely powerful, especially Feng Lai and the ancestral sacrifice spirit. They are all at the giant level of immortal kings. Although the small tower has shortcomings, its power is still terrifying and boundless. This caused many voices to be heard in the dark ancient palace. The sound of the chains interlacing was the struggle of the dark immortal kings. 2 fellow Taoists. I'll start here first. Ignoring the increasingly violent darkness and struggle, the 9-story bone tower let out a wave of spiritual thoughts with a smile. Its 6-story tower body burst out with brilliant fairy light, turning into 2 slender bone chains, directly delve into the dark palace. Soon, 2 majestic ancient stone statues were pulled out by it. They were 2 stone statues of humanoid creatures. They were wrapped with dense chains, and immortal king-level runes flashed, making it impossible for their souls to break free. Seeing this, Feng Lai and the ancestral sacrificial spirit looked at each other, and they pointed out at the same time, using their supreme immortal magic, which instantly caused the chains on the 2 stone statues to break apart. Roar! Roar! The chains that bound the immortal king broke, and the 2 dark immortal king's souls that had been suppressed for too long were freed. They roared at the same time, and their auras instantly locked onto Feng Lai and the ancestral sacrifice spirit. Ancestor sacrifice spirit. According to the ancient agreement of the immortal, you can only imprison, but not kill us. Do you want to tear up the agreement and completely fall out with the immortal realm? One of the dark immortal kings with golden eyes took a deep breath, and immediately absorbed a large amount of dark power into his body. His aura instantly increased a lot. And then he looked at the ancestor sacrifice spirit and said solemnly, "We have great kindness to you in the primitive ancient world, and we have also made great achievements in the fairyland. If you, a mere fairy king in the primitive ancient world, dare to touch us, you will definitely arouse the anger of the kings in the fairyland." The same goes for the other dark immortal king whose body is covered with ink-black dragon scales, while absorbing a large amount of dark power. He is also sizing up Feng Lai, the ancestral sacrificial spirits, and the small tower, assessing their strength and planning the possibility of escape. You are overthinking. A group of fairy kings who have fallen into darkness. Are you worthy of representing the fairyland? But the answer to them was Feng Lai's chuckle. He did not want to talk nonsense with this group of dark fairy kings. If he didn't need to be complete, the immortal king Yuanshan cannot even untie the immortal king chains on them. Break. Scold. After the words fell, the ancestor sacrifice spirit and Feng Lai looked at each other again. And then the 2 of them spoke at the same time, and 2 world-destroying powers exploded from their bodies, shrouding the 2 dark fairy kings. Woo! The ancestor sacrifice spirit used the Kuinping method. 3,000 wicker sticks evolved into the divine form of Kuinping. One side turned into a golden rock that towered into the sky, and the other side turned into a giant kun with dazzling black light. The two merged into one, and they were instantly huge. The soul of the dark immortal king cracked open, and the petrified soul almost collapsed on the spot. Cha-cha! What Feng Lai evolved was a red gold sun immortal crow. Its body was slender and majestic, with 3 legs crossing the sky, turning into an unparalleled sun. It also made the other dark immortal king tremble, and was almost completely annihilated. Chapter 198 Teaching Bureau. Feng Lai and the ancestral sacrificial spirit took action together, and the Kuinping method set off a huge wave of chaos. The golden crow Taoist body burned all the heavens and the sky, and the fairy light danced and illuminated the void. Roar! No! Opposite them, the 2 dark fairy kings were roaring and roaring. They both aroused the monstrous darkness and tried their best to resist these 2 forces. But the 2 immortal kings opposite them are both giants among the immortal kings. Even if they are not performing the magic they are best at, their power is still beyond imagination. The 2 dark immortal kings are just top-notch in nature. In their current state, not good. Simply impossible to resist. However, within 7 or 8 moves, the already petrified souls of the 2 dark immortal kings were no longer able to stop them. With 2 roars of will, the 2 dark immortal kings actually disintegrated on their own initiative, trying to tear open the void and leave the void god boundary town. But how could Feng Lai make it happen? He held it with one hand, and the Tao treasure vase behind him, which was composed of hundreds of thousands of ancient universes, began to vibrate. The Taisong Tao light erupted, and the 2 dark immortal kings were included in the vase, and they could no longer stir up trouble. As expected of the ancestral sacrifice spirit and Taisong immortal king, they suppressed the 2 dark immortal kings even before they used all their strength. Seeing the 2 great dark souls completely disappearing into the vase, Xiaoda couldn't help but sigh. No matter what, those were the 2 real immortal king souls. Feng Lai and the ancestral sacrificial spirit had already destroyed them in a dozen breaths. Get rid of them. The role of this immortal king's Yuanshan is too great, especially for an immortal king like the dark immortal king, who is extremely proficient in the way of Yuanshan. As long as the darkness in it is refined, this Yuanshan will be a top consumption item that even giants will covet. Taste. Release 2 more. And today we will kill all the dark immortal kings in the virtual god realm. Feng Lai felt seriously that the 2 immortal kings Yuanshan in the vase had been completely suppressed, and nodded slightly. Ha ha! Okay. The small tower laughed, and its gorgeous tower once again erupted with immortal light. 2 more stone statues bound by layers of immortal king chains were photographed and thrown towards the 2 giants respectively. Open! Feng Lai and Lucian took action again and shattered the chains on the 2 dark stone statues. Then, 2 ancient and majestic immortal beasts stood up from behind them. Lucian used the original magic of the True Dragon clan. 3,600 illusory chains transformed into a cyan true dragon. As the avenue surged, a tide of chaos was like clouds and mist, lingering around the dragon's body. Behind Feng Lai is a 5-color fairy unicorn, possessing the 5 elements and 5 phases, evolving into the 5 virtues and 5 auspicious signs. It is born to be the leader of all beasts. Its fairy body covers the sky and the sun, and the entire virtual god world shines with auspicious light. Boom! The 2 newly emerged dark immortal kings only had time to take a breath before they were shrouded in the majesty of the 2 supreme immortal kings. Even though the soul of each dark immortal king was quite powerful among the top immortal kings, they were unable to stop them at all. Pay attention to every detail. Those 2 are giving a speech specifically for you. In the distance, at the edge of the virtual god realm, in the safe area covered by the 10 realms map, Ning looked at the battlefield with a serious face, and at the same time reminded Shi and Shihao not far away. The Kuinping method, the Golden Crow method, the True Dragon method, and the Qilin method are all the fundamental methods that Shi and Shihao used to establish their Taoism. Now Feng Lai and Ancestor Sacrifice Spirit are demonstrating the future of these Taoisms for the 2 brothers to observe, to see your own way clearly. This is an opportunity that only the direct descendants of giant-level immortal kings, and buried kings have the opportunity to obtain. Many of their parents and children do not have the opportunity to see giant-level immortal kings evolve the avenues specifically for them. Clear. Shi and Shihao responded in unison. Of course they knew how valuable this resource was. There were few people in the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths who could replicate their growth process. Under the watchful eyes of the two pairs of masters and disciples, Feng Lai and the ancestral sacrificial spirit soon solved the two dark immortal kings this time. Feng Lai finished again, gathering their souls and putting them into the Dao vase for refining. Ha ha ha! Come again! The 9-story small tower laughed. It understood that if it participated in such a liquidation, it would definitely gain a lot of benefits in the future. So it mobilized its magic power without any scruples. Once again pulled out 2 dark stone statues from the void, and threw them away respectively. To the 2 giants, the immortal king, Feng Lai, and the ancestral sacrificial spirit easily broke the chains on the dark immortal king, and once again, inspired one Dao to continue to evolve into different avenues. Double pupils. Open! This time, Feng Lai did not evolve the original method of any ferocious bird or auspicious beast. What changed was his eyes. The originally green-gold eyes that shone with immeasurable pale light split and turned into a pair of pupils, twinkling with light. The light that created the world. Qurong. The same is true for ancestor sacrificial spirits. What she sacrifices is a ball of light that is constantly flickering and flickering like a heart. It seems that some kind of truth is evolving in it, flourishing and declining, and then nirvana in the silence, evolving into a new vitality, and then becoming stronger. What this represents is the choice between Shi and Shi Hao. Shi chose to stick to his natural eye. There are too many changes in the path of double pupils, which is enough for him to practice, while Shi Hao continues to use his supreme bone to achieve nirvana, constantly dying, constantly being reborn, in order to evolve the strongest way. The 2 immortal kings are indeed evolving the future for Shi and Shi Hao. At their level, any kind of avenue can be easily evolved to the extreme, and true immortals can be cultivated easily. What they showed today was to serve as a reference for the Stone Clan brothers. With their talents, they would not be constrained, but would jump out and go further and higher. Soon, in just 7 or 8 moves, 2 more dark immortal kings Yuanshan were sealed. Feng Lai and the ancestral sacrificial spirit looked at each other with a smile on their faces. Very good. There are still 2 last dark immortal kings left. Seal them, and there will be no need for this dark ancient palace to exist. The small tower finally pulled out 2 dark stone statues from the dark palace. It looked up into the void. The darkness that shrouded the false god realm for more than half an era had gradually dissipated. As these dark fairy kings were detained one by one, a gleam of light also bloomed on his body. Then let's end it. This prison in the virtual god realm has long been no longer necessary. Hearing this, the ancestral sacrificial spirit gave a soft drink and stepped forward before Feng Lai. A giant willow tree that was more majestic than the sky appeared from the void and enveloped the 2 immortal kings. The fairy willow is exactly the true form of the ancestral sacrificial spirit. Now, she is no longer as weak as before and has returned to perfection. Thousands of willow branches are gently swinging around it, sweeping away the chaos and void. The originally charred willow is shaking. The tree trunks also flow with vitality and majesty. And around this fairy willow, 3,000 gorgeous light groups are rising and falling. They are the 3,000 divine kingdoms of ancestor worship spirits. Among them, billions of creatures are worshipping and kowtowing devoutly, providing the strongest support for the ancestor sacrifice spirits. This is the power of the spirit sacrifice Tao. It is indeed the ancestor sacrifice spirit. There is no creature in the world that can compete with the ancestor sacrifice spirit in this aspect. Feng Lai watched the ancestral sacrificial spirit rushing towards the 2 dark immortal kings alone, and did not stop him. He just stared at the majestic and transcendent figure inside. What the ancestral sacrifice spirit evolved from is the origin of its title of ancestral sacrifice spirit. It is a path of worship that no one in the world can match. Chapter 199. Try the gold content of the times. It's over. From now on, there is no hidden danger from the dark immortal king in the virtual god realm. A few quarters of an hour later, Feng Lai circulated the Dao Aquarius, taking the 2 dark immortal kings Yuanshan into it, and said with emotion, "This was the helplessness and hidden danger of the past. Now that it has all been cleared up, it has also settled a matter in my heart." Next to Feng Lai, the dignified woman transformed from the ancestral sacrifice spirit looked at the dark palace below and sighed softly. As she spoke, she tapped her finger downwards, and a crimson fire phoenix flew up from the palace, sweeping up the heavenly phoenix tribulation fire, and transformed into a piece of red bone that looked like fairy jade, and fell into the hands of the ancestor sacrifice spirit. This true phoenix Dao bone has made a great contribution. Fellow Daoist true phoenix may not have completely fallen. If it can be found, I will personally protect that fellow Taoist. Feng Lai was speechless as he watched the ancestral sacrificial spirit put away the piece of true phoenix bone. He had a guess in his mind that the ancestral sacrificial spirit might be one of the immortal kings who participated in the construction of the virtual god realm. Not only did he establish the strongest and most reliable the ancient palace, and the true phoenix bones that restrain the darkness are placed here to suppress the darkness. I will keep the dark immortals and immortals in these earthen jars. This is a good battlefield for training future generations to be supreme. It is a good platform for future generations to become familiar with the darkness and feel the darkness. Suddenly, he noticed that the ancestor sacrificial spirit raised one hand, as if he wanted to completely destroy this dark prison. And then he spoke to persuade him. These dark immortals and immortals are indeed suitable opponents. Those earthen jars can very well limit the power of the strong among them. Sure, how from the original world line was beaten here. Then keep it. The ancestor sacrifice spirit naturally didn't care. They were just a group of imprisoned dark immortals and immortals. She didn't care at all. In contrast, I am more concerned about the resurrection medicine you mentioned before. Now that the immortal King Yuanshan is here, when will you start making elixirs? Over the years, Feng Lai occasionally went down to the realm and talked about the issue of the immortal king's great medicine. Nowadays, there are many powerful people in the 9 heavens and 10 earths who can use this great medicine, such as True Dragon, Kuiping, Immortal Monk King, Xiaota, etc. Everyone hopes to make a successful return with this great medicine. The materials are basically ready, but there is still a big medicine at the Immortal King level. The Han Yuan Immortal King of the Immortal Realm will also send his furnace in the next 3 to 5 years. Feng Lai thought for a moment and said, the Han Yuan Immortal Furnace is a very famous weapon of the Immortal King in the Immortal Realm. It is known as the most defensive treasure in the Immortal Realm. In the original world line, Sure Hao relied on that furnace to refine the great medicine. Han Yuan Immortal King? Are you still in contact with him? Ancestral Sacrifice Spirit said in surprise. There are only a few immortal kings in the Immortal Realm who are kind to us. I don't hate that person, Han Yuan. Feng Lai nodded, then turned and looked into the distance, where Sure Yi and Sure Hao were sitting cross-legged under the 10-realm map. Enlightenment. Just now, Feng Lai and the Ancestral Sacrifice Spirit were moving too fast. Although Sure Yi and Sure Hao saw a lot of things, it would take a lot of time to digest those things. As for the top elixir of the Immortal King level, the White Turtle 2 Immortal should be willing to contribute an immortal elixir. But that guy is still in the Immortal Ancient, and can only fish it out next year. Feng Lai said with a smile. The destruction of the Dark Ancient Palace in the Virtual God Realm did not cause much of a sensation in the outside world. The 8 realms of the lower realm were really a pure land, and everything was not affected. But for Sure Yi and Sure Hao, after the Dark Ancient Palace was destroyed, the elders had clearly told them that they would be taken to a broader upper realm in a short period of time to receive more training. 2 months later, in the wilderness, Batian Holy Courtyard, when Sure Hao came to the pure land of Batian Pavilion, he saw his brother, who was 3 years older than him, sitting cross-legged on a large lake. Sure Yi's whole body was covered with a faint black light, and the light was inexplicable. Magic power seems to have the power to destroy everything. Return to the ruins? Sure Hao said to himself and carefully looked at the light on Sure Yi. This was the perfect Tao seed that he had followed his brother for many years. According to Gugu, it was the seed that was enough to become the foundation of the Immortal King. Sure Yi has now become a venerable master for more than 3 years, and his connection with the Guishu Taoism has become even closer. Although they are not completely integrated, they can still borrow quite terrifying power. Brother, have you finished saying goodbye to your 2 beauties? As if sensing Sure Hao's approach, Sure Yi, who had been practicing with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. Several runes flashed in his eyes, representing the many powers he was practicing now. Unlike Sure Yi's precocious wisdom, Sure Hao's spiritual journey from immaturity to maturity went through quite an exciting journey. He made many friends and formed many bonds. This led Sure Hao to go to many places before leaving the 8 realms, specifically to say goodbye to old friends. In particular, when Sure Hao was 16 years old, he had already made a marriage contract with 2 women. But due to various reasons it was not possible. There is no change from the original world line. Sure Hao has formed deep bonds with Hulinger, the princess of the Fire Nation, and Yunshi from the Celestial Clan. Sure Hao, and they have known each other since they were young. After so many years, their feelings for each other have long since no need to say much. Well, originally it was not a long separation. Within 10 years, They will also have the strength to protect themselves in the 9 heavens and 10 places. Shirhao nodded. Actually, it doesn't matter if you take them to the upper realm now. The fire clan in the upper realm is the same as our stone clan. Needless to say, they are related to each other. The celestial clan has a tradition in Senkienzu. As a disciple of true dragon Gugu, could it be that the human race would not recognize you as my son-in-law that day? Shuri analyzed. He was precocious and intelligent at a young age, and his temperament matured too early. So he didn't form many bonds with anyone when he was a boy. And he was too strong. Apart from Shirhao, he really didn't have any decent friends until now. To a certain extent, Shuri is quite successful, because he is now 21 years old, and no woman has ever walked into his world and affected the speed and quality of his practice. Don't worry. They have just reached the formation now. They are really far behind. At least they have to wait until they become venerable. Shirhao shook his head. He went to the upper world mainly for cultivation. According to Gugu, there was only more than a year left before the fairy flower bloomed. He must cherish all the time and improve his cultivation. What's more, Shirhao also wanted to compete with an extraordinary talented girl from the upper world. The woman's name was Yuchan, who came from the Buttian sect. When Shirhao was 15 or 16 years old, the two had met and had an affair. Through the war. Well, let's go then. The place to teleport to the upper world is in the Holy Courtyard. It is a teleportation array leading to 3,000 states. Do you have any states or traditions that you want to visit? Shuri stood up. Come. Taking Shirhao towards Buttian Holy Monastery. He asked softly. No. Shirhao followed his brother. He originally wanted to go to Dajo, where the Buttian sect is located. But after thinking about it, he decided not to go. Let's go to a random place. It is said that the first generation of the strongest and the supreme descendants of Senkienzo are very powerful. I will go to a random place and try out the gold content of the strong people there. Chapter 200 Qin Chan Sheng. Good. Throughout the ages, the 3,000 states have been called the upper realm by the creatures in the lower realm. This is not without reason. It's really because compared to the small 8 realms of the lower realm, 3,000 states is too vast. In the 3,000 states, even the relatively small ancient states, their area is vaster than the 8 lower realms combined. And the essence of heaven and earth is even richer. There are also various other factors that make the 8 lower realms simply unable to compare with Senkienzu. Therefore, the strong ones in the inscription realm and formation realm, who are enough to become a prince in the 8 realms of the lower realm, are too weak in the 3,000 provinces, and are not even qualified to understand this vast world. Only when you reach the level of the venerable and initially have the power to protect yourself can you be qualified to travel in the 3,000 Daozhou. Shuri and Shirhao have such qualifications. This time, when the 2 Stone Clan brothers activated the teleportation array to go to the upper world, they were not randomly teleported to a place in Senkienzu. Instead, they were guided by an extremely powerful force, and they were sent to Senkienzu together, somewhere in Qianshou. This is a group of palaces suspended in the void. Each palace is at least 1,000 feet high. The magnificent palaces are like rolling mountains, making Shuri and Shirhao look at each other, and at the same time make a defensive posture. Boom! Suddenly, in the most majestic palace among the palaces, a stream of green light suddenly shot out. Like the light of heaven that illuminated the 9 days, turned into a sacred bridge in the void, and stopped at the feet of the 2 of them. Staring at this sacred bridge, a strange light shone in Shirhao's eyes. The great road engraved on his first supreme bone was the hand of God and the light of God. Now the feeling of this sacred bridge under his feet was actually the same as that of Shirhao. The supreme bone is very similar. Although the aura is too high and far away, it must be the way of God. 2 apprentice nephews, please come. Seeing that the Stone Clan brothers seemed to be hesitant, a chuckle suddenly came from the other side of the Xinqiao, inviting them. Hearing this, Shuri and Shirhao no longer hesitated and stepped directly onto the blue divine bridge at their feet. After only taking 7 steps on it, they had already crossed a long space and penetrated deep into the majestic palace complex. When they stood still, Shuri and Shirhao realized from the confusion of time and space. At some point, they were already in a certain palace, and in the distance, there were 3 figures shrouded in the light of chaos. He was looking at them with some inexplicable expression. May I ask, where is this place? Why did some seniors bring my 2 brothers here? Shuri glanced at the 3 figures, whose figures could not be seen clearly, although he understood that these were all great masters. After years of practice, He also understood that his status was very high even in the upper world. So his words were naturally neither humble nor arrogant. Ha ha ha. Born with double pupils. This must be Shiyi's nephew. My name is Chong Gongyan. And I am the eldest disciple of Tai Tsung Immortal King. After Shiyi finished speaking, he heard one of the figures in the chaotic light laugh. He dispersed the chaotic light on his body, revealing his true appearance. The silver imperial robe was luxurious and majestic. His eyebrows were like swords, and the whole figure looked like a figure in charge of the sky. The supreme god stared at Shiyi for a long time, then looked at Shiyi and said with a smile, "And you, the child who once had a destiny with the way of God, must be Gugu's disciple and a descendant of the Stone Clan." Shiyi, with Feng Lai personally teaching the Dharma back then, Chong Gongyan practiced the pure Tao of heaven. With his talent and Feng Lai's guidance, he had cultivated this Tao to a very high level in more than 200,000 years. Although there is still a big gap between Yingning and Gugu, they are still ranked high. The moment the two brothers from the Stone Clan appeared, he smelled the aura of the great way of heaven on Shiyi's body. It turns out to be Master Long Gong. Shiyi nodded slightly, then realized why he was detained here as soon as he entered the world. And he and Shiyi saluted Chong Gongyan seriously. "Well, the place where you two are is my Tao estate, Tianyun Governor Gonggu Kingdom. If you encounter any problems that cannot be solved in Sanxian State in the future, you don't have to be polite. Just mention my name." For these two descendants of the Stone Clan, who were said to have been vigorously cultivated by the two immortal kings in the lower realm, Chong Gongyan naturally showed the generosity of his elders, and sent a token to each of them, and then pointed at the two people beside him. Zuning continued, "As for these two, the owner of the Immortal Mountain in the Five Elements State on my left, the Immortal Heavenly Lord Qin Changsheng. Well, he is more closely related to Shiyi's nephew. Howard, long time no see." After saying these words, Qin Changsheng's figure also appeared from the chaotic light. He was wearing a purple Taoist robe and had a handsome appearance. He looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old. But at this time his face was full of smiles. Kindly, he smiled at Shiyi. "It's been 3 years since I last saw you, Grandfather Changsheng." Seeing Qin Changsheng's appearance, Shiyi had some surprise on his face, and saluted again. In this life, Qin Changsheng's destiny has really changed a lot. He now has no hidden dangers of immortality. Not only can he become the supreme with peace of mind, but he is now a famous general in the original imperial city with a transcendent status. But this also made Qin Changsheng more aware of the power of his nominal descendant. Over the years, he has obtained a lot of information related to Shiyi through the sight of the immortal king in the lower realm. He knows that there are at least 2 immortal kings behind Shiyi, and he has mastered several immortal king methods. Even the most conservative guess, Shiyi could become an extremely powerful true immortal. Okay. After looking forward to it for so many years, you have finally arrived in the upper world. You will definitely come to my 5 Elements Mountain in the future. I heard that you are destined to be acquainted with Fairy Yuchan from the Buttian sect. We can get to know each other well then," Qin Changsheng said with a smile. "Fellow Taoist Qin, take a break. Here, Howard. And the person on my right is the Supreme Qi Daolin of the Supreme Hall. He is an old friend who has known me for more than 200,000 years. He happened to be discussing Taoism here in these years, so he came to see look." Chong Gongyan looked at Shiyi and turned to the other side. Compared to Chong Gongyan and Qin Changsheng, Qi Daolin's aura was deeper and more awe-inspiring. His body exuded a glistening fairy light, and his pure body contained the power is even more powerful than Qin Changsheng and Chong Gongyan. "My Supreme Hall has received the kindness of Tai Tsung Immortal King in the past, since the 2 young friends are related to that adult. If there is any difficulty, even though our Supreme Hall is only a small cult, we will not stand idly by." Qi Daolin was willing to come to see Shiyi and Shiyi largely because he wanted to become familiar with each other. His Taoist Supreme Palace was once destroyed because of the Immortal Palace. Later, Immortal King Tai Tsung took action and destroyed the Immortal Palace. Although this was not for the sake of the Supreme Palace, but for Qi Daolin, this is also a favor. He carefully watched these 2 young talents and took note of their appearance and aura. If there was an opportunity in the future, Qi Daolin would be willing to repay Feng Lai's kindness to the Immortal Palace. "Thank you, Qi Shizuan." Shiyi and Shiyi also saluted. If you think about it, these 2 children are here for the ancient immortality. They are worthy of being the flowers of immortality that carry the entire era. With this immortal flower blooming for the 3,000th time, the battle between the supreme beings will be extremely exciting. Chan Gongyan said with emotion. Chapter 201 The Inheritance of Three Swords. Throughout the ages, the Immortal Ancient has been the top opportunity for the venerable level of the entire 3000 Daozhou. Every time the Immortal Flower blooms, it will attract the best venerables of the 3000 states to go to the No Man's Land to compete in it, or pursue the war, or search for inheritance, elixirs, Tao seeds, etc. To this day, this battle has been carried out 3000 times. In each battle, a strongest person can be determined. This strong person is the champion and the well-deserved first person of that era. And this time you are about to participate is the last time for these immortals to bloom. Many of the strongest sages who have won the championship more than once in a certain era will be born to fight in the final battle. As a strong man who had participated in the Immortal Ancient War several times, Cha Gongyan told Shi Yi and Shi Hao a lot about the Immortal Ancient in detail. Fellow Taoist Cha Gong has won the crown 4 times in the Immortal Ancient and is known as the Four-Crown King. If not for the kindness of Immortal King Taizong, he should be practicing somewhere now, preparing for the last Immortal Ancient War. Qin Changsheng smiled. After listening to Chan Gongyan's explanation, he added, the more he looked at Shi Hao, the more satisfied he felt. Because as early as 3 years ago, when Shi Hao was not in the formation state, he had seen the image of Shi Hao taking action. At that time, Shi Hao had just entered the formation state, but with the help of many supreme treasures with his skills, he is also qualified to fight against the Venerable. Now that Shi Hao has broken into the Venerable, he will definitely become more powerful. At that time, I may not be comparable to the 2 nephews. They were too extraordinary. Based on my visual inspection, they may be comparable to the 10-crown King Tianzi, the banished immortal, and the former 6-crown King Ning Chuan. Chan Gongyan he lamented that he had seen too many geniuses in his life, and he could roughly tell their strength just by visual inspection. Ning Chuan, the King of 6 crowns, the Emperor of 10 crowns, and someone named Ban Xian? I remember it. Shi Yi's eyes were full of blazing light. Chewing on the names Chan Gongyan said, and nodded. Road. With his talent, except for Shi Hao, no one in the entire 8 realms could fight with him at the same level. Now that he came to 3000 Daozhou, he naturally wanted to fight with the most powerful heroes. You don't need to remember Ning Chuan's name. That person was born 7 or 8 years ago. It is said that he obtained a heaven-defying immortal fate. He simply did not continue to endure at the venerable level and directly broke through. Now he has reached the level of cultivation in Tianshan Academy, the realm of virtual Dao. Chan Gongyan Dao. There are rumors that Ning Chuan received the supreme opportunity of becoming an immortal king and experienced a great baptism, which led Taijun Jin of the original imperial city to accept him as his disciple, saying that he had the qualifications to be an immortal king. Qi Daolin obviously also has the name Ning Chuan. He had heard of it and said, of course the 6-crown champion Ning Chuan, a genius from the 3000 states, joined the Tianshan Academy. Of course, they, the supremes of the 3000 states, knew about it. It is sad to say that Ning Chuan was taken over by the Crystal Skull, and no one noticed the difference between him and himself. All people regard him as the former 6-time champion. After all, Ning Chuan is not a strong man in this era at all. He has proclaimed himself 6 times and escaped from isolation 6 times. The time span exceeds tens of millions of years. In this era, no one knows what Ning Chuan's personality is at all. People now only know that Ning Chuan, the 6-crown king of Sanjin Daozhou, is extremely talented. He practiced at Tianshan Academy, the most powerful place of cultivation in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He is now the well-deserved number 1 person in the academy. Then let me catch up with him in the future and let's fight again. Next to Shi Yi, Shi Hao clenched his fists and said in a confident tone, don't worry about not having any opponents. This ancient immortal war has also attracted many geniuses from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, such as several descendants of the ancient true immortals, inheritors of the immortal king's orthodoxy, and even the parents and children of the 10 fierce sky-horned ants. It's possible to participate. It will be absolutely wonderful, Qin Changsheng said with a smile. He has always been a well-rounded and well-informed person. He told everyone present that Meng Tianzheng, the strongest true immortal in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, would probably pay attention to this war and look for outstanding sages as successors. Master Meng Tianzheng? Isn't he the great elder of Tianshan Academy? Why do you want to find a successor among a group of venerables? Shi Daolin asked in shock. Qin Daojinxian said that Lord Meng Tianzheng has collected the 3 most powerful sword techniques from ancient times, and hopes to find a genius who is good enough to pass on these 3 swords. Qin Tianzheng looked around at the powerful people present and said, "As for why I chose the Venerable, maybe it's because the Venerable's path has not yet been completely decided, and he is more malleable." Meng Zhenxian attaches great importance to this matter. The 3 most powerful sword techniques from ancient times. Rumors about this sword technique shocked both Chang Gongyin and Qi Daolin. After a moment, Chang Gongyin sighed softly. The strongest sword technique in ancient times. If you really learn it all, achieve something through this path, and find your own way, it may be called the strongest attack in ancient times. He looked at Shi and Shi Hao, who were standing aside with some confusion, and then explained, the so-called 3 great sword techniques in ancient times are the 9-leaf sword technique, the immortal tribulation sword technique, and the peaceful chaos sword technique. It is easy to learn one of them. It's so unbelievable that no one in ancient times has been able to learn it completely. Each of the 3 major sword techniques was created by a strong swordsman who shocked the past and the present. In the past, the 9-leaf sword grass and the ancestor of the Wang family both had the record of resisting and even killing the immortal king with the power of a quasi-immortal king. This does not mean that just for fun. The words of the 3 supreme masters made both Shi and Shi Hao understand the power of the so-called 3-sword inheritance, which also made the 2 young people yearn for it. And they couldn't help but look forward to these 3 sword techniques. Chang Gongyin naturally noticed the look in their eyes, shook his head and said, "You 2 brothers, don't think about it. Meng Zhenxian is looking for successors who inherit the 3 major swordsmanship. It's not just about learning the law. You have learned too much. It's no longer pure enough." Indeed, it seems that Meng Zhenxian's intention is to cultivate a real swordsman who specializes in killing. Which method you have learned is inferior to the 3 sword techniques. You don't need the 3 sword techniques to lead the way. Qi Daolin also said, "Don't be greedy for more. With your status, you may be able to ask your elders for the 3 sword techniques when you escape to the first realm in the future. Getting them to practice now will only distract you. It's a waste of time." Qin Tianzheng finally said, "Road. What Shi and Shi Hao have learned and practiced are already quite high-end. The Tai Song method, the True Dragon method, the method of worshipping ancestors, the method of the Golden Crow Heavenly Emperor, etc., are all superior to any of the 3 major sword techniques. 1. They don't want to distract Shi and others. Then let's take another look. I hope our opponent is qualified to inherit those 3 swordsmanships, so we don't disappoint." Shi shook his head. "Well, there is still more than a year before the opening of Immortal Ancient. You can go to the vast 3,000 Daozhou to see. Today's era is much more powerful than before. Although most of the various supreme descendants and powerful first generations will not be you. There are many opponents, but there are many. Enough for you to practice." Chang Gongyin finally said. He understood that with the strength of his 2 apprentice nephews, 80% of the ordinary first generation could not withstand even 1.5 of their moves. Only those first generations with extremely strong first generation magic and supreme inheritance were qualified to fight with them. Chapter 202 The Ancient Immortal begins. A year passed in a hurry, and when Chang Gongyin saw Shi and Shi Hao for the second time, they were already in the no-man's land of Sanqian State, on that infinitely vast battlefield. It has to be said that the current Longgong Ancient Kingdom is definitely one of the most prestigious large-scale Taoisms in the entire 3,000 Daozhou. There are more than a dozen young geniuses participating in this immortal ancient battlefield, and each of them is talented, extraordinary. In those previous eras when supremacy was not obvious, he would definitely become the strongest in the world. Therefore, when Cha Gongyan's sacred chariot pulled by the 18-headed Ing Long who had escaped to the peak of the first realm came to the no-man's land, it caused an uproar. Many people were shocked by the majesty of the ancient Longgong kingdom. "Ha ha! The Lord of Longbow is here, Brother Chagong Taoist. I haven't seen him for hundreds of thousands of years. Brother Longgong, please!" And even in the top circles that are entrenched high in the void, many supremes have issued invitations to the veteran supreme leader, Chang Gongyin. "Ha ha ha! Brother Daolin, ancestor of Butian sect, ancestor of Jietian sect, Da Qi Tianzuan, and Brother Cha Sheng just bloomed once. And they actually attracted so many fellow Taoists to come in person." Chang Gongyin knew most of these supreme beings. After all, there were only 3 to 5 million supreme beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. With the supreme spirit, it was not difficult to remember all the names of these people. Chang Gongyin looked at the more than 100 supreme beings, as if he had returned to his youth. Not long after his master was born, he fought against Ming Tianzhong. The number of supreme beings who came to watch the battle was far less than this number. After all, this is the last bloom of so many immortal flowers. There will be no chance to see them again. We will naturally cherish them. The old leader of Butian sect is an old woman with gray hair. She has lived for at least 800 or 900 years. 10,000 years. He sighed at this time. This flower is the history of Sengyanzu itself. The founder of Tianyan Academy sighed as he looked at the void in the distance, where the avenue was gently rippled. What's more, this war is by no means ordinary. Almost all the younger generation of Sengyanzu should be here. Ming Jinxian said that he wants to find a genius among them who can inherit the 3 great sword techniques. How can people not look forward to this? An old supreme from King Weishan shook his head. Ming Tianzhong was looking for a being who could inherit the 3 most powerful sword techniques from ancient times. This matter had already spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And it was not just these venerables from the 3,000 prefectures who were moved. Indeed, the combination of 3 immortal king-level sword arts and a true immortal-level master is a great opportunity in any era. Chong Gongyan lowered his head and discovered that among the boundless venerable level powerhouses below, there were indeed many powerhouses from other Taoist traditions. They came from the 9 heavens and 9 lands, 3,000 Taoist states away. All of them had extraordinary auras, and were all rare masters. But it's a pity that they don't have enough foundation at the venerable level. Among them, the strongest ones are only at the level of 4 crown champions and 5 crown champions. In the eyes of the top little monsters in this life, they are still far behind. However, Master Jia Tian looking down at this group of masters from other heavens and earth, he shook his head and said, "There is no way. Jin Zhan, the most defiant person in our clan, has already broken through to the Void Dao realm when he was 26 years old, and has no chance to participate in the competition at the supreme level." A supreme from the Jin family said with a low smile, "Jin Yong, please stop bragging. Your clan's Jin Zhan was outdone by Ning Chuan in Tianshan Academy. And Ning Chuan was only a 6-time champion." The old supreme leader of Jia Tian sect laughed and mocked. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, many of the supreme beings present laughed. The supreme being of the Jin family was not annoyed at all. He just smiled awkwardly and did not say much. In fact, with the original imperial city as a bridge and link, the supremes who have recently achieved 200,000 achievements are all comrades in arms, which obviously makes their relationship quite good. Lord of the Long Nam Kingdom, I heard that in this immortal ancient war, your 2 nephews will also participate in the war? In a moment, a supreme being who was familiar with Chong Gongyan came over and asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, many supreme experts have become interested. Chong Gongyan's identity has never been a secret. The person who can be worthy of his master's nephew should be the disciple of the double-eyed supreme Ning. That is, Taizong Immortal King. Disciples, are you talking about the 2 young men who inherited the blood of the king of the Stone Clan? They are indeed very powerful. One was born with double eyes, and the other had the bones of the supreme nirvana several times. Both of them have inheritance at least at the level of quasi-immortal kings, which is far from ordinary. The strong ones are comparable. Before Chong Gongyan could open his mouth, a supreme from Demon State's eyes lit up. He glanced at a certain location below, and said, "My disciple was born with demonic bones, which I passed down personally. He once killed the self-proclaimed awakened double champion, but he lost to a young man named Sher a few days ago. In comparison, he is the one. Our celestial race is the same. The strongest young man can also compete with double crown champions or even triple crown champions. But we met a young man who was born with double eyes and only lasted 8 moves." Another ancient supreme also said, "This year is very short. But for Sher Yi and Sher Hao, this year is enough for their reputations to spread far and wide. In particular, many of the opponents who can be favored by the Stone Clan brothers are descendants of the Supreme Being, the powerful first generation. Their failure will naturally attract the attention of the Supremes. The first generation of the Demon Bones of the Wudao Demon Palace, the 5-stone Lord of the Celestial Clan, Fairy Yuchan of the Butian sect, Desa Tu of the Western sect, and more than 10 Triple Crown Kings, 4 Crown Kings, etc., who have awakened from history. Over the years, he had been defeated at the hands of 2 young men named Sher, which had caused a big stir and attracted the attention of many supreme beings. But no one dared to take action against Sher Yi and Sher Hao, because those 2 young men had bloodline marks that reached the sky, and they used the true dragon technique, the Tai Song technique. and the supreme treasure technique of double eyes. Ordinary practitioners may not know it, but the Supremes can definitely see it. When they saw Shi and Shi Hao for the first time, they couldn't even believe their eyes. There were so many layers of buffs on these two young people. Each level is enough to scare a strong person to death. In fact, only Chong Tongzi among them is my nephew. Chong Gong Yen nodded lightly. His eyes swept across the countless figures of geniuses below, and quickly locked onto Shi and Shi Hao. Among the countless venerables in the crowd, there were a few figures who were able to overwhelm other venerables with their majesty and strength. Their aura enveloped them, making the surrounding strong men dare not step forward at all. Among them are young saints who are born with double eyes, majestic overlords with the world tree on their heads, brave young men with blonde hair, and natural warriors who carry Kunping wings on their backs and hold the Thunder Emperor's magic in their hands. They are definitely the best among the venerables. A group of people whose strength can be seen with just the naked eye. I don't know what kind of spark such a group of young people can create among immortals. Chong Gong Yen sighed with emotion. A thought suddenly came to his mind. What would have happened if he had not chosen to practice in Master Taizong's era, but instead proclaimed himself to this era? It must be that in the tide of the times, I, a mere 4-time champion, cannot survive even 10 moves in the hands of my nephew. Chong Gong Yen thought so. Chapter 203: The Possibility of the Return of the Thunder Emperor. In the distance that many supreme beings cannot see in the uninhabited land, deep in the immortal palace of infinite heaven and Taizong, Feng Lai and the ancestor sacrificial spirit are sitting opposite each other. Next to them is a treasure mirror, in which the fairy flower is reflected. Everything in the no man's land where it is located. As you expected, he has unlimited possibilities in the way of thunder, and he has also obtained the inheritance of the Thunder Emperor. At this time, Feng Lai's deep eyes were looking at Shi Hao, on the boy who was extremely familiar to him. She discovered an equally familiar and unique rune. That kind of rune was not the Swan in Eye or Thunder Spirit art that Shi Hao originally knew. Instead, it was the supreme one in the primitive ancient world in the way of thunder, and belonged to the Thunder Emperor. He originally thought that with his intervention, Shi Hao would not be able to obtain the Thunder Emperor's method so quickly. But he obviously underestimated that destiny. In just 1 year, Shi Hao's thunder path has undergone a transformation like a rebirth, reaching a level of extremely powerful levels. As early as when he first came into contact with the Swanee treasure technique when he was young, I saw a familiar aura on him. Before that, the aura that was born with the thunder path was only found in the lay emperor. The ancestor sacrifice spirit didn't look too surprised. He just looked at the thunder mark on Shi Hao's body with a slightly absent-minded expression and sighed softly. In a daze, she seemed to see the shadow of that young man in Shi Hao. The young man who used his supreme body to challenge many immortal princes and unparalleled geniuses in the primitive ancient world and the fairyland when he was only a few thousand years old. Perhaps the Thunder Emperor's magic can spread through him. Feng Lai nodded. No, the paths they follow are different. Shi Hao is just Shi Hao. He cultivates the path of thunder, but he does not completely follow the path of thunder. The Thunder Emperor is different. If he could survive that final battle, maybe you can go further than me and the real dragon. The ancestor-worshipping spirit whispered. In the last years of the immortal ancient period, when the Thunder Emperor had not yet become an immortal, there were many living beings who firmly believed that the Thunder Emperor had the ability to become an immortal king. He was so amazing that even the 6 paths of reincarnation immortal king and even the true dragon might not have had this ability when they were young. Such brilliance. And when the Thunder Emperor became an immortal and fully demonstrated his infinite edge in the world, all the immortal kings, including Mu Ending, ancestor sacrifice spirit, and the immortal monk king, firmly believed that the Thunder Emperor could become a giant, and even go further and go further. Far. It's a pity that he died in the battle in the end. The foreign land was afraid of his potential and chose to kill him before he could fully grow up. Feng Lai sighed softly. He had also seen the Thunder Emperor in the course of time. That man was indeed very powerful. He even entered the land of ancient and modern times when he was at the human level. Looking at the ancient and modern times, his strength and vision were far superior to those of his generation. To put it bluntly, the Thunder Emperor definitely has the potential to impact the imperial realm like the Butcher, the Burial Master, and the Golden Crow ancestor. So, I really want to try to resurrect the Thunder Emperor. He is an extraordinary young man. If he can come back, his value may be greater than mine. The ancestor sacrificial spirit said solemnly. As she spoke, she waved one hand, and the scene on the treasure mirror in front of the two of them quickly changed, turning into a scene of a group of lightning creatures walking silently on the desert. Feng Lei squinted his eyes. What was in the picture was a group of thunder spirits. Hundreds of them. Each one was very powerful, and at least had the qualifications to be supreme. However, they were mourning at this time, because at the front of them, there was a piece of paper enshrined. The straw mat was stained with blood, and a body was wrapped in it. The body of the Thunder Emperor? But it is indeed completely dead. His true soul is gone. His essence and blood are gone. And there is only an empty SHL left. There is no hope of returning. This was not the first time that Feng Lei saw the body of the Thunder Emperor. He had seen the blood-stained straw mat at a certain historical point in the land of ancient and modern times, and had carefully examined the body. The dead body of the Thunder Emperor was sent into the river of time by the Thunder Spirits. They hoped that the corpse would return, at least for the past Thunder Emperors to see and serve as a warning. But unfortunately, the result was a disappointment to the Thunder Spirits. The Thunder Emperor failed to return through the place connecting the past and the present. He died before he became the immortal king. This made it very difficult and almost impossible to resurrect the Thunder Emperor. When you master the great medicine that can bring the immortal king back in the future, I would like to ask you to give the Thunder Emperor a chance after resurrecting the true dragon, Kun Peng, the immortal monk king, and the Xuanwu immortal king, Zhu. The sacrificial spirit said softly. Okay. Gao Lu is just a pill of immortal king medicine. If I can get the Thunder Emperor back, of course I will be happy. Feng Lei nodded. Of course, he would not feel sorry for a pill of immortal king medicine. He wanted to give it a try. If the Thunder Emperor could be nourished by the immortal king medicine, and then send it to the land connecting the past and present, he might be able to perform different miracles. Thank you. The ancestor sacrificial spirit said softly. Don't have too much hope. And even if the Thunder Emperor returns, in my opinion there will only be one more immortal king butcher. The Emperor is not that easy to succeed. Feng Lei advised. With the butcher, burial master, and the golden crow heavenly emperor in front of him, Master Feng himself was confused about becoming an emperor. The Thunder Emperor had not even become an immortal king before his death. He really could not assess whether the other party had the potential to become an emperor. Capital. Compared to this, it is better to pay close attention to your Taoism. According to what immortal King Xuanwu said, Shihao is the one who truly deserves the destiny of calamity. Of course I'm very optimistic about him. The ancestral sacrificial spirit's slender fingers moved slightly, and the image of the treasure mirror once again changed to what it looked like before the battle in No Man's Land. And he said softly, it's just that he is far behind when he grows up. It's so far away that I don't dare to expect too much from him. The ancestral sacrifice spirit indeed thought so. She was indeed very fond of Shihao, but she really didn't want to hear the news of Shihao's death when she returned from practice one day. Well, let's do that. When Shihao becomes king, maybe your thoughts will change, Feng Lei said with a smile. Immediately, silence fell between the two immortal kings. They quietly watched the invisible and formless avenue in the no man's land fluctuate stronger and stronger, and finally condensed into a fairy flower, appearing in everyone's sight. It is a huge flower that is tens of millions of miles wide, with 3,000 petals. Each petal is like a majestic continent, with a dazzling fairy light flowing on it. Extremely soft, yet so high and difficult to reach. Imagine, the flower bloomed 3,000 times, and there was a fairy fate every time. After all, those creatures are dull. If the talent is enough, even without any inheritance, watching the fairy flower bloom hundreds of times is enough to realize the immortal way. The ancestor-worshipping spirit looked at the flower. Dao Xianpa waited for a long time before speaking softly. Not everyone is you. It's hard to find a creature with such talent. What's more, in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there are holy sacrifices on the path of strong people's cultivation. It used to be hard to hear, except for a few people. What we see now are all a mediocre person who is not qualified to step into the holy sacrifice. Feng Lei shook his head. Having said this, he seemed to have lost the desire to continue talking. Instead, he turned to look at the Taoist fairy flower that was gradually blooming, and whispered, Tell me, if I train this strange flower that combines 3,000 avenues and unifies the destiny of this era, how powerful can it be? Chapter 204 Wizards. In the last years of the immortal ancient world, before the primitive ancient world was about to collapse, a person with great supernatural powers traveled throughout the primitive ancient world, intercepted many places related to immortals, refined them into small realms, gathered them together, and sealed them in a certain fairy flower. Among that fairy flower is the 3,000 Dao flower that now stands in the no-man's land of Sanqianzu. And those intercepted ancient worlds are called the colorful ancient worlds. And the creatures in them have developed to the present with the changes of history, due to various reasons. Compared to the 3,000 states that have been developed quite thoroughly, there are too many undiscovered opportunities in the colorful ancient world to have a destiny with immortals and even immortal kings. For example, the immortal king's treasure medicine, the nest of the ancient immortal of the sky-horned ant tribe, the flawless great Dao seed, and the palace, scriptures, immortal weapons, etc., left by the immortal king. The Taoist treasures of latecomers are used to cultivate a group of the strongest creatures. And when this fairy flower bloomed for the last time, when many sages, including ancient freaks, broke through the divine fire realm, people finally intuitively saw the strongest group of geniuses in the 3,000 states rumble. Half a month after the fairy flowers bloomed, in the depths of an unknown and deserted small world, dazzling 10-color fairy lights suddenly rose into the sky, along with an unparalleled vitality and domineering power. A person who looked no more than the 30-year-old young man slowly stood up. It was a man with a very heroic and resolute face, walking like a dragon and a tiger, with a 10-color fairy light brewing in his eyebrows that shocked the past and the present. It was a young sapling. Although it had few branches and leaves and was still immature, its power was powerful. It made the small world shake slightly. Look! The 10-crowned king has broken through to the realm of divine fire. The world tree sapling. It is indeed the kind of Tao seed. It is born perfect. When it grows up, it can support a universe, with the accumulation of the strongest in 10 generations. Coupled with the perfect Tao seed, Sanqianzu may have another strongest person. Outside the fairy flower, there were many strong men from Su Dao, Kill Me and Escape Realm who were looking through the petals of the fairy flower to see the scene of the 10-crowned king and the emperor's breakthrough. And they couldn't help but marvel. The Son of Heaven is definitely a typical example of the strongest venerable person who has been trained in the immortal ancient. This person has been self-proclaimed 10 times, has been out of seclusion 10 times, and has won the championship 10 times in the immortal ancient. God knows how much Daozong he has harvested from it. Now, the 6-time champion Ning Chuan has achieved the Void Realm within 5 or 6 years of leaving seclusion. Everyone is looking forward to what kind of performance the Emperor will have. Boom! At the same time, in another inconspicuous little world in the vast and colorful ancient world, along with a towering black fairy light, another supreme aura went up against the sky, converging like a man who also looked like he was only in his 20s. In the body of youth. Return to the ruins. Return to my way. That young man was born with double eyes, a long and powerful figure, and a distant and profound aura. He was Shuri. At this time, he was placing one hand on his eyebrows, where there was a little pitch-black light, no bigger than a dragon's eye, but its aura was like a bottomless, endless abyss, swallowing everything and making everything fall silent. The Chongtongzi has also made a breakthrough. That young man with the blood of the Stone Clan indeed has a perfect Tao seed in him. The power is so powerful. His foundation is not weaker than that of the 10-crowned king and the emperor. And his Taoism is astonishing. No worse than the world tree seedling. As a group of leader-level experts marveled, many people looked into the void. On the divine chariot pulled by the 18 Yinglongs who had escaped to the great perfection, the leader of the Longdong kingdom in silver imperial robe showed no concealment on his face. Smile. Seeing this, many leader-level experts secretly said that indeed, the characteristic of double pupils is too obvious. In addition, Shuri has performed at least 3 or 4 methods that surpassed the true immortals since his debut for more than half a year, which made everyone almost guess it. Shuri's identity. As the Emperor and Shuri broke into the divine fire realm almost at the same time with the help of the power of the perfect Dao seed. Many talented people among the immortal ancients also broke through the venerable and gained more powerful power. The ways in which these geniuses achieved breakthroughs really opened the eyes of many leader-level powerhouses in Sanqianzu. The nearly perfect Taoist seeds, the original wonders of the ancient true immortals, and even a young man from Jiotian, who was carrying an immortal weapon that had lost its gods, used it as a seed to break through the realm. Fairy Yuchan of the Butian sect actually mastered the Qinyu immortal flame, which was famous in the fire state, and broke through in a small world. The light of the Qinyu was shocking and even attracted the attention of many supreme powerhouses. King Yuyan. Although this kind of immortal fire is very strong, It is definitely not the top. At least it is still a little behind compared to World Tree and Guishu Taoism. However, the fusion of Yuchan and that immortal flame also broke out. A terrifying power. Interesting. The little girl from Butian sect seems to have a great connection with the ancient Qingyu true immortal. Shi Daolin squinted his eyes. He had been to Wuzhou and even seen Qingyu fire. He understood that it was difficult for ordinary people to completely blend with the flame, let alone to reach such a level, which was simply unbelievable. With this yin alone, she has a great chance of reaching the level of a true immortal. On the other side, an ancient supreme from the longevity family also praised that the compatibility between Taoism and living beings is very important. The compatibility between Yuchan and Qingyu Yin is almost perfect, which is very valuable and rare. Under the watchful eyes of many powerful men, Yuchan of the Butian sect quickly broke through to the level of divine fire, and the Taoist charm wrapped around her body. But what is surprising is that as soon as she made the breakthrough, a green moon fairy light burst out from her body, and then she split into two, turning into two people with similar appearance and aura, but completely different temperaments. Then, they parted ways, and went their separate ways. Go. Huh? Is there something wrong with this girl's cultivation of clones? There were many powerful people looking at Yuchan, and even the Supremes had close to 10 of them. Naturally, they could see the problem with Yuchan at a glance. Obviously, this is the clone giving birth to its own personality and possessing its own will. This is the most fatal and taboo issue in any clone method. My disciples studied Kunping's primary and secondary body method and passed it on to Yuchan. However, my disciple obviously didn't understand it thoroughly. The method was flawed and caused problems with Yuchan's secondary body. The ancestor of Butian sect looked down. Yuchan and the woman who called herself Qingyi sighed. Yuchan's cultivation problems are huge. Originally, one person fused the Qingyu immortal fire, but it was suddenly divided into two people. The source was divided into two parts. This will definitely greatly affect her cultivation. The primary and secondary body method of imitating a cat and a tiger. Your junior who created the method is really a genius. The ancestor of the Jitian sect smiled sarcastically. She really had to solve the problem of Yuchan's primary and secondary bodies by herself. After all, the Butian sect's method of studying the primary and secondary bodies was disgraceful. Even if Kunpingzi was still alive, others might not be willing to help them. Think of a solution. Let's take it one step at a time. Yuchan herself has talent. If she can defeat her second incarnation, everything will not be a problem. The Butian sect ancestor sighed. Look! Old Qin's grandson. Another young man from the Stone clan. The young man who calls himself Huang is also about to break through. Suddenly, an exclamation came from the leader-level crowd below. Everyone looked intently, and saw a fire rising into the sky in a certain ancient small world. A heroic young man was bathing in the divine fire, and forcibly entering nirvana. Chapter 205 Go out of your own way. When Shihao broke through the realm of divine fire, he did not choose to fuse the seeds of the avenue. Instead, he used the heaven and earth as the furnace, and the avenue as the fire to burn his true self in an attempt to transcend the supreme. He set up a monstrous array and channeled the terrifying sky fire, causing his soul and body to be completely submerged in runes. The fire washed his body, and the runes beat up his soul, making the light on his body continue to grow. Sure enough, he still didn't integrate the Tao seed, and chose to go his own way at the divine fire level. Wu Liangshan, Feng Lai and the ancestor sacrificial spirit were still sitting opposite each other, on the ancient mirror beside them. It was Shihao trying to break through in the firelight. Shihao in this life does not lack flawless immortal seeds. Kudu once made a special trip to find a Yin-Yang Dao seed and a Thunder Source immortal seed for Shihao, which were in line with his Kunping Dao and Thunder Dao respectively, and were extremely precious. After Shi chose the Ruishu Dao seed, the 8 desolate Dao seeds and the light of origin in Yi Ning's hands were naturally available for Shihao to choose from. These 2 Dao seeds were also very suitable for Shihao. These are all perfect immortal seeds, no weaker than the 5 elements immortal seeds, World Tree seedlings, 10,000 Dao tree seeds, and other perfect immortal seeds. If Shihao uses them, it will not be difficult for him to become a king. But in the end, Shihao still made no choice, but went directly to his own path, burning his body with thousands of fires and forcing a breakthrough. He has never been a child who sticks to the rules, which is one of the reasons why I value him so much. Ancestral Sacrifice Ling sat opposite Feng Lai and said with a smile on his face after hearing this. At their level, It no longer matters which method of practice the younger generation follows. What matters is that they should reach the extreme on their own path and understand all the secrets of the Tao. This is the aura that a strong person should have. She looked at Sher Hao in the endless distance. The extremely talented young man had already received more than 2,700 nirvana fires, which shone so brightly that the void where he sat was distorting. The impact of endless runes contained a massive amount of destructive power. Strength. This is fatal for a cultivator in the divine fire realm. But Sher Hao chose to resist. He did not use the Kuimping technique, the Thunder Emperor technique, the True Dragon technique, etc. to resist, but used the purest soul and physical strength to resist. Beat yourself up. In this regard, Feng Lai couldn't help but sigh. After all, he is the future Emperor Huang Tian. What he has never only has talent and strength, but also a heart to constantly break through himself and surpass his predecessors. This is something that many people cannot have. But our spiritual path has been eroded by darkness. If he wants to find his own path, he must go through not only these, but also the guiding power of darkness. But immediately, the ancestor sacrificial spirit murmured to himself again, and she was suddenly worried. She was very satisfied with Sher Hao's talent, which made her even more unwilling to let Sher Hao perish. The strong will always have their own way out. Feng Lai shook his head. When the original fire light in Sher Hao's body reached 2,900, he had completely walked out on his own path of divine fire, and there was a gorgeous fairy light shining on him, wrapping around Sher Hao's body, like a horse training together with Chan Hong. Sher Hao is even more powerful. That is immortal energy, which is the divine light that is born after a practitioner of this level reaches the extreme state. It can greatly enhance the practitioner's original power. But at this time, a faint gray mist suddenly appeared from Sher Hao out of thin air, and along with it, a bone lamp burning with gray flames appeared in the place where Sher Hao was retreating. That's what the ancestor sacrificial spirits are worried about. In this land eroded by darkness, any creature that is strong enough to surpass the extreme realm will attract dark and ominous attention. Once it is attracted, it will never be able to return. This time, Sher Hao saw such a group of creatures in the darkness. Their eyes were full of darkness and glowed with an unknown light. Some of these creatures carry a pair of jet black wings with golden spots flashing on their backs. Some wear blood-stained armor and hold lightning spears, and some have a pair of true dragon horns with sharp eyes. Suppressed for 9 days. Kuimping method, Thunder Emperor method, True Dragon method, Heaven method, Reincarnation method, and Lucian method. 6 tall figures walked out of the gray mist. They all corresponded to the methods that Sher Hao had practiced and come into contact with. Like 6 reincarnations, surrounding Sher Hao in the center. War. But Sher Hao was obviously not afraid of this. He roared, and he pushed all the techniques to the extreme. Along with the unparalleled immortal energy, he rushed directly towards the 6 most powerful dark figures. This was destined to be a tough battle. Every opponent Sher Hao faced looked like himself, possessing supreme treasures and displaying unparalleled majesty. But Sher Hao is still Sher Hao after all. He fought tens of thousands of moves against the 6 dark opponents, and finally broke the necks of all the opponents one by one. The hard battle made him almost die. But at the same time, it also made him become more powerful. If we can continue on this path, he will eventually become more powerful than we imagined. Feng Lai didn't show too much surprise at the outcome of this battle. He just glanced at the ancestor sacrifice spirit comfortingly and smiled. Road. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. From this step on, the gap between Sher Yi and Sher Hao became apparent. Compared with Sher Yi's step-by-step approach, Sher Hao's idea of constantly thinking about finding his own way was indeed very confusing. Rare. I want him to give it a try and take the road of breeding with his body. The ancestral sacrificial spirit looked at Sher Hao, whose aura was gradually rising to the extreme. After being silent for a long time, he suddenly opened his red lips and spoke. You are his guide, and it is naturally up to you to decide this matter. Regarding the proposal of ancestor worship, Feng Lai only showed a slightly thoughtful look on his face, and then nodded after a moment. His decision to sacrifice ancestors was obviously a bit surprising, but he soon realized that using one's body to breed is a concept that has existed for a long time. Although no one has ever succeeded, countless people have tried it. Yes, but I have not walked that road. I will go back to the original imperial city and look at the records there about this road. After pondering for a moment, the ancestor sacrificial spirit said, Ming Tianjing has walked the path of cultivating his body through his body before. You can go to him to find similar cultivation methods. Fonlai said with a smile. Of course, he was happy to see the ancestral sacrificial spirit personally lead Hao onto the path of cultivating oneself. After all, she had a much higher vision than Ming Tianzheng. Well, I heard that Ming Zhenxian is looking for a successor among the ancient immortals, who can understand the 3 most powerful sword techniques. He is also a strong man who cherishes his descendants. This is good, the ancestor sacrifice spirit said with a smile. Zheng! Fonlai smiled. He stretched out his right hand and pointed it as a sword. With a slight wave, a dazzling sword light flashed, instantly attracting the attention of the ancestor sacrifice spirit. That sword light did not carry much powerful magic power, but it was extremely majestic and sharp. It was a sword intent that could overturn the world and could definitely kill the immortal king. Is this the sword light made from the combination of Ping Chaos, Immortal Tribulation, and the grass character sword art? Ancestral sacrifice spirit asked curiously. Although I am proficient in killing, I have never studied swordsmanship at all. The sword that took a year to fuse is not perfect. But if a young man can study this kind of sword light from the early stage of his training, he can definitely cultivate a sword. Great master. Fonlai smiled. Chapter 206 The End of Ancient Immortality. With the most powerful group of geniuses successfully ascending to the divine fire, the war craze of this generation of immortals finally reached its peak. Because this is the last time the fairy flower blooms. The battles of this generation are stronger than any previous ones. And every battle exceeds the imagination of outside observers. Here, the mediocre first generation of the divine fire realm, if they do not have a strong inheritance or a strong understanding, they are just the bottom of the war. Such as Shuri, the double-pupiled boy, the 10-crown king, the little skyhorned ant, etc., can easily kill a large number of ants. Such a powerful person in the divine fire realm. Time Jade Rabbit, Chao Yusheng, who is in charge of the innate killing formation, and Dragon Girl and other strong people who can win at least 4 or 5 times an immortal ancient are the backbone of this chaotic war. If the strongest does not come out, no one has the ability to fight with them. They compete. Therefore, when Dagu penetrated the void and arrived at the outskirts of the no man's land, the battle in Immortal Ancient was already quite intense. Among them, the first battle that caught the attention of the Supremes was when the little Alicorn ant from the borderlands defeated Yuchan, who was carrying the Qin Yu fairy fire, and was favored by many Supremes. As the youngest son of the 10 fierce skyhorned ants, the little skyhorned ant naturally practices the ancient immortal method. What he fuses is a Taoist seed that is golden in color and looks like an immortal bell. The nature of that Taoist seed is pure power, helping the little Alibaba and embark on the path of defeating all laws with one force. Of course, it is very talented. It has the perfect bloodline of the 10 evils and has integrated the best Tao seeds. It has received the inheritance of the old horned ants when it was still a divine egg, and occasionally has personal guidance from the immortal gold Taoist. The resources in all aspects are top-notch. With the addition of many top-notch resources, this son of the 10 evils did not disappoint. At a level equivalent to the divine fire realm, it can already initially integrate the avenue of extreme power with the avenue represented by the Immortal Sutra, turning it into an anomaly, the powerful and pure force way. Such a powerful little horn and only used 9 moves to defeat Yuchan, who was fused with half of the Blue Moon Immortal Fire. The punch was so powerful that Yuchan coughed up blood. If not for her ability to save her life, she would have been so powerful. Maybe its main body will die in the immortal world, as expected of being the parent child of the senior 10 fierce skyhorned ants. With this unyielding power, it is no weaker than the immortal king's parent children. This was Gugu's evaluation. When it reached the ears of many supreme beings, it only caused these supreme beings to sigh. There has long been a legend among the people that the 10 fierce sky-horned ants are ruthless people who can defeat the immortal king at the quasi-immortal king level. The extreme realm reaches the heavens and the earth, and no one will question his descendants. But in comparison, that little girl Yuchan is really a pity. With the perfect Qin Yuyan, she could have fought hundreds of moves with the horned ant's parent child. Unfortunately, the difference between her 2 origins is too big. Chong Gongyan was also paying attention there, and shook his head slightly after hearing this. Qin Yu? I've heard of her. She seemed to be a quasi-mortal king. She was known as one of the strongest true immortals below the 10 evils. Unfortunately, she died prematurely. Hearing this, Gugu also stared at Yuchan for a moment. After a moment, he nodded and said, "That girl may have a great connection with Fairy Qin Yu. Now, we are waiting for Yuchan to gradually become stronger, completely defeat the second incarnation, annihilate its will, and completely unite the Qinyu fire, so that we can compete with the top powerhouses. The old patriarch of Butyi Sect felt sad when he heard that Jinlong's parents and children spoke so highly of Yuchan. He was quite saddened by Yuechan's private practice of primary and secondary bodies. That's not necessarily the case. That little girl named Qingyi is very close to the Stone Clan. Be careful to turn against the guest. Your Butyi Sect will become a complete wedding dress. The ancestor of the Jietian Sect said. The patriarch of the Heaven Building Sect didn't say much until he watched Yuchan perform the Heaven Building technique, which restored all the injuries on her body to perfection. And then he sighed softly. Nowadays, the battles in Immortal Ancient are too frequent and intensive. Many strong men have already cultivated the first Immortal Qi, and their combat power is unparalleled. They can easily suppress a large area of the Divine Fire realm. Soon, under the attention of many supreme beings in the periphery, the second top battle began. Shuri, the sun with double pupils, and the Emperor, the King of 10 Crowns, competed in a small world. Shuri, the sun with double pupils. This young man is much stronger than at the same time in the original work. He has received the top guidance and inheritance since he was a child, and has avoided too many detours. Now that he is merged with the Guishu Dao seed, a pair of double pupils can burst out earth-shaking power. Naturally, there is no need to say more about the 10-Crown King. The accumulation of 10 lifetimes has made him extremely rich. He has magical skills in every move and has his own mysterious skills. Such a fight between two people is really exciting to the extreme. The world-creating heavy eyes collide with the world-dominating Emperor's fist. The dazzling world tree seedlings with 10 colors of fairy light and the roar of the Guishu Dao seed with dark light and deep light are two completely different. The confrontation of equally powerful forces. The aftermath alone can threaten the strong ones in the true realm. Their battle lasted for 2 days and nights. Both of them performed hundreds of magical techniques. Regardless of the outcome, Shuri was born with double pupils. After so many years of debut. In addition to a series of Immortal King's magic techniques such as Tide Song Method, Golden Crow Method, and Qilin Method, he also learned many other magic techniques with his double pupils. Although he did not study them intensively, he showed his ability. The power is still strong. The King of 10 Crowns, the Emperor, is pure and profound. He already has an origin and does not lack the inheritance of the Immortal King level. He has also learned many high-level techniques, and can easily compete with Shuri. But on the third day of the battle, the 10-Crown King Tianzi was still defeated. Shuri worked hard and finally used the last Heavenly Emperor method from the Golden Crow Emperor. The power of the sun burned the sky. The Emperor could not resist such a method at the level of the Emperor Light Immortal King. He was blown away. Chong Tongzi wins. He only practiced for 22 years and defeated the invincible King of 10 Crowns. Terrible. As expected of a descendant of Tai Tsong's lineage and a disciple of Fairy Yin Ning. That last move was so amazing. After all, he is a disciple of Fairy Yin. The inheritance between double pupils has created such a terrifying genius. All the supreme beings were amazed, as if they saw the legendary woman who rose rapidly in the original imperial city, with the same double eyes and the same stunning look. It's a pity that in the end it was only through the Golden Crow Emperor's technique that he won. If he hadn't relied on that move, Shuri and the 10-Crown King might have ended in a draw. Gugu opened his mouth. The last move Shuri performed was too profound. It was a technique at the level of the Emperor Light Immortal King. This was an inheritance that was not available in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. But my nephew won in the end. Chong Gongyan didn't care about this and just sighed with a smile. Look! The battle between Shi Hao and that boy has also begun. Brother Longgong. Look! My disciple has gone his own way. And his strength is no worse than those geniuses who have integrated the perfect Tao seeds. Suddenly, a gleam of light bloomed in Gugu's eyes. A smile appeared on his face, and he motioned Chong Gongyan to look into the distance. In a certain small world, Shi Hao was carrying Kuanping's wings and Thunder Emperor's divine wings on his back, holding a war spear surrounded by emerald green fairy light like a tangled willow branch in one hand, and pinching the true dragon seal with the other hand, full of fighting spirit. Opposite him was a blonde boy transformed into a small aerial horned ant. His whole body was wrapped with powerful immortal energy, and there was a layer of immortal treasure light on both his body and soul. He was also staring at the stone with war intent on his face. How? Extremely powerful. Chapter 207, Gathering Away the Fairy Flowers. Perhaps it was because the fairy flower bloomed for the last time. This time, The opening of the ancient immortality lasted for more than a year. It was not until the entire colorful ancient world reached its limit that the fairy flower glowed and burst out with powerful power. All the living outsiders were sent away. I, the genius of the Qilong clan. Come quickly. Prodigy of the iron-blooded ancient tree tribe. Come to me quickly. The descendants of the 8-colored immortal Yuan clan. All come to me. When large swaths of geniuses were teleported out from the ancient immortals, there was a burst of shouts. Many powerful leaders of the powerful clan summoned their disciples, fearing that the opportunity belonging to their own clan would be taken away. But in fact, there is no need to worry about this at all this time, because this time the immortal ancient war really attracted the participation of many geniuses. Not only powerful young people from Jotun, but also many young people who even the real immortals pay attention to. No one dared to take action against this group of people. Ha ha ha. My nephew. You are very good. You are only 23 years old, and you have already broken through to the level of the holy sacrifice. This is very good. It means that you already have the opportunity to become the strongest. Naturally, Chom Gongyan caught Shuri immediately. In just over a year, his nephew has been promoted from a mere venerable to the level of a holy priest. His combat power is not weaker than that of many top gods. This is natural. It made him very happy. Uncle, I just caught up with the big army. Shuri shook his head at Chom Gongyan's praise. In more than a year, his cultivation level has increased so much that Guishu Taoism has completely surpassed him. Combined with the avenue, all levels are almost perfect. As he spoke, Shuri looked not far away, where Gugu single-handedly fished up Shurhao and his group of relatives and friends, including the little Alibaba ants, including the banished immortal, the emperor, Yu Chan and others. He also came to the side of his supreme being. Brother Skyhorned Ant, you still lost? You lost to Brother Shurhao twice. What do you think? Next to Gugu, a beautiful woman in a green fairy dress is smiling. Her hair is covered with green hair like a waterfall, and there is a pair of crystal slender real dragon horns on her head. She is the young daughter of the real dragon, Gugu's little sister. Shur was looking at the little apicorn ants with a teasing look on his face. Losing means losing. This means that I haven't reached the peak of my cultivation yet. Faced with the real dragon girl's teasing, the little alicorn ant looked indifferent. He turned around and patted Shurhao on the shoulder and said seriously, "One day, I will defeat all of you and be your big brother. I feel that there is a difficulty. You were born half a year earlier than Shurhao, but you are half a year older." On the other side, a fat man who looked to be in his 20s spoke slowly. He is Chao Yusheng, a disciple of the Xuanwu Immortal King, successfully joined Shurhao's group of relatives and friends. That man surnamed Chao. You are talking nonsense. The little Alibaba ant said angrily. You are indeed a bit impetuous. Including you, the third child, who also has similar problems. Whether it is Shuri, Shurhao, the 10-crown king, the exiled immortal, etc. They all came out of the humble world. And your talents are not the same, not worse than them. But after all, they lack the training of the world of mortals. Gugu opened his mouth and pressed his hand on the little skyhorned ant's shoulder. This year, he also realized that his younger brothers and sisters indeed lacked training. Although they had a lot of cultivation, they could not fully exert their power by practicing blindly. Brother, what do you think? Can we finally go to 9 days to practice? Gugu's words made the true dragon girl next to him light up and said in surprise. Well, let's go back and work hard for a few years. Tianshan Academy is about to open. You hope that in the future you will face off against the imperial clan from a foreign land. It is not good to lack the necessary training. Gugu touched the head of his third sister, smiled. He looked around at the many geniuses present. Among them, the weaker Chao Yusheng, Titan Jade Rabbit, etc., had also reached the perfection of the true first realm. Among them, the strong ones, including Shuri, Shurhao, and little Skyhorned Ant, had already started the holy sacrifice and were undergoing the grinding of the ultimate realm. Practice. Brush. Thinking of this, Gugu stretched out a hand and grabbed all the talented people who could catch his eye, including the Emperor, the banished immortals, and others. There were nearly 100 people. All of them looked like they were in full bloom. Standing in front of Gugu. Very good. You are worthy of being the genius of Senkanzu for more than half an era. Some of you may become an immortal or even a king, and become a person who can take the lead. When you become a deity, you can go to the deity academy above the 9 heavens to practice. There will be true immortals there to guide you and provide you with the best resources in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Don't let us down. After all, he is the son of a real dragon. A super supreme being who is close to the extreme. Gugu's words are really very weighty to this group of powerful people. Many geniuses clench their fists, looking forward to becoming stronger in the future. Lord Gugu, the 3,000 immortal flowers have bloomed for the last time, and the immortal ancient is about to collapse. Does this mean that this era has come to an end? Suddenly, a prodigy from the crowd, who had stepped into the holy sacrifice level, spoke up. He came from a certain immortal family in Jyotian Dikishan. At this time, he met the top supreme of time. Naturally, he couldn't restrain his curiosity and asked, "It is coming to an end, but it is only an era that is ending. The creatures in the era will not perish with the passing of time. Even if a disaster is coming, there is still a chance to survive." Hearing this, Gugu couldn't help but read more. He glanced at the genius of Dachitian and spoke softly. Boom! Just when Gugu was about to continue speaking, a roar that shook the world suddenly sounded in the distance. Thousands of things collapsed. The universe was reversed, and the infinite void continued to burst and flow. In everyone's horrified eyes, above the tall fairy flower in the distance, a big blue gold hand appeared, tightly grasping the big avenue fairy flower with 3,000 petals in full bloom. Crash! When Gugu saw this, he did not dare to hesitate at all, and directly offered the 10-world map to cover and protect all the living creatures in the entire area. He understood that Feng Lai was about to take action, and forcibly took away this flower with the endless principles engraved on it. Of weirdness. Crack! As if some unimaginable taboo had been touched. In an instant, the 3,000 avenues shining brightly on the fairy flower started to riot. The dense chains of avenues accompanied by the shocking light of disaster submerged the big hand in it, trying to kill it. Its complete annihilation. This is a power that far exceeds the level of a true immortal. After all, the Tao Immortal is a treasure that blends with the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths era. In one era, it has accumulated too many principles, which is beyond the imagination of living beings. For a moment, all the strongmen present felt their scalps go numb. For an era, no one had ever paid attention to this fairy flower itself. Now, a strongman actually took action, allowing everyone to see the power of the 3,000 Tao fairy flower. Snort! But the big blue gold hand didn't care about this at all. As if there were billions of galaxies brewing in that big hand, it tightly grasped the 3,000 avenue fairy flower, and then suddenly exerted force. Crack! Boom! This naturally aroused an even more violent resistance from the immortal paw and Dao Dao. The immortal thunder, Dao fire, tribulation light, etc. soon completely submerged the place. Even if Gugu opened his eyes, he could not clearly see what was going on. All I know is that when everything is gone, the supreme fairy flower has completely disappeared, leaving only a faint light of calamity in its place, burning quietly along with the blue gold flame. Chapter 208: The Way to Grow Seeds Through One's Own Body. Did some supreme immortal figure take action and take away the 3,000 Tao immortal flower? It's unbelievable that the only fairy flower in the ages can be shaken by one person. I'm afraid only a big shot like the Immortal King can do it. Is that blue gold light Lord Taitsong Immortal King? Staring at the place where the 3,000 Tao immortal flowers were originally located. Not to mention the many geniuses present. Even the most powerful people who had escaped to the first level of high cultivation and the supreme level were a little stunned. The big hand that just captured the Tao immortal flowers was so powerful. It's beyond everyone's imagination. Many people asked Gugu for advice. The parent and son of the giant Immortal King could release the 10 realms map at the moment the big shot took action. And he definitely knew the truth about the matter. It is Taitsong Immortal King. The 3,000 avenues immortal flower has fully bloomed and grown to its limit. He picked it, and wanted to use the immortal flower as the root and the 3,000 avenues as the bones to forge a weapon as the foundation of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Gugu put away the 10 realms map, and was also recalling the great principles wrapped around his big hand. After a moment, he sighed softly and spoke out. Such words amazed many of the supreme beings present, because in the past era, no strong person had ever shaken this wonder of the immortal Tao. Over time, everyone only regarded it as a wonder and never attacked it again. Have an idea. After all, the gap in life levels is too big. Even for us supremes, finding a few pieces of immortal gold to refine a weapon is the limit. The immortal kings are already thinking about training troops with 3,000 avenues. It's unimaginable. Tianyun Academy, the old founder murmured with longing on his face. If such a fairy flower can really be made into a weapon, if it succeeds, maybe we will have another precious treasure at the level of foundation in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A young supreme from the Jiotian Dakishan Palace said in anticipation. The foundation-level weapons he talks about are naturally those supreme treasures that can change the war situation between the two worlds on a large scale, including the original imperial city and Tianyuan on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the immortal refining pot in the foreign land next door, etc., all of which are capable of withstanding the weapons of several immortal kings. That kind of problem is beyond our imagination. Unless you become an immortal, it is really difficult to get in touch with that level. Gugu gently patted the 10 worlds diagram. But after hearing this, he sighed and said, the longer he stayed in the human realm, the more he could feel the gap between human beings and immortal beings. It was a fundamental transformation. What he could gain was definitely not only immortality, but also more and greater possibilities. Sex. At the same time, you will also receive great guidance and preferential treatment from the immortal kings. For example, in the current 9 heavens and 10 earths, the Holy Spirit true immortals Qingdao and Qianli, the human races Meng Tianzheng, Jin Taijun, and Huiqi of the 7 kings lineage have all received the best resources from the immortal kings. Not only each true immortal he can control a flawless weapon of the immortal king, and he will not be stingy at all in various immortal arts and magical techniques. Just like the Caozi sword art, the Pingqiao sword art, and even the true dragon method, Taitsong method, etc. These methods are all available to the true immortals at this stage. In this regard, the immortal kings are very generous and only expect these true immortals. If someone can grow up as soon as possible and become an immortal king, it will be great news. Although Gugu and Yi Ning are treated almost equally because of their special status, they are only strong human beings after all. Even if they can dominate the 9 heavens and 10 earths, they can never reach the level of Feng Lai and Ming Tianzheng, to the extent that he can fight a true immortal with a human body. Little sister and eldest brother work hard together. When little sister becomes supreme in the future, eldest brother will definitely be able to ascend to the immortal path. As if she could see her brother's ambition and unwillingness, the true dragon girl next to Gugu patted the eldest son of the true dragon on the arm, chuckled. I accept your good words. Gugu touched his sister's head lovingly. But he was thinking in his heart. Feng Lai once said that he would give himself a great opportunity to be humane. He didn't know what it was, but he had been looking forward to it. The battle of Immortal Ancient was over, and the practitioners who participated in this battle naturally went back to their respective families. Many people got great opportunities in this battle. After all, the beautiful ancient world of Immortal Ancient was deliberately created. And among them, the true immortal, there are hundreds of super inheritances at least, and they can create many geniuses. As the Daozi of the Stone Clan in the Imperial City, the ancestral sacrifice spirit, the successor of the Quimping method and the Thunder Emperor method, the disciple of the true Dragon Sun, and the leader of the Wangu F4. Sure Hao is naturally no exception. He originally wanted to retreat to the realm of gods with his family and friends, and then form the strongest force and step into the Academy of Gods. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. He was called by the ancestral sacrifice spirit and followed Gugu to the infinite sky. In Taitsong Immortal Palace, Lucian, Senior Taitsong. I'm coming. After more than a year of training, Sure Hao is close to 20 years old. The long battle has helped him lose the last of his childishness. Now he is wearing a red shirt and has a majesty that dominates the world. His cultivation has made great progress compared to before. The strong ones who enter the holy sacrifice can be called God Kings. Sure Hao is an invincible existence among the strong ones of the sacred sacrifice. When his combat power breaks out, he can overwhelm the gods. He can even compete with leader-level figures in the Void Realm. You have blazed your own path in the Divine Fire Realm, which is good. It is the privilege of the strong to blaze your own invincible path. This time, the ancestral sacrificial spirit was not stingy in praising Sure Hao. She was hidden between the mist of chaos and the principles of order. Sure Hao couldn't see her body clearly, but Sure Hao could still hear the sound in Lucian's voice. Smile, which made him very happy, and he saluted in the direction of the ancestral sacrificial spirit. So, the ancestor sacrificial spirit wants you to embark on a more difficult road, but also full of infinite possibilities. This may give you the possibility to surpass us, but at the same time, it will also make your future cultivation path full of more and more terrifying things. The risk. At this time, Feng Lai on the other side also said, in Sure Hao's eyes, Feng Lai's image was much clearer than that of Lucian. He looked like a young man wearing a blue fairy robe. The most intuitive feeling for Shi Hao was that he was vast, as if he were facing a bunch of stars. The ocean is like looking at an infinite universe. All the most powerful words can be used to describe him. May I ask, what kind of road is it? Shi Hao said without hesitation. He noticed that in Feng Lai's hand, there was a strange flower that was flowing with fairy light. The flower had 3,000 petals, and the color of each petal was different. It was part of the embodiment of the 3,000 avenues. For Shi Hao, it was extremely complicated, with the body as the root and the body as the seed. All the Tao and Dharma will return to the body. From now on, it will no longer be bound by heaven and earth, without the ancestor sacrificial spirit opening his mouth. A deep voice came from the direction of the two immortal kings. Shi Hao's heart moved. He looked up and found that the voice was an old white turtle carrying a young fairy. It was shrouded in the fairy clouds. There are many branches and leaves all over the body, which is very magical and extraordinary. White turtle carrying immortal old medicine. Why are you here? Shi Hao exclaimed. Of course, he knew the white turtle to immortal ancient medicine. In the ancient times, the old turtle helped him practice, and he used ancient opportunities to help him condense the second immortal energy. At the end of the era, of course, I will find a suitable thigh. Immortal King Taizong has known me for more than 200,000 years, and he is willing to protect me. The white turtle carrying the immortal medicine stood between Feng Lai and the ancestor sacrifice spirit, feeling the sense of security brought by the aura of the two giants. He couldn't help but grin widely. This ancient medicine is indeed a treasure. The ancestor sacrificial spirit glanced at the white turtle to immortal, but his eyes were still on Shi Hao. As it said, you will die 99 times in your life as a seed. Are you willing? Come up. I do. Hearing this, Shi Hao took a step forward and said in a deep voice. Chapter 209 The Whereabouts of Luan Gu F4. In this life, Shi Hao used his cultivation as a seed to personally lead the way for the ancestral sacrificial spirit. This must be good for Shi Hao. The ancestral sacrificial spirit has always been very measured in cultivating Shi Hao. With her here, Shi Hao's cultivation will be improved. The road may usher in a different unfolding. In contrast, several other members of Ancient F4 finally got on the right track after coming out of Immortal Ancient. Especially the 10-Crown King and the Banished Immortal, who had no real immortals to guide them. Here comes your own opportunity. You mean that you are willing to accept me as a disciple, and teach me the 3 most powerful sword techniques from ancient times? In Tianluo Prefecture, in a majestic hall, the Banished Immortal held a golden divine horn and sat cross-legged on a huge futon 4 to 5 feet wide. At this time, he was looking up to the highest point of the hall, his face full of astonishment. As one of the most outstanding talents trained by Immortal Ancient, Bantian has now reached the level of holy sacrifice. His figure is long and powerful. Although he looks weak, he is a man with divine power that can defeat the sky-horned ants of the same level. Talent. And above this hall, one of them is the master who was banished to immortals. He is an old and powerful man who has been achieving supreme status for nearly 10 million years. Now he has made great progress in cultivation, and is known as no less than Chang Gong Yin and Qi Daolin. Qin Chengxing's powerful supreme. But as the master of the hall, this powerful supreme still humbly gave up the throne. Because the being who came this time was the leader of the 9 heavens and 10 earths for tens of millions of years. And there is no dispute in the circle of true immortals today. The number 1 true immortal, Meng Tianzheng. Yes, I compared all the outstanding figures participating in the Immortal Ancient War, and determined that you are the most suitable young man among them all to inherit the 3 most powerful sword techniques. Meng Tianzheng was sitting on the main seat of the main hall, overlooking the Banished Immortal, said in a voice. The 3 major sword techniques have different emphasis. The Caozi sword technique emphasizes breaking cauldrons and sinking boats, and its sword intention is to move forward in an indomitable way. Divine swordsmanship, turning a sword into a sword with a single thought, making it impossible to defend against. Only an all-rounder like Ban Xiang can give full play to all his advantages and create a 3-in-1 sword. Thanks to the great love of Senior True Immortal. But I rarely practice swordsmanship. I don't know how to get the qualifications to practice the 3 major sword arts. Meng Tianzheng's words undoubtedly shocked the Banished Immortal. Even though he was no longer immature and possessed not only the supreme treasures of the Alicorn ant lineage, but also the inheritance of other immortal kings. But hearing Meng Tianzheng's affirmation, there was a rush of excitement. The founders of the 3 major sword techniques are all beings who can kill the immortal king and the immortal king with the body of a quasi-immortal king. There are very few techniques of this level. Especially the three are all sword techniques. Combined into one is the fairy sword that transcends all. Based on the assessment, it was decided long ago when you fought against the little sky-horned ant. Among the strongest geniuses in this life, Shuri, Shurhao, and the Emperor have all decided their paths. Only you are still hesitating to take the last step. Lu, this is the reason why I chose you, Meng Tianzheng said. The exalted immortal has practiced the magic of the sky-horned ant lineage. He once fought with the small sky-horned ants in the ancient immortals. Although it was a draw, he knew that it was difficult for him to compete with the sky-horned ants on the road where he was exhausted. So he hesitated, which slightly delayed the practice. Okay. Thank you, Master Meng, for your respect. This disciple is willing to become my disciple and practice the most powerful three swords. The banished immortal thought for a moment, and then bowed down. He is a very independent person, and knows which choice is best for him. Favorable. Similarly, Yu Yuqian, the 10-crowned king of Tianshan Academy, was also brought by his master to go deep into the academy, to meet another true immortal from Tianshan Academy. Immortal, my abilities are limited. My disciple is extremely talented, and now I can't teach him. I ask the immortal to help guide his practice in the future, and don't let him go astray. The master of the Emperor is also an ancient being who has achieved supreme status for a long time. He had some connection with Yu Yutian Jin Taijun. After Jin Taijun became Jin Changsheng, the two also fought side by side in the original imperial city for many years, and their relationship has always been very close. The old supreme came here this time. Firstly, to send the Emperor to Tianshan Academy, and secondly, to find a stronger guide for the Emperor, so as not to waste his talents. Is he the young man who merged with the World Tree Seedling? Okay. Leave it to me from now on. Jin Changsheng is naturally not the original Jin Taijun, but is a true immortal in this world. She is also willing to cultivate the next generation of talented people, especially the Emperor, a young man who is extraordinary at first glance, and needs the guidance of a strong person like her. Thank you. Meet the immortal. Hearing this, the 10-crowned king Emperor and his master both expressed their sincere thanks. Well, I think you also have the inheritance of the immortal king, and your own path has been determined. You don't need me to teach you specifically. You can come to me at the academy at any time in the future. If you encounter bottlenecks or obstacles in your practice, I will solve them for you. Naturally, the Emperor also has the inheritance of the immortal king, but the guide is different from the simple inheritance. The inheritance is dead, but the guide is alive. The latter can understand the cultivation path of the younger generations and prevent them from going astray. What's more, the current Jin Changsheng is not simple. The essence of the true immortal is the true spirit of the ancient immortal king. Such a high-level position is exactly what the Emperor needs. Thank you so much, Master. This disciple has accumulated a lot of questions over the years. I would like to ask Master to clear up my doubts this time. At the same time, Shuri also came to the original imperial city under the leadership of Gugu, and asked Yin Ning to come out and give him guidance on practice. Compared to the Emperor and the immortal, behind Shuri is Yin Ning, and behind Yin Ning is Feng Lai. This makes Shuri's teaching strength undoubtedly top-notch, and few in the world can compare with it. After a long time, Yin Ning came out of the ancient palace. She was undoubtedly quite satisfied with Shuri. This former young man's combat power at the holy sacrifice level definitely exceeded her own, and he had a bright future. Break through to the gods and even higher levels as soon as possible. This world is about to end. Release your potential to the fullest. The higher your cultivation level, the better you can preserve your own power. She stared at Shuri and patted it gently. His disciple's shoulders spoke out. Disciple understands, Shuri said suddenly after being silent for a few breaths. In addition, disciple has wanted to visit the immortal realm in recent years. I have heard Master say before that the Golden Crow technique I learned came from the immortal realm. If we get there may be unexpected developments. He asked Chong Gongyan that it was difficult for experts of their level to find opponents at the same level even in Tianshan Academy. Instead of wasting time in Julian, it would be better to go to the immortal realm as soon as possible. There are more immortal kings there. Those the immortal king's own children are his best whetstones. Master seems to have had similar ideas, but it's too early. Your cultivation is still weak, and you won't learn anything by going to the immortal realm. Hearing this, Yin Ning shook his head and said, the immortal realm is different from here. It is too vast, and the level of gods is far from being strong. You have to reach at least the first level of escape to barely participate in the great world competition there. She also has some expectations, because according to immortal King Mulan, in the immortal realm, even strong men like Yi Ning and Gugu are considered young people, and there are too many talented people of the same level who can fight with them. Chapter 210, A Visitor from the Fairyland. The next 3 years were the years when the talents of the geniuses grew wildly. After they emerged from the immortals of 3000 Daozhou, the strongest group of people finally no longer suppressed their talents. Like fierce dragons coming out of the gate, they rushed forward one by one, enter the 9 heavens. In the past 3 years, with the help of ancestral sacrificial spirits, Shihao successfully embarked on the path of taking the human body as his seed. All the cultivation realms were restored to his own body, and all kinds of supernatural powers were accepted as his true form. Feng Lai had already seen the human body in him, the first prototype of the secret method. Although other geniuses have not achieved such great achievements, they are all extraordinary and shocking. In the past 3 years, Ban Xian has initially mastered the 3 supreme sword techniques of Chao Zi, Ping Chao, and Immortal Tribulation. His temperament has changed significantly from before. In terms of attack alone, Shi Yi and Shi Guanwang are difficult to compare with him. Shi Yi and the 10-Crown King were also extremely powerful when they joined the Academy of the Gods. The pair of young children of the true dragon, the ancient white unicorn and the little horned ant, had already become gods. Everyone was a teenager. A talent at the immortal king level is naturally powerful. The geniuses collided many times, and each battle would alarm many supreme beings to watch the battle in person. The 2 great immortals of Tianshan Academy, Meng Tianzheng and Second Elder Jin Taijun, are undoubtedly very supportive of the war between the geniuses. They have opened more than a dozen ancient battlefields, secret realms, and sacred treasures to provide training for these geniuses. Naturally, they are happy to see these geniuses fighting against each other. A fierce battle at the same level can completely unleash the power of these young people. It is not a luxury to hope to become a supreme being or an immortal. The rise of these people has also made those slightly older and lower-level geniuses feel a sense of suffocation coming from the general trend. Such as Jin Zhan, who claims to have the talent of a true immortal, and Jin Zhan, who is fused with Hongming Purple Chi, Purple Sun Heavenly Lord, and others all felt the tremendous pressure from the latecomers. For example, the Purple Sun Heavenly Lord, who is fused with Hongming Purple Chi, has been indulging in the virtual realm for nearly 5 years. However, he was challenged by the 10-Crown King, Shuri, and the true dragon's parents and children at the level of gods. The battle lasted for nearly 10 years. Every game was a draw, which really made the always proud Ziri Tianjun helpless. Many people marveled that talents like the 10-Crown Champion and the Double-Eyed Man were definitely the top talents in the entire era. They understood that they were witnessing the rise of the Supreme Being. But such a prosperous age for young people is nothing in the eyes of many immortal kings. On the contrary, they all enjoy the quiet years before the storm. Many kings such as True Dragon and Ancestral Sacrifice Spirits have gained a lot from Shihao's successful case of using Body Seed. They have been discussing the Tao for a year or two, using Shihao's Body Seed example as the core to explore a brand new method. Feng Lai, on the other hand, was concentrating on studying the immortal flower formed by the fusion of 3,000 avenues. This wonderful flower contained 3,000 avenues, which was rare in ancient times. Its function was not only to accommodate and support the thousands of small worlds of the immortal ancient. That's it. After an era of gestation, this is already a wonder at the immortal king level. Feng Lai once had a detailed chat with the ancestral sacrificial spirit and the real dragon. Based on this, he could refine a jade dish of good fortune, or a treasure mirror of immortality, or 3,000 Taoist mirrors, etc., all of which were magical. Unfortunately, Feng Lai, I always thought that I lacked the last bit of inspiration, so I didn't take action yet. It wasn't until the 4th year when Feng Lai harvested 3,000 Dao immortal flowers that a certain giant immortal city that had been silent for nearly an era shook on the edge of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And it attracted the attention of Feng Lai and the immortal kings. That city was the Immortal Pass that once connected the immortal realm and the primitive ancient world. Today, when the Jedi Heavenly Passage is approaching an era, a living being walked out of that Heavenly Pass, causing the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths to shake. There is no other. Just because that creature is a true immortal. A true immortal from the immortal realm, who came from across the world in this era. When the news came out, many ancient immortal beings in the vast no-man's land of Santian Dao roared excitedly. A true immortal from the immortal realm came. This made them seem to see the return of the immortal who had been away for an era. The hope of homeland. When one day, the two realms of Celestial Immortal Realm and Jotian Realm will be connected again. These abandoned and forgotten true immortals will have a chance to return to their homeland. Unfortunately, this true immortal from the Immortal Realm had no intention of contacting the many ancient true immortals in the No Man's Land. Instead, he turned into a rainbow light and quickly flew towards the deepest part of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This fairy light was not blocked by the local true immortals of Jotian. It flew all the way to the immeasurable sky, and in front of Taitsong Immortal Palace where Fenglai was. Then it gathered away the brilliance on its body, and turned into a giant deer with 9 colors of rays of light, facing the sea of clouds. Among them, the majestic and vast Taitsong Immortal Palace bowed deeply. The 9-life ancient immortal under the immortal King Hun Yuan came from the Immortal Realm, and asked to see the immortal King Taitsong. With the blessing of the true immortal's magic power, the voice of this 9-color giant deer echoed throughout the infinite sky. It came on behalf of the Hun Yuan Immortal King. The 9-color fairy light circulated outside its body, and faintly turned into a 9-color universe circle, dripping and spitting on the immortal deer. This is the power that belongs to the ultimate true immortal. No less powerful than the Deqi Tianju, Qingwei Tianju, etc. back then. Not to mention the power of Wuyang Tian. Even Ming Tianzheng and Jin Taijun, who were far away in Yutian, felt it. To the infinite sky. The ancient true immortal under the immortal king's throne in the immortal realm is really powerful. This is Ming Tianzheng's evaluation of the 9-colored deer. The eternal aura of the deer on his body indicates that he has been addicted to the true immortal level for more than 1 or 2 epochs. The aura is majestic, and not weaker than his 9 heavens and 10 earths. The first true immortal. A supreme true immortal will be able to clearly see the path to becoming a king if he takes one further step. And he will become a quasi-immortal king. Unfortunately, that step is too difficult. And this 9-colored deer may not be able to make it. As a former king, Jin Chansheng undoubtedly had a more thorough view. He stared at the deer immortal with interest, watched it stand up, and walked into Taitsong Immortal Palace step by step, with a smile on his face. A true immortal from the Immortal Realm is here on behalf of the Hun Yuan Immortal King. He wants to show off his power to us young true immortals. Deep in the original Imperial City, brilliant brilliance was flowing on Qingdao's 9-color immortal gold body. At this time, his face was filled with a wry smile. After all, he had only become an immortal for more than 200,000 years, and he has not yet achieved it. His potential was fully developed, and he knew that he would never be a match for the 9-colored immortal deer. Fortunately, my brother and other immortal kings are here. If there are only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens at our true immortal level, they will only be suppressed. Opposite Qingdao, Qianli also sighed softly. She was as confident as a practitioner. In a million years, it will not be worse than that 9-colored deer. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. The end of the era has come, and she must face it. Well, on the other side, the Fire Clan's true immortal of fire, she could only sigh. He was also confident that he had the ability to catch up with the opponent. However, the time to become an immortal was still short, and his cultivation was indeed far behind. But deeper in the Imperial City, the immortal kings did not express anything. As immortal kings, they did not need to express anything. After all, in the eyes of the immortal king, such a powerful and proud ancient true immortal who has almost embarked on the road to becoming a king is still just a true immortal. Especially since most of the people present are top immortal kings, or even stronger. In front of the absolute strength of the immortal kings, there is no difference between the peak immortals and the new immortals. They are both existences that can be crushed with one finger,